See Circle Calendar 1537. Marine Headquarters Ma Lin Fan Duo. Marshal's Office. At this moment, a document held in the hands of Jean Gua, his expression tinged with complexity. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Normally such a thing would be absolutely impossible. After all, there were guards stationed outside the marshal's office. And the one who could make the guards outside dare not stop him and was bold enough to kick the door was no one else in the entire Navy. Sure enough, the next moment a familiar laugh came. Paha. Jean Gua, I just successfully broke the record for eating spicy sticks continuously, 841 packs in total. Huh. What's going on? Something happened. Just as he was boasting, Ka Pu suddenly noticed that Jean Gua had no reaction at all and was even frowning. He immediately put away his previous slovenly demeanor. After all, being friends for decades, he knew Jean Gua too well. Norman family Lai and Feng Norman. Who? Never heard of him. Ka Pu sat down on the sofa with a domineering posture, then picked his nose and flicked the booger away before replying. If it were usual with such an action, Jean Gua would definitely slap the table and scold. But today he didn't. The Norman family, great nobles of the Zameda kingdom in the East Sea, originally had assets of about 23 billion belly, very wealthy. The reason it's said originally is because in See Circle Calendar 1527, the previous patriarch George Feng Norman took the whole family on a sea trip and encountered a shipwreck. In the end, only 80-year-old Lion survived. After that, Lion became the head of the Norman family. Jean Gua narrated calmly, yet as if reminiscing. At this moment, Ka Pu finally realized. I remember now that child you saved from the comm belt back, then could it be? Yes, it's him, Lion Feng Norman. Jean Gua nodded, then continued reminiscing. Since he took over the family, only 10 years have passed, but he has expanded the family business dozens of times. Now behind every industry in the East Sea, there are traces of the Norman family. The pack of spicy sticks in your hand actually comes from one of the Norman family's industries. And today he made a request to me saying he wants to donate 2 billion belly to the Navy annually. Ka Pu was instantly stunned. 2 billion belly. Good heavens, a large naval warship costs only 100 million belly, and the entire Navy's annual budget is only tens of billions of belly. 2 billion belly. That's no small amount. And annually. What does he want? Ka Pu didn't believe that the 2 billion was for Jean Gua, otherwise his old friend wouldn't have frowned so deeply. He wants to use 2 billion belly to exchange for a special recruitment order from the Navy with a rank of at least captain, and most importantly, he wants to establish a new branch in the East Sea with all expenses covered by the Norman family. So he just wants a title. Yes, a title that allows him to legitimately have self-defense forces, but also promises that the new branch will obey Navy orders. Jean Gua nodded, then spoke. This was the greatest possibility he could think of. Although the Norman family now appears glorious, the royal family of the Zameda kingdom and other nobles are constantly thinking about how to harm Lai and eventually carve up his vast estate. It must be known that the Norman family alone has hundreds of billions of assets on the surface. So Lion needs power. But building a private army is definitely not allowed. After all, the Norman family is not the royal family and has no power to establish a military. At most, they can hire some bodyguards. But this is far from enough. At this moment, he needs a title, one that allows him to legitimately build a private army. And in the end, the conclusion Jean Gua could deduce was, Lion needs to cooperate with the Navy, trading an annual donation of 2 billion belly for the Navy to add a branch in the East Sea and for him to become the branch commander. Moreover, this branch does not require any belly support from the headquarters. All expenses from establishment to ongoing operations are borne by the Norman family. On usual days, it helps Lion deter the wolves and maintain the safety of the family's trade routes. And when the Navy headquarters needs it, it can also obey mobilization orders. This is the proposal Lion put forward. The Navy spends not a single belly and gains an extra branch, and moreover it receives 2 billion belly in donations each year. Not to mention Jean Gua knows Lion very well. He knows that he does not have the bad habits of other nobles and never oppresses the common people. The key is he has always admired Lion as a child. If it weren't for him being the head of the Norman family and having hundreds of billions of belly in business to manage. Otherwise, he would have wanted to recruit Lion into the Navy long ago. After all, his abilities, especially his ability to coordinate the overall situation, are highly recognized by him. Now, since he has made this request, he himself seems to have no reason to refuse. Not to mention anything else, just the 2 billion belly annually. Good heavens, that's 20 warships of Buster Call level. Okay. 3 days later. The Norman family's manor. In the hall, a young boy had his feet hovering in the air, his right hand behind his back, and his left index finger, like a steel nail, straightly planted on the ground. He was continuously doing one hanging single-finger push-up after another. Head of the family, this is a fax from Navy headquarters, just delivered. The butler's slender figure was wrapped in a crisp suit, his collar and cuffs blindingly white, like 2 deliberately embedded knife scars. He raised his right hand in a white glove, gently pushing up his glasses with his wrist. Then he spoke. If you are a friend who often travels to the world of pirates, you would surely recognize. This butler is none other than the one known as 100 Schemes, in the original work called Kaluo, whose intelligence is second only to Beckman. Originally at this time he should be a butler at Kuya's house, but now he appears here. What did it say, eh? Lion continued doing push-ups, his movements undisturbed. The Navy headquarters has used the special recruitment order granted you the rank of captain and approved the establishment of a new third-class branch in the East Sea, officially called Navy Branch 187, with you as the branch commander. After the site selection is completed, the location and personnel list will be reported together. Upon hearing this, Lion stood up, took the document, and began to read it. According to the Navy's framework, branches are divided into 2 types, the 4 Seas branches and the Grand Line branches. The 4 Seas branches are named Navy Branch XX according to the order of establishment. For example, if the 16th 4 Seas branch is established and happens to be in the East Sea, then it is Navy Branch 16, generally not directly called East Sea Branch 16. So when you see Navy Branch 153 in the East Sea, it does not mean the Navy has 153 branches in the East Sea. It's just that when the 153rd 4 Seas branch was established, it happened to be built in the East Sea. As for the Grand Line branches, they are also based on the order of establishment, but the naming method is Navy GXX branch. At the same time, branches are also graded. For example, the 4 Seas branches are divided into 3 grades from 3rd class to 1st class. A 3rd class branch has a complement of 50 personnel, usually equipped with only 1 small warship, such as Navy Branch 16. A 2nd class branch has a complement of 150 personnel, often equipped with 2 small warships, and some branches in important locations even have medium warships, such as Navy Branch 153. There is no clear regulation for 1st class branches, but even the smallest 1st class branch currently has over 300 troops, and is equipped with at least 4 small warships and 2 medium warships, such as the Roguetown branch. The newly established Branch 187, as shown in the document, is a 2nd class branch. That is, the maximum complement is 150 people. However, regarding the land branch, construction, weapons, warships, and even the subsequent salaries of branch personnel, all are the responsibility of Lion. The headquarters will not provide any financial support. At the same time, if Lion dies or retires in the future, Branch 187 will be taken over by personnel from Navy headquarters. Other members of the Norman family have no right to succeed. Lion has no objections to these conditions. At this moment, a voice that only he can hear is echoing in his mind. Ding! System activation task obtained. Initial base completed. Strongest 3 Army Commander system is now fully activated. Host receives 1000 initial points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving Newbie Gift Pack X1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Achievement Grunt completed. Gained 100 points. Point balance 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. Achievement 3rd Class Soldier completed. Gained 500 points. Point balance 600. Ding! Congratulations. After the system activation and obtaining initial points, the galaxy in his mind was directly flooded with notifications, and a long string of achievements began to pop up. Starting from Grunt, then 3rd Class, 2nd Class, and 1st Class Soldier. After that it continued with 3rd Class Non-Commissioned Officer, 3rd Class Warrant Officer, and 3rd Class Field Officer, until reaching the rank of Captain, finally stopping. Ding! Congratulations, host. Achievement Captain completed. Gained points. 8000. 10 years ago. In the year 1527 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the edge of the calm belt in the East Blue. The moment consciousness sank into this body, Lion felt only bone-chilling cold. No, it shouldn't be like this. He clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still working overtime typing the last line of code on the computer screen when a sharp pain struck his heart and his entire body collapsed backward. And then, this was where he was. The icy seawater soaked through his ornate clothes, a finely crafted small noble's attire, its gold thread collar now steeped in the salty brine like a drowned brocade. His hands were locked around a piece of broken deck wreckage, his fingernails filled with splinters and dried blood. 3 days. He had been drifting on this sea for 3 full days. No fresh water, no food, only the scorching sun above that could crack his skin and the sea breeze at night that could freeze his marrow. His lips were cracked with bloody fissures, every breath like swallowing broken glass. His vision began to blur, the world before him like a watercolor painting soaked in watercolors and outlines melting and collapsing. So, transmigration really does make you drop dead on landing. Well, not exactly dead on landing, but close enough. He laughed bitterly in his heart. In his past life, he had read so many transmigration novels. Every protagonist had a cheat code from the start, a dragon, soaring hero from the very beginning. How did it come to this? Floating on a sea where even birds don't shit, clinging to a broken plank waiting to die? This was too pathetic. His eyelids grew heavier. Consciousness felt like it was being pulled into the deep sea by an invisible hand, a warm and dark abyss beckoning to him. He even felt that falling asleep like this wouldn't be so bad. At least he wouldn't have to endure the torment of thirst and hunger anymore. But just as he was about to close his eyes completely, boom, a deafening roar. The sea surface burst open. A massive black shadow erupted less than 20 meters in front of him, sending a curtain of water crashing down like a torrential downpour. The colossal creature blotted out the sky, its thick neck covered in pitch-black scales, each the size of a millstone. Its head was like a small mountain, its open mouth revealing rows of dagger-like fangs, a foul stench assaulting his senses, nearly destroying his sense of smell. A sea king. Lion's pupils sharply contracted. Had he transmigrated into the world of One Piece? At that moment, Lion finally realized which world he had come to. But there was no time to think further. The instinct to survive briefly broke free from death's pull, but his body refused to obey. 3 days and nights of drifting had drained the last ounce of strength from his body. He didn't even have the strength to let go of the plank, only able to watch helplessly as the bloody maw descended upon him. The giant mouth closed. Darkness descended. The child is awake, quickly informed General Sengoku. Ears filled with noisy voices mixed with footsteps and the clang of metal. Lion struggled to open his eyes, the first thing he saw being a swaying oil lamp and a white ceiling. His nostrils filled with a mix of disinfectant and sea breeze. He turned his head and saw the blue sky and white clouds outside the porthole and the occasional seagull passing by. This was a ship. A very large ship. Where is this? His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping wood. Kid, you're finally awake. This was Lion's first encounter with Sengoku. After that, Lion recuperated at Marine headquarters for a month, then under Sengoku's arrangements was escorted back to the Zameda Kingdom in the East Blue, becoming the head of the Norman family. An 8-year-old head of the family plus billions of berries. To the other nobles, this was a fat piece of meat tempting everyone to take a bite. But unfortunately, although Lion appeared to be 8 years old, his inner self was not. Moreover, he possessed a vast amount of knowledge and understanding not belonging to this world. After 10 years, the Norman family, far from being carved up by other nobles, as everyone had expected, had instead grown into a behemoth in the East Blue, a monster. Back to the present. These berries. Worth it. Achievement rewards a total of 255100 points, plus the 100 initial points from system activation amounting to 265100. The system did not appear just now. On the contrary, it had appeared 10 years ago, right? When Lion first transmigrated. However, the system had always been in an inactive state, and activating it wasn't difficult. Lion just needed to survive in this world for 10 years. Finally, not long ago, the activation condition was met. Or rather, it was the first condition. Because after satisfying the 10-year condition, the system displayed another condition: obtain an initial base. It required the host to join any military system of the current world and obtain legal jurisdiction over a military base within that system. Before acting, Lion had also learned about the system's functions, knowing there was an achievement module, although all modules were grayed out and unviewable before activation. But judging from his past life experience, since it was called the strongest three-armed forces commander system, it must have military rank achievements. Then the matter was simple. Currently what he lacked least was berries, and the Marines were always short of berries. Relying on his good relationship with Sengoku, he could simply use berries to dazzle him, exchange for a higher starting point, and complete a batch of achievements upon system activation to gain more rewards. Now it seemed, obviously this idea was correct. Kuro, did you get the island? Got it. Cost 700 million berries. 700 million berries, that fat bastard is really greedy. Lion showed a look of disgust. The fat bastard he referred to was the king of the Zameda Kingdom. As the largest kingdom in the East Blue, the Zameda Kingdom was built on the Zameda Archipelago, which was also the largest island group in the East Blue. At the same time, around the Zameda Archipelago there were many other island groups. For example, the Kinomi Islands, where Kokoyashi village was located. Although the Kinomi Islands couldn't compare in size to the Zameda Archipelago, their strategic position was extremely important. The sea routes there handled almost 70% of the East Blue's trade. The Marines had also established a branch on the Kinomi Islands, the 16th branch, currently headed by Mouse with the rank of captain. The entire Kinomi Archipelago consists of 89 islands of various sizes, including over 20 villages and towns, such as Kokoyashi Village and Gosa Village. Most of the other islands are rich in resources, but there are also a few uninhabited islands of little value. Koman Island, which Lion had his eye on, was one of these uninhabited islands. Its location was at the easternmost end of the Kinomi Archipelago, right at the entrance of the East Blue's Golden Trade Route. Its strategic value was unparalleled. But unfortunately, in the East Blue nobody cared about strategic position. They only cared about whether they could dig gold out of the island. So although this island was not small, even considered relatively large within the Kinomi Archipelago, its actual value, even overestimated, was only 300 million berries. 700 million. Lion didn't care about the berries, he wanted certainty and a quick takeover. But the king, weighing several hundred pounds, was gravely mistaken if he thought he could easily extort the Norman family. Although Lion hadn't obtained the system before, he hadn't been sitting idle on the family's tens of billions of berries over the past 10 years. Sengoku thought the Norman family's assets were now worth hundreds of billions. Lion could only say he underestimated him. Even without the system, Lion already had some means of self-protection, let alone now that he even had the system. Whatever the fat man swallowed, Lion would make him spit it out. Kuro, handle it. Leave the fat bastard only the reasonable portion and bring back the rest. Master, you mean leave him 300 million berries? That island is worthless, understand? Understood. The king only symbolically charged Master 1 berry. Hearing this, Lion nodded with satisfaction, then took his coat from a maid and walked out of the training room. As for how Kuro would handle it, he didn't care. If he couldn't even do this, he wouldn't be the person with the second highest IQ in the One Piece world, second only to Ben Beckman. The reason he was so weak in the original story was partly due to plot constraints and partly because he was trapped in the East Blue with limited experience, suppressing his high IQ. Now, after 3 years under Lion, his strength, strategies, and understanding of this world were far beyond what the original Kuro could match. So for such a trivial matter, Lion only needed to hear the final result. He had no interest in the process. At this moment, Lion was alone in the huge study, studying the system's functions. It took about half an hour. He thoroughly studied every function of the entire system inside. Overall, the system was more about building a strongest force for Lion and then turning him into the strongest individual. By completing missions, obtaining achievements, or killing enemies, one could earn points. Points could be used to exchange for various things. As long as you had enough points, you could even exchange for modern equipment from his past life. And even people could also be exchanged. Soldiers, researchers, workers, doctors, nurses. In short, as long as you had points, there was nothing you couldn't exchange for. I almost forgot there's still a novice gift pack in used. Suddenly remembering something, Lion said, slapping his forehead. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding, the novice gift pack has been opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a natural type Aurora fruit. Side effects removed. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent buff title resonance LV1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion berry as starting funds. 3 rewards. Among them, the third one was directly ignored by Leon. 1 billion berry. Was he a person who lacked this amount of money? The remaining 2 rewards, however, brought him considerable delight. First, he opened the introduction of the Aurora fruit. This is a devil fruit that does not exist in this world, positioned as a superior fruit to the glint fruit. The development of this fruit is divided into 5 stages: first awakening, flowing light, blazing change, eternal day, and eternal aurora awakening. Each stage corresponds to speeds of 1/10th, 1,000th, 100th, 1/10th, and true light speed respectively. Special note: according to the author's setting, even if the glint fruit is developed to awakening, its true speed can only reach the second stage of the aurora fruit, i.e. 1,000th of light speed. Although the manga setting allows for light speed that is too absurd. If it could truly reach light speed, Kizaru would be an invincible existence in the world of One Piece, taking down Emu with one punch, and even capable of destroying a planet, believe it or not. It can only be said that someone simply does not understand the weight of light speed. Getting off track. In reality, given Leon's current financial resources and network, obtaining a devil fruit for himself would not be difficult at all. Even getting a Logia type would not be impossible. But he had always hesitated. After all, eating a devil fruit would create a weakness, and Leon was the type of person who could not tolerate having any weaknesses. Additionally, for 10 years he had always known of the system's existence, but it was temporarily unable to be activated, and based on his past life experience reading novels, since he had a system, it should not be difficult to obtain a fruit without side effects later on. Thus for these 10 years he had never eaten a devil fruit. Now it seemed this decision was indeed correct. This Aurora fruit was simply too amazing. As for the other reward, it also brought him tremendous joy. Title Resonance, LV1. The host can automatically obtain one of the training gains from all subordinates not summoned by the system when they train within a branch base under the host's control. Restriction notes: the training gains of soldiers, officers, and special units directly summoned through system points are not counted in Title Resonance. Subordinates must train within a branch base where the host has full command and jurisdiction. Training gains while outside this range e.g. during sea missions, expeditions, or home leave are not calculated. Leon's talent was not poor. In fact, it was quite excellent. Not only was his talent good, but the key was that Leon was also very diligent. Even though managing the vast family business greatly reduced the time available for training each day, at the age of 18 his fist could unleash a force of 2,200 points in the Doriki test, equivalent to a headquarters rear admiral, or even approaching the physical fitness of an ordinary vice admiral. Although Doriki is related to combat power, it does not fully represent it, as it only reflects pure physical techniques, such as the use of the 6 powers, punching strength, excluding the effects of devil fruit abilities, Haki, or weapon enhancements. Thus this mostly reflects one's physique. With excellent talent, diligence, and now the ability to obtain one of his subordinates' training gains. Under the combined effect of these factors, Leon dared not even imagine the outcome. But this also reminded him of one thing, which was he could not rely entirely on the system to summon people. After all, the Title Resonance buff did not include system-summoned individuals. Having studied the system and opened the novice gift pack next. System: extract the Aurora fruit. As Leon's voice fell, a peculiar fruit appeared in his hand. It was slightly smaller than an ordinary devil fruit, but surprisingly heavy in the hand. Its skin was not the golden, dazzling, diamond-like surface of the glint fruit, but rather a deep, nearing black, dark purple, like the profound hue of the sky in high-latitude nights before the aurora lights up. The shell naturally bore fine, flowing light patterns, moving slowly, like living things, sometimes showing ice blue, sometimes turning emerald green, occasionally flashing a trace of pale gold and red, as if the entire spectrum of the northern lights was sealed beneath the thin skin. In the gaps of the flowing light patterns one could faintly see a highly condensed spot of light pulsing at the core. It was not a reflection, but rather a kind of speed imprisoned within the fruit, struggling to break free. The touch was cool. When a finger brushed over the shell, the light patterns would speed up in response, as if sensing the host's aura. The first bite, not a taste but a sharp pain bursting in the mouth, like swallowing a beam of sunlight focused to its extreme, or countless hot golden threads piercing down the esophagus into the stomach and spreading through every limb. Hiss! Leon narrowed his eyes, pressing his tongue against his teeth to suppress the heat that threatened to burn through his soul. The system prompt rang in his mind at the right moment. Aurora fruit consumed. Natural type adapting to the host's physique. A low hum echoed deep in his eardrums. The vision before him suddenly changed. Leon could see dust floating in the air, each grain trailing a faint trace, drifting slowly. He could see the frequency of a sparrow flapping its wings on a branch outside the window frame by frame, like a slow-motion film. He could even see the faint tremor on his skin caused by the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The entire world in his perception had slowed down. No, it was not the world that had slowed. It was he who had become faster. Leon slowly raised his right hand and stared at his palm. With a thought, a soft glow gathered in his palm, as if he were holding a miniature star. The glow continuously changed colors, transitioning from ice blue to emerald green, then to pale gold, finally stabilizing into a shade between silver white and transparency. He closed his fingers, and the glow dissipated. So this is the Aurora fruit, he murmured to himself, feeling the surging new power within him. At that moment, the system prompt appeared: Aurora fruit adaptation complete. Current light speed adaptation rate 1/10th. Detected hosts first awakening bonus reward 5,000 points. Current point balance 270100. Tip: it is recommended that the host quickly familiarize himself with basic abilities and proceed to an open area for speed testing. Leon stood up and stretched his limbs. His movements seemed ordinary, but each step was much lighter than before, with almost no sound when his feet touched the ground, as if a layer of invisible light cushion was underfoot. Outside the manor to the east, there was a large, open grassland covering about 7 or 8 football fields. Originally used by the Norman family for outdoor banquets, it was now vacant, making it an ideal testing ground. He stood alone in the center of the grassland. The night wind blew, rustling the grass. Above was a starry sky without clouds, the moonlight casting a silver-white sheen over the entire field. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He felt the light within him. It was like a river sleeping in his veins, ready to surge forth at his command. Starting with the simplest, a straight sprint. Leon opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on an old oak tree 200 meters away. His right foot stepped back half a step, knees slightly bent, body weight sinking. The next moment, whoosh. A pale golden beam burst from the ground, tearing up a fan-shaped patch of turf with mud and grass clippings splashing in the air. Leon's figure vanished from the spot. Almost at the same instant, he appeared before the old oak, the tip of his right finger stopping just 3 centimeters from the trunk. Then, bang! His body failed to fully break, and he collided with the tree trunk. The old oak shook violently, sending leaves fluttering down. Leon stepped back 2 paces, holding his shoulder, grimacing, and sucking in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, it was only a partial failure to break, not a complete failure. Otherwise, it would not have been just a few shakes. Cough. I have the speed, but I still need to work on control. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The tips of his fingers were still faintly glowing. During the sprint, he felt as if he had turned into a beam of light. No, not as if. He had truly turned into light. He clearly remembered that at the moment of launch, his body lost its physical substance and became a fluid, translucent state. This was the elementalization of a Logia type. However, he was still not very skilled at it. Leon patted the dirt off his clothes and straightened up. One more time. This time try a zigzag. He stood at one end of the grassland, his gaze sweeping across the open space, planning a curved path in his mind, first to a stone lantern 50 meters to the left front, then to a fountain on the right, and finally back to the starting point. 3, 2, 1. Swish. His figure disappeared again. This time he slightly controlled his speed, not going all out. A pale golden arc traced across the grass, like someone drawing a smooth zigzag line in the night sky with light. First turning point, the stone lantern. His fingertip brushed the edge of the lantern, stirring a faint breeze. Second turning point, the fountain. The tip of his toe lightly touched the water's surface, creating a ripple. Third turning point, the starting point. He stopped steadily, his feet landing on the edge of the turf he had torn up. This time he did not fall. Leon stood still, his chest rising and falling slightly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He recalled the basic techniques imprinted in his mind after eating the Aurora fruit, and then raised his right hand, extending his index finger, aiming at the trunk of a distant tree. Now let's try this. Closing his left eye, he aimed with his right, a tiny pea-sized light gathering at his fingertip. The light grew brighter and denser, eventually compressing into a high-density light bullet. Photon finger, whoosh! A slender beam of light shot from his fingertip, trailing a thin tail of light, striking the tree trunk at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Thud! A dull sound of penetration. A hole the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in the trunk, its edges smooth and neat, as if cut by a laser. The light bullet continued flying for over 100 meters after passing through the trunk, before gradually dissipating. Leon raised an eyebrow. The power is decent. More than enough for ordinary people, but against an opponent with armament Haki, it would probably not be enough. He withdrew his finger and fell into thought. At the same time, he noticed a problem. When using the photon finger bullet, the light bullet indeed reached 1/10th of light speed, as the system said, 30 kilometers per second. But his own Bodus movements were not actually that fast. For instance, when he sprinted earlier, the time taken and the distance covered did not reach a speed of 30 kilometers per second. No, it should be said that the segment of movement during elementalization did reach that speed. But apart from that segment, the preparation initiation starting elementalization and ending elementalization did not reach that speed. Another problem discovered after multiple tests was that maintaining full speed consumed an enormous amount of stamina. However, if he deliberately slowed down, for example, using 1/50,000th or even 100,000th of light speed for the light bullet or reducing his own movement speed, the stamina consumption would decrease significantly. Therefore, a stronger physique and a more reasonable combat style were the keys. Leon walked to the fountain, cupped some cool water, and washed his face. Water droplets dripped from his chin, glistening in the moonlight. He looked at his reflection in the water. A faint aurora color shimmered in his eyes. Take it slow. After all, I have plenty of time. He raised his head, looking toward the brightly lit main building of the manor in the distance. The smile on his lips gradually faded, replaced by a deeper expression. And the things I need to do are not just about making myself stronger. The night wind brushed over the grass, stirring the hem of his clothes. The patch of turf he had torn up exposed a piece of dark brown soil under the moonlight like a freshly turned. In the deeper darkness beyond, a pair of eyes silently watched everything through the wrought iron patterns of the manor fence. The owner of those eyes wore a neatly pressed black suit with a strikingly white collar and cuffs. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, revealing a meaningful grin. Then he turned and disappeared into the shadows. The next morning, as Ryan was enjoying breakfast in the dining hall, Crow walked in with a composed stride. He had changed into a dark gray suit today with a collar so white it was almost blinding, and his signature white gloves adorned his hands. His entire appearance was immaculate, like a gentleman who had just stepped off the cover of a magazine. Young master, a message arrived this morning. Crow stood by the dining table, his tone as flat as if he were reporting the day's weather. A theft occurred at the Zameda Palace last night, with an estimated loss of 700 million berry. His Majesty the King is greatly enraged and has ordered the port to be sealed with all incoming and outgoing vessels to be thoroughly inspected. Ryan forked a piece of fried egg, slowly bringing it to his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing, then spoke. 700 million berry. That is quite a sum. His tone was utterly unruffled, as if he were merely commenting on the perfect doneness of the morning's egg. Crow gave a slight nod and said nothing more. No superfluous words were needed between them. 700 million to buy the island, 700 million stolen. Whatever the king had swallowed, he would have to spit back out. As for how that money was retrieved from the palace, Crow didn't say, and Ryan didn't ask. That was the tacit understanding they had developed over 3 years together. Ryan set down his knife and fork, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and stood up, ready. Today we go to see our island. The ship is waiting at the dock, young master. Crow stepped aside, gesturing for Ryan to proceed. An hour later, the Norman family's private merchant vessel, the Morning Star, slowly departed from the port of the main island of Zameda, cutting through the waves toward the Kinomi Islands. The Morning Star was a medium-sized commercial sailing ship with a displacement of about 800 tons. Its hull lines were sleek, and its 3 masts bore snowy white sails. Aside from the necessary crew, the ship also carried a batch of construction materials, a deliberate smokescreen arranged by Ryan. On the surface, he was sailing under the guise of inspecting newly acquired property and preparing building materials. Even if the king's informants were watching, they would find nothing suspicious. The voyage took about 7 hours. In the afternoon, a stretch of land emerged on the horizon. As the ship drew closer, Ryan stood at the bow, carefully observing the island that would soon become the starting point of his new enterprise. Coman Island covered an area roughly equivalent to 3 small towns. The terrain was mainly gentle hills, with the highest point no more than 100 meters above sea level. The entire island was blanketed in dense tropical vegetation. Coconut palms, palm trees, and unknown broadleaf trees interwoven into a lush green tapestry. The coastline was winding, with several natural shallow harbors. The most striking was a crescent-shaped bay on the southeast side of the island, where the waters were deep and calm. With some modification, it could be developed into a fine naval port. At the highest point of the island, there was a relatively flat open area, with an excellent view overlooking the entire island and the surrounding sea. With a single glance, Ryan confirmed that Highland as the site for the main branch building. Good location, he said to Crow. The bay on the southeast side is a natural harbor. With a bit of dredging, medium-sized warships can dock directly. The high ground offers a wide view and is easy to defend. The only drawback is that we need to confirm the freshwater source on the island. According to previous survey data, there is a freshwater spring in the center of the island with sufficient yield to supply over 1,000 people daily. Crow flipped open his notebook and gave the precise answer. Ryan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed Crow had done his homework thoroughly before Ryan decided to buy the island. The ship docked at a simple wooden pier left by the previous owner. Though crude, the structure was still sturdy. Ryan and Crow stepped onto the soil of Komen Island, their feet sinking into a mix of soft sand and fallen leaves. The air was thick with the mingled scents of vegetation and sea breeze. Ryan looked around and took a deep breath. From today, this is our territory. Without further sentiment, he directly opened the system panel and activated the construction module. System construction module activated. Current available points 2600 list of constructible buildings. Ryan's eyes quickly scanned the list. Basic buildings were relatively cheap, costing between 1000 and 3000 points. Intermediate buildings ranged from 5000 to 1000 points. As for advanced buildings, the cheapest started at 2000 points a realm. He could not yet easily. There was also a grayed out unselectable tier, likely a level even higher than advanced buildings, requiring special conditions to unlock. The task at hand was to make the best choices within a limited budget. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan made his decision. Build these first. He extended his finger and tapped the air one by one. Confirm construction barracks basic 1, cost 100 points. Confirm construction mess hall basic 1, cost 800 points. Confirm construction small training ground basic 1, cost 150 points. Confirm construction warehouse basic 1, cost 500 points. Confirm construction port facilities basic 1, cost 200 points. Confirm construction administration building basic 1, cost 180 points. 6 buildings total cost 7800 points. Remaining points 18210. Ryan did not spend all his points at once. Keeping a reserve for emergencies was a habit he had cultivated over 10 years. The very next second after he confirmed the construction, the system prompt appeared again. Construction command confirmed. System construction team will arrive in 30 minutes. Please proceed to the designated coordinates for guidance. Ryan raised an eyebrow. So fast. Although he had learned from studying the system earlier that using the construction module would generate a team to complete the work rather than spawning buildings out of thin air, he had expected the team to arrive at least the next day. But the system acted immediately, and they would be here in half. He informed Crow, and the two headed toward the crescent-shaped bay on the southeast side of the island, the designated location for the port facilities and the most convenient landing spot for the construction team. 15 minutes later, Ryan and Crow stood on the sandy beach of the bay, gazing at the horizon. The sea was just as Crow was about to speak. Suddenly, a tiny black appeared at the edge of the horizon. It grew rapidly, moving at an incredible speed. Within 10 minutes, a massive, ruggedly designed transport ship came into view. The hull was a uniform dark gray bearing no flags or markings. The deck was piled high with various construction materials, steel beams, timber coils of rope, massive stone blocks, and even some metal components of unknown purpose. The transport ship slowly entered the bay and dropped anchor about 20 meters from the shore. Then several small barges were lowered from the sides, each carrying 5 or 6 burly men in identical gray work uniforms. They moved with swift efficiency and orderly precision. No murmuring, no unnecessary, sounds like a finely tuned machine. After the first barges landed, the workers jumped off and began bustling on the beach. Some carried materials, others measured the land, and still others wielded tools Ryan had never seen, drawing precise lines on the ground. The entire process flowed seamlessly without a single pause or hesitation, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. Ryan stood at a distance, silently observing. He noticed a detail: the eyes of these workers. They were eyes of extreme focus, devoid of curiosity, fatigue, or any excess emotion. They simply worked, efficiently, precisely, tirelessly. System products were indeed extraordinary. Young master, these people. Crow stood beside Ryan, his gaze sweeping over the workers, his voice carrying a hint of unspoken gravity. They are not ordinary craftsmen. Indeed, they are not. Ryan smiled faintly, offering no further Crow wisely did not press further. He was a smart man, knowing which questions to ask and which to leave alone. The first batch of workers toiled on the beach for about an hour, completing the preliminary survey and foundation marking for the port area. Then the second wave of barges arrived, bringing more materials and workers. According to the system's estimate, the port facilities would take about 12 days to complete, while the other buildings would take 8 to 10 days. All 6 buildings would be finished in roughly 2 weeks. Ryan stood on the high ground, overlooking the bustling construction scene on the beach below, a profound sense of certainty welling up within him. In 2 weeks, the foundation of Branch 187 will be in place. Then we'll recruit the first batch of soldiers, and with the elite corps summoned by the system, the initial combat force will take shape. Then, using the blueprints from the simulation hall, we can upgrade the training facilities. He silently mapped out the future steps in his mind, his gaze drifting past the bustling beach to the endless blue sea beyond. 2 weeks later, when the Morning Star docked at the pier of Komen Island again, Ryan could hardly recognize it as the deserted island he had set foot on half a month ago. The outline of Crescent Bay had changed dramatically. A stone pier approximately 50 meters long extended from the coast flanked by 4 sturdy mooring posts capable of securely accommodating even medium-sized warships. Behind the pier, a flat stone path led into the island with simple drainage ditches installed along the sides to prevent water accumulation during the rainy season. Walking about 300 meters along the stone path, a 3-story building made of stone and wood stood on a gentle slope. This was the administrative building. The gray-white stone walls complemented by a deep blue roof, and above the entrance hung a blank metal plaque awaiting the official insignia from the naval headquarters, which would be engraved with the words Naval Division 187. To the left of the administrative building was a longer and wider single-story structure which served as the cafeteria. At that moment, smoke was wafting from the chimney, indicating that the system's designated chefs were already hard at work filling the air with a rich aroma of meat. On the right side was the barracks, 2 stories high, accommodating 150 soldiers simultaneously. The first floor featured a common activity area and shower rooms, while the second floor housed dormitories, each furnished with 8 neatly arranged beds. Behind the barracks, a flattened area stood with various training equipment, including pull-up bars, parallel bars, sandbags, wooden dummies, and an obstacle course, even featuring a simple circular track. Although it was currently only a basic training facility, it was already quite impressive compared to the training conditions of ordinary naval divisions. The warehouse was situated about 50 meters behind the administrative building, with a heavy iron door, tightly closed, capable of storing a large quantity of military supplies. The port facilities included the pier, a small lighthouse, and a simple boat shed sufficient to meet daily maintenance. Ryan spent about half an hour inspecting the 6 buildings one by one. Each time he entered a building, the system would automatically display detailed information about that building. Barracks basic. Capacity limit 150 people. Special effects soldiers resting here recover stamina at 30, and light injuries recover at 15. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 2300 points. Cafeteria basic. Capacity limit can serve 80 people at a time. Special effects soldiers dining here daily will experience a slight increase in physical fitness the next day. Strength stamina 0. 0-1 effect stack. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 2200 points. Small training ground basic. Capacity limit can train 50 people at a time. Special effects soldiers training here will have a training efficiency of 30 with a very low probability, about 0.1 of triggering a moment of enlightenment state, directly mastering or improving a basic combat skill. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 2400 points. Warehouse basic. Capacity 800 cubic meters. Special effect slows down the decay and spoilage of stored supplies by 50. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 2100 points. Port facilities basic. Capacity limit can dock 1 medium-sized warship or 2 small warships at a time. Special effect maintenance and repairs at this facility are 25 efficient with durability recovery speed at 20. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 23500 points. Administrative building basic. Function office meetings, document storage, communication. Special effect administrative efficiency within the division's jurisdiction 20. Communication efficiency 20. Upgrade requirement system upgrade to LV. 22500 points. Ryan stood in the office on the second floor of the administrative building, looking down at the pier and camp below, nodding in satisfaction. The 6 basic buildings each provided practical enhancement effects. Although the individual benefits were not extravagant, these effects activated simultaneously and provided all-weather coverage. 150 soldiers ate meals in the cafeteria, slept on the beds in the barracks, and trained hard on the training ground. These small boosts accumulated day by day, and a quantitative change would eventually lead to a qualitative transformation. Moreover, he still had an ace up his sleeve. System open the troop summoning interface. Ryan issued the command in his mind, and a translucent blue panel appeared before his eyes. Troop summoning. Current summonable troops. Elite Marine equivalent to the combat power of the Naval Headquarters, captain level, equipped with a complete set of standard gear, standard uniform 2, standard boots 1, standard saber 1, flintlock pistol 1, flintlock rifle 1, base ammo 50. Summoning price 1,000 points person. Selectable quantity 1150 based on the current host's available quota. Ryan did not hesitate and directly summoned 50 individuals. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon the full quota of 150 people. As mentioned earlier, due to the permanent buff of tidal resonance, he could not use all system soldiers. Confirm summon Elite Marine 50, total consumption of 5000 points. Current points balance 132100. 2 hours later at the pier, a gray transport ship without any markings quietly docked. 50 elite soldiers dressed in standard naval uniforms disembarked in an orderly fashion, lining up on the pier. Their movements were sharp and decisive, their formation perfectly aligned. Not a single person whispered to another, nor did anyone look around. Each soldier had a saber and a flintlock pistol at their waist, carrying neatly folded spare uniforms, ammo pouches, and a flintlock rifle on their backs, their boots polished to a shine. The officer leading them stepped forward, stood at attention, saluted, and spoke loudly, reporting to the division chief. The defending personnel of Naval Division 187, a total of 50 individuals, are all present. Please give instructions. Ryan stood before the line, scanning each soldier's face. Their features were youthful, ranging from 20 to 30 years old, their gazes resolute, and their postures upright. Though summoned by the system, they were not emotionless puppets. They had memories, personalities, and basic judgment, having merely been implanted with the fundamental logic of absolute loyalty to Ryan. At ease, Ryan spoke, his voice not loud, yet echoing clearly throughout the pier. From today onwards, you will be the backbone of Division 187. The division has just been established, and there are many things that need to be done from scratch. But I can tell you one thing. He paused, a glint of sharpness flashed in his gaze. This division will not be just a mundane position hidden away in the corners of the East Sea. What we are going to do is far greater than you can imagine. So I need each of you to live up to the word elite. Do you understand? Understood. The voices of 50 men merged into a torrent, startling the seabirds resting in the nearby treetops. Ryan nodded in satisfaction and immediately issued his first command. Now divide yourselves into 5 teams, 10 individuals per team, with each team selecting a captain. Then as teams proceed to the main villages of the Konami Islands to carry out conscription tasks. Objective: each team to recruit 25 new soldiers aged 18 to 25, physically healthy, of good character, and without criminal records. Prioritize recruiting individuals with experience in fishing, sailing, carpentry, or combat. The specific distribution is as follows. Ryan pulled out a map of the Konami Islands that he had prepared earlier and spread it on the ground at the pier. First team head to the town of Ho Sha on the northern shore of Konami Island. Second team proceed to Tangji Village on the southwestern shore. Third team head to Orange Town on the eastern shore. Fourth team go to Cocoa West Village on the southern shore. Fifth team stay at the division to oversee the camp's security and resource management. Each team's conscription period is 7 days. After 7 days, regardless of how many recruits you have, you must return to the division to report. Any questions? None. Very well. Dismissed. Prepare yourselves. We set off tomorrow morning. 50 elite Marines swiftly dispersed, forming teams, selecting captains, and distributing supplies on the pier. The entire process was efficient and orderly, without a hint of chaos. Ryan stood at the window of the administrative building watching this scene, nodding inwardly. Utilizing the troops summoned by the system was indeed worry-free. The next morning, the 4 conscription teams left Cayman Island aboard the division's only 2 small sailboats. The Norman family's small sailboats were urgently modified for temporary use, heading towards their respective target villages. Ryan remained at the division, continuing to explore other functions of the system while planning the next stage of development. However, that afternoon, an urgent communication shattered this tranquility. The telephone in the communications room rang urgently. The communications soldier on duty answered, and with a sudden change in expression rushed to the door of Ryan's office. Report, Colonel. The 4th conscription team encountered the warships of Naval Division 16 near Cocoa. The opposing side claimed that the area belonged to the jurisdiction of Division 16, prohibiting us from recruiting in this area, and demanded our personnel withdraw immediately, or they would take coercive measures on the grounds of illegal border crossing. Ryan set down the documents in his hand, frowning slightly. Division 16. Colonel Mouse. He certainly remembered this person. In the original work, Colonel Mouse was one of the most corrupt naval officers in the East Sea, colluding with the evil Dragon pirate group, accepting bribes from them, turning a blind eye to the oppression of the Cocoa West Village's inhabitants, and even helping the evil Dragon cover up their crimes. Nami worked hard for 8 years to save money, only for it to be taken away by him and the evil Dragon in the end. And now this Mouse actually dared to reach out to his Division 187. Originally, Ryan had planned to address the issues of Division 16 after solidifying the structure of Division 187, but it seemed that his fingers lightly tapped twice on the table before he stood up. Crow. I'm here, young master. Cross figure appeared silently from outside the door, as if he had been standing there waiting for a summons. Prepare the ship. We're going to Cocoa West Village. Ryan picked up the naval coat hanging on the coat rack, draping it over his shoulders, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable decisiveness. Since Colonel Mouse is so eager to greet us, if I don't pay him a personal visit, wouldn't it seem that our Division 187 is lacking in manners? Crow adjusted his glasses, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Understood, I will arrange it right away. Ryan's orders were swiftly conveyed. The 5th Squad and the Norman escort team quickly completed the transfer of defense at the dock. Sebastian, the captain of the Norman family escort team, led 30 members from the Morning Star to take over the barracks and sentry, assuming the daily vigilance duties of the branch. Meanwhile, Ryan boarded the last gray patrol ship with 10 elite Marines, followed closely by Chloe. The patrol ship sailed out of Crescent Bay heading southeast. The sea breeze hit his face, the sails billowed, and the ship sliced through the azure sea, leaving a white wake. After sailing for over 3 hours, Ryan spotted a small sailboat ahead on the sea, its bow flying a Navy flag, which belonged to the 3rd and 4th conscription squads. 2 squad leaders awaited on the deck. Upon seeing Ryan board the ship, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Colonel, all members of the 3rd and 4th squads are present with no injuries. However, the conscription work has been forcibly interrupted and the recruitment target has not been completed yet." Ryan waved his hand. "I am already aware of the situation. You did well to choose to retreat temporarily rather than engage in direct conflict in the face of the obstruction from the 16th branch. It was a wise decision. Now follow the Morning Star and set off together." The 2 squad leaders exchanged a glance, a glimmer of excitement flashing in their eyes, and responded in unison, "Yes." After merging the 2 teams, Ryan's command gathered a total of 30 elite Marines. The crew of the Morning Star were not combat personnel. Though the number was still not large, these 30 individuals were all at the level of the chief petty officers, which made them a force to be reckoned with even compared to junior officers in the East Sea. The 2 ships set sail again, heading at full speed towards Cocoa Village. Inside the cabin, Ryan stood before the nautical chart, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he turned around and took out a small communication bug from his pocket, a specialized communication device personally given to him by Sengoku when he left Marineford, capable of directly contacting the marshal's office in emergencies. Bloop bloop bloop. After a few rings, the communication bug was answered and Sengoku's face appeared on the screen, his brow furrowed as usual. "Ryan, you must have good news for me, so tell me, what trouble have you stirred up now?" "Mr. Sengoku, I encountered some trouble while executing the conscription mission for Branch 187. Ryan's tone was calm and direct. "Colonel Mouse from the 16th branch obstructed my personnel from conscripting in Cocoa Village, citing jurisdictional overreach, and demanded that we withdraw immediately. I did not engage him directly and chose to retreat temporarily." Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper. "Colonel Mouse. I remember him stationed at the Konami Islands for many years with a rather average reputation. However, his reason for stopping your conscription holds some merit, as the Konami Islands are indeed the defense area of the 16th branch, and your jurisdiction for Branch 187 has not been formally defined yet. Theoretically, you cannot conscript there." "I know." Ryan nodded and then changed the subject. "But what if I told you that Colonel Mouse is preventing me from approaching Cocoa Village because he has colluded with the evil dragon pirate crew that occupies the area?" There was silence on the other end of the communication bug. Sengoku's expression did not change much, but his gaze clearly sharpened. "Do you have evidence?" "Not yet, but I have reliable intelligence sources. You know that nothing can escape my notice in the East Sea." Ryan spoke with conviction. The captain of the evil dragon pirate crew, named Moo Moo, was formerly a member of the Sun Pirate crew of fishmen who harbors extreme hatred for humans. He arrived in Cocoa Village about 7 years ago, using force to control the entire village, extorting a protection fee from the villagers, 100,000 berries per adult, and 50,000 berries per child each month. The 16th branch has never taken any action against this, not because they are unaware, but because Colonel Mouse has been accepting bribes from the evil dragon. Ryan paused for a moment and added a weighty remark. "Mr. Sengoku, you should understand me. I would not waste your time on uncertain matters." Once again, there was silence on the other end of the communication bug, this time for even longer. After about 10 seconds, Sengoku's deep voice finally spoke again. "Ryan, I am granting you authorization now. You are to immediately enter Cocoa Village, and if you find any traces of the evil dragon pirate crew, suppress them on the spot, without needing to consult further. As for the 16th branch, I will order all personnel to return to the branch, and stand by while notifying Smoker in Lowtown to go and verify the situation. But if Colonel Mouse disobeys orders and continues to obstruct your actions," Sengoku's voice turned cold, "you have the authority to relieve him of command on the spot, and can use force if necessary." Ryan's lips curled slightly, but his voice remained steady. "Understood. Thank you for your trust, mister." "Don't thank me." Sengoku's tone carried a hint of warning. "If you make a mistake, you will bear the consequences yourself, and come back alive." The communication ended. Ryan put away the communication bug and turned to leave the cockpit, stepping onto the deck. Chloe was carrying a long rectangular briefcase, and upon seeing Ryan emerge, cast him a questioning glance. "Young master, what did the headquarters say?" "Full authorization." Ryan answered briefly with 4 words, and then raised his voice, issuing orders to all the Marines on the deck. "Attention everyone. Target Cocoa Village. Full speed ahead." At the same time, signal to the patrol ship to follow us from behind. "Yes." The responses of the 10 Marines echoed across the sea. The patrol ship surged ahead towards Coco. About half an hour later, Ryan stood at the top of the bridge observing the sea ahead with a telescope. The outline of Coco Village had appeared at the end of his vision, a stretch of orange-yellow citrus groves lining the coastline, radiating a warm glow in the afternoon sunlight. However, just as the two ships were about to enter the coastal waters of Coco Village, Ryan's telescope captured an unusual dark shadow. The shadow lurked about 800 meters from the shore, its massive form measuring at least 40 meters in length. It moved slowly in the water, occasionally surfacing for air, revealing a back covered in scales. Ryan lowered the telescope and squinted. "Is that a sea king?" Chloe also noticed the underwater disturbance and walked up beside Ryan. Based on its size and swimming posture, it should be the Sea King brought back by the evil dragon pirate crew from the Grand Line, reportedly named Moo Moo, which the evil dragon uses to blockade the waters of Coco Village. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow in the water seemed to sense the approach of the patrol ship and suddenly accelerated upwards. In the next moment, the sea surface erupted violently as a massive creature broke through the water, creating a spray that swept around like a small tsunami. It was a gigantic sea cow, entirely dark blue, measuring over 45 meters in length, with a pair of curled short horns atop its head and a wide mouth, revealing a row of uneven sharp teeth. Its crimson eyes were clearly enraged, and it opened its mouth to emit a deafening roar. Moo! The shockwave from the roar made the sails of both ships flap wildly, and the Marines on the deck gripped their weapons tightly, yet remained calm, awaiting Ryan's command. Ryan stood at the bow of the Morning Star, gazing at the colossal creature with an expression as calm as if he were watching a beached sardine. Photon finger shot. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger casually towards the Sea King. A small light point the size of a soybean appeared at his fingertip, which quickly compressed and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a high-density light bullet shimmering with blinding white light under the sun. Whoosh! A slender beam of light sliced through the air, moving too fast for the naked eye to capture. The beam accurately struck Moo Moo in the center of its forehead, penetrating through its head and exiting from the back of its skull, continuing its momentum and disappearing on the horizon. Moo Moo's movements froze. Its crimson eyes bulged wide, and its mouth remained open in a roaring pose as if time had been paused at that moment. Then a fine crack began to spread from its forehead, rapidly extending across its entire head, followed by boom. The massive Sea King's corpse crashed down. Half of its head completely penetrated the edges of the wound, smooth and neat, as if cut by a laser. The body fell onto the sea, creating huge waves, and blood quickly stained the surrounding waters. Ding Host has killed the evil dragon pirate crew member, Moo Moo, gaining 500 points. Current point balance 132,600. The deck fell silent for about 2 seconds before an uncontrollable cheer erupted. Colonel is mighty. One-shot kill. That was a Sea King. The Marines looked at Ryan with not only the loyalty they had before, but also a newfound respect. Ryan retracted his finger, lightly shaking it, as if he had merely brushed off a bit of dust. Continue forward, make landfall. The two ships navigated around the corpse of the Sea King and slowly approached the makeshift dock of Coco. Many villagers had already gathered at the dock, having heard the commotion on the sea. They rushed out to check the situation, witnessing the entire process of Ryan pointing and killing the Sea King. At this moment, the villagers stood at the dock, their expressions a mix of shock, confusion, and a hint of caution. Ryan jumped down from the ship's side onto the wooden planks of the dock, his gaze crossing over the crowd to the tall fortress-like evil dragon domain deep within the village, which was the stronghold of the evil dragon and his fishman pirate crew. Chloe, take 10 men to guard the dock. No one is to enter or exit to prevent the evil dragon pirate crew from escaping by sea. Ryan issued commands as he walked forward. Ryan stepped onto the streets of Kekaxia village, followed closely by 20 elite Marine soldiers, their footsteps creating a steady and rhythmic beat on the cobbled path. On either side of the village path, the doors and windows of the low wooden houses were tightly shut, with the occasional glimpse of wary eyes peering through the cracks. Although the village was bathed in the afternoon sun, it was shrouded in a layer of deathly silence. Ryan did not turn back, but he sensed a small tail quietly following him. It was a girl with short orange hair, skillfully using the cover of houses and trees hiding about 50 meters. Her tracking skills were quite proficient, her footsteps were light, and she controlled her breathing well. If it weren't for Ryan's significantly enhanced perception after consuming the Aurora fruit, he would have found it difficult to detect her presence even without awakening his observation Haki. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Ryan's mouth as he chose not to reveal her presence and continued onward. The outline of Evil Dragon Park soon appeared at the end of his sight. It was a massive estate built with white stone and iron railings, with a towering 5-meter iron gate above which the words Evil Dragon Park were written in crooked letters. On both sides of the gate, high walls were topped with barbed wire, and within the walls stood a pink tower from which fluttered a pirate flag adorned with a jagged shark design. The gate was tightly shut with 2 fishermen guards standing at the entrance, one having a jagged nose, and the other a typical fish-head human body, holding a cigar in his mouth, and wearing an arrogant expression. Seeing a squad of Navy soldiers approaching, the 2 fishermen guards were momentarily stunned before revealing mocking smiles. "Oh, Navy. What day is it today that the Navy dares to come here?" The fishman with the jagged nose puffed out a smoke ring and stepped forward provocatively. "Hey kid, do you know where this is? If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." His words were cut short. Ryan did not stop walking, nor did he even glance at him. He simply raised his right hand and casually pointed forward. Whoosh! A slender beam of light shot from his fingertip, accurately piercing the lock of the iron gate. With a sizzling sound of melting metal, the lock turned into a puddle of molten iron that dripped to the ground. Following this, Ryan made a swift motion with his hand. Boom! The heavy iron gate was forcefully blasted open by an invisible pressure, the 2 doors slamming against the walls with a deafening metallic crash, causing the entire frame to tremble. The 2 fishermen guards were thrown back by the shockwave, hitting the ground hard, and before they could get up, they were knocked unconscious by the butts of the approaching Marines. Ding, the host's subordinates captured a member of the Evil Dragon pirate crew, gaining 60 points. Ding, the host's subordinates captured a member of the Evil Dragon pirate crew, gaining 50 points. Current points balance 132,710. Non-kills also yield points. I wonder if repeatedly defeating or capturing them can exploit a bug. They'll have to find a chance to test it later. Ryan stepped over the threshold and entered the front yard of Evil Dragon. Inside the yard was a spacious square with a gigantic shark statue fountain in the center, the water murky and greenish, emitting a faint fishy odor. Scattered around the square were a few beach chairs and umbrellas where a group of fishermen were either lying down or sitting, drinking and gambling, all standing up upon hearing the loud noise at the entrance. In an instant, around 40 fishermen pirates gathered from various parts of the square, armed with various weapons, glaring at the uninvited guests. On the second-floor terrace of the pink tower, directly across from the square, a tall figure slowly stood up. He was a fisherman over 2.5 meters tall, with gray-blue skin, a nose as sharp as a knife, and a thick beard on his chin. His muscular upper body was bare, and a sun-shaped mark was tattooed on his chest. This was a mark he received as a member of the Sun Pirate crew. The captain of the Evil Dragon pirate crew, Evil Dragon. Interesting. Evil Dragon's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying the unique murky tone of the fishmen. "How dare the Navy invade my territory? You must be new here, right? Do you not know who rules these waters?" Ryan did not answer his question, standing calmly in the center of the square, gazing steadily back at Evil Dragon on the terrace. He did not rush to attack nor issue an order, but slightly tilted his head and said to the Marine soldiers behind him, "Let the warm-up begin. Let's see what you are capable of." Ryan had no desire to even lift a finger against these fishermen lackeys. However, it was a good opportunity to test the so-called strength of the Marines' chief petty officer. The 20 elite Marines hesitated not at all, swiftly drawing their sabers and flintlock guns, spreading out in groups of 5 to face the encroaching fisherman crowd. The battle erupted in an instant. A burly fisherman swung a huge iron hammer towards the nearest Marine, who did not evade. Just before the hammer struck, he slid to the side, while simultaneously pressing his flintlock against the fisherman's abdomen and pulling the trigger. Bang! The fisherman grunted and staggered back. At the same time, another Marine took the opportunity to step in from the side, slashing the fisherman's wrist, causing the hammer to drop to the ground. Immediately, a third Marine stepped up, striking the fisherman's temple with the butt of his gun, knocking him out cold. Similar scenes unfolded continuously throughout the square. Fishermen naturally possessed great strength, and ordinary humans could not compete with them. Yet the Marines under Ryan were no ordinary humans. They were elites summoned by the system, matching the strength of chief petty officers in the Navy. Each of them skillfully mastered basic physical techniques and close combat skills with precise marksmanship. More importantly, they understood teamwork. In each group of 5, there were individuals responsible for holding back those for output, and others for finishing blows, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner like a precisely tuned meat grinder. In contrast, while the individual strength of the fishermen from the Evil Dragon pirate crew was superior, their combat style was extremely crude, relying purely on instinct and brute force, lacking organization and coordination. Faced with the coordinated attack of 20 trained elite Marines, their numerical advantage not only failed to materialize, but also led to frequent injuries among their own ranks due to congestion and chaos. The battle lasted about 10 minutes, and nearly 20 fishermen lay defeated on the square, while only 3 Marines suffered minor injuries, with no casualties. As for Ryan, a series of 18 prompts rang in his mind, raising his points balance to 134,250. Nami, hiding behind a coconut tree trunk, widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene before her. She had seen the Navy before, and not just once. The Navy soldiers stationed at the 16th branch were all bloated and lazy, coming to Kakaxia village only to collect taxes. No, it was to collect protection fees for Evil Dragon. In her impression, the Navy was merely Evil Dragon's lapdog, hardly worth mentioning. But the Navy she was witnessing now was completely different. Their movements were clean and decisive, coordinating seamlessly, and instead of retreating before the menacing fishmen, they fought vigorously. The young officer, who appeared to be about the same age as them, hadn't even made a move. He simply stood in the center of the square, hands in his coat pockets, his expression calm, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. So what do you think? Is it different from the Navy you've seen before? A gentle voice suddenly came from her side, close enough that she could almost feel the person's breath. Nami jolted, turning her head sharply. Ryan had appeared beside her at some point, leaning against the tree trunk, tilting his head to look at her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When did he come over? Nami's pupils dilated. She had been watching the battlefield intently and had not noticed any signs of movement, nor had she heard any footsteps. It was as if this person had materialized beside her. You? When did you? Nami instinctively took a step back, creating distance, her right hand already reaching for the hilt of the dagger hidden in her belt. When you counted the 7th fishman being defeated, Ryan casually replied, his gaze returning to the battlefield. Your tracking skills are impressive and your breath control is excellent. It's indeed hard for ordinary people to detect you, but it was still a bit too obvious for me. Nami bit her lip, remaining silent as her mind raced. Who exactly was this young Navy officer? Why was he here? Did he know about Evil Dragon's strength? Did he realize what kind of monsters he was facing? Are you here to capture Evil Dragon? Nami asked cautiously. To be precise, I am here to eliminate the Evil Dragon pirate crew. Ryan corrected her, wording his tone as casual as if discussing a trivial matter. Nami was silent for a moment before whispering, That's impossible. You can't defeat Evil Dragon. These small fry are nothing but Evil Dragon. He is on a completely... Moreover, he has those several subordinates, Kurubi, Shachi, and Jinbi. They are fishmen who have experienced the Grand Line, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary fishmen. Your soldiers may be formidable, but they cannot handle them. Ryan tilted his head and glanced at her. You know them quite well. Nami's body stiffened slightly. Ryan did not press further, merely smiling as he turned his attention back to the battlefield. Are the subordinates you mentioned over there? Nami followed his gaze, her heart sinking. In the back of the square, 3 fishmen were slowly approaching. On the far left was a stout octopus fishman dressed in a martial arts uniform, wielding a knife in each of his 6 arms. That was Shachi, the swordsman of the Evil Dragon pirate crew. In the middle stood a bald fishman with thick arms and sturdy hands, his gaze sharp. That was Kurubi, the karate master of the Evil Dragon pirate crew. On the right was a fishman with a sharp chin and thick lips, currently puffing out a bag of water. That was Jinbi, the sharpshooter of the Evil Dragon pirate crew. The appearance of these 3 subordinates caused the formerly dominant Marines to slightly falter in their offensive. While ordinary fishmen could be easily suppressed, these 3 were truly characters who had fought through the Grand Line. I see them, Ryan said softly, then turned to look at Nami. Your name is Nami, right? Nami was taken aback. How do you know my name? Ryan did not answer the question, but continued. I've heard that you've drawn a very detailed map of the East Sea, and I also heard that your judgment of weather and currents is extremely accurate. Would you be interested in becoming a navigator for my branch in the future? Nami was completely stunned. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say for a moment. What on earth was this Clearly he was here to attack the Evil Dragon pirate crew, yet he was discussing recruitment matters in the midst of battle. You? Just survive first, okay? Nami struggled for a long time before finally managing to say this. Ryan chuckled lightly, straightened up, and brushed off non-existent dust from his coat. Lane's figure transformed into a faint golden streak of light, instantly traversing tens of meters to reappear in the center of the plaza. His landing was effortless, as if he had merely stepped down from a staircase, the hem of his coat not yet fully settled. Yet just as he prepared to stride toward the 3 fishermen officers, a figure appeared at his side. Young master, such low-level minions are not worth your personal intervention. Kilo's voice was as calm as ever, even carrying a hint of elegant composure. Leave them to me. Lane tilted his head slightly, glancing at Kilo's scholarly face behind the half-rimmed glasses. Kilo's expression remained unchanged, his signature smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if what he was about to do was not slaying 3 fishermen officers, but attending an afternoon tea party. Lane pondered for a moment and withdrew his already advanced foot. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Don't take too long. 5 minutes. Kilo adjusted his glasses, his tone casual. 5 minutes at most. As his words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. It was as if his body had merged into the air in that instant, leaving not even a trace of an afterimage. Gio was puffing his cheeks, preparing to shoot a high-pressure water bullet from his mouth. His target was the squad of Navy soldiers on the left side of the plaza. The power of that water bullet was enough to pierce steel plates. If it hit a human body, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, just a second before he was about to release the water bullet, a chilling sensation came from the side of his neck. Joe's pupils dilated sharply. He didn't even see what happened, he only felt a slight coldness on his neck followed by a gush of warm liquid spurting from the side of his neck. The world in his vision began to tilt, spin, and darken. Before his consciousness completely faded, the last thing he saw was his own headless body still standing in place with blood erupting from the neck like a red fountain. And behind him a figure in a dark gray suit was slowly retracting a bloodstained blade, his movements as elegant as the final movement of a violin concerto. Thud! Joe's head hit the ground, rolling twice before stopping. His face, still frozen in the puff-cheeked pose, bore an expression of bewilderment that he could never comprehend. The entire plaza fell silent in that instant. Whether fisherman or Navy soldier, all eyes were drawn to that rolling head. The fishermen who had been roaring and charging now seemed to have their throats clutched, their voices abruptly cut off. A fisherman officer, a shooter who had once roamed the Grand Line with impunity, Joe had been killed in seconds without even time to react. Kailu Ubi, standing at the rear of the plaza, sharply contracted his pupils and immediately assumed a karate defensive stance, his gaze locked onto the human in the gray suit. "Careful, that human is fast," he shouted to warn Xiaoba beside him. But before his words faded, Kilo's figure had vanished again. Xiaoba gripped 6 swords simultaneously, with his 6 arms adopting a fully defensive sword stance. His eyes rapidly scanned the surroundings, trying to track Kilo's movement. However, Kilo's body movement was too bizarre. He did not move in a straight line, but left several lifelike afterimages on the ground, each as vivid as if they were real. Xiaoba's judgment hesitated by a fraction of a second, and that fraction of a second decided his fate. 5 glints of cold light converged and flashed from behind Xiaoba. Xiaoba's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment he sensed the killing intent behind him, he swung all 6 swords backward in an attempt to parry. But Kilo's attack angle was incredibly cunning. The 5 cold lights traced an arc in midair, bypassing Xiaoba's blades, and precisely sliced into the gap between his neck and spine. Squelch! Xiaoba's movements froze. The 6 swords slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground. His body swayed twice, then fell forward, never to move again. Xiaoba! Kailu Ubi's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He let out a roar, his legs kicking off the ground like a cannonball, charging toward Kilo. His arms were filled with all his strength, delivering a straight punch aimed at Kilo's chest. The power of this punch was enough to shatter rock. Kilo did not meet it head-on. His body floated backward like a willow catkin, deftly evading the heavy punch, while in the retreat, he flicked his wrist, sending 3 cold glints flying in a triangle pattern toward Kailu Ubi's throat, heart, and abdomen. Relying on his powerful fishman physique and years of combat experience, Kailu Ubi twisted his body in midair, dodging the vital points of throat and heart, but he could not fully avoid the one aimed at his abdomen. The cold glint slashed across his flank, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Blood instantly stained half his body. He landed, staggering 2 steps, one hand clutching the wound, his face pale, his breath rapid. Kilo stood about 5 meters away, leisurely straightening his collar ruffled by the gust of wind, his tone even carrying a hint of apology. "Sorry, I intended to finish it in 3 moves, but it took an extra one. It seems my recent training has been slack." Kailu Ubi's eyes were filled with resentment and anger, but even more with shock. He had encountered countless powerful enemies on the Grand Line, but never had a human brought him such an overwhelming sense of oppression. It felt like being stared down by a venomous snake. No matter how you dodged or defended, you could not shake off that chilling, killing intent. Kilo gave him no time to catch his breath. His figure flickered again, appearing beside Kailu Ubi. The 5 blades in his hand merged together, slashing upward at an almost impossible angle, entering from under Kailu Ubi's ribs and piercing his heart. Kailu Ubi's eyes bulged wide, his mouth opened as if to say something, but in the end no sound came out. His body slowly sank to its knees, then fell forward, raising a small puff of dust. Thus all 3 officers of the Along pirates were killed. Time elapsed, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Lane frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Kilo's performance, but the 3 officers didn't even provide him a single point. Was it because Kilo was not under the roster of Branch 1? It seemed he would need to assign Kilo a position in the branch after returning, otherwise it would be too wasteful. The remaining 20-plus fishermen grunts in the plaza, seeing their 3 officers slain in quick succession, had their morale utterly shattered. Some began dropping their weapons and fleeing backward, some slumped to the ground with ashen faces, and some tried to escape by jumping into the sea. But the elite Navy soldiers gave them no chance. Seizing the moment of the fishermen's collapse, they quickly encircled and divided them, taking them down one by one. Within mere minutes, not a single fisherman was left standing in the plaza. Throughout the entire Along Park, only one fisherman remained on his feet. Along. He leaped down from the 2nd floor of the Pink Tower, landing in the center of the plaza. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies of his comrades and finally settled on the man in the gray suit. His face was terrifyingly dark, veins bulging on his forehead, his saw-like nose trembling with rage, and his sinister eyes burned with barely contained fury. "You all are seeking death." Along let out a deafening roar, his legs suddenly exerting force, cracking the stone floor beneath him. His massive body charged toward Kilo like an out-of-control train. He would use his teeth, his claws, all his strength to tear that despicable human to shreds. However, he had a faint golden light suddenly coalesced before him, forming a human figure that blocked his path. Lane stood before Along, his hands still in his coat pockets, his expression as calm as if he had encountered a pedestrian blocking his way during a stroll. Standing at a little over 1.8 meters, he wouldn't be considered short in his previous life, but before the 2.5-meter tall Along, he appeared exceptionally small. Yet this seemingly thin young man forced Along's charge to a halt. "Your opponent is me," Lane said calmly. In truth, even if he didn't act, Kilo had enough strength to take down Along. But, with the precedent of the 3 fishermen officers yielding 0 points, Lane was unwilling to let Kilo make a move now. Along looked down at the arrogant human youth before him, and in his fury he laughed. "Ha ha ha. You, a brat who hasn't even grown his hair, and you dare stand in my way." Lane neither got angry nor retorted. He merely tilted his head slightly, and spoke in a tone almost like casual conversation. "You know, I have a habit of not liking to waste words with dead men, but since you're about to die, I'll make an exception and give you 1 minute to say your last words." Along's smile froze on his face, replaced by a more ferocious, murderous intent. "Brat, you will pay for your arrogance." Meanwhile, at the iron gate of Along Park, Ernami still stood under the coconut tree, as if petrified. Her gaze was vacant, staring at the chaotic scene in the plaza. The fishermen corpses strewn across the ground, the fountain pool stained red with blood, and the young officer, standing before Along with a smile on his face. Her mind was blank. Those fishmen. Those who had oppressed Kokoyashi village for 6 years, keeping her in fear and despair. Were they all killed? She had once seen those 3 officers tear apart a merchant ship with their bare hands and slaughter an entire pirate crew single-handedly. She had even believed they were invincible. But now they had been slaughtered like chickens by that bespectacled butler without even putting up a decent fight. And that young officer. He had barely made a move from start to finish, just standing aside, watching as if everything was within his expectations. Who was he? How strong was he? And those words he said, "After we kill Along, you will be mine." Could it be true? Nami pinched her thigh hard to confirm she wasn't dreaming. The pain told her clearly that everything was real. The nightmare that had oppressed her for 6 whole years was being crushed in a way she had never imagined. Her gaze involuntarily followed the figure in the white navy coat in the center of the plaza. Her heart was beating fast, not from fear, but from an emotion she hadn't felt in a long, long time. The evil dragon's muscular arms bulged, and the dark green scales glimmered coldly under the sunlight. He stared fiercely at the young man in a white naval coat before him, the rage in his chest nearly burning away his sanity. The ground was littered with the corpses of fishmen. 3 officers lay dead. Those who once followed him across the east sea now lay sprawled in pools of blood like a pile of discarded garbage. The mastermind behind all this was the young human in front of him, who seemed to be no more than 20 years old. The evil dragon's mind had no space left for further thought. He certainly knew of the existence of the devil fruit. During his time with the Sun Pirates, he had witnessed the terrifying powers of those who wielded it. But at this moment, anger had overwhelmed his reason. He was a fishman, a high-level race with 10 times the strength of a human. How could he possibly lose to a human? "I will tear you to shreds." The evil dragon roared, his legs pushing off the ground with tremendous force, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. His massive body shot towards Ryan like a cannonball, the 5 sharp claws of his right arm slicing through the air, aiming directly at Ryan's face. Ryan did not evade. He tilted his body slightly narrowly, avoiding the claw strike, while his right hand emerged from the pocket of his coat, fingers aligned, gently slicing across the evil dragon's arm. Flish! A thin line of blood appeared on the evil dragon's thick forearm, blood seeping out. The evil dragon didn't even feel the pain, as Ryan's movement was too swift, too fast for his pain receptors to relay any signals. "Is that all you can do?" The evil dragon sneered, swiping another claw in retaliation. Ryan once again dodged with an almost imperceptible movement, leaving another faint cut on his wrist. This continued for several rounds. Every attack from the evil dragon was avoided by Ryan with minimal movement, while Ryan's counterattacks only left shallow scratches on the dragon, seemingly harmless. The evil dragon grew increasingly agitated, his attacks becoming more frantic and revealing more openings. In contrast, Ryan's expression remained as calm as water, even showing a hint of contemplation. He was assessing. He was testing the speed and perception granted by the Aurora fruit, evaluating how much leeway he had when facing an opponent of the evil dragon's caliber. The conclusion was very ample. The evil dragon's speed and strength were indeed formidable in the EC, but to Ryan the dragon's movements appeared like slow-motion images, every attack trajectory crystal clear, providing him with ample time to think and respond. Test completed. Ryan's gaze passed over the evil dragon, looking towards the pink tower deep within the evil dragon's park. On the top floor of the tower was a room with a window facing the sea where a few pots of withered flowers sat on the windowsill. That was Nami's room, the place where the evil dragon had imprisoned her, forcing her to draw sea charts for him, and it also symbolized all the humiliation and pain she had endured over the past 6 years. It's about time to end this, Ryan said softly. His figure suddenly vanished from the evil dragon's sight. The evil dragon was taken aback. Before he could turn his gaze to search, a tremendous roar erupted behind him. Boom! The wall of the top floor of the pink tower was suddenly pierced by a colossal force, debris and dust scattering in all directions. A faint golden beam of light burst forth from the other side of the tower, splitting the entire structure in half. The tower's structure began to collapse violently. The roof tilted, the walls cracked, and finally, with a deafening roar, the entire tower crumbled into a heap of ruins. The evil dragon stared in shock at the tower he had built with his own hands, a symbol of his dominion over Cocoa Village, which had turned into a pile of rubble in just a few seconds. He didn't even see how Ryan accomplished it. He only caught a flash of light before the tower fell. And outside the gates of the evil dragon's park, Nami stood beneath a coconut tree, staring blankly at the collapsed tower. That was her room. That was the place where she had spent 6 years in a nightmare. It was where she curled up on her bed every night, biting her blanket and crying silently. That was the place where she had carved countless young characters into the wall, counting the days as she awaited freedom. Now it had collapsed. Nami's eyes instantly turned red. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. She covered her mouth to suppress any sound, yet her body trembled violently. The grievances of 6 years, the fears of 6 years, the despair of 6 years surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, drowning the 15-year-old girl. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, crouching down and burying her head in her knees, crying out loud. In the center of the square, the evil dragon finally realized something. The human before him was not an opponent he could defeat. That speed, that strength, that nonchalant destruction of his tower, this was definitely not an ordinary naval. This person was a monster. A monster in human skin. Who are you? The evil dragon's voice trembled for the first time. Ryan did not answer. He stood before the ruins with his back to the collapsed tower, facing the evil dragon. His right hand slowly raised, his index finger pointing at the dragon's brow, a blinding light gathering at his fingertip. I am Ryan von Norman, he said, captain of the 187th Division of the Navy. Remember this for your next life. Do not provoke a race you cannot afford to mess with. Whoosh! A slender beam of light shot from Ryan's fingertip, piercing through the air, penetrating the evil dragon's hastily crossed arms, breaking through his sturdy sternum, and ultimately emerging from his back, creating a spray of blood. The evil dragon looked down at the smoothly edged hole in his chest, then looked back up at Ryan, opening his mouth as if to say something. But in the end he could not say a word. His body fell back, crashing heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud. The Sawtooth Sharkman, captain of the evil dragon pirates. Evil dragon was slain. Ding host has killed the evil dragon, earning 2,000 points. Current points balance 137,950. The square fell into silence. The sailors silently sheathed their weapons, beginning to assess the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Close stood to the side, taking out a white handkerchief, carefully wiping the blood from his blades with meticulous movements, as if he were polishing a precious piece of art. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps and shouts came from the direction of the gates of the evil dragon park. Ryan turned to look, only to see a large crowd of civilians surging in from various directions on the street. The men wielded hose, harpoons, and kitchen knives, while the women held rolling pins and scissors, and even the half-grown children clutched stones and sticks. Their faces were set with determination, as if they were prepared to fight to the death. However, when they rushed to the gate and saw the scene in the square, everyone was taken aback. Ruins, corpses, blood, a collapsed tower, fishmen lying scattered about, and a young officer standing in the center of the square along with the Navy soldiers behind him who were clearing the battlefield. An old man with white hair was the first to react. The harpoon in his hand clattered to the ground, his lips trembling, and turbid tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks. Evil dragon. Evil dragon is dead. The evil dragon pirate crew has been wiped out. These words, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirred ripples through the crowd. Some began to sob quietly, some covered their faces, some fell to their knees, and some looked up to the sky and howled. Cries and laughter mingled, forming a peculiar, yet deeply moving wave of sound. A middle-aged woman stumbled into the center of the square, knelt beside a fisherman's corpse, pounded the ground with her fists, and wailed loudly. 6 years. 6 years. My husband was killed by these beasts. Today, finally. Finally. She could not continue as she sobbed, as if she might choke. More people surged into the square. Some spat on the fishermen's corpses, some knelt on the ground, murmuring to the sky, as if offering comfort to their departed loved ones. The entire Evil Dragon Park had become a boiling sea where sorrow and joy intertwined, transforming into a cathartic release of emotions. Lane stood quietly in the center of the square, watching all of this without disturbing. He knew that what these people needed was not his comfort, but an outlet for their emotions. 6 years of oppression and suffering required a ritual to end, and this collective weeping was the best ritual. At that moment, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the direction of the dock. Lane turned and saw a squad of Navy soldiers jogging along the street, led by a stout middle-aged officer with a mustache and a colonel's insignia on his shoulder. Behind him followed about 30 Marines marching in loose formation and wearing slovenly uniforms, a stark contrast to Lane's elite troops. Colonel Rat. He strode into Evil Dragon Park, his gaze sweeping over the mess, his brow furrowed. When he saw the corpse of Elong with a gaping hole in its chest, a visible twitch ran through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What happened here? Colonel Rat said in a heavily bureaucratic tone, putting on a stern face. I am Colonel Rat, commander of the 16th branch. This area is under the jurisdiction of the 16th branch. Since such a major incident has occurred here, according to procedure, it should be handled and managed by our side. Which unit are you from? Why are you in my jurisdiction? Lane turned around, looking at the belated colonel with a calm expression. Navy 187th branch, branch commander Colonel Lane von Norman. Under direct orders from Fleet Admiral Jean Gua, I came to investigate and suppress the Evil Dragon pirate crew. Mission accomplished. Elong and its main officers have been killed, the remaining members have been captured. Colonel Rat's face shifted but soon resumed its authoritative demeanor. Orders from Fleet Admiral Jean Gua. I received no such notification. According to the Navy's command structure, the defense of the Kinumi Islands is under the 16th branch. Any military operation should have been communicated to me in advance. Your unauthorized action is a serious violation of discipline. He stepped forward, puffing out his belly, trying to intimidate with his height and weight. Now I order you to withdraw immediately and hand over the scene to my side. As for your unauthorized action, I will report it truthfully to headquarters and await their decision. And you're probably hoping to destroy all evidence related to yourself before Moj arrives, and also pocket most of the Evil Dragon pirate crew's treasure, aren't you? Lane looked at him without immediately replying. A subtle tension filled the air. Fleet Admiral Jean Gua should have ordered you to return to the branch and await inspection by Colonel Moj from Logatown, correct? Lane spoke slowly. Didn't you receive the order? A flicker of panic passed through Colonel Rat's eyes, but he quickly masked it. Order? I didn't receive any order. Perhaps it was a communication delay. In any case, until I receive an official order, the affairs here remain under the jurisdiction of the 16th branch. Please cooperate. Lane let out a soft sigh. He was tired of wasting words and time. He raised his hand and waved it casually. Take them all down. Yes, Colonel. The moment the words were spoken, the 20 elite Marines behind him moved instantly, surrounding Colonel Rat and his 30-odd Marines with lightning speed. Muzzles were aimed at them, and a chilling, killing intent permeated the air. The Marines Colonel Rat had brought were only good at bullying civilians. When it came to a real fight, they were no match for these elite headquarters soldiers. Many dropped their weapons on the spot and raised their hands. Colonel Rat turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. You dare? I'm a colonel. We are of equal rank. You have no authority to arrest me. Lane walked up to him, looking down at this corrupt officer who was half a head shorter, his voice calm, as if you colluded with pirates, oppressed the people, obstructed official duties, and disobeyed headquarters orders. Any one of these charges is enough to send you to a military tribunal. As for whether I have the authority to arrest you, he paused, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You can try to resist, and then see if I dare to execute you on the spot. Colonel Rat met Lane's calm, almost icy eyes, and a chill shot from the base of his spine straight to the top of his head. He had no doubt that if he said another word, this young man would not hesitate to kill him. He shut his mouth. Lane turned away, no longer looking at him, and gave orders to the Marines behind him. Escort them all onto the ship and detain them at the branch. Simultaneously notify headquarters that Colonel Rat of the 16th branch is suspected of colluding with pirates and disobeying military orders and has been taken into custody by our unit. Request headquarters to send someone for handover. Yes, Colonel. The Marines swiftly moved, disarming, binding, and escorting Colonel Rat and his 30-odd Marines toward the dock. Colonel Rat, with 2 Marines holding his arms, was dragged away, dejected and devoid of his earlier arrogance. Lane stood in the midst of the ruins of Evil Dragon Park, the sea breeze stirring the hem of his white coat, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. The villagers in the square gradually stopped crying, and some began to gather around him, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. An old man with white hair tottered up to Lane and bowed deeply and said in a choked voice, "Benefactor, you are our great benefactor from Tekkai village." Lane reached out, supported the old man's arm, and gently lifted him. "Old sir, there's no need for this. It is my duty." His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on the coconut tree in the distance where Nami was still crouching but had stopped crying. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking toward Lane. The rays of the setting sun traced the tear streaks on her face. In those amber eyes, besides tears, there was an expression Lane had never seen in her before. It was the light of freedom. On the sea, a medium-sized naval warship was cleaving through the waves, heading toward the 16th Naval Branch. The naval flag at the bow fluttered loudly in the sea breeze, and the Marines on deck were each performing their duties, everything orderly. Inside the captain's quarters, Simiji was sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, 2 cigars clamped between his teeth. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression betrayed a hint of irritation. He had just received a communication from headquarters, and its contents irritated him greatly. That kid named Lian, just a noble brat who bought his way to the rank of colonel with money. How credible his intelligence is remains a question mark, yet headquarters actually believed it without question. Simiji exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone laced with disbelief, but even more so with an indescribable sense of resistance. Tekkai, standing nearby, pushed up her glasses and spoke cautiously. "But Colonel Simiji, according to the files I've reviewed, there was indeed intelligence 6 years ago that the Long pirates had arrived in the East Blue, but after that there was no further news, as if the pirate crew had vanished into thin air. If Branch 16 was indeed colluding with them and helping to cover it up, then everything would make sense." Hearing this, Simiji snorted coldly. "That Colonel Mouse is indeed no good. In the past I did propose that Lowtown be responsible for a covert inspection of all branches in the East Blue, but it was directly rejected by the higher-ups. And now, a noble brat who spent berries to buy his rank at headquarters, relying solely on his one-sided account, managed to get the top brass to nod. I just can't stand those who climb up through connections and money." Upon hearing this, Tekkai fell silent. "But I heard that Colonel Lian is only 18 this year. He became the head of the Nuaraman family at the age of 8, and in 10 years he expanded the family's business by more than 10 times. Someone capable of that shouldn't be a mere playboy, right?" Simiji glanced at her and said impatiently, "You sure know how to speak up for him." Tekkai quickly waved her hands. No. I just think that before seeing him in person, we shouldn't jump to conclusions." Simiji didn't want to argue further. He waved his hand and said, all right. When we get there, I'll see for myself just how capable this guy that Jean Gua values so much really is." Hearing this, Tekkai suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then the door to the captain's quarters was knocked, and a communication soldier entered, standing at attention and saluting. "Reporting Colonel Simiji. Urgent message from headquarters." Simiji frowned, took the telegram, and scanned it. His expression gradually became interesting. After reading the telegram, he was silent for a few seconds, then handed it to Tekkai, saying with a complex tone, "Take a look yourself." Tekkai took the telegram, quickly scanned it, and then widened her eyes. The content of the telegram was roughly as follows: the Long pirates have been completely suppressed by Branch 187. The chief culprit Long and 3 main officers have been killed, and all remaining members have been captured. Colonel Mouse of Branch 16, ignoring headquarters orders, led over 30 Marines to Tekkai village and obstructed Branch 187 in carrying out its duties under the pretext of jurisdictional authority. Colonel Lai, and head of Branch 187, has under the authorization of headquarters disarmed and taken control of Colonel Mouse and his subordinates and is escorting them to Branch 187. Order your unit to immediately change course and proceed to Branch 187 for the handover procedures. Escort Colonel Mouse and his subordinates to Lowtown, where they will be taken over by personnel from headquarters for interrogation." Tekkai put down the telegram, opened her mouth, and finally managed to say, "Colonel Lian. He actually arrested Colonel Mouse." Simiji stood up, stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, and said with a tone that carried a gravity he himself didn't fully realize, "It seems this kid is much more ruthless than I imagined." Tekkai village. The morning light was faint, and the sea surface shimmered with rippling waves. Lion stood on the dock watching the 10 Marines of the 3rd Squad board a patrol boat preparing to depart again for Juzi Town at the northern end of the Kinumi archipelago to continue the recruitment mission that had been interrupted by the Long pirates incident. As for the 4th Squad, they were to stay directly in Tekkai village for recruitment. This time there shouldn't be anyone to stop you. If you encounter any situation you can't handle, contact the branch using the Den Mushi. Lion said to the squad leader. Understood. The squad leader of the 3rd Squad gave a standard military salute, then turned and jumped onto the patrol boat. The whistle sounded, and the patrol boat slowly left the dock. Lion watched the boat sail away for a distance before turning and walking toward the Chinching, which was docked at another pier. Kaluo was already waiting by the gangplank, and beside him stood a girl with short orange hair. Name. She had changed into clean clothes, carried a small traveling bag, and clutched tightly to her chest a thick waterproof folder containing the East Blue Sea charts she had drawn over the years. Her eyes no longer held the wariness and guard of a week ago, but were replaced by a cautious hope along with a faint undertone of unease. Are you really going to take me to your branch? Name looked up at Lion and asked. What, having second thoughts? Lion countered. No way. Name immediately shook her head, then hesitated, and said in a low voice, I'm just not sure what I can do. I only know how to draw sea charts and read the weather. I'm no good at fighting. Who said you need to fight? What I need is someone who can help me read this, see, not a fighter who can take on 10. Leave the fighting to the others. Lion smiled and walked up the gangplank. Name paused for a moment, then quickly followed. The Chinching slowly left the dock, sailing northeast toward Cayman Island. To be honest, the Chinching was just a merchant ship not originally designed for naval combat, and its speed was slightly slower than naval warships and most pirate ships. The two simply modified patrol boats had the same issue. Getting a warship from headquarters was basically impossible. After all, Lion had said that headquarters wouldn't have to spend a single berry. Besides a few warships, how many berry could they cost? Was Lion someone short of that money? Obviously not. The Noirman family's own businesses included a shipyard, which had long occupied over 70% of the shipbuilding business in the entire East Blue. Perhaps their shipbuilding skills were still inferior to the Kalila Company, but they were second to none in the East Blue. In fact, he had already ordered the shipyard to immediately build one medium-sized warship and 2 small warships. It was estimated that in a few days they could be launched. Adding outfitting and sea trials, they could be delivered to Branch 187 within about a week. By then, the Chinching and the 2 small patrol boats could retire with honor. Lion stood in the bridge holding a cup of black tea brewed by Kaluo, his gaze casually sweeping across the sea. The matter in Keksia village had come to an end, and Colonel Mouse had been arrested. Barring any surprises, there was a high probability that Zhonghua would directly disband the 16th Naval Branch. After all, Branch 16 and Branch 187 were too close. They could be considered within the same. Now that things had turned out this way, Branch 16 from top to bottom would be purged. So why not take this opportunity to disband Branch 16 and transfer the entire jurisdiction to Branch 187? The Navy could also save the annual budget of one branch. Next, all he had to do was wait for the final order from the Navy. And just then, report, Colonel. A pirate ship spotted off the port bow. Distance approximately 3 nautical miles. The Marine in the crow's nest suddenly shouted loudly. Lion put down his teacup, quickly walked out of the bridge, raised his binoculars, and looked in that direction. Indeed, at the horizon, a sailboat with a red hull and a female figurehead carved at the bow was sailing southeast. On the sail was a striking skull emblem, a pink heart-shaped skull. Lion narrowed his eyes, searching his memory for this emblem. After a moment, he lowered his binoculars, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yair Lita Pirates. Kaluo stood beside him, also lowering his binoculars and nodding. Indeed, it's Yair Lita's ship. The captain, Yair Lita, has a bounty of about 5 million berry, which makes them a second-rate pirate crew in the East Blue, nothing to speak of. 5 million berry is indeed not high. But what I'm interested in isn't Yair Lita, Lion said casually, but his gaze never left that ship. Kaluo raised an eyebrow, slightly waiting for him to continue. Lion was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Do you still remember the boy named Kubai I mentioned to you before? Kubai. Kaluo thought for a moment. You mean the kid you mentioned in the intelligence who works as a servant on Yair Lita's ship? Yes, that's him. Lion put down his binoculars and turned to look at Kaluo. That guy's talent is actually quite ordinary, even poor, but he has one merit: he is diligent enough. Perhaps one of the most diligent people in the world. Diligent. Exactly. And it's a kind of reckless diligence. Lion's tone carried a hint of seriousness. If given a suitable platform and proper guidance, his growth rate will exceed most people's imagination. And right now he's exactly the kind of person I need. Hearing this, Kaluo nodded thoughtfully. So young master intends to recruit him? Lion replied briefly, then turned and walked toward the helmsman's position. Change course. Chase them down. Don't let them escape. The helmsman immediately turned the wheel, and the gray patrol boat traced a graceful arc across the sea, charging at full speed toward the Yair Lita pirate ship. The sea breeze billowed the sails, the ship's speed rapidly increased, the bow split the waves, and white spray flew to both sides. Name poked her head out of the cabin, saw the commotion, and couldn't help but pause. What's going on? A situation. Chasing a pirate ship. Lion replied casually. A pirate ship? Name's eyes lit up. Are we going to fight? Can I watch? Lion glanced at her and shook his head helplessly. You're quite excited. Of course, Nami said matter-of-factly. I'm your appointed navigator after all. I have to see what level my boss fighting is at, right? What if you're all show and no substance? I'd better cut and run early. Lion was amused by her words. Didn't you get enough of a look when we wiped out the Elong gang? In truth, she just wanted to watch the excitement and see if she could sneakily pick up something good afterward. Then watch closely. Don't blink. On the deck of the pirate ship. Captain, Marines are catching up. A pirate pointed at the gray patrol vessel approaching in the distance. Not a standard warship, but flying the Marine flag. His voice tinged with tension. Alvida leaned against the railing at the bow holding a small mirror, leisurely admiring her own proud face. Hearing her subordinates report, she closed the mirror, unhurriedly glanced at the pursuing warship, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Humph, just a patrol vessel, and not even a regular Marine ship, and it dares to chase me. She tucked the mirror into her bosom and stood up, her voluptuous figure casting a striking curve in the sunlight. Turn around. Head straight for them. Let those reckless Marines see what real pirates are. Seeing their captain's confidence, the pirates grew arrogant, shouting as they turned the wheel and adjusted the sails. Alvida's pirate ship carved an arc across the sea, charging straight toward the gray patrol vessel instead of the distance between them closed rapidly. When the two ships were about 300 meters apart, she waved her hand. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons on the broadside spat tongues of flame, and black cannonballs streaked with white smoke flew toward the gray patrol vessel. Yet just before the cannonball struck the patrol ship, Ryan stood atop the bridge and casually waved his hand. Several pale golden beams shot from his fingertips, intercepting the cannonballs midair with precision. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs exploded in the air, bursting into brilliant sparks, none reaching the patrol ship's deck. Alvida's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her arrogant demeanor. Interesting. Once we're close, I'll tear that pretty boy apart myself. The distance between the ships continued to shrink. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. When the two ships' sides nearly touched, Alvida leaped and was the first to jump onto the gray patrol vessels. Behind her, dozens of pirates howled and followed, brandishing blades and guns ready to slaughter. Then they slammed into a wall of iron forged by 10 elite Marines. The three pirates in the lead hadn't even swung their weapons before 3 standard-issue sabers pierced their chests simultaneously. Next, a volley of flintlocks felled 5 or 6 pirates in the rear. The survivors realized with horror that these Marine soldiers fought nothing like the ones they had encountered before. They did not retreat, did not yield, did not shout. They simply reaped in silence, efficiently, ruthlessly. With every flash of a blade, a pirate fell. With every gunshot, a pirate died. The battle ended in less than 3 minutes. The dozens of pirates Alvida had brought lay scattered across the deck, dead or wounded, not one left standing. Only one of Ryan's 10 Marines sustained a light injury, and their formation remained unbroken. Compared to the fishmen under Arlong, Alvida's crew was utterly insignificant. The sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying a heavy scent of blood. Alvida stood amidst the corpses, her iron club still raised mid-swing, but she was completely frozen. She looked around at her subordinates, who had been drinking and carousing with her not long ago, now lying in pools of blood, and her mind went blank. How could this be? She had roamed the East Blue for years and never encountered anything like this. Even when facing other pirate crews, they at least put up a fight. How could they be wiped out like slicing vegetables? Her gaze finally landed on the young man standing atop the bridge, the one in spotless white Marine coat, who had never stepped into the battle. His expression was calm, even bored. Ryan was indeed bored. He had thought Alvida, with a bounty of 5 million berries, might at least give him a little exercise. But this woman, aside from being stout and loud, possessed no combat skills worth mentioning. Her crew was a rabble. Despite outnumbering his men several times over, they couldn't even defeat his most. Ryan leaped from the bridge and landed on the deck. He glanced at the corpulent, coarse-faced woman with undisguised disgust. He didn't even want to exchange a word with her. Such trash wasn't worth his time. Ryan raised his right leg, a simple whip kick. Fast. Utterly fast. So fast that Alvida couldn't see his movement. She felt an immense force strike her waist, and she was sent flying like a ragdoll hit by a speeding train, tumbling through the air before splashing into the distant sea. Glub, glub, glub. Alvida thrashed on the surface for a moment, then sank, disappearing without a trace. Ryan lowered his leg, not even glancing in that direction, as if he had merely kicked away a bothersome piece. He brushed imaginary dust off his trouser leg, and casually said to Kuro beside him, "Search the ship. See if there's anything useful." "Yes, young master." Kuro nodded slightly, and led a group of Marines onto Alvida's ship. There was little of value on Alvida's ship: a few crates of cheap rum, some scattered gold and silver coins, a few rusty swords, and various odds and ends. The Marines packed the supplies for confiscation. Just then a Marine emerged from the hold, hurried to Kuro, and whispered a report. Kura's brow twitched slightly, and he turned toward the hold entrance. Soon he emerged followed by a short round. The boy appeared about 15 or 16, wearing a tattered striped shirt with striking pink hair. He kept his head down, trembling, his hands clutching the hem of his shirt, not daring to look up. Kuro brought the boy before Ryan and said flatly, "Young master found him in the storage compartment below. According to him, he was captured by Alvida to be a servant and has been doing hard labor on this ship for a month." Ryan looked down at the trembling boy, silent for a few seconds. "Lift your head." The boy flinched, hesitated for a long moment, then slowly raised his head, revealing a round, childlike face, a pair of round-framed glasses perched on his nose and eyes behind the glasses brimming with tears, full of fear and anxiety. "What's your name?" Ryan asked. Kobe." The boy's voice was barely a whisper, trembling. "My name is Kobe." Ryan looked at him, saying nothing. This was Kobe. In the original story, the timid, cowardly boy who still harbored a dream of becoming a Marine. The child who had been a slave on Alvida's ship for 2 years, beaten and abused daily, yet never gave up hope. The future Marine headquarters captain hailed as a hero of the Marines. At this moment, he was just a Ryan crouched down to eye level with Kobe, his tone softer than before. "What are you afraid of?" Kobe shrank back, his voice still quivering. "I am afraid you're here to arrest me. I'm not a pirate, but I've been on this ship so long. I'm afraid you'll think I'm an accomplice." "Are you?" No. Kobe shook his head frantically, tears almost spilling. "I was captured. They forced me to wash clothes, cook, and scrub the deck. I never wanted to be a pirate. I've always wanted to." He stopped abruptly, as if afraid to say more. "Wanted to what?" Ryan pressed. Kobe bit his lip, hesitated for a long time, then gathered all his courage and blurted, "I want to be a Marine." After saying that, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, lowering his head again, waiting for the expected mockery or scolding. Over the past month, every time he accidentally voiced this wish, it was met with beatings and merciless ridicule from Alvida and the other pirates. They had trampled his dignity to dust, making him afraid to even dream of that ambition. Yet the expected mockery never came. Ryan stood up, looking down at him, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable weight. "You want to be a Marine? Then be one." Kobe jerked his head up, eyes wide, staring at Ryan in disbelief. "But," Ryan's tone turned serious, "being a Marine isn't a game. Putting on that uniform means facing pirates, storms, and enemies far. You might get hurt, you might die, you might not even leave a whole body. Even so, do you still want to be one?" Kobe's lips trembled, but his eyes became resolute as never before. He shouted with all his might, "I do. I want to be a Marine. I'm not afraid of death. I really am not." Ryan looked at him, silent for a moment, then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Good," he said. "Then I'll give you a chance. From today on, you are a recruit of the 187th Marine. They'll have someone teach you how to fight, how to shoot, how to navigate, everything you need to learn. But remember this." Ryan leaned down, meeting Kobe's eyes, speaking each word distinctly. "No one can prove you're not worthless except yourself. Use your actions, your sweat, your persistence to show everyone is not a waste." Kobe's tears finally burst forth. He wiped his eyes forcefully, then bowed deeply to Ryan, his voice choked but determined. "Yes, I will never let you down." The Morning Star sailed steadily across the sea, its gray bow cleaving the azure waters and trailing a long white wake. Sunlight poured onto the deck, and the sea breeze carried a salty, damp scent. Everything seemed tranquil and serene. In a corner of the deck, Kobe stood nervously, his hands uncertain where to place, his gaze darting around, as if he had yet to recover from the earth-shattering events of just moments ago. Just a few hours earlier, he had been a lowly servant on Alvida's ship, subject to everyone's abuse. Now he stood on the deck of a Marine patrol vessel, having become an honorable recruit. The feeling was too surreal, as if he were dreaming. "Hey, pink-haired boy." A crisp female voice came from behind him. Kobe turned to see a young woman with short orange hair leaning against the ship's railing, holding an orange in her hand. She peeled it with interest as she studied him, a mischievous glint in her eyes, like a cat that had found an amusing toy. "You?" "Hello." Kobe instinctively straightened his body, his voice growing tense again. "My name is Kobe. Please take care of me." "I'm Nami," Nami said, tossing a segment of orange into her mouth and speaking indistinctly. "I heard Lane personally dragged you off the pirate ship. You're a lucky kid to catch that guy's eye." Kobe scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yes. Lord Lane said I could be a trainee at his branch." "A trainee, huh?" Nami drew out the words, sizing him up from head to toe, then gave an unvarnished assessment. "Then you'd better be prepared. That guy might look cheerful, but he's ruthless with his own people. Look at the soldiers under him. Each one is as tough as iron. They've probably been trained to the brink of death." Kobe's face paled slightly, but he nodded firmly. "I am not afraid of hardship. Not afraid of—" Nami blinked, suddenly leaning in closer and lowering her voice. "Do you know what he said to that bespectacled steward just now?" Kobe shook his head. Nami mimicked Lane's tone, dropping her voice. "Kuro, he's yours. The training method is only one sentence, as long as it doesn't kill, train until it does." Kobe's face turned ghostly pale. Seeing his expression, Nami burst into laughter, bending over. Ha ha ha. Your expression is hilarious. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Even though he did say that you don't have to be so scared. Kobe didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the girl laughing uncontrollably. But he could sense that Nami meant no harm. It was just a good-natured prank. Alright, no more teasing. Nami wiped away tears of laughter and patted Kobe on the shoulder. Since you're on this ship, we're all in the same boat now. If you ever don't understand something, you can ask me. I'm new here too, but at least I know a bit more than you. Kobe looked at Nami's smiling face, a warm surge filling his heart. He nodded vigorously. Thank you, Miss Nami. Don't call me Miss, it sounds weird. Nami waved her hand. Just call me Nami. Yes, Nami. As the sun set, the Morning Star slowly sailed into the Crescent Moon Bay dock of Coman Island. Lane stood at the top of the bridge, already seeing his newly established branch camp in the distance. The administrative building, barracks, mess hall, training ground, and warehouse cast long shadows in the twilight. On the dock, the remaining Norman family guard force was already lined up waiting. However, when his gaze swept across the empty parade ground behind the dock, his brow furrowed slightly. He seemed to have forgotten to build a prison. Thus, for the next 3 days, that parade ground, originally used for training and assembly, became a temporary outdoor detention center. Captain Nezumi, the more than 30 disarmed Marines from the 16th branch under his command, and the surviving prisoners from the Arlong and Alvita pirate crews, all were shackled and confined in the center of the parade ground, guarded round the clock by 10 Marines. By day they were scorched by the sun, by night they shivered in the sea breeze. Meals consisted of thin porridge and hard bread. Water was rationed, and they were escorted to the latrines under guard. Captain Nezumi had tried to protest, claiming that as a Marine captain he deserved better treatment. The guard Marine replied flatly, "The branch commander said you are now a suspect, not a captain." Captain Nezumi was so enraged he nearly fainted. 3 days later in the morning, a warship appeared. It was a standard medium-sized Marine warship with a displacement of about 1500 tons. Its hull was painted in the standard deep blue of the Marines, and a large Marine flag flew from the bow. As the distance closed, rows of Marines in neat uniforms could be seen standing on the deck, their formations orderly, clearly regular troops from Lobetown. The warship slowly docked. The gangplank was lowered, and a tall man with white hair and 2 cigars clenched in his mouth strode down. He wore an open white Marine coat revealing his muscular chest, and carried a large JIT 10-handled weapon at his waist. His steps were steady, his presence imposing. Behind him followed a young female officer with glasses carrying documents and dozens of armed Marines. Smoker. Lane stood on the dock to greet him, a polite but distant smile on his face. He extended his hand. "Captain Smoker, I've long heard of your reputation." Smoker did not take his hand. Instead, he stood before him, looking down at him appraisingly, then gave a snort. "So you're the kid who bought a captain's commission for 2 billion berries." The atmosphere froze instantly. Kuro, standing behind Lane, gave a slight cold glance, but his expression remained unchanged. Nami and Kobe, standing farther away, both gasped simultaneously. Kobe thought, "This guy is way too rude." As for Nami, her mind was entirely consumed by the number Smoker had mentioned, and her eyes even turned into berry symbols. 2 billion berry. 2 billion berry. 2 billion berry. Tashigi quickly stepped forward, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. What Captain Smoker means is, he has long heard of Captain Lane's exploits. After all, becoming a branch commander at such a young age is truly admirable. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, unappreciative. "I didn't say that." Tashigi's smile froze on her face, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Lane, however, was unperturbed. He withdrew his unshaken hand, his expression unchanged. "Captain Smoker certainly speaks bluntly. However, it is true that I joined the Marines through a special recruitment order. There's nothing to deny about that. As for the 2 billion berry, that was the Norman family's donation to the Marine cause, not a payment for a commission. Of course, if you insist on interpreting it that way, I can't stop you." Smoker narrowed his eyes, staring at Lane for several seconds, as if gauging whether the young man was genuinely magnanimous or just putting on a show. After a moment, he exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone laced with provocation. "I heard you personally took down Arlong and captured that worthless Nezumi." "Just luck," Lane replied calmly. "Luck?" Smoker sneered. "In the Marines, luck alone won't keep you alive long. Since you could take down Arlong, you must have some skill. How about a sparring match with me? Consider it entertainment for the welcome ceremony." The air on the dock seemed to solidify. Tashigi stomped her foot in frustration. "Captain Smoker, we're here for the handover, not to fight." Smoker ignored her completely, fixing his gaze on Lane, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Lane paused for a moment, then smiled. "Since Captain Smoker is so inclined, he'll gladly oblige." He turned and walked toward the open area. After a few steps, he stopped and turned his head to Kuro behind him. "Kuro, bring me my sword." Kuro bowed slightly and walked toward the Morning Star's cabin. A moment later, he returned holding an ancient-looking tachi. The scabbard was entirely black, devoid of any ornamentation except for a ring of dark silver metal patterns at the mouth, the crest of the Norman family. Kuro presented the sword to Lane with both hands, his movements as solemn as if offering a sacred relic. Lane took the sword and slowly drew it from the scabbard. The blade gleamed with a unique luster in the sunlight, not the silvery white of metal but a deep, almost ink-like gray. The blade's texture was fine and uniform, as if every inch had been forged through countless hammerings. The Seastone Tachi, abyssal silence. This sword was crafted by the Norman family at great expense, acquiring a large quantity of high-quality seastone materials through multiple clandestine channels, then entrusting a renowned swordsmith living in seclusion in the South Blue. It took 9 full months to complete. Its quality rivaled that of the great-grade sword Seijo, Awazamono, and its unique seastone material made it a natural bane to devil fruit users. Lane held the blade horizontally before him, gently tracing his fingertips along the spine, feeling the cold, solid touch. It had been over a year since he had seriously practiced swordsmanship. A year ago, he had already stepped into the realm of a swordsman master. Now, combined with the speed of the Aurora fruit, how fast his sword could be. Even he was eager to find out. Lane turned his wrist, pointing the blade tip toward the ground, then raised his head to look at Smoker, a faint smile on his lips. "Captain Smoker, please enlighten me." Smoker's gaze fell upon the jet-black, ink-like Tachi in Ryan's hand, and his pupils abruptly constricted. He could not be mistaken. The unique, non-metallic ashen-black luster, the texture that absorbed light instead of reflecting it under the sun. It was identical to the jit made of seastone hanging at his waist. No, it was even purer and more refined than his jit. His own weapon only had a seastone tip, whereas from the hilt to the tip the entire blade was forged entirely from seastone. "This sword of yours, seastone." Smoker's voice dropped a few notes, his face darkening. Ryan flipped the blade over the spine, catching a faint somber glint in the sunlight. He did not reply, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth said it all. Smoker took a deep drag of his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. "Damn rich man." His expression turned serious, shedding the earlier nonchalant, provocative demeanor. A Tachi forged from seastone. Where in the world did this young man get his hands on something like that? To forge such a blade, the material was merely the first hurdle, and a relatively easy one at that. As long as one had enough berries, there was always a way to obtain it. But even with seastone, that did not mean one could craft such a Tachi. Cutting and processing seastone was a feat few in the entire world could accomplish, let alone forging it into a Tachi of quality comparable to a great-grade sword. But he was Smoker, a captain who graduated from the Marine Headquarters elite training camp, a Logia user of the smoke fruit. He had weathered countless life-and-death battles. How could he fear a noble brat who bought his rank with berries? Interesting. Then let me see if you are truly worthy of this blade. Smoker took the cigar from his mouth, flicked it away casually, and gripped the jit at his waist. No sooner had the words left his lips than his body transformed into a cloud of white smoke surging toward Ryan. The smoke carried the whistling sound of the jit cutting through the air in aggressive and swift assault. Ryan did not retreat. He gripped the sword with his right hand, stepped forward half a pace with his left foot, lowered his body slightly, and then drew the blade. A deep gray sword aura detached from the edge, tearing through the air at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly crossing over 10 meters to strike the surging white mist. Where the sword aura passed, the stone slabs on the ground were carved into a smooth cut, the cross-section as polished as a mirror. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to dodge. The sword aura pierced straight through the center of his body, slicing him diagonally from shoulder to waist into 2 halves. The docks fell into utter silence. Toshiji covered her mouth, letting out a stifled gasp. The Marine soldiers from Lowtown behind her also changed color, some even instinctively stepping back. However, the bisected Smoker did not fall, nor did he bleed. His body turned into 2 clouds of white mist, converging and condensing in midair, once again forming a human shape. Smoker stood unscathed, but his face had lost its earlier composure. A thin layer of cold sweat even seeped from his forehead. A swordsman. This young man was actually a swordsman. Although that sword aura had not been imbued with armament Haki and could not truly harm a Logia body, the swordsmanship it displayed, that condensed extreme cutting power, that effortless control, was not something that could be mastered overnight. It required years, even decades of arduous training, countless swings of the blade, and a certain level of understanding of the sword. An 18-year-old noble son, a dandy he had assumed climbed the ranks through money and connections, was actually— Smoker slowly exhaled a breath, held his jit horizontally before him, and his gaze became unprecedentedly solemn. He cast aside all disdain and arrogance, truly regarding Ryan as an opponent worthy of his full effort. Bending his legs, slightly lowering his center of gravity, Smoker assumed a firm defensive stance. White smoke curled slowly around his body, writhing like a living thing. "I take back what I said. You are not one of those useless guys who buy their rank with money, Smoker said in a low voice. Ryan smiled, faintly slowly drawing the yuan mo from its sheath at his waist, his movements unhurried and composed. It is my honor to receive Captain Smoker's recognition. But, before he finished his sentence, his figure vanished from the spot. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply, and almost instinctively, he crossed his jit in front of his chest to block. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out. Ryan had already appeared before him, the blade of yuan mo slamming heavily against the shaft of the jit, sending sparks flying. Smoker was driven back 2 steps by the force of the blow, the stone slabs beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. Such speed! Alarm bells rang loudly in Smoker's mind. Before he could steady himself, Ryan's second strike came. Not a long-range sword aura, but close-quarters combat, each strike aimed at his vital points. Unlike before, he could evade sword auras through elementalization, but in this close-quarters fight, if that Seastone Tachi landed, even a single hit, the battle would end instantly. Smoker had no choice but to swing his jit with all his might to block and counter, but Ryan's speed was too great. Too fast for his smoke elementalization to fully unfold, too fast for his jit to keep up with anything more than a barely timely block. What added even more pressure to Smoker was that Ryan's sword technique contained an extremely seasoned rhythm. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. One moment a powerful downward slash, the next a mid-air transition into an upward cut. Feints and truths intertwined, making it impossible to defend against. This was not combat experience a fledgling swordsman could possess. It was battle instinct honed through countless real fights. Smoker gritted his teeth and persisted, searching for an opportunity to counter. He spotted a tiny gap after Ryan's swing, thrust his jit forward with his right hand, while his left hand transformed into smoke, attempting to ensnare Ryan's body from the side. But just before his jit struck, Ryan's body suddenly turned into a faint golden light and vanished from his attack range. Smoker's strike missed, and he stumbled forward half a step due to inertia. His pupils dilated as an incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Logia. That was a Logia ability. That kid was also a devil fruit user. He spun around, but it was too late. Ryan appeared beside him like a phantom, the spine of yuan mo tapping lightly, but firmly on his shoulder. Although it was only the spine, not the blade, the body itself was forged from seastone, and the special power contained within instantly rendered half of Smoker's body weak and powerless. Then Ryan's knee drove into his abdomen. A tremendous impact bent his body forward, and the acid in his stomach nearly surged up. Smoker clenched his teeth, forced himself to steady, and with his still recovering body, swept his jit horizontally with all his might. But Ryan vanished into light, once more reappearing behind him. The hilt of the sword struck his wrist with precision. The jit flew from his hand, spun in the air a few times, and clattered to the ground. The battle was over. From start to finish, less than 3 minutes. Smoker knelt on one knee, his right wrist trembling slightly, the jit lying several meters away on the ground. His face was pale, sweat dripping down his cheeks. He had lost completely, decisively outmatched in every aspect. This young man had not even used his full strength. He had not unleashed any major techniques of his devil fruit in the fight, merely employing basic elementalization for movement and evasion. Ryan sheathed yuan mo, took a step back, and gave a slight bow. You yield, Captain Smoker. The docks fell silent for a few seconds. Then Tashiji was the first to react, rushing forward to pick up the jit and hand it back to Smoker, asking quietly, Captain Smoker, are you all right? Smoker did not reply. He simply stood there staring at Ryan for a long time. His expression was complex, shock, reluctance, chagrin, but in the end, all these emotions dissolved into a long sigh. I lost. What I said to you earlier was biased. I thought you were just a noble brat who bought his rank with berries, that taking down Arlong was just luck or someone helping you from the shadows. Now I see I was wrong. He took the jit, hung it at his waist, then raised his head to look Ryan straight in the eye, his tone sincere. He paused, then extended his hand to Ryan. You are strong, stronger than me. Captain Ryan, I apologize for my earlier words and actions. Ryan looked at the outstretched hand, paused for a moment, then reached out and grasped it. Captain Smoker, we are both Marines, our goals are the same. A little misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, it's nothing. Their hands clasped tightly together under the afternoon sunlight. Tashiji stood to the side, nearly moved to tears. In all her time with Smoker, this was the first time she had seen her stubborn superior voluntarily admit his mistake. Off to the side of the training ground, Nami leaned against the railing, chewing on a meat skewer she had swiped from the cafeteria, and mumbled indistinctly to Kobe beside her. See that? That's our boss. Even that thorny guy from Logtown got beaten into submission. Kobe's eyes sparkled, and he nodded vigorously, his vision for the future growing even more steadfast. Smog's warship departed from Koman Island the next morning, taking away the 16th Division's Marines along with those pirates. At the dock, Ryan watched the deep blue warship vanish on the horizon before turning to look at his division. It was time to get to work. The first thing he did was open the system's construction panel and locate the prison category in the building list. The prison options provided by the system were quite abundant, ranging from the basic stone cell to the medium-sized sea-floor stone reinforced prison, and even to the high-priced underwater prison option priced at 3 million points, noted as modeled after Impel and enhanced. Ryan decisively crossed out the underwater prison. It wasn't that he didn't want to build it, but his current points were insufficient even if he were to lose a 0. Although the Evil Dragon Pirates and the Yarlita Pirates had added some points, he only had 139250 which needed to be used for more urgent matters. Ultimately, he pragmatically chose the most basic option, the ground prison. Confirm construction standard prison basic 1, cost 15000 points. Bonus sea-floor stone handcuffs 10 sets. After confirming the construction, Ryan found another construction category: research and production facilities. Weapon Research Lab Basic 1, equipped with basic research equipment capable of improving and developing small to medium-sized weapons. Bonus Researchers 3, cost 25000 points. Armory Basic 1, equipped with basic production equipment capable of mass-producing standard firearms, ammunition, and cold weapons. Bonus Skilled Technicians 10, cost 30000 points. Previously, while dealing with the Evil Dragon Pirates, he had discovered a problem. The existing firearms had limited effectiveness against those with strong physiques. Take the Fishmen, for example. Often even multiple hits would not completely kill them, and they could still retain some combat capability after being shot. Let alone the far more powerful pirates on the Grand Line, or those who had mastered the use of Haki. Clearly, the existing firearms in this world were far too weak. The two buildings together cost 5500 points, plus the prison's 15000, totaling 7000 points. Remaining points, 69250. But these points were well spent and necessary. A week later, all 3 new buildings were completed. The prison was located on the west side of the division camp, with heavy gray-white stone walls and a sturdy lock on the iron door. Inside were 2 rows of 20 single cells and 5 8-person cells. 10 sets of sea-floor stone handcuffs were securely locked in the armory, managed by designated personnel. The Weapon Research Lab and armory stood side by side in the northeast corner of the camp, with chimneys already emitting smoke and the sound of clanging coming from inside. That was the sound of workers debugging the equipment. Meanwhile, after the construction was completed, the corresponding special attributes of the buildings also appeared. Standard Prison Basic LV. 1. A capacity limit 20 single cells, 5 8-person cells expandable. Special effect: within the prison's range, prisoners' physical attributes are reduced by 30. As stamina recovery is reduced by 75. And prisoners held for over 72 hours have a chance to unconsciously reveal key information during sleep, which is compiled daily and reported to the division head's office. Bonus sea-floor stone handcuffs 10 sets. Upgrade conditions: division reaches first-class status, 400 points. Weapon Research Lab Basic LV. 1. Capacity limit 3 researchers with basic knowledge of weapon engineering. Special effect: there is a low probability, about 5, of discovering an improved formula for certain existing materials during research, enhancing specific properties such as toughness, corrosion resistance, etc. Bonus Bolt Action Rifle Car 8K. Technical data, X17. 9257mm rifle cartridge. Technical data, X1. Upgrade conditions: division reaches first-class status, 500 points. Armory Basic LV. 1. Production capacity can produce 20 standard flintlock guns, 15 standard sabers, 200 sets of standard ammunition. Daily production plans can be switched. Other production plans require corresponding results from the Weapon Research Lab. Special effect: defective rate during production is reduced by 50, and the production efficiency of skilled workers who have worked more than 30 days increases automatically by 10. This effect can stack up to 50. Bonus 10 skilled technicians with basic casting, assembly, and maintenance skills. Basic production equipment: forge 2, hydraulic hammer 1, lathe 3, ammunition press 1. Upgrade conditions: division reaches first-class status, 600 points. Medium-sized forge workshop. The special effects and bonuses provided were quite nice. Especially the Weapon Research Lab, which directly provided the technology for bolt-action rifles and matching ammunition. As long as 3 technicians mastered it, the armory could start production. At that time, the combat power of the 187th Division's basic soldiers would see a significant leap. After all, the bullets currently used in the pirate world were merely metal projectiles. In terms of range, accuracy, or power, the differences were vast. During this week, another sound could be heard. That was the sound of Kobe's wailing. Every morning before dawn, the training ground would regularly echo Kobe's heart-wrenching cries, accompanied by curious, ever calm, yet infuriating tone. Too slow. Your stance is wrong. Do it again. Did you skip breakfast today? Oh right, you really haven't had breakfast, so let's finish practice before you eat. Kobe's daily life was like this. He was dragged out of bed by Kuro before dawn, running 20 laps around the training ground. After running, he did 500 push-ups, 500 squats, and 500 sit-ups. Then he was taught the basics of swordsmanship by Kuro with a wooden sword standing for an entire hour, his legs shaking like a sieve. The afternoon comprised swimming and climbing training, as well as practical combat practice. While what was deemed practical combat practice was essentially just Kuro beating him up, said to be training his resilience, which didn't seem unreasonable. In the evening, there was theoretical study, identifying pirate flags, memorizing naval regulations, and learning basic nautical terminology. Every day, Kobe was carried back to the dormitory by Nami and several Marines. Every morning, he would appear on the training ground at the scheduled time, gritting his teeth, eyes red, continuing to complete those seemingly endless training subjects. Although part of the reason was that the military camp had an accelerated recovery effect, the majority still came from Kobe's own willpower. Ryan stood at the window of the administration building, watching the pink figure on the training ground fall and get back up again, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Talent can be cultivated, experience can be accumulated, but that indomitable grit, that is innate. Kobe may not be a raw gem, but he is a piece of stubborn iron. As long as it undergoes enough tempering, stubborn iron can also become steel. However, the tidal resonance benefits Kobe currently brought him were indeed minimal. A recruit who had just started basic training had daily cultivation gains that didn't even reach 1 point, in physical strength, multiplied by 1%, it could almost be ignored. In contrast, the benefits brought by Kuro alone equated to dozens of Kobe. After all, it is no exaggeration to say that Kuro is genuinely a brigadier general level powerhouse who engages in high-intensity training and swordsmanship, honing daily. His cultivation gains are far beyond what Kobe could compare. Ryan closed the system panel and turned his gaze toward the distant sea surface. Considering the time the 4 teams sent out for recruitment should be returning soon. That afternoon, the silhouettes of 2 patrol ships appeared on the horizon. The 4 recruitment teams returned one after another, and the dock became lively. The first team brought back 28 new recruits, mostly fishermen and hunters' children from Hosha Town, with robust physiques and bright eyes. The second team brought back 22 new recruits from Sugar Juice Village, some of whom even had brief experiences as mercenaries, giving them a bit of a foundation. The third team had the richest haul, recruiting 35 new soldiers from Orange Town, which included a middle-aged man who had served as a bosun on a merchant ship, possessing rich sailing experience. The fourth team brought back 15 new soldiers from Kikosha Village and several nearby small villages. Although their numbers were few, they were all young men who volunteered to enlist. Among them, a few were known to Nami, making her exceedingly happy. On the same afternoon, 3 brand-new warships also sailed into Crescent Bay of Coman Island. The leading medium-sized warship had a displacement of about 1500 tons, featuring smooth lines, painted in standard navy deep blue, equipped with 8 deck cannons and armed with a heavy cannon at the bow. The 2 smaller warships that followed were even more agile, each equipped with 4 deck cannons suitable for nearshore patrol and rapid pursuit. These 3 warships were crafted by the Norman family's private shipyard according to naval standards. Ryan stood on the dock watching the 3 brand-new warships slowly dock, observing the 100 new soldiers line up under their respective leaders, noting the mix of tension and anticipation on their faces, nodding in satisfaction. These soldiers were different from those summoned by the system. They were real people with their own past, personalities. More importantly, each of their cultivation gains would contribute 1% through tidal resonance into Ryan. 100 people, although they were still untrained recruits for now. Once they began training, even if each person only generated a small amount of cultivation gains daily, together they would amount to a considerable figure. Perhaps it was still much less than Ryan's own daily cultivation gains, but this was free. Moreover, as their strength grew and the number of branch personnel increased, this number would naturally grow larger. Ryan turned around, facing the 100 young faces, raising his voice. "Welcome to the Navy's 187th Division. I am Division Head Ryan Von Norman. From now on, you are no longer fishermen, farmers, hunters, or sailors. You are Navy. You will undergo the most rigorous training, learn the most professional combat skills, and become the strongest soldiers in the East Sea." He paused, scanning the crowd, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I know some of you thinking, Brad, that's fine, time will prove everything. A week from now, you will discover that you have undergone a transformation. A month from now, you will realize that you have far surpassed the average level of your peers. 3 months from now, you will find that those once formidable pirates in your eyes can now be easily defeated." Now all personnel left face. Target training ground. The first item today is a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Those who do not finish will not be allowed to have dinner. The faces of the new recruits instantly displayed a spectrum of emotions. Some looked hesitant, some gasped in shock, and others began to regret their decision to enlist. But under the urging of their squad leaders, they ultimately took their first steps, running towards the training ground. Ryan stood in place, watching their retreating figures, his smile deepening. The gears of tidal resonance finally began to turn. At 6 in the morning on Cayman Island, the first rays of sunlight had just crossed the horizon, gilding the entire island in a pale golden glow. On the training ground, 100 new recruits stood in perfect formation, their backs straight. Though their naval uniforms were still brand new, they had been soaked through with sweat countless times, then dried by the sea breeze, leaving a faint layer of salt stains. This was the 7th day of Hell Week, and also the last. 7 days ago, when these 100 young men from various villages and towns across the Kanumi archipelago set foot on Cayman Island, their eyes still held confusion, anxiety, and even a hint of slovenly carelessness. Among them were fishermen, farmers, hunters, sons of small shopkeepers, and even 2 former thugs who had once served as bouncers at a gambling den. Their reasons for enlisting varied. Some wanted to have enough to eat, some sought to escape their enemies, and some simply thought the naval uniform looked handsome. But now all of them stood straight in the morning light, their gazes firm, their breathing steady, awaiting the instructor's command. Their transformation was not merely a change in spirit. If anyone had observed them closely over these 7 days, they would have noticed that the recruits' bodies were undergoing visible changes. Their once slack muscles had become taut, their slouched postures had straightened, and their formerly murky eyes had grown clear and sharp. 7 days of high-intensity training, combined with the barracks' accelerated physical recovery and the cafeteria's attribute-enhancing meals, had boosted their physical fitness at a rate far beyond the norm. Attention! The duty squad leader's command rang out across the training ground. 100 recruits snapped their feet together in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized with not a single error. Lion stood on the steps of the administration building, nodding with satisfaction as he watched the fledgling formation. He descended the steps and walked to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over every young face. 7 days ago, when you first arrived here, I asked the veterans a question. How many days did they think you could endure this hellish training? Lion's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the entire training ground. Some answered 3 days, some answered 5 days. No one answered 7 days. But now you stand here. You thought you could only run 5 kilometers, but now you can run 20. You thought you couldn't do 200 push-ups, but now you can do 1,000 in one go. You thought you would be eliminated, but you weren't. Lion paused, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Hell Week is over. A burst of unrestrained cheers erupted from the ranks. Some clenched their fists in excitement, some collapsed directly to the ground, gasping for air, others embraced each other, and a few even had reddened eyes. These 7 days they had endured pain and suffering they had never experienced in their lives, but they had made it through. Lion raised his hand to signal for silence. But from today you will enter the second phase of training. If the first week taught you to persevere, then starting from the second week you will learn to fight. Hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, artillery, reconnaissance, navigation, and so on. You will learn all the skills required of a naval soldier. Although the training intensity will be somewhat lower than the first week, the density of learning content will increase significantly. He paused, scanning the crowd. I hope you do not forget what you learned in the first week. Now dismissed. Half a day of rest and formal specialized training begins this afternoon. The recruits cheered again, then surged in groups toward the mess hall. The air was thick with the rich aroma of meat and freshly baked bread. The kitchen staff had prepared a hearty breakfast to reward the recruits who had survived Hell Week. Meanwhile, at the other end of the training ground, a pink-haired youth was carrying out his daily morning routine without fail. 1,451. 1,452. 1,453. KB lay prone on the scorching sand, his arms trembling, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the ground, darkening small patches of moisture. The muscles in his arms screamed, his shoulders burned, and his lungs felt as if they had been stuffed with burning cotton. Each breath carried a searing pain. But his movements did not stop. 1,454. 1,455. Kayleigh stood beside him, holding a pocket watch, counting expressionlessly. His gaze fell on KB's trembling but unyielding body, and a flicker of barely perceptible approval flashed in his eyes. This youth's talent was indeed mediocre, even poor. But his willpower, that almost obsessive, unyielding tenacity, was something Kayleigh had rarely seen in all the people he had encountered over the years. 1,500. Time is acceptable. Rest for 5 minutes, then start the next set. KB collapsed entirely onto the sand, gasping for air, feeling as if he had been run over by a carriage. Yet a smile lingered on his lips. He had survived another round. As long as he still had breath, he would never give. Under the shade of a nearby tree, Name sat cross-legged on a straw mat, surrounded by a stack of books taller than herself. Her eyes sparkled as if she had seen a room full of treasure. In fact, to her these books were more precious than treasure. Principles of Grand Line Meteorology, Practical Guide to Ocean Currents and Wind Directions, Introduction to Celestial Navigation, Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dangerous Creatures in the Seas. Brand new books lay spread before her, each one the nautical knowledge she had dreamed of. She lifted her head, gazing at the distant figure of Lai and addressing the new recruits, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. That guy, though usually wearing an air of indifference, had actually remembered her casual remark. I wish I had some navigation books to read, and had procured so many in less than a week. Humph, you do have some conscience. Name muttered to herself, then lowered her head, and immersed herself once more in the oceanic world between the pages. At 2 in the afternoon, specialized training officially began. The training ground was divided into several distinct training zones. On the eastern side was the hand-to-hand combat zone. A seasoned Marine skilled in physical arts was teaching the recruits basic boxing and grappling techniques. The recruits paired up, practicing on each other, their shouts rising and falling. A burly recruit suddenly froze mid-motion, his eyes turning vacant, as if entering a state of epiphany. A few seconds later, he snapped back to reality and threw a punch, nearly twice as fast as before and much more concentrated in force. Under the training ground's epiphany trigger effect, he had directly mastered the power technique of basic naval boxing. On the western side was the marksmanship range, where a row of straw targets stood 50 meters away. The recruits, holding standard-issue flintlock rifles, practiced aiming and firing under the instructor's commands. Gunshots rang out in succession, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. A young recruit, after missing the target 5 times in a row, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze was intensely focused. He raised the gun, aimed, and fired. The motion was fluid and precise, the bullet striking the bullseye. A murmur of astonishment rose from his comrades, and even the instructor cast him a few extra glances. On the southern side, the artillery training zone, several recruits were learning how to operate broadside cannons. Loading gunpowder, inserting the shell, adjusting the angle, igniting, and firing. Each step required precise operation and teamwork. A middle-aged recruit who had once served as a sailor on a merchant ship showed a clear advantage. He grasped the basic principles of artillery in just 1 day, and could even estimate the shell's landing point based on target distance and wind speed. On the northern side was the navigation training zone, one of the recruits' most interested areas. A veteran with extensive sailing experience was teaching how to read nautical charts, use a sextant to measure the sun's altitude, and determine direction based on the stars' positions. The recruits sat in a circle, listening with great interest, occasionally raising their hands to ask questions. At the center of all these training zones, Lion stood on the second-floor corridor of the administration building, silently observing the entire training ground. In his mind, the numbers of the tidal resonance benefits were jumping at a steady pace. On the first day, the gains were almost negligible. On the second day, they increased slightly. On the third day, the increment became noticeable. By the 7th day, the total daily training gains from 100 recruits could provide him with the equivalent of half an hour of his own cultivation in terms of physical growth. Though still not much, the growth rate pleased him greatly. Days passed. In the second week, the recruits mastered basic combat skills and shooting essentials. In the third week, they began squad tactical coordination drills and live-fire exercises. In the fourth week, they could already proficiently operate various equipment on warships, and even undertook a 2-day coastal voyage internship. When the evening of the fourth week arrived, 100 recruits stood on the dock facing the shimmering sea under the setting sun. Each face bore an expression vastly different from that of a month ago. It was an expression of confidence. They were no longer the ignorant civilian youths who had just arrived on the island. They were true naval soldiers. Just then, a communications ship from Marine headquarters sailed into Cayman Islands harbor. The ship brought 2 important documents. The first document was the final ruling of Marine headquarters regarding the corruption case of the 16th branch. After the military tribunal, Captain Mouse was sentenced to life imprisonment and sent to the underwater prison Impel Down. Among his subordinates, the 5 ringleaders received sentences of 15 years or more, while the others were sentenced to less than 5 years, dismissed from service, or demoted and transferred, depending on the severity of their crimes. At the same time, Marine headquarters decided to disband the original 16th branch. The entire jurisdiction of the former 16th branch, including the entire Kinumi archipelago and its surrounding waters, was officially placed under the newly established 187th Marine branch. This meant that from today onward, the 187th branch officially had a jurisdiction covering dozens of islands and villages across the Kinumi archipelago, as well as the busiest gold route in the East Blue. As for the second document, well, it wasn't actually a document, but a plaque. The captain of the communications ship personally handed a wooden box about 2 meters long and half a meter wide to Lion. Lion opened the box in front of everyone present. Inside lay a deep blue metal plaque engraved with golden characters, Marine 187th branch. The plaque was heavy, its surface finely polished, catching the dusk light with a steady luster. The font was standard Marine official script, the strokes bold and forceful, exuding a solemn dignity. In the upper left corner of the plaque was engraved the Marine emblem, a combination of a seagull and an anchor, while the lower right corner bore a line of small characters, "See Circle Calendar, 1537 Headquarters System. Lion held the plaque in both hands silent for a moment, then turned and walked toward the entrance of the administration building. Above the main entrance, a blank mounting position had already been reserved. Several Marines brought ladders and tools. Under Kayleigh's direction, they carefully installed the deep blue metal plaque. When the last screw was tightened, when the plaque was firmly fixed above the administration building's main entrance, everyone present fell silent. They gazed at the plaque gleaming in the last rays of the setting sun, and a sense of indescribable pride surged within them. This was their branch, their home. Lion stood on the steps of the administration building looking up at the plaque. After a long moment, he said softly, "Now this looks like something." Behind him 100 recruits stood in neat formation, their eyes blazing. And behind them 3 brand-new warships lay quietly at anchor in the harbor, the naval flags fluttering loudly in the sea breeze. Further in the distance, the vast expanse of the East Blue stretched out, its surface shimmering with golden waves under the setting sun. Marine 187th branch of From Today Onward was truly complete. A month of time was a transformative experience for everyone on Cayman Island. However, for Ryan, the greatest surprise in this entire month was not the growth of the new recruits, nor the resilience of Kirby, but rather the gift from the Weapons Research Lab. Within 2 weeks of settling in, the 3 researchers in the Weapons Research Lab had digested 2 sets of technical documents provided by the system, the design blueprints for the Kar-98K bolt-action rifle, along with the production process for the 9,257mm rifle cartridges. Digestion was just the first step. What truly surprised Ryan was that these 3 researchers did not stop at mere replication. Instead, after grasping the basic principles, they swiftly began working on modifications tailored to the characteristics of the pirate world. The metallurgical craftsmanship in the pirate world was actually quite advanced, especially in high-end fields, as evidenced by the world government's technical department's ability to manufacture killing machines like the Pacifista. However, in the realm of conventional military equipment, the Navy's standard flintlock guns were still at the level of the 17th century, on Blue Star being single-shot, slow to load, low in accuracy, and short in range. The Kar-98K technical documents provided by the system were equivalent to implanting the pinnacle of infantry light weapons from World War II directly into the technological soil of this world. In the 3rd week, the modification work was completed. Ryan stood before the testing platform in the Weapons Research Lab, holding the first prototype rifle. The overall outline of this rifle resembled that of the Kar-98K on Earth, but it had undergone several targeted modifications in detail. The barrel was slightly lengthened to accommodate the generally stronger physique of the pirates, allowing it to withstand greater recoil. The stock was made of a type of ebony wood from the South Sea, providing an excellent grip, and the sights were redesigned with an adjustable windage correction knob. Ryan raised the rifle, aiming through the window at the trunk of a coconut tree 300 meters away. He held his breath and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A crisp and resonant gunshot erupted, the muzzle belching a fireball and smoke. Almost instantaneously, a burst of wood chips exploded from the trunk of the coconut tree 300 meters away, revealing a fist-sized hole. Ryan lowered the rifle, pulled the bolt back, and a hot shell casing clinked as it ejected from the chamber. He glanced at the casing, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Not bad. 3 days later, the first batch of production rifles was officially finalized. Ryan named it the Norman 1537 rifle. Below are the specific parameters of this rifle: Norman 1537 rifle type, bolt action, rifle caliber 7.92mm, overall length 1120mm, barrel length 620mm, empty weight 3.95 kilograms, magazine capacity 5 rounds, bridge clip, loading, initial velocity 820 milliseconds, better than the original Kar-98K's 760 milliseconds. Effective range 650 m, better than the original Kar-98K's 500 m. Maximum range 2800 m, better than the original Kar-98K's 1500 m. Accuracy, diameter of spread at 300 m, 8 cm, better than the original Kar-98K's 12 cm. Feeding method, internal magazine, 5-round bridge clip. Characteristics: improved rifling design for longer barrel life, equipped with adjustable sights for different ranges. Built-in simple maintenance toolkit in the stock. The parameters of the Norman 1537 rifle comprehensively surpassed those of the original Kar-98K. This was thanks to the accumulation of special metal materials in the pirate world. The alloy steel used for the barrel had strength and heat resistance far exceeding that of World War II levels on Blue Star, allowing for higher chamber pressure and longer barrel life. However, production was currently the bottleneck. Although the production line of the small arms factory had been debugged due to limitations in equipment scale and the number of skilled workers, it could currently only produce 5 1537 rifles per day, along with 30 units of ammunition, each unit containing 50 rounds. Even so, after more than a week of accumulation, when the new recruits completed their month-long training, Ryan had already amassed 50 Norman 1537 rifles along with sufficient ammunition reserves. He prioritized distributing this batch of rifles to the 50 recruits who performed the best in shooting assessments and provided them with an additional 2 days of specialized shooting training to ensure they could proficiently master the performance of this new type of weapon. Meanwhile, Ryan issued new instructions to the weapons research lab. Based on the 1537 rifle, he requested the development of a specialized sniper variant. The specific requirements were to lengthen the barrel, install a high-powered optical sight, and optimize the trigger mechanism's travel and force for ultimate long-range precision. After receiving the order, the 3 researchers immediately immersed themselves in a new round of research work. With personnel complete, ships in position, and weaponry upgraded, Ryan felt it was time to take this newly formed team out for some real combat experience. No matter how well they practiced in theory, without stepping onto the battlefield, it would ultimately just be for show. To truly transform a recruit into a seasoned soldier, they must endure the baptism of real combat. They must smell the smoke of gunpowder, hear the whistling of bullets passing by their ears, and feel the sensation of blades cutting through flesh. Only by experiencing these can they truly become qualified naval soldiers. And in this vast sea, there was no shortage of pirates. That afternoon, Ryan and Kuro sat in an office on the second floor of the administrative building. Spread out before them was a distribution map of pirate crews in the East Sea compiled by the Norman family's intelligence network. The map was densely marked with the names of various pirate crews, the names of their captains, bounty amounts, areas of activity, and recent movements. Currently, there are about 127 pirate crews in the East Sea that have bounties. Kuro pointed at the markings on the map and analyzed them one by one. At present, aside from the Dragon that we previously eliminated, the highest bounty in the East Sea is 10 million for Admiral Cleek, the bounty for Cleek from 2 years ago, and 15 million for Clown Buggy. So after excluding those already eliminated, are these the only 2 pirate crews in the East Sea with bounties exceeding 10 million? Ryan stroked his chin deep in thought. Since they needed practical combat training, if the opponents were too weak, it wouldn't serve any effective purpose. Therefore, those pirate crews with bounties in the tens of thousands were not even in Ryan's consideration. As for the crews with bounties in the millions, there were currently only 2 in the entire East Sea. After all, he had taken out the Dragon himself, and Kuro had been incorporated into his ranks 3 years ago. Yes, the activity areas of these 2 pirate crews are both far from our jurisdiction. Kuro paused, then continued. If the goal is just to let the recruits practice, I suggest selecting targets of moderate scale, neither too weak nor too strong. For example, he pointed at several locations on the map. The Iron Rod Alrita with an 8 million bounty, but unfortunately, he has already been dealt with by you, young master. And this one, the Cat brothers Sam and Budgie with a 6 million bounty are active within about 2 days sailing distance south of the Konami Islands with around 30 men and a medium-sized sailing ship. Then there's this one Big D ram with a bounty of 5 million active west of the Jumida Islands with about 40 men and 2 small sailing ships. And then there's this one-eyed fried with a bounty of 4 million active in. All of these are currently relatively suitable targets. Listening to Kura's analysis, Ryan's expression was somewhat peculiar. The Cat brothers Sam and Budgie, aren't they Kura's subordinates in the original work? Well, after all, in the original work, Kuro died 3 years before the plot, and now he had been incorporated by Ryan 5 years before the plot began. At that time, Kuro had just set sail and had not yet become the ruthless Captain Kuro he would later be. Without Captain Kuro, the Black Cat pirates naturally would not exist, but instead a Cat brothers pirate crew had emerged. This pirate crew had 2 captains with no distinction between primary and secondary, being Sam and Budgie. If the target was them, it would indeed be suitable for training. Just as Ryan was about to make the final decision, the office door was knocked on. Report. Colonel, the Port Patrol Squad has news that 3 men claiming to be bounty hunters have arrived at the dock by small boat, stating they wish to exchange for bounty. After the Marine entered the office, he reported loudly. Ryan and Kuro exchanged glances. Bounty hunters? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Tell the Port Patrol Squad to inform them that our branch is newly established and currently does not handle bounty exchanges, and they should go to other branches for processing. Yes, Colonel. Wait. Just as the Marine turned to leave, Ryan suddenly remembered something and called him back. Which pirate's bounty do they wish to exchange? According to the report from the Port Patrol Squad, they brought 3 pirate heads. One is Big D Ram's head with a bounty of 5 million berries, and the other 2 are his subordinates with bounties of 700 and 0 respectively. Not bad. Ryan nodded, feeling even more excited. 3 people possessing the strength to kill pirates with bounties in the millions, plus the fact that at this time in the original work, they had already set sail. Most likely it's that guy. Notify the port to have someone bring them over here. I will personally handle the bounty exchange. Yes, Colonel. The Marine turned and left. Kuro revealed a hint of confusion. Young master, is there really a need for us to handle this matter? After all, yes, there was no need to handle it. Because Ryan's agreement with Sengoku was not to ask the Navy for a single. So at first Ryan had said to let someone tell them to go to other branches for exchange. After all, he couldn't possibly be the one footing the bill right. But what Kuro didn't understand was why his young master suddenly changed his mind and had those 3 bounty hunters. Among them there may be someone I'm looking for. Even if I'm mistaken, it's only a few million berries. Helping the Navy wouldn't be a loss. Ryan smiled. In any case, it didn't matter if he was mistaken. He had the money to be reckless. 7 to 8 minutes later, in the reception room on the first floor of the administrative building, Ryan met those 3 unexpected guests. Walking in front was a young man with a strong physique, his short green hair standing atop his head like seaweed, with a black bandana tied around his forehead. He wore only a white short coat on his upper body, revealing a muscular physique and well-defined muscles, with 3 swords hanging at his waist. A white katana was hung on his left side, and 2 slightly shorter swords were hung on the right. His gaze was fierce and rebellious, as if hiding a blade that could be drawn at any moment. The 2 men following him lacked the same imposing presence. The 3 entered the reception room, dropping their wrapped package onto the ground. Joseph untied the package's knots, revealing 3 gruesome heads inside. 2 of them appeared to be ordinary small pirates, their faces still bearing the terror and unwillingness from their deaths. The 3rd head, adorned with a thick beard and a scar on the forehead, still exuded a fierce aura even after being dead for some time. Johnny stepped forward, slightly bowing towards Ryan, his tone carrying a hint of courtesy typical among martial artists. Hello, we brothers are bounty hunters, and we wish to exchange for the bounty. He pointed at the 3 heads on the ground. This one is Big D Ram's head with a bounty of 5 million. The other 2 are his subordinate officers. One has a bounty of 700 and the other 900. In total, that's 1 million berries. Please verify, and if there are no issues, just settle it with us. However, Ryan wasn't even looking at the 3 heads. His gaze was firmly locked on the green-haired young man with 3 swords at his waist, his pupils slightly contracted. That face, that hairstyle, those 3 swords, and that rebellious expression, as if the whole world owed him 5 million berries. It was indeed him. He recognized this person without a doubt. In his past life, he had seen this face countless times in comics. Roronoa Zoro, the future world's greatest swordsman, the first companion of the Pirate King, and the legendary swordsman of the 3-sword style. And now he stood before Ryan, identified as a bounty hunter. Ryan's gaze quickly swept over the 2 men behind Zoro. Johnny and Joseph, a pair of bounty hunters with a small reputation in the East Sea, possessing mediocre strength, but known for their loyalty, were among Zoro's few friends in his early days. A meaningful smile slowly crept onto the corner of Ryan's mouth. This was truly an unexpected 6,500,000 berries, no problem. However, I'm more interested in you than those 3 heads. Lane leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, his tone casual and relaxed. He lifted his chin, gesturing slightly towards Zoro's direction. A 3-sword style swordsman is rare in the East Blue. What's your name? Zoro raised an eyebrow, sizing Lane up from head to toe. He noticed that this young Marine officer looked about his own age, but the aura he exuded was entirely different. That calm, composed sense of control, like someone accustomed to the upper echelons. And those words of his. He was interested in him. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro replied, curtly, a hint of wariness in his voice. What do you want? Relax, I mean no harm. Lane stood up, walked around the coffee table, and approached Zoro. I just think a swordsman of your caliber is wasted as a bounty hunter. Any interest in joining the Marines? Silence fell in the reception room for 2 seconds. Then Johnny broke the quiet with an exaggerated exclamation. Hey, big bro Zoro. This officer is headhunting you. Joseph immediately chimed in. Wow, a Marine branch chief personally headhunting someone. Big bro Zoro, you've got some serious face. Shut up. Zoro shot them an annoyed glare, then turned to Lane, his tone laced with impatience. I'm not interested in being a Marine. I'm only here to cash in, then I'm out. Lane showed no displeasure at the refusal, instead offering a smile. Shimatsuki Village, the dojo of Shimatsuki Kozaburo, a girl with short blue hair. Kona. You made a promise that one day one of you would become the world's greatest swordsman. After she passed away, you took her sword and swore to fulfill that promise for both of you. Zoro's face turned grim. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji at his waist, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. How do you know that? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Johnny and Joseph dropped their playful expressions, their hands moving to their own weapons. Lane met Zoro's hostile gaze, his expression as calm as still water. I know far more than you can imagine. Besides that, I also know you became a bounty hunter partly to earn a living, but mainly to hone your swordsmanship by hunting pirates, preparing for your future challenge to the world's greatest swordsman. However, to challenge that one, you are still far too weak. To put it bluntly, in the current swordsman circle of this world. You are not even a footnote. Zoro's expression soured, but Lane continued. As a Marine, you would have the legal right to pursue pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, even the monsters in the Grand Line with bounties in the hundreds of millions or billions. Not like now where you're stuck chasing small fry for a few million at a time, sometimes spending months just to find one pirate. I'm not asking you to be a Marine forever. You can leave any time to pursue your dream. But in the meantime, you can use this place as a stepping stone to grow stronger. So what do you say? Care to consider it? He extended his hand, palm open toward Zoro. Silence once again settled over the reception room. Zoro lowered his head, staring at the three swords at his waist for a long time. Johnny and Joseph stood behind him, barely daring to breathe, anxiously awaiting their big brother's decision. After a long pause, Zoro raised his head to look at Lane, the unyielding light in his eyes still undimmed. Sorry, while the terms are tempting, I still refuse. Hearing this, Lane let out a slight sigh. As expected, convincing you with mere words is indeed difficult. In that case, let's try a more direct approach. Roronoa, Zoro, are you interested in a sword duel with me? Zoro's eyebrows shot up, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. A sword duel. He looked Lane over, this Marine officer who seemed close to his age, not particularly muscular, even somewhat slender. But Zoro had been around the East Blue long enough to learn not to judge by appearances. Moreover, this man had just spoken of Kuna of Shimatsuki village of the promise known only to him. This man was no ordinary person. What's the catch? Since you propose a duel, there must be terms. Zoro pressed his hand on the Wado Ikemanji at his waist, his tone guarded. Of course. Lane slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone as casual as discussing tomorrow's weather. If you win, Branch 187 will provide you with intelligence on all pirate crews in the East Blue, their activity zones, navigation patterns, hideout locations. Any information you want will give you, so you don't have to wander like a headless fly going a year without finding a worthy opponent. Additionally, from now on, for every pirate you kill, Branch 187 will redeem the bounty at 10 times the amount. At these words, not only Zoro, but even Johnny and Joseph behind him drew a sharp breath. 10 times. What did that mean? It meant that if Zoro took down a pirate with a bounty of 10 million, he would get 100 million berries. Zoro's eyes flickered. Admittedly, the offer was very tempting. As a bounty hunter now, he worked hard chasing pirates, barely earning enough to get by. If he could really get 10 times the bounty, he could save up faster, buy better swords, and travel further to train. Moreover, more than the tenfold bounty, he valued the first wager more. After all, his primary goal in hunting pirates was to hone his swordsmanship. And those small fry, no matter how many he cut down, would never achieve that goal. Only hunting powerful pirates would. Without intelligence, he might not encounter a suitable opponent in a whole year. But with Marine intelligence support. And if I lose? Zoro asked. Simple. Join Branch 187 and serve for. After 3 years, if you want to leave, you're free to go. I won't stop you. Lane smiled slightly. Zoro was silent for a moment, then slowly drew the Wado Ikemanji from his waist. The white blade gleamed with a cold sheen in the afternoon sun, a thin layer of frost seemingly condensing on the edge. He held the sword horizontally before him, his gaze sharp as a blade. I accept, Johnny muttered behind him. Big bro Zoro, you sure you don't want to reconsider? If you lose. I won't lose. I still have a promise to fulfill. I can't stop here. Zoro cut him off, his tone resolute. Lane watched his unwavering gaze, nodding inwardly. This was the Zoro he knew. The man who would never admit defeat, never bow his head. Follow me. Lane turned and walked out the door. The two arrived at the center of the training ground. It was the afternoon break, and the recruits had just finished a round of shooting practice, heading to the mess hall for refueling. Seeing the branch chief and a strange green-haired young man facing off in the center, the recruits immediately perked up, gathering around the edge of the field in a semicircle. Is the branch chief dueling someone? Who's that green-haired guy? Looks tough. Obviously, or the branch chief wouldn't fight him personally. The recruits buzzed with excitement. Kuro stood on the corridor of the administrative building, hands on the railing, watching the training ground with keen interest. Nami also poked her head out of the library, a navigation book still in hand, standing on tiptoe to peer toward the field. Even Kobe, who was still running laps, stopped panting and leaning on his knees, staring from afar at the two figures confronting each other in the center of the training ground. At the center of the training ground, Lion and Sualong stood facing each other about 10 meters apart. Lion did not draw his sword, but instead casually picked up an ordinary standard-issue military saber from the nearby weapon rack. This blade was a mass-produced standard configuration from the arsenal with passable steel, but compared to Lion's own sword, it was nothing more than a burning stick. You're using that blade? Sualong frowned at the sight. Against you like this, it's enough. Lion's tone was calm, but the confidence contained in those words stirred a flicker of displeasure in Sualong's eyes. You'll regret this, Sualong said in a low voice, then assumed his signature three-sword style, starting He held the Wado Ikemanji in his mouth, his hands gripping the other two swords, the blades pointing in different directions, his entire body coiled like a beast ready to spring. Three-sword-style demon slash. Suo Long struck first. His legs exploded off the ground, his body shooting forward like a cannonball, the three swords tracing three fierce arcs in the air aimed at Lai Yan's throat, chest, and abdomen. This was one of his most effective opening moves, renowned for its speed, angle, and wide coverage. It had once felled a pirate with a third of million berry bounty in a single strike. Yet facing this ferocious assault, Lai Yan merely shifted his body slightly. His movement was so minimal, it was almost imperceptible, yet that hair's breadth of deviation caused all three of Suo Long's swords to miss. The Wado Ikemanji grazed past his ear, while the other two blades slid by his shirt front and under his. All three swords missed. Suo Long's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could retract his attack, Lai Yan moved. He didn't use the blade, but lightly tapped Suo Long's wrist with the flat of the sword. With a crack, Suo Long's right hand went numb, and the sword nearly flew from his grasp. He quickly retreated a few steps, steadied himself, and looked at Lai Yan with a newfound gravity. That move is quite good, and your power is well applied. Lai Yan stood still, not even shifting his feet, his tone as calm as if he were grading a student's assignment. But you have a problem, your shoulder moves before you strike. It's only a fraction of a second, but to a true master that flaw is fatal. Suo Long gritted his teeth, but didn't argue, because he knew in his heart that Lai Yan was right. His shoulder did instinctively tense up before he swung the sword. A habit had ever since he taught himself swordsmanship, yet no one had ever pointed it out so precisely. Again, Suo Long charged once more, this time abandoning any flashy techniques and resorting to the simplest, most direct slashes. One blow after another, relentless, each carrying a whistling wind and heavy force. His attacks rained down like a violent storm, trying to overwhelm Lai Yan with a high-intensity barrage. But Lai Yan still didn't take the initiative to attack. He merely used that ordinary military saber to block, deflect, and dodge with minimal motion. Clang, 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 clang. The training ground echoed with a series of dense metallic clashes like hammering on iron. Suo Long launched over 20 slashes, and Lai Yan received every one of them without retreating a single step. Your fundamentals are very solid, extremely rare among peers in the East Blue. But your breathing rhythm is off. During continuous attacks, your breathing becomes more and more rapid, which affects your stamina distribution later on. Try taking a deep breath after every 3 consecutive strikes. You'll find your endurance increases by at least 30%. Lai Yan continued to block as he spoke. Suo Long said nothing, but in his next continuous assault, he did insert a deep breath after 3 strikes. The effect was immediate. He felt his arms grow less fatigued, and his subsequent swings became smoother. The battle continued, but the nature had subtly changed. It was less a duel and more a swordsmanship lesson. Lai Yan barely attacked, only defending, dodging, and blocking, while in every exchange he precisely pointed out Suo Long's flaws. Sometimes it was the angle of his power, sometimes the rhythm of his footwork, sometimes the focus of his gaze. And Suo Long, though he refused to admit it verbally, his body honestly adjusted his swordsmanship according to Lai Yan's guidance. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The new recruits around the training ground had gone from excited onlookers to stunned. Most of them couldn't understand the intricacies of swordsmanship, but they could see that the green-haired youth had been attacking for 2 hours while their branch chief still stood in the same place, barely moving his feet. What a gap that was! When the battle reached the 3rd hour, Suo Long's stamina was nearly exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, his breathing became heavy and ragged, and the muscles in his arms trembled uncontrollably. Each swing had lost its initial speed and power, sustained only by sheer will. But he still didn't give up. He bit down on the sword, his eyes bloodshot, charging at Lai Yan again and again. His mind held only one thought: I cannot lose. I still have a promise to fulfill. I cannot fall here. Lai Yan watched his staggering figure that refused to collapse, and a flicker of respect crossed his eyes. He finally made a move. He thrust the standard military saber forward with an extremely simple motion, the tip stopping right in front of Suo Long's throat. Enough! At Lai Yan's voice, Suo Long froze. He looked down at the blade tip before his throat, then up at Lai Yan's still calm face. He knew that if Lai Yan had wanted to kill him, that blade would have pierced his throat. He had lost. He tried to say something, but as his mouth opened, darkness closed in. 3 hours of extreme high-intensity all-out combat had completely drained the last ounce of his strength. His body pitched forward, then fell straight down. But he didn't hit the ground. Even in the last moment before losing consciousness, his hands still gripped the 3 swords fiercely, and his body remained in a standing posture. His knees bent, his back straight like a statue standing firm. The training ground fell silent. Someone take him to the medical bay. Kaluo, arrange a private room for him. Lai Yan looked at the figure that still stood, even in unconsciousness, paused for a moment, then spoke softly. 2 naval soldiers hurried over, trying to carry Suo Long away. But they struggled to pry his fingers from the sword hilts. Even in his coma, his grip was astonishingly strong. When Sualong was taken away, the new recruits on the training ground snapped out of their trance and burst into heated discussion. The branch chief is too strong. He fought for 3 hours and didn't even break a sweat. That green-haired guy is pretty impressive too to last 3 hours with the branch chief. What use is being impressive? He still lost. Losing is still impressive. Didn't you see the branch chief kept guiding him? The branch chief values talent. Lion ignored the recruit's chatter. He casually tossed the standard military saber back onto the weapon rack and turned to leave. Then he saw Chong and I and Yusei Fu standing at the edge of the training ground. The two were looking at him with an extremely complicated expression. There was awe, admiration, and a hint of fear. Lion smiled at them. It was a very friendly smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his eyes warm, even carrying a touch of kindness. But to Chong and I and Yusei Fu, it was like a demon's smile. Lion with that smile was even more terrifying than when he was fighting. This officer Chong and I stammered, sweat already forming on his forehead. We suddenly remembered we have something at home. Yusei Fu finished the sentence, quickly tugging at Chong N's sleeve to retreat. Well, come another day. Lion said nothing, still smiling at them. Chong and I and Yusei Fu exchanged a glance, seeing the same despair in each other's eyes. Then in perfect unison, they bowed 90 degrees, their voices loud with a tragic resolve. Please let us join the 187th Naval Branch. Become glorious sailors. We beg you. Lion's smile deepened. Very well. Welcome aboard. That night the infirmary's light was dim and gentle. When Zoro opened his eyes, the first thing that met his gaze was an unfamiliar ceiling. He froze for a moment, then sat up abruptly, instinctively reaching for the swords at his waist. He found that all 3 swords were neatly placed on the nightstand, with Wado Ikamanji in the center and the other 2 flanking it, arranged in perfect order. He let out a sigh of relief, lay back down on the pillows, stared at the ceiling, and began recalling the battle that day. 3 hours. For 3 full hours he had unleashed over 1,000 strikes, each one with all his might, and his opponent had barely launched a single attack. All his attacks were effortlessly deflected, and every flaw in his form was pointed out with unerring precision. It felt like an adult sparring with a child. This was not a battle of equals, but a complete and utter. What troubled Zoro even more was that Ryan had never once drawn the black katana at his waist the entire time. He had accomplished all of this with an ordinary standard-issue saber. If he had drawn that sword, if he had used his true strength, how long could Zoro have lasted? 3 minutes? Or 30 seconds? Zoro clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. For the first time he felt so acutely the vast chasm between himself and a true master. Just then the door opened. Ryan walked in with a glass of water, showing no surprise at seeing Zoro awake. He casually placed the glass on the nightstand and sat down on a chair beside the bed. How do you feel? I'm not dying. Zoro sat up, took the glass, drank a sip, and after a moment of silence said, Don't worry, I won't renege on my word. Since I lost, I'll keep my promise. I'll serve in the 187th branch for 3 years. How many years have you been training with the sword? Ryan nodded, offering no words of thanks or pleasantries, but asked calmly. Over 10 years, since I was 3. Zoro paused, surprised by the question, but answered seriously. 3 years old. Ryan repeated the number, then said, That's impressive. I only started learning swordsmanship at 9. What do you mean by that? Ryan's tone was casual, but Zoro's face instantly turned ashen. He thought Ryan, starting so many years later, yet still able to dominate him. Wasn't this implying that Zoro's swordsmanship talent was utterly lacking? However, what I mean is you have the best talent and you work hard enough, but your swordsmanship is still stuck at the stage of cutting what you can see. What do you think is the reason? Zoro frowned. What reason? Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night breeze rushed in, carrying the salty scent of the sea and the aroma of distant forests. He turned around, looking at Zoro with a calm, profound gaze. Have you heard of cutting steel? Zoro's pupils contracted slightly. The realm of swordsmanship can be roughly divided into 3 stages. Ryan raised 3 fingers. The first stage, cutting what you can see. This is the stage where most swordsmen spend their entire lives. As long as you can see your opponent's movements, you can cut their sword, cut their body. You are currently at this stage, and you are among the best in it. The second stage, cutting what you cannot see. Ryan continued. A swordsman who reaches this realm no longer relies on sight to judge an opponent's openings. They can anticipate their opponent's moves through aura, killing intent, and the slightest muscle tremors of the body. At this stage, even with eyes closed, they can cut through their opponent's attacks. Zoro said nothing, but his gaze. And the third stage, Ryan paused, then said slowly, is to cut what should be cut, without harming what should not be cut. This realm is called the Swordmaster. Zoro's breath caught for a moment. Swordmaster. Some of what Ryan said he had heard from Koshiro before, but had never been able to understand. Some parts he was hearing for the first time. But regardless, the Swordmaster was the dream of every swordsman, and the threshold he had to cross to fulfill his promise with Kuna. Only by becoming a sword master could he qualify to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. And only by becoming a sword master could he fulfill that promise. Have you already touched the threshold of the sword master? Zoro asked, a hint of uncharacteristic urgency in his voice. Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached out, picked up a withered leaf that had drifted onto the windowsill, and tossed it into the air. As the leaf descended, Ryan flicked his finger. No sword, no blade, just a gentle brush of his finger against the leaf's edge. The leaf drifted slowly to the ground, splitting into two halves. The cut was smooth and clean, as if made by an extremely sharp blade. Zoro's gaze froze. The realm of the sword master is not about how fast you swing your sword, nor how thick a steel pillar you can cut. It is about whether you truly understand the meaning of cutting. When one day you can hear the breath of all things, you will be close to becoming a sword master. Ryan withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. Zoro was silent for a long time. He lowered his head, staring at his open palms. These hands had held a sword for over 10 years, worn thick calluses, and bore countless scars. He had always thought he was working hard enough, but only today did he truly realize how far he still was from that realm. What should I do? Zoro looked up at Ryan, his eyes for the first time devoid of that rebellious gleam, replaced by a pure, earnest desire to grow stronger. Ryan looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Starting tomorrow, train with me. The next morning, Komen Island training ground. 100 new recruits stood in formation. Their postures were upright, their gazes firm. After a month of rigorous training, they had shed their civilian naivety and gained a soldier's sharpness. Before them, Ryan stood on the steps of the administrative building, wearing the white marine coat, with Yuan Mo at his waist, his gaze sweeping across the field. From today onward, we will begin combat training. Ryan got straight to the point, his voice not loud, but carrying clearly across the entire training ground. You have completed basic training and mastered the fundamental skills required of a marine soldier. But results on the training ground can only be truly tested in actual combat. According to the plan, this combat training is divided into 2 phases. Ryan raised one finger. Phase 1: eliminate the known high-risk pirate crews in our jurisdiction. Our primary targets are the Cap brothers, Sam and Bucci, and One Eye Fried. These 2 pirate groups have been active in our branches area for a long time, robbing merchant ships and attacking coastal villages. It's time to clean them out. He raised a second finger. Phase 2: conduct routine patrols along the Golden Waterway and eliminate all pirate crews encountered during the patrol. Our goal is to make the 187th branch's jurisdiction the safest sea in the East Blue. A low cheer erupted from the training ground. The recruits' eyes shone with excitement. After a month of training, they were finally going to fight for real. For this expedition, all veterans, except the squad leaders of the 1st and 2nd squads, will remain at the branch. Ryan continued. All 100 new recruits will deploy. The medium-sized warship will carry 50 under my direct command. The 2 small warships, Wave Rider and Wind Chaser, will each carry 25, commanded by the 2 veteran squad leaders. He paused, then added, the operation is expected to last 10 to 14 days. Everyone prepare for departure. Assemble at the dock in 1 hour. Yes, sir. The voices of 100 men merged into a torrent, startling seabirds perched in nearby treetops. An hour later, 3 warships slowly left the dock of Komen Island. The medium warship was in the center, with the 2 small ones flanking it, forming a wedge formation as they cut through the waves toward the southeast. On the bridge of a medium-sized warship, Nami stood at the navigation table, holding a pencil in her hand, intently marking something on the chart. Her eyes sparkled, and she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This was the first time in her life that she stood on the bridge of a warship as a navigator directing the course. Report, Branch Chief. Current heading is southeast by east, 15 degrees wind force, for sea conditions good. Estimated arrival at the Snake Bone Island waters, the stronghold of the Cat People brothers, in 2 days. Nami looked up, her voice clear and confident with a hint of barely contained excitement. Leaning by the bridge window, Ryan watched her, full of vigor, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good, keep it up. On the deck, Kobe was doing push-ups, sweating profusely. Clock stood beside him, holding a cup of black tea, leisurely supervising his training progress. Kobe's arms were trembling, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the deck, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, 1 rep after another. 998. 999. 1000. Kobe finished the last set of push-ups and collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Clock took a sip of black tea and said calmly, rest for 3 minutes, then start the next set, 500 sword swings. Kobe let out a groan, but after 3 minutes his body honestly got up, grabbed a wooden sword lying nearby, and began practicing basic slashing moves seriously. On the other side of the gunwale, Zoro was shirtless, holding a heavy dumbbell in each hand, engaged in strength training. His muscles glowed with a healthy bronze sheen under the sunlight, sweat trickling down his back. Every inch of his muscle radiated strength. He said nothing, silently and intently repeating each movement. Last night's conversation with Ryan was like a seed deeply rooted in his heart, quietly beginning to sprout. On the forecastle deck, Johnny and Yasaku were conducting daily drills alongside the other recruits. Johnny, while doing push-ups, whispered to Yasaku, "Hey, how many pirates do you think we'll bag on this trip?" Yasaku thought for a moment and answered seriously, "I think at least 3. Only 3, eh? 3? A single pirate's head is worth at least several 100,000 berries. What a small ambition. I say at least 5. 5? You think pirates are like radishes in the ground, pulling one out at a time?" The two goofballs bickered while training, adding a light-hearted atmosphere to the deck. But they forgot one thing. At this moment, they were already Marines. And Marines who capture pirates cannot claim bounties, it's only recorded as military merit. At the same time, hundreds of nautical miles away, a small single-masted sailboat was sailing alone on the sea. The boat was tiny, only big enough for 2 or 3 people, with several patches on the sail, looking somewhat worn. But the person standing at the bow exuded a powerful aura completely mismatched with the shabby little boat. He was a young man who looked about 17 or 18 years old. He was shirtless, revealing lean and sturdy muscles with freckles on his face. His short black hair flew wildly in the wind, and a confident, flamboyant smile hung on his lips. A dagger hung at his waist, but more eye-catching than the dagger was the flickering wisp of orange-eared flame dancing at the tip of his right index finger. Port Gasti. Ace. He had just been at sea for a month, and by incredible luck he obtained a devil fruit, and it was a Logia-type devil fruit. Having eaten the flame fruit, he was excited about his newfound power. At the same time, he was looking for prey that would make him famous. The small boat drifted slowly with the current into a new sea area. Ace looked up, gazing at the faint outline of land where the sea met the sky in the distance, and grinned. "Should be an island over there, right? Let's go see if there are any interesting pirates to beat up." 2 days later. Snakebone Island waters. At noon 2 days later in the Snakebone Island waters, Ryan lowered his telescope, his gaze locking onto the dark red pirate ship in the distance. The ship of the Cat People Brothers pirates was quietly anchored in the shallow waters on the south side of Snakebone Island. The grinning cathead pirate flag on the mast fluttered lazily in the sea breeze. It seemed someone was moving about on the ship, but they clearly hadn't noticed the approaching danger. Ryan turned to the signalman, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable decisiveness. "Order the 2 small warships to flank from the north and south, cutting off their escape route. Meanwhile, our ship will advance, heat an opening fire upon entering range." "Yes, sir." The orders were swiftly relayed via flag signals and bugle calls. The 3 warships, like 3 silently approaching leopards, carved 3 white wakes on the sea as they encircled the dark red pirate ship. When the medium-sized warship entered a range of about 800 meters, the lazy lookout on the pirate ship finally raised his telescope and realized something was wrong. A sharp whistle pierced the tranquility of the sea, and the dark red pirate ship instantly erupted into chaos. Some rushed to the gunwale to weigh anchor, others dashed to the cannon positions, and some ran about the deck like a swarm of hornets whose nest had been disturbed. But it was already too late. Ryan stood at the top of the bridge, raised his right hand high, then brought it down sharply. "Open fire." Boom, boom, boom. The 4 starboard cannons of the medium-sized warship spat flames simultaneously. Black cannonballs trailing white smoke streaked across the sea and accurately slammed into the pirate ship. At the same time, the 30 recruit sharpshooters on the deck raised their Type 1537 rifles. They aimed at the pirate ship's deck and began round after round of precise fire. Bang, 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 bang. The rifle fire was continuous like popping beans. Instantly, a chorus of screams and curses erupted from the pirate ship. Several pirates who tried to rush to the cannon positions were hit by bullets before they could take a few steps, falling to the deck with cries. Someone tried to raise the sail to escape, but as soon as they pulled the rope, they were shot down. Although the cannon's accuracy was not high, their power was immense. During the 3rd salvo, a cannonball precisely hit the middle of the pirate ship's mainmast. With a loud crack, the thick mast snapped, collapsing together with the massive sail onto the deck, crushing several pirates who failed to dodge in time. The pirate ship was completely disabled. "Cease fire, come alongside, prepare for boarding action." Ryan. The warship slowed down and approached the crippled pirate ship. When the 2 ships' gunnels were less than 3 meters apart, 50 recruits, some with rifles and others brandishing standard-issue sabers, surged onto the pirate ship like a tidal wave. A melee broke out in an instant. A burly pirate brandished a rusty broadsword and charged straight at Lion. In the eyes of these pirates, this Marine officer, who appeared to be just 17 or 18 years old, made for the perfect target. If they could capture him, the tide of battle would instantly turn. However, Lion did not even draw his blade. He merely sidestepped and casually struck the pirate in the chest with his palm. The pirate was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a galloping carriage, crashing into 2 of his comrades behind him. The 3 of them tumbled into a heap, unable to rise again. But Lion did not continue to engage. He stepped back a few paces, leaving the battlefield to the recruits. This was their fight. He only needed to watch from the sidelines, ensuring no major casualties occurred. The recruits did not disappoint him. Although their individual combat prowess was far inferior to the elite Marines of the branch, they held the advantage in numbers and firepower. The 30 Type 1537 rifles supported by the frontline Marines unleashed devastating power. Whenever space and opportunity allowed, several Marines would fire in unison, quickly dropping a pirate. Even when firing opportunities were scarce, the frontline Marines used their formation coordination to hold the pirates. Three-man squads wove nimbly across the narrow deck, executing flanking maneuvers covering one another, and although their movements were not yet seasoned, they effectively split the pirates apart and defeated them one by one. After about 10 minutes of battle, nearly 20 pirates lay sprawled on the deck. On the recruit side, over a dozen were injured, mostly from sword cuts or blunt force trauma, with only one recruit suffering serious wounds. A pirate had stabbed him in the side with a dagger, staining half his uniform crimson. But his comrades immediately shielded him. 2 recruits helped him to the rear, where they quickly stopped the bleeding and bandaged the wound. "Branch Chief, the Catman brothers are coming out," a recruit shouted loudly. Lion looked up and saw the cabin door kicked off its hinges as 2 tall figures strode out from within. The one in front was lean, wearing a pair of enormous metal cat claws on each hand, each claw blade as sharp as a short dagger glinting coldly in the sunlight. Sam, the elder of the Catman brothers. Following behind him was a corpulent figure also wearing cat claws, but with thinner, longer blades resembling 10 curved hooks. His eyes were sinister and vicious, the younger brother Buzz. The moment they appeared, the resisting pirates perked up and retreated to both sides, clearing a path. "A bunch of useless trash." Sam spat, glancing at the scattered bodies of his men on the deck, then crossed his claws, producing a grating metallic screech. "You dare mess with my turf? You must be tired of living." He kicked off the deck with both legs, the planks groaning under the strain, and lunged at Lion like a venomous snake. Buzz followed close behind, launching himself like a cannonball, his cat claws gleaming with icy cold light under the sun. Lion did not move. He did not even look at the 2 charging figures. Arms crossed, he stood still, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then a green blur streaked past him. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted. Sam's powerful claw strike was intercepted by 3 swords halted midair. Sparks flew and the shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, swirling splinters and dust across the deck. Zoro, gritting Wado Ikemanji between his teeth and holding 2 ordinary katana in his hands, crossed the 3 blades into a solid defensive stance, firmly blocking Sam's cat claws. His knees bent slightly, fine cracks appearing on the deck beneath him, yet his body remained unyielding. "Your opponent is me." Zoro released the sword from his teeth, the blade of Wado Ikemanji scraping slowly against Sam's cat claws, producing a shrill metallic screech. He withdrew his cat claws and swung them again, 5 claw blades tearing through the air, aiming to rend Zoro's head. Zoro did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he sidestepped He withdrew his cat claws and swung them again, 5 claw blades tearing through the air, aiming to rend Zoro's head. Zoro did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he sidestepped, simultaneously slashing from 3 different angles to force Sam back. Buzz flanked from the side, his cat claws aimed at Zoro's ribs, but Zoro seemed to have anticipated this. Twisting midair, he parried Buzz's claws with one sword while the other slashed upward toward Buzz's chin, forcing him to retreat. Fighting 2 opponents alone, Zoro held his ground without losing the upper hand. Lion, standing nearby, watched Zoro's battle with a glint of approval in his eyes. After yesterday's swordsmanship instruction, Zoro's improvement was evident. His movements were more fluid, his breathing steadier, and most importantly, his judgment in combat had markedly sharpened. Previously, he relied more on instinct and intuition. Now he had begun to use his mind to analyze his opponent's movements and predict their next actions. Although his physical condition had not undergone a qualitative leap, his swordsmanship had truly advanced a significant step forward. The battle lasted about 20 minutes. Sam and Buzz, pirates who had made a name for themselves in the East Blue for years, fought with seamless coordination. One launching frontal assaults, the other harassing from the flanks, putting considerable pressure on Zoro. Wounds began to appear on his body, first a gash on his left arm from Buzz's claws, then a long scrape across his back from Sam's claws, leaving a trail of blood, followed by a stab in the thigh that sent blood streaming down his trousers. But Zoro's eyes only grew brighter. He was adapting. Adapting under pressure. Adapting through pain. Adapting in life and death combat. His blade grew faster, his judgment more precise, his breathing more composed. He was undergoing a transformation in this battle of life and death. Finally, in the instant when Sam's full-force claw strike missed and his body lost balance, Zoro seized the opportunity. He abandoned his defense against Buzz, channeling all his power into the 3 swords and slashing with all his might at Sam's chest. 3-sword style tiger hunt. 3 streaks of sword light like the claws of a ferocious tiger struck Sam's chest simultaneously. Sam let out a grunt, his massive body toppling backward and crashing heavily onto the deck. 3 deep wounds reaching nearly to the bone appeared on his chest, blood gushing out. Though still conscious, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Seeing his brother fall, Buzz let out an enraged roar and lunged recklessly at Zoro. But Zoro did not even turn around. He swung one sword backward. The flat of Wado Ikemanji precisely struck Buzz's temple. Buzz's eyes rolled back and his body crumpled limply to the deck. Zoro sheathed his 3 swords and stood there panting heavily. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes, the deepest one on his left side, nearly exposing white ribs. Blood trickled down his arms and legs, pooling into a small puddle on the deck. But he remained standing. He looked down at his own injuries, then at the fallen Sam and Buzz, and a weary smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Still a long way to go. Then he turned and limped back onto the warship's deck. As he passed Lion, he said without looking back, "Today's training mission counts as complete, right?" Lion looked at his deliberately nonchalant back and couldn't help but laugh. "Yes. Go back and rest well. Continue tomorrow." Zoro waved a hand and plopped down onto the deck, leaning his back against the bulwark. After the battle, the recruits began cleaning up the scene. The results were quickly tallied and reported to Lai and the Catman brothers. Pirate crew Captain Sam and Buzz were both captured, a total of 47 pirates with 23 killed and 24 captured. On the side of Branch 187, 1 was seriously wounded, 13 lightly injured, and no fatality. Standing on the battered deck of the pirate ship, Lion watched the recruits busily inventorying loot, binding prisoners, and tending to the wounded. He keenly sensed the change that had come over them. Their eyes were different. Before setting out, their gazes had held excitement and anticipation, but more than that, a palpable unease and uncertainty about the unknown. Now that unease and uncertainty had vanished, replaced by a calm resolve. It was the look only acquired through real combat, shedding blood and witnessing life and death. They were no longer the recruits who had sweated profusely on the training grounds. They were transforming into true warriors. Lion turned and gazed out over the vast sea, the wind billowing the hem of his white coat. A slight smile of satisfaction curled at the corner of his mouth. Next stop, One-Eyed Fried. On the 4th day of practical training, the weather was clear. On the beach of an unnamed deserted island, over 20 pirate corpses lay scattered haphazardly. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood and gunpowder. The waves repeatedly washed over the beach, diluting and carrying away the blood that had seeped into the sand, yet they could not wash away the aura of death. In the center of these corpses lay one whose height exceeded 3 meters, an exceptionally burly figure lying face up, his wide-open eyes frozen in disbelief at the final moment of his death. His chest and abdomen were riddled with dense bullet holes, no fewer than 50 at a rough count, and the blood had stained the sand beneath him into a deep brown. One-Eyed Fried, with a bounty of 4 million berries, was a veteran pirate of the East Blue. He had roamed the East Blue for nearly a decade, bearing debts of blood from 3 merchant ships and over a dozen villages, now reduced to a corpse full of holes. Not far away on a reef, Lion stood with his arms crossed, watching the new recruits as they handled the aftermath, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Fried was not killed by him, nor by Kilo, nor even by Sualong. He was slain by these new recruits, who had been civilians just a month ago, by firing 50 Type 1537 rifles in unison, emptying their magazines in a volley. The sequence of events was simple. Fried was a typical strength-type pirate with a massive body and immense physical power, wielding a huge iron axe that could split the hull of a small boat with a single strike. But his speed was not fast. In fact, he was even slower than an ordinary pirate by half a beat. As he roared and charged toward the recruits' defensive line, 50 new recruit shooters simultaneously raised their rifles, aimed, and fired at the command of their squad leader. In the first volley, over a dozen bloody holes appeared on Fried's body, but he endured them with his formidable physique and continued charging forward. In the second volley, his legs were shattered and he fell to his knees. In the third volley, his chest and head were completely destroyed and his massive body crashed to the ground, never to rise again. A pirate with a bounty of 4 million berries thus died under the guns of a group of new recruits. Lion bent down to pick up a hot shell casing, twirled it between his fingers, and seemed lost in thought. The power of the Type 1537 rifle had proven effective against pirates with bounties in the million. Of course, the premise was that the opponent's speed was not too high. If it were an agile opponent like the Catman brothers, the new recruits would probably not even be able to aim, let alone hit. And against those great pirates with bounties over 100 million, or even those who had mastered armament Haki, how effective this rifle would be remained uncertain. But in any case, for the current security situation in the East Blue, this weapon was sufficient. Lion tossed the shell casing into the sea, turned around, looked at the busy new recruits, and raised his voice. "Speed up. Bury the corpses in a concentrated pit, escort the prisoners onto the ship, and register the seized supplies. Depart in 1 hour to begin the second phase of the mission. Yes, sir. The new recruit's response was neat and loud, carrying more confidence and conviction than a week ago. An hour later, 3 warships left the unnamed deserted island and reformed ranks on the sea. Lion stood on the bridge of the Wave Breaker, a medium-sized warship with a detailed sea chart of the East Blue spread before him, on which the main navigation routes and active areas of known pirate crews within the jurisdiction of Branch 187 were marked with red circles. The first phase of the mission is complete. Lion pointed to several red circles on the chart and said to Kilo beside him, "All pirate crews with bounties exceeding 1 million within our jurisdiction have been cleared. Next is the second phase. Waterway patrol lasting 7 days aimed at eliminating all remaining small pirate crews within the jurisdiction, ensuring the safety of navigation routes." Kilo gave a slight nod. How does the young master plan to deploy? Separate actions. Each of the 3 warships takes responsibility for a different area. The Wave Breaker handles the main route and the northern region. The Wave Chaser handles the southwestern branch routes, and the Wind Chaser handles the southeastern waters near the outer edge of the Kinomi Islands. Lion pointed to 3 positions on the chart. All pirate crews with bounties over 1 million are already finished. The remaining small fry can be handled by the new recruits with their current combat power and the firepower advantage of the Type 1537 rifles. If they encounter a problem they can't solve, they can contact me via Den Den Mushi. With my speed, no matter where they are in the jurisdiction, I can arrive in a very short time. He paused, then added. Kilo adjusted his glasses and nodded. Understood. He'll relay the orders. That afternoon, the 3 warships parted ways in the waters south of Snakebone Island, each heading for its designated patrol area. The first 5 days of the patrol went surprisingly smoothly. On the 3rd day, the Wave Chaser discovered a smuggling ship disguised as a fishing boat carrying a large quantity of smuggled weapons and illegal drugs. The captain tried to flee, but the new recruits on the Wave Chaser shattered their mast with a precise round of artillery fire, then boarded and captured all 7 crew members. On the 4th day, the Wind Chaser encountered a small pirate crew, the so-called Iron Hook Pirates, whose captain had a bounty of only 700,000 berries with fewer than 20 men. The new recruits on the Wind Chaser didn't even need to engage in boarding combat. Just 3 volleys of rifle fire broke their morale, and the pirates dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. On the Wave Breaker, with Lai En personally commanding, they eliminated 2 pirate crews within 5 days on the main route. One was the Vulture Pirates, which had only 1 old small sailboat, and whose total bounty did not reach 1 million. The other was the Black Mane Pirates, who had just suffered a defeat at the hands of the Marine at Lowtown near the entrance to the Grand Line and had fled back in disgrace. Their captain had a bounty of 1,200,000 berries with over 30 men, making them a somewhat decent opponent encountered in these days, but only somewhat decent. Faced with the 3-dimensional firepower net formed by the new recruits' rifles and bayonets on the Wave Breaker, the Black Mane Pirates couldn't even organize a proper resistance before being entirely captured. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The new recruits grew rapidly through continuous real combat, each battle more composed than the last, each shot more accurate than the previous. Lion had even begun considering whether to arrange some more challenging training subjects for these new recruits after the patrol mission ended. However, on the evening of the 6th day, the communications room of the Wave Breaker received an urgent distress call from the Wind Chaser. The communications operator almost ran into Lian's office, pale-faced, with the Den Den Mushi receiver still trembling slightly in his hand. Branch Chief. Urgent distress from the Wind Chaser. They encountered a ship flying a pirate flag about 40 nautical miles southeast of the Kinomi Islands. The opponent is only 1 person, but extremely powerful, with a special ability to control flames. The Type 1537 rifles are completely ineffective against him. Bullets hit him like stones sinking into the sea with no effect. More than half of the Marines on the Wind Chaser have fallen, and they can't hold on much longer. Lion stood up abruptly, his eyes sharpening instantly. The ability to control flames, immunity to bullets. 1 person taking on a warship. This was definitely not an ordinary pirate. Several possibilities flashed through his mind, but finally settled on one name: Portgasti. Ace. The timeline matched. Ace had set sail around the year 1537 of the Sea Circle calendar, a user of the Mera Mera Nomi Alogia type. If it was him, the Type 1537 rifle indeed could not cause any harm. The elementalization of a Logia user was simply beyond the reach of ordinary bullets. Tell the Wind Chaser he'll be there immediately. Have them stall for time as much as possible, avoid direct confrontation, and prioritize survival. Lion grabbed the abyssal silence hanging on the wall, strode out of the office, paused at the door, and turned back to say to the communications operator, Before the words faded, his body transformed into a pale golden light shooting up into the sky, streaking toward the southeastern horizon. The deck of the Chase Wind was in a state of utter disarray. The last 10 sailors stood back to back in a tight circle, their 1537 type rifles trained on the young man before them, bare-chested with flickering orange flames dancing at his fingertips. Their palms were slick with sweat, their breaths ragged, yet none retreated. Fire! Bang! 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 10 bullets roared simultaneously, striking Ace's body with unerring accuracy. Yet the bullets passed through him as if piercing a wisp of smoke, clattering onto the deck behind him, leaving shallow pockmarks in their wake. At the points of impact, Ace's body dissolved into a plume of flame, then swiftly reknit itself. Not a single drop of blood appeared. I told you it's useless. You can't beat me. Why not just lie down and spare yourselves the pain? Ace scratched his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. One sailor gritted his teeth, drew his regulation saber, and charged with a roar. The blade crashed into Ace's shoulder. Then it passed through him, as if cleaving only empty air. Ace didn't even dodge. He just sighed, reached out, and flicked the sailor's forehead lightly. Thud! The sailor's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled softly to the deck. Why bother? I'm just here to borrow some fresh water. Half a minute later, the last 10 sailors lay sprawled across the deck, including the elite squad leader from the system. He lasted 3 more exchanges than the others, but in the end, Ace's gentle chop to the back of his neck sent him into unconsciousness. 26 sailors, all knocked out, none killed. Ace had been measured. He only wanted water, not to kill him. All right then. Ace clapped his hands, his gaze shifting toward the cabin. Let's see what there is to eat and drink. But the moment he took a step, a golden streak tore through the twilight sky, plummeting like a meteor and smashing onto the deck of the Chase Wind with a thunderous crash. The light dissipated, and a figure slowly straightened. A white coat fluttered in the rushing air, no blade at his waist, but the cold gleam in his eyes made Ace instinctively withdraw his step. Lion stood on the deck, his gaze sweeping over the sailors strewn about. He could sense they were still breathing, only knocked out. That tempered his killing intent slightly, otherwise no matter whose son you were, you'd die today. He raised his head to the bare-chested youth and said coldly, you did this. Ace was sizing up Lion too. The way that golden light had descended, and the aura now faintly emanating. Ace himself was a Logia user. He knew that feeling too well. This Marine officer was a Logia, just like him. He shed his earlier nonchalance, his eyes turning serious. You're a devil fruit user too. Logia. Logia Aurora fruit. Marine 187th branch. Branch Chief Lion Von Norman. And you. State your name. Lion didn't conceal it. There was no need. Port Gasti. Ace. Been out at sea for a little over a month. No bounty yet, but ITLL comes soon. Ace grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. Flame fruit. Hey, not bad eyesight. Ace raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know this fruit. I've heard of it. Underestimated by many, but it's a solid fruit. However, you laid hands on my men, and that can't simply be overlooked. Lion said flatly. Ace spread his hands. I didn't kill anyone, just put them to sleep. Your men shot at me first. I wasn't about to stand there and take it. They're Marines. Not firing on a pirate flag would be abnormal. Lion flexed his wrists. Enough talk. Since you hit my men, take one of my attacks. The instant the words left his mouth, Lion vanished from his spot. Ace's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of him. Boom. A golden beam of light slammed into Ace's crossed arms, blasting him off his feet through the railing and across the sea surface like a skipping stone before he finally managed to halt. Ace hadn't used his elemental form, but clearly had nearly capsized. Standing on the water, he stabilized himself with the recoil of flames beneath his feet. He looked up at Lion on the deck of the Chase Wind, genuine excitement kindling in his eyes for the first time. That speed. Now this is more like it. Ace grinned, the flames at his fingertips blazing brighter. He kicked off the sea surface, launching himself skyward with the explosive force of flames, then dove toward the deck, his right fist wreathed in a searing ball of fire aimed directly at Lion. Fire fist. Lion didn't dodge. He clenched his right hand, and a golden blade of light materialized in his palm, meeting the fireball heat. Boom. Fire and light collided with a deafening roar. The shockwave sent splinters and debris spiraling across the deck. Both staggered back a few steps. The deck beneath them cracked and splintered. Lion steadied himself, glancing at the sword of light in his palm. The edge was slightly reddened, a brief effect of the extreme heat, but it quickly faded. He looked up at Ace, rapidly assessing the balance of power. Physically, he was stronger. A decade of martial arts training plus multiple system enhancements had brought his physique close to that of a Marine headquarters vice admiral. Ace, only a month out at sea, was far from his peak. In hand-to-hand combat, Lion also held the advantage. As for devil fruit abilities, the Aurora fruit and the flame fruit were both Logia with no absolute elemental superiority. But Lion's level of mastery and experience far exceeded Ace's, who had only recently acquired his power. Overall, Lion was indeed stronger than Ace. But the problem was, he hadn't brought Silent Depth. Silent Depth was still hanging on the wall of his office aboard the Wavebreaker. He had flown here at full speed in elemental form, and it was impossible to carry a Seastone blade while doing so. Without a Seastone weapon, he couldn't truly harm a Logia like Ace. Unless Lion had mastered armament Haki, but clearly he hadn't awakened it yet. Although his physique was nearly at the Vice Admiral level, Haki awakening required a specific catalyst and training, and he hadn't yet crossed that threshold. So without Silent Depth in hand, Lion lacked the decisive means to counter a Logia. After another clash, the two landed on opposite ends of the wrecked deck, facing each other across the debris. Ace's breathing grew ragged, sweat evaporating into white steam that rose from his body. Lion was in better shape, only a fine sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Ace glanced at the sky. The sun was nearly below the horizon, twilight deepening. He looked at his small boat moored nearby, then back at Lion and grinned. Hey, let's call it here. No point in dragging this out. Neither of us can beat the other. I'm leaving. Lion said nothing, just stood still as Ace leaped back onto his little sailboat. Ace raised the sail, adjusted course, then turned and waved at Lion. Next time we meet, it'll be stronger. Let's have another round then. The small sailboat caught the wind and sped away from the chase wind, disappearing into the deepening twilight. Lion stood on the deck of the chase wind, watching the diminishing boat. A meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't pursue, didn't obstruct. He simply watched Ace's boat vanish beyond the horizon. Then his body dissolved into a pale golden light rising into the sky, letting Ace escape. As if that were possible. AIC stood at the stern, glancing back in the direction of the Zhuifeng Hao. Seeing that Lion had not pursued, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he had said neither can win against the other, he had actually been quite uncertain himself. That Marine officer had exerted such immense pressure on him that if the fight had continued, he would likely have been the first to falter. Although he possessed the power of a Logia type, making it difficult for the opponent to harm him, as the opponent's abilities did not counter his own. However, using a Logia ability consumed stamina. Judging from the outcome so far, he was already panting while the opponent had merely broken a sweat on his forehead. In terms of physical prowess, he was far inferior to his opponent. That meant, if the battle continued, he would inevitably be the first to exhaust his stamina. Fortunately, the opponent seemed unwilling to push it that far, choosing instead to step back. Huff. What a troublesome fellow. AIC muttered, adjusting the sail, preparing to find a safe island to dock and rest. However, as he sailed about 4 or 5 nautical miles away, a sudden sense of wariness made him snap his head up toward the sky. And then he saw it. A pale golden light hovering about 200 meters above his head, moving unhurriedly along with his small boat, like a stationary star. That light. He was all too familiar with it. After all, he had just passed through it not long ago. No way. This guy actually came after me. The corner of AIC's mouth twitched. The next moment, before he could react, the golden light in the sky suddenly exploded. Lion hovered high in the air, his right hand extended forward, fingers spread wide. A dazzling light glowed at his fingertips, then rapidly split and diffused into countless specks of light, spreading out before him like a sky full of stars. Each speck of light condensed into a high-density photon fingertip bullet. Thousands upon thousands of them arranged in front of him into a brilliant curtain of light, illuminating half the sky. This was a new technique of the Aurora fruit that he had developed during that month of training photon fingertip bullets. The firing rate of the photon fingertip bullets was pushed to the limit, unleashing over 1,000 bullets in an extremely short time, forming a covering saturation strike. The cost was that this move instantly consumed 1/3 of his stamina. Farewell, Lion said softly, then swept his right hand downward. Thousands of specks of light poured down like a torrential rain. The golden rain of light cut through the twilight, trailing long slender tails of light, like a brilliant and deadly meteor shower, covering the sea area where AIC's small boat was. AIC's pupils contracted sharply, and his body instantly completed elementalization. Boom, 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 boom. The light bullets crashed down like a storm, completely engulfing AIC's small boat. With splinters flew, canvas tore, and the mast snapped. That small sailboat, under the coverage of the light rain, could not hold even a second before being blown into a pile of debris floating on the sea. The light rain lasted about 5 seconds before stopping. The sea surface was littered with large pieces of wooden debris, torn canvas, and scattered odds and ends. As for AIC, he stood on a relatively large piece of wood, still in an elementalized state, uninjured, but his expression had completely changed. He looked down at the wooden plank that could barely support his weight, then up at the golden light still hanging in the sky, finally realizing how dire his situation was. He was a devil fruit user. He could not fly. His ship was gone. And now he was in the middle of the vast ocean with the nearest land at least a dozen nautical miles away. Hey, That's really despicable of you. AIC muttered. Then a wave hit, tilting the plank under his feet. With a splash, AIC fell into the sea. The seawater engulfed him, and he sank straight down like a stone without even a chance to struggle. The moment his body touched the sea, he lost all strength. The curse of the devil fruit rendered him unable to move a single finger in the water. He could only watch helplessly as the light above the surface grew farther and dimmer. And in the final moment before his consciousness faded, he vaguely saw a golden light piercing the sea surface, approaching him rapidly. When AIC woke up, the first thing he felt was a bone-deep weakness. His eyelids were as heavy as lead, and it took great effort to pry them open, just a crack. What met his eyes was a dim space with a low wooden ceiling overhead. The air was thick with the musty smell of dampness and the scent of seawater. Beneath him was a hard wooden board covered with a thin layer of straw mat, which made his back quite uncomfortable. He tried to move his fingers, but found that his hands were locked in cold shackles fastened to the wall behind him. The shackles had a peculiar texture. Not ordinary steel, but a cold, smooth material with a certain oppressive. His body was limp as if all strength had been drained. He could not even lift his arm. Skyrocket. Although he had never actually seen skyrocket before, he had once heard about it from a merchant from the East Blue who had been to the Grand Line. AIC immediately understood his situation. He was locked in the bottom hold of a warship wearing skyrocket shackles, with his devil fruit ability completely sealed. He was now weaker than an ordinary person without even the strength to escape. Awake! A crisp female voice came from beyond the iron bars. AIC turned his head, and by the dim oil lamp in the corridor saw two people standing outside the iron bar. The speaker was a girl with short orange hair, about 15 years old, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts. She held an orange in her hand, peeling it while studying him with keen interest. Her eyes held an undisguised curiosity, as if she were visiting a rare animal in a cage. Beside her stood a short, plump boy with pink hair, about 15 or 16, dressed in a slightly oversized marine uniform with round-rimmed glasses on his nose. He looked at AIC nervously. "Who are you?" AIC's voice was hoarse and weak with a hint of wariness. "I'm Name, the navigator of Branch 187. This guy is Kubai, a recruit. I heard you single-handedly took down a whole ship full of Marines, and it took Lion himself to capture you." Name popped a segment of orange into her mouth, speaking indistinctly. AIC was silent for a moment, then snorted. "That guy played dirty. If he hadn't sunk my ship, I wouldn't have been caught." "Played dirty?" Name raised an eyebrow. "You knocked out his entire crew, and he sank your ship. Isn't that fair? You can't just hit people and expect them not to hit back, can you?" AIC was choked, opened his mouth, but found no words to retort, so he grudgingly shut up. "By the way, why did you become a pirate? You don't seem like the kind of person who goes around killing and looting. You knocked out my Marines, but you didn't kill a single one. That shows you're not a bloodthirsty guy. So why fly the pirate flag?" Name leaned against the iron bars, eating her orange, asking casually. She thought that AIC, like her and Kubai, had become a pirate due to some unavoidable reason. However, AIC was silent for a while, then raised his head, his eyes shining with a resolute and unwavering light. "Because I'm going to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Name's face instantly turned cold. "The Pirate King? Are you out of your mind?" In the cabin, Name let out an angry shout. The loud voice startled Kobe, who shrank his neck in surprise. "Do you know what being the Pirate King means? Do you know how much suffering pirates bring to ordinary people? Do you know how desperate common folks are when those pirates burn, kill, and plunder? You actually said you want to become the Pirate King. Do you have any idea how the people of Kokoja Village, those ordinary folks oppressed by the evil dragon pirates for 8 years, managed to survive? Do you know what they think about every night before they sleep? They wonder if they will still see the sun tomorrow." Nami threw the orange peel in her hand onto the ground, pointing her finger at Ace and scolding him. Her eyes were slightly red and her voice was filled with suppressed anger. "My adoptive mother Belmir was killed by pirates while trying to protect me and my sister. I was only 6 years old that year. From that day on, I hated pirates to the core. You tell me you want to become the Pirate King. Do you know what that means? It means more people like Belmir will die and more children like me will lose their families. Even if you don't cause it yourself, it will still indirectly lead to that, because you became the Pirate King." Ace was stunned. He looked at Nami's reddened eyes, opened his mouth, but found he couldn't say anything. Kobe hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. "Well, I used to be on a pirate ship too. Not by choice, I was captured. I worked as a deckhand on the Arlong pirate ship for more than a month, getting beaten, scolded, and going hungry every day. At that time I thought my life would end like that, until Captain Ryan rescued me." He raised his head and looked at Ace, his eyes filled with a serious light. "I don't know why you want to be the Pirate King, but I know that pirates bring nothing but suffering to most people." Ace fell silent. He didn't refute or argue, just lowered his head, staring at the cold sea stone handcuffs on his wrist, remaining silent. Nami took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and then tugged at Kobe's sleeve. "Let's go, there's nothing more to say to this kind of person." The two turned to leave the cabin, their footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. In the dim light, Ace sat alone in the cell, lowering his head, remaining silent for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a faint sound of footsteps. The footsteps were soft, but in the empty and quiet lower cabin, they were exceptionally clear. Ace looked up and saw a figure standing outside the iron bars. Ryan he didn't know when he had entered, silent and like a shadow without form. Ryan was not carrying a sword, his hands in his coat pockets, looking at Ace through the iron bars with calm and deep eyes. He did not exchange pleasantries. The first sentence he spoke made Ace abruptly look up. "I know why you want to be the Pirate King." Ace's pupils slightly constricted. "Because you hate him." Ryan continued, his tone flat, as if stating a well-known fact. "Gold. Roger, your father. He left you not only that bloodline, but also a mark you can never escape. With this mark you will only be despised, hated, and seen as a scourge that should be eradicated throughout your life. So you hate him, hate that he gave you such a fate, hate that you were born shackled with such burdens. You want to become a world-renowned pirate, want to use your own name to overshadow that surname, want people to think of you not as the son of the Pirate King, but as Portgasty." "Ace, right." Ace said nothing, but his hands trembled slightly. "But have you ever thought?" Ryan's voice remained calm, but carried a heavy weight. "The path you chose is precisely the most foolish way." Ace suddenly looked up, a flash of angry light in his eyes. "What did you say?" "I said you chose the dumbest path." Ryan met his gaze without flinching. "Gold. Roger, he personally opened a gate to hell, and a single word of his on the execution platform ushered in the era of great pirates. For the past 20 years, countless pirates have surged to the sea, burning, killing, and plundering, committing every atrocity. Countless innocent civilians have died in this revelry, countless families shattered. The girl you just saw named Nami, her adoptive mother, was killed by pirates, and the boy you just saw named Kobe was a slave on a pirate ship for more than a month, suffering greatly. They are not exceptions in this era, nor are they even the most tragic. Yet you want to become the Pirate King." Ryan's tone carried no mockery or disdain, only a near-cold calmness. "Have you ever thought, on the day you become the Pirate King, on the day you stand at the pinnacle, you will not wash away your shame, you will only become the second Roger. You will become a new banner for those pirates yearning for freedom and adventure. You will lead more people to the sea, resulting in more civilians dying and more children like Nami and Kobe losing their families. You are only adding more firewood to the pile your father ignited. Is this what you want?" Ace's body stiffened. His lips trembled, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. He wanted to refute to say something, but he found his throat felt as if it was blocked by something, unable to produce it. Ryan looked at him, silent for a moment, then continued, "I'm not here to persuade you. I'm just here to tell you a fact. You have another path to take. Join the Navy." Ace suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Join the Navy, and personally end this era of great pirates that your father started." Ryan's tone remained calm. "If you really want to wash away the shame brought by your bloodline, then with your own hands close the hell gate your father opened. Becoming the Pirate King will only make you the second Roger. But if you can end this era, you will become a person great." After saying this, Ryan did not wait for Ace's response, nor said another word. He turned and walked toward the corridor exit, his footsteps gradually fading in the empty cabin. Inside the iron bars, Ace sat alone under the dim light, lowering his head, remaining silent for a long. At the end of the corridor, Ryan stopped, looked back at the direction of the cell, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He had already said everything that needed to be said. The rest depended on how Ace thought. If Ace still couldn't understand and insisted on becoming a pirate, then perhaps he wouldn't kill him. Or rather, for the sake of Garp, he might not kill him. But he would lock him up in the deepest cell of Branch 187 with the heaviest sea stone handcuffs, ensuring he could never take a step out of the cell. Even if Garp and Sengoku personally came to plead for him, that would be useless. 2 days later, the silhouette of Koman Island finally appeared on the horizon. When the 3 warships slowly sailed into the Crescent Bay dock, the pier was already crowded with people. The 50 elite naval soldiers stationed at the base lined up to greet them, and even some villagers who had come to visit their families stretched their necks, eager to see what achievements the fleet had brought back from its first expedition. The breaking wave was the first to dock. As the gangplank was lowered, Ryan stepped down first. His white coat was still immaculate, his expression calm and unreadable. Close behind him came Zoro, whose wounds had already scabbed over and whose mental state had largely recovered. Following them were Nami, Kobe, Johnny Joseph, and rows of new soldiers escorting prisoners. When the bound and dejected pirate prisoners were led off the ship one by one, a thunderous cheer erupted from the naval soldiers stationed at the base, clapped vigorously, and even the few villagers watching joined in enthusiastically. Good heavens, they caught so many. Look at that big guy, isn't that Sam the Catman? I've seen his wanted poster before. He's been captured too. And what about One-Eyed Freed? Didn't the soldiers here say he was taken down days ago? I heard he was riddled with bullets, his body couldn't even be brought back. The new soldiers walked with heads held high, their steps steadier than before. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, but their eyes sparkled with a hard toconceal light. the light of true growth forged in the crucible of combat. Ryan did not disband the group immediately. Instead, he led everyone to the training ground. The new soldiers formed neat ranks with 50 elite soldiers flanking them, and all eyes fixed on the young figure standing on the steps of the administrative building. Ryan stood on the steps, his gaze sweeping slowly across the assembly. Then he spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough to reach every corner of the training ground. This expedition lasted 12 days. We have wiped out the Catman brothers' pirate crew, the one-eyed freed pirate crew, as well as 4 other small pirate crews, and 1 smuggling ring. In total, 53 pirates were killed, 68 captured, and the value of seized goods amounts to approximately 37 million berries. He paused before continuing. But more than these numbers, I value something else. Not one of you fled in the face of battle, not one disobeyed orders, and not one disgraced this uniform. Most of you just a month ago were mere sons of fishermen, farmers, or merchants. But today you can stand tall and say you are true Marines. The training ground fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Some were so moved their eyes reddened, others slapped their comrades on the back with gusto, and some raised their rifles high in victory cries. Those days of sweat on the training ground, those moments of life and death trials on the battlefield, at this instant they all transformed into pride and honor. But do not become complacent. You have only taken the first step. On this sea there are enemies 10 times, 100 times more powerful than the Catman brothers and One-Eyed Freed. If you want to survive and protect those you care about, you must continue to grow stronger. Ryan raised his hand to signal for silence, then continued. After a pause, he added one final remark. Dismissed. Today is a day off. Rest well. Tomorrow normal training resumes. Another roar of cheers erupted from the training ground. The new soldiers dispersed in small groups. Some rushed to the mess hall, others headed to the barracks to sleep, and some gathered to boast about the spoils they had taken in battle. The entire base camp was immersed in a joyful and relaxed atmosphere. Ryan watched those young faces, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, then turned and walked into the administrative building. Back in his office, he closed the door and finally had time to check the system notification that had sounded in his mind the moment he stepped onto the pier. Detected host has completed the first rookie training, initial system training, and subsequent real combat drills. Achievement unlocked. Reward 50000 points. Detected host has completed the base's first expedition mission, non-system personnel. Achievement unlocked. Reward 10000 points. Reward special blueprint chest infrastructure X1. Ryan's eyebrows arched slightly. 150,000 points plus a special blueprint chest. The richness of these 2 achievement rewards exceeded his expectations. He recalled his previous balance was 69250 points. Adding the 6710 points earned from killing and capturing pirates during the expedition, plus this 1000 points. He recalled his previous balance was 69250 points. Adding the 6710 points earned from killing and capturing pirates during the expedition, plus this 1000 points. The next moment the chest's lid slowly lifted and a soft light spilled out. Then a blueprint with a faint blue glow appeared before him. Congratulations, host has obtained Gravity Training Room Basic Blueprint. Blueprint has been used. Gravity Training Room Basic has been added to the infrastructure modules available building list. Ryan immediately opened the system's infrastructure module and found the new entry in the building list, Gravity Training Room Basic. He clicked on the details and a series of descriptions appeared. Gravity Training Room Basic, type special training facility. Area 300 square meters. Capacity up to 30 people training simultaneously, including a main hall and 5 private rooms. Gravity adjustment range 1 to 10 times Earth's standard gravity. The main hall and private rooms can be adjusted independently without interference. Special effect 1. A physical training under gravity increases the growth rate of physical abilities proportionally to the gravity multiplier. 2x gravity, 20 extra efficiency, 3x, 30, and so on. Special effect 2. Long-term training under gravity greatly increases the probability of awakening armament Haki with higher gravity, yielding higher probability. Construction cost 20000 points. After reading the description, Ryan paused for a moment, then slowly exhaled 2 words, incredible. The effect of this gravity training room was simple and brutal, yet overwhelmingly powerful. The higher the gravity multiplier, the higher the training efficiency. At 10x gravity efficiency could be boosted by an additional 100. And the added effect of greatly increasing the probability of awakening armament Haki was even more astonishing. The only downside was the cost. 200,000 points nearly emptied his pockets. But Ryan did not hesitate for a second. System confirmed construction of the Gravity Training Room Basic on the empty land to the east of the training ground. Start immediately. Construction confirmed. Gravity Training Room Basic. 200 points consumed. Construction team will arrive within 30 minutes and begin work. Estimated completion time, 10 days. Current points balance 25960. Seeing the balance plummet to just over 20,000 on the panel, Ryan felt a small pang of pain. 200,000 points spent in a flash. It was impossible not to feel a sting. After all, he had originally planned to use these points to upgrade the system, which according to previous research required 500 points for the first upgrade. Now with this expenditure, well, back to saving. But he knew clearly that this investment was absolutely worth it. Once the gravity training room was built, it would greatly enhance his own training efficiency and allow Zoro Kuro and even the promising new soldiers to undergo higher intensity training. In the long run, these points were well spent. Ryan leaned back in his chair, let out a long breath, and gazed through the window at the camp gradually settling into the twilight glow. The gravity training room would take 10 more days to complete. Before that, he had many things to do: interrogating prisoners, inventorying supplies, handling administrative affairs in the jurisdiction, and dealing with the troublesome figure locked in the cell port gas D. Ace. Ryan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his gaze growing deep. In the end, it all depended on Ace's own choice. If he came around, Ryan would not mind taking him in. But if he still could not see reason, then he would have no choice but to. On the third day after the gravity training chamber commenced operations, Lane sat at his desk with a quarterly financial report just delivered by the Norman family spread before him and a stack of logistics consumption lists from branch 187 placed beside it. To his left lay a cup of black tea that had long gone cold. To his right, a dip pen with its nib suspended above the paper, yet to make a single stroke. He was truly exhausted. This fatigue was not physical. With his current physique, he could work for 3 days and nights without feeling tired. It was a mental exhaustion. The Norman family's commercial empire stretched across the entire East Sea, covering nearly every island, encompassing shipping, trade, mining, agriculture, processing, and manufacturing, among other fields. The daily influx of documents and correspondence was mountainous. Although Branch 187 had only recently been established, its jurisdiction covered the entire Kinumi archipelago, making administrative affairs equally cumbersome. Moreover, he had to devote time to his own training, spending at least 4 hours each day practicing swordsmanship and his devil fruit abilities. His schedule was packed to the brim, leaving not a single moment truly free. Kuro could indeed help him handle many affairs. This former 100 schemes was adept at specific tasks, especially in intelligence analysis and tactical planning. Truly a capable assistant. However, Kura's strength lay in execution, not in macro-level management and planning. A vast organizational management system demanded a more comprehensive vision and finer coordination skills, which were precisely Kura's weak points. Lane put down his pen, rubbed his temples, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. He began to seriously contemplate a problem. He needed a true deputy, someone who could share the burden of management and decision-making. And almost immediately a name surfaced in his mind. Nico Robin. The only person in the world capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, the Devil's Child, who had been placed under a bounty of 79 million berries at the age of 8. Her abilities, her intelligence, her experience. If someone like her could assist him in managing Branch 187 and the Norman family's affairs, the burden on his shoulders would be halved. But the problem was that Robin was in the kingdom of Alabasta on the Grand Line. Finding her and persuading her to join him would require time and energy and would inevitably lead to conflict with Crocodile. However, at present he could not spare the time. He would have to wait until Branch 187 was fully operational, until the gravity training chamber was completed, his strength reached another level, and he had mastered armament Haki before he could consider dealing with this matter. Wait a little longer. Lane murmured to himself, suppressing this thought for the moment. He opened his eyes again, his gaze falling on the system panel, staring at the pitiful points balance. 25960. Such a meager amount of points could hardly accomplish anything, let alone upgrade. Constructing the gravity training chamber had nearly drained his reserves, and in the days ahead, he needed to find ways to replenish his points as quickly as possible. Currently, there were 2 main ways to acquire points: completing achievements and killing or capturing pirates. Regarding the achievement system, Lane had tried various methods to trigger new achievements. He had attempted to work without sleep for 10 consecutive days, eaten a 10-person portion of cafeteria food in one go, and done 10,000 push-ups with one hand. But none of these actions triggered any achievement notification. The system seemed to have its own independent set of criteria. It was not simply doing something remarkable that earned achievement rewards. So far, the achievements he had triggered were all related to military promotions and branch construction. He had yet to discern the pattern for other achievement triggers. The points gained from killing or capturing pirates were more straightforward and also more brutal. Through recent practice, Lane had basically figured out the system's point conversion rules. For ordinary pirate grunts, killing or capturing one yielded 10 to 20 points. For pirates with bounties, the points were approximately 1/10th of the bounty amount. In other words, taking down a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries would earn him 500 points. Taking down one with a bounty of 10 million would earn him 1,000 points. This ratio was neither high nor low. The problem was that the quality of pirates in the East Sea was simply too. Throughout the entire East Sea, pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million were few and far between, and most of them had either been killed or subdued by him already. The remaining small fry with bounties of a few million would not yield many points even if he killed them all. Not to mention the density of ordinary pirates in the East Sea. Compared to the Grand Line and even the other three seas, the number of pirates in the East Sea was pitifully low. The title Weakest Sea was indeed well-deserved. Relying on killing pirates to accumulate points quickly was simply not feasible in the East Sea. He had to go to the Grand Line. That was the true high-yield point zone. However, with his current strength and the scale of his forces, rashly entering the Grand Line was not a wise choice, and he lacked a suitable reason. After all, he was now a Marine. Lane leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. System, aside from achievements and killing enemies, aren't there any other ways to earn points? He had only been muttering to himself, not expecting the system to actually respond. Before this, apart from a few proactive prompts during the newbie guidance phase, the system had mostly remained silent, only giving feedback when he performed operations. However, this time the system unexpectedly replied. Detected that the host is troubled by point acquisition and has already established a certain foundation of power and combat capability. The mission system is now being unlocked ahead of schedule. Lane abruptly sat up straight. The mission system has been unlocked. The host can obtain additional point rewards by completing periodic missions issued by the system. The current available mission types are as follows: monthly mission refreshes on the first of each month. Mission name: Eliminate the Plague of the East Sea. Mission objective: Annihilate the Cultivating pirate group that is entrenched in the East Sea. This pirate group currently has approximately 200 pirates and 18 ships of various types, and is preparing to enter the Grand Line. If left unchecked, this pirate group will cause significant harm to the East Sea within the next year. Mission requirements: completely dismantle the combat strength of the Cultivating pirate group. Kill or capture the Captain Chief Cultivating. Current bounty 12 million berries and his main subordinates. Mission rewards: 3,000 points, 1 random category special blueprint. Penalty for failure: mission system closed for 3 months. Weekly mission refreshes every Monday. Mission 1: Patrol Vanguard. Mission requirements: complete at least 3 patrol missions within the jurisdiction this week and kill or capture no fewer than 50 pirates. Mission reward: 3,000 points. Mission 2: Bounty Hunter. Mission requirements: this week capture or kill pirates with a total accumulated bounty of no less than 3 million berries. Mission reward: 3,000 points. Mission 3: Drill Master. Mission requirements: this week arrange for branch soldiers to complete no fewer than 500 person times of high-intensity training sessions. 1 hour of training per person counts as 1 session. Mission reward: 3,000 points. Lane's gaze swept quickly over these mission descriptions, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. The monthly mission: Annihilate the Cultivating pirate group, rewarded 3,000 points, plus a random category special blueprint. The Cultivating pirate group had 2,000 men and 18 ships, a considerable scale. If he did not intervene personally, relying solely on his subordinate Marines, then let alone Cultivating, they might not even be able to take down the ordinary pirate grunts under his command. After all, the numerical disparity was too great. Of course, if he personally acted, a single scattered photon finger strike would basically break them. But Lane did not want to do that. This was an excellent opportunity for training. Today was only the 2nd, there was no rush. It would be safer to wait until the gravity training chamber was built, have all the Marines improve their strength, and then launch the attack. As for himself, he would just supervise from the sidelines. The only troublesome part was that according to Norman family intelligence, the Cultivating pirate group was currently active between Luaga Town and the Zameda Islands. More specifically, it was just outside the jurisdiction of Branch 187, on the edge of the Luaga Town administrative area. If he wanted to act against Cultivating, he would have to intrude into Luaga Town's jurisdiction. However, although it was somewhat troublesome, it was not insurmountable. He could simply inform C. Moj, saying it was a practical training exercise for the new recruits of the branch, and that his own jurisdiction lacked suitable opponents. Lane believed C. Moj would agree. As for the 3 weekly missions, their design was quite reasonable. Patrolling, hunting, training. These were all routine tasks for Branch 187. Now, performing these tasks not only maintained law and order in the jurisdiction, but also earned additional points. A win-win situation. If all 3 weekly missions were completed, he could earn 900 points in a single week. Over a month, the weekly missions alone would provide 3600 points. Adding the monthly missions 3000, he would have a guaranteed income of at least 6600 points per month. Moreover, the 2,000 members of the Cultivating pirate group, along with Cultivating himself and his cadre of officers, would probably yield over 5000 points. This time, the system upgrade was within reach. After the upgrade, the existing buildings could also be upgraded accordingly. Lane's mood instantly improved. He picked up the dip pen again, signed his name on the quarterly financial report before him, then stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the slowly rising morning sun over the distant sea. 1 week later on Cayman Island, the Navy's 187th branch. The week passed serenely and enriching. 3 weekly tasks were effortlessly completed amid the branch's daily operations. Patrol duties were carried out by 3 warships in rotation, with a vessel cruising the jurisdictional waters every day. Although the capture missions did not net any major catches, the combined bounties of several minor pirate crews, smuggling rings, and slaver ships barely exceeded 3 million. The training task was even more effortless. The daily high-intensity drills of the 150 sailors on the training ground far surpassed 500 man-hours. Having completed all 3 weekly tasks, Lion received a total of 90,000 points. Adding the points obtained from combating pirates, smugglers, and slavers during the week's routine patrols along with the remaining balance from before, his total points surged past 100,000, even breaking 130,000. At midnight on Monday, the system refreshed 3 new weekly tasks on time. Lion glanced at them. The content was largely similar to the previous week: patrol, capture, and training. These were inevitable activities in the branch's daily routine, requiring no deliberate adjustments to the schedule. He casually accepted the tasks and shifted his attention elsewhere. Just then a sailor hurried to the office door, stood at attention, and reported. Reporting, Branch Chief. The prisoner Portgas D. Ace wishes to see you. Lion put down the documents in his hand, his gaze sharpening. 10 days had passed. Since he had spoken those words that day, he had never visited the cell again, nor had he initiated a single word with Ace. He had given Ace ample time to think, to struggle, and to make his own choice. Now Ace had finally spoken up. Lion stood up and walked out of the office. The cell was dimly lit. When he reached the iron bars, he saw Ace sitting on the crude wooden plank, head bowed, his hands still locked to the wall with seastone cuffs. Hearing footsteps, he slowly raised his head. 10 days of imprisonment had left his face somewhat pale, but the light in his eyes was deeper than before. The two stared at each other through the iron bars for a moment, neither speaking first. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a little hoarse. "I'll ask you one question. Answer me honestly." "Ask away," Lion said calmly. "Do you think I can really do it? In this great pirate era?" Ace stared into his eyes word by word. Lion did not answer immediately. He was silent for a moment, then said seriously, "Not you alone. It's us." Ace was taken aback. "I can't do it alone either. This era cannot be ended by the power of a single person. It requires many people, many years of effort, and step-by-step progress. But I can tell you one thing: if you choose to join us, you will become an indispensable part of this force. Your abilities, your determination, your will. All of these will become significant weights that shift this era. So my answer is yes. As long as we join hands, we will definitely succeed." He paused, then spoke his final. Ace was silent for a long time. He looked down at the cold seastone cuffs around his wrists, lost in thought. The cabin was so quiet that only the creaking of the wooden planks overhead and the sound of waves slapping the hull could be heard. Then he raised his head, a relieved smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I'm in, but I'm only joining the Navy's 187th branch. They'll help you. No, we'll do it together. Together, well, in this great pirate era." Ace's voice was still a little hoarse, but his tone carried an unprecedented firmness. Lion looked at him, a smile slowly spreading across his face, then pulled out the key from his pocket and unlocked the iron gate. He walked over to Ace, crouched down, and unfastened the seastone cuffs from his wrists. The moment the cuffs fell off, Ace took a deep breath, feeling the long-lost power surge back within him. Flames flickered at his fingertips, then died down. Lion extended his hand to him. Ace looked up at him, then grasped the hand, and stood up. They were of similar height, standing face to face, their eyes meeting. "Welcome to the Navy, Portgas D. Ace. Pleasure to meet you, Branch Chief." Ace grinned, revealing his signature white teeth. That evening, as the last glow of the sunset sank into the sea, a brand new building quietly took shape on Cayman Island in the twilight. The Gravity Training Room. Lion stood at the entrance of this newly completed building, appraising its exterior. The building was rectangular with outer walls made of gray-white stone. It had no windows, only a heavy metal door as the entrance. The roof was covered with a special alloy sheeting that glowed faintly silver under the moonlight. The structure looked understated yet sturdy, like a beast lurking in the night. Lion pushed open the metal door and stepped inside. The interior was more spacious than he had imagined. Upon entering, there was an open hall of about 200 square meters with a ceiling height of roughly 4 meters. The floor was paved with a dark gray, slightly elastic composite material. Rows of soft lighting fixtures were embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall brightly and comfortably. On each of the 4 walls, a row of metal handrails was set, allowing trainees to perform assisted exercises under gravity. Around the hall, 5 closed metal doors led to 5 separate private rooms, each about 20 square meters. Lion walked to the center of the hall, operated the control panel, and set the hall's gravity to double. A low hum emanated from deep within the building, and the entire space seemed to vibrate slightly. Lion felt his body grow heavier, as if invisible hands pressed down on his shoulders. His breathing became slightly heavier, but not strenuous. Double gravity was merely a warm-up level for his current physique. He moved his limbs, assessed his condition under the gravity, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he walked toward one of the private rooms, pushed the door open, and entered. The layout was even more minimalist than the hall. Only a fixed metal bench and a few metal handrails on the wall. The floor was also covered with the dark gray composite material, and a small control panel was embedded in the wall, displaying a slider for adjusting the gravity multiplier. Lion approached the control panel and slowly increased the gravity multiplier. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. His breathing grew heavy, but he could still endure. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. His knees began to bend slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. 9 times. His body began to tremble slightly, every muscle sending signals of protest. Then he pushed the slider to 10. A heavy weight slammed down on him like a mountain. Lion's legs buckled, and the floor beneath him let out his spine creaked audibly, every muscle quaked violently, blood flow became excruciatingly difficult, and each heartbeat felt like pumping a heavy block of iron. His breathing turned rough, and rapid sweat streaming down his cheeks like a rivulet dripping onto the floor with clear pattering sounds. But Lion did not fall. Gritting his teeth, he slowly, inch by inch, straightened his back. 10 times gravity. This was his current limit, right at the threshold of extremely strenuous, but barely bearable. This gravity multiplier was the ideal training load for him. After about half an hour under 10 times gravity, Lion slowly sat down on the bench and returned the gravity. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air, his muscles still trembling slightly, but his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The gravity training room had 2 special effects. First, when conducting physical training under gravity, the growth rate of physical attributes gains an additional percentage bonus, an extra 20 at double gravity, 30 at triple, and so on, up to an extra 100 at 10 times gravity. In other words, training for 1 hour under 10 times gravity yielded the equivalent of 2 hours gains. Combined with the enhanced physique growth induced by the high-intensity load itself, the actual training efficiency increase was even more than double. Second, prolonged training under gravity significantly increased the probability of awakening armament Haki. The higher the gravity multiplier, the greater the chance. Lion's own physical strength had already barely reached the threshold for awakening armament Haki. He lacked only a catalyst. And the gravity training room was the perfect place to create that catalyst. After resting for a while, Lion stood up again, left the private room, and returned to the hall. Standing in the center of the hall, he once again felt the slight pressure under double gravity, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips. This gravity training room would be the key to a leap in strength for both him and the entire 180. On the night the gravity training room was completed, news spread like wings throughout the entire branch. When Ryan stepped out of the gravity training room, a line of curious heads appeared at the entrance. Zoro, Kuro, Ace, Nami, and even Johnny and Joseph were peeking in. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and indicated that they could go in and experience it for themselves. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered and rushed inside. After all, they had never heard of gravity adjustment before and were overwhelmingly curious. As soon as they entered the hall, Johnny and Joseph let out a weird cry, their legs buckling as they nearly dropped to the ground. Wow, so heavy. My legs feel like they're filled with lead. Johnny leaned against the wall, struggling to steady himself. Joseph fared worse, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Kuro pushed up his glasses and calmly stepped through the door. His body sank slightly as he entered the gravity field, but he quickly adjusted and maintained a steady pace, albeit slightly slower than usual. He took a few steps in the hall, felt the effects, and nodded. It's indeed effective. Training in this environment should significantly enhance physical strength. Zoro entered without a word. His knees bent slightly before he straightened up again. He stood still for a few seconds, silently feeling the pressure, and then a sharp light flickered in his eyes. He said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was a satisfied expression. Ace was the last to follow Zoro, stepping into the doorway. He clearly underestimated the effects of double gravity. His body lurched forward, nearly losing balance. He quickly steadied himself and cleared his throat awkwardly. Cough. It's quite intense. Just then a crisp voice called from the entrance. Hey, have you all gone in? What is it like inside? At this moment, Nami curiously leaned in halfway. Then her expression changed instantly. She felt as if an invisible wall was pressing down on her shoulders. Her breathing grew rapid and her legs began to tremble slightly. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to take a couple of steps, then leaned against the wall, bending over as she gasped for air. What is this thing? Why is it so heavy? I feel like I've been trampled by a sea king. Nami raised her head, complaining with a dissatisfied expression. This is double gravity. You lack physical training, so it's normal to feel unaccustomed the first time you come in. However, calling it a Sea King is a bit of an exaggeration. Ryan chuckled at her disheveled appearance. Double gravity. You call this double? Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. I feel like it's at least 5 times. That's because you're too weak. Zoro interjected coolly. Nami shot Zoro an angry glare, then complained a bit more before she reluctantly rubbed her sore shoulders and exited the gravity training room. The moment she stepped out, she felt noticeably lighter, letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew. As for this thing, whoever wants to train can go ahead. I'd rather study my navigation charts. She glanced back at the gray-white building, grumbling. After saying that, she turned to leave, planning to continue reading her navigation books, her steps light as she quickly vanished into the dusk. Ryan watched her silhouette disappear into the night, shaking his head with a smile before returning his gaze to the 5 closed individual training rooms. The gravity training room had been completed, and next it was time to create real miracles with it. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone on Keyman Island, a long line had already formed at the entrance of the gravity training room. News had spread overnight. The branch leader had built a magical training room where training would make one's body feel particularly heavy. However, after training in that state, when returning to normal conditions, one would feel as light as a swallow, and their strength would have increased significantly. The news spread like wildfire among the soldiers. By early the next day, nearly all off-duty Marines rushed to the entrance of the gravity training room, eager to experience it. Ryan stood at the entrance looking at the long line and had to step out to maintain order. Line up. No pushing. To ensure everyone has enough training space, the hall can accommodate a maximum of 30 people at a time. Also, to ensure no one has physical issues, unless there's special permission, each person's training time cannot exceed 1 hour, and they must rest for at least 3 hours before re-entering. Everyone will take turns using it. No cutting in line, no monopolizing equipment. Under his command, the Marines quickly formed a line, and the first batch of 30 rushed eagerly into the training hall. Moments later, a chorus of gasps and shouts erupted from the hall. Wow, so heavy. My legs. Why are my legs so heavy? I feel like I'm being crushed by a mountain. Then came laughter and voices encouraging each other. Outside the training hall, the 5 individual rooms were reserved exclusively for Ryan, Zoro, Kuro, and Ace. Each had their own room to adjust the gravity multiplier according to their needs and tolerances. The remaining room was temporarily vacant, kept as a backup. Zoro entered his room on the first day, setting the gravity to 5 times, and spent a full 2 hours swinging his sword inside. When he came out, his legs were trembling, his arms were shaking, but a burning fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He could clearly feel that training in this environment was strengthening his body at an unprecedented speed. Kuro was even steadier. He set the gravity to 3 times and conducted a series of physical training and swordsmanship practice. Kuro's weapon is the cat claw, which can also be understood as 10 short blades, thus also swordsmanship. His movements remained graceful and composed, but the sweat dripping from his forehead indicated that 3 times gravity was no easy feat for him. As for Ace, before stepping into his room, he glanced back at Ryan and grinned. Hey, does this training room help me control my flames better? The gravity environment won't directly affect your fruit abilities, but it can enhance your physique. A stronger body can withstand greater flame output and sustain you better in battles. Moreover, he paused. If you want to master Haki in the future, the gravity training room is the best auxiliary. He had already heard Ryan mention what Haki was yesterday and had made it clear that it was an important goal ahead. Ace nodded thoughtfully and then entered his room, shutting the door. Moments later, a dull thud and a low curse echoed from inside. Clearly, he too had experienced the sensation of being crushed by gravity. Ryan stood in the center of the hall, watching the Marines gritting their teeth and persevering in the gravity environment, and observing Zoro and Kuro sweating profusely in their rooms, feeling the numbers of tidal resonance in his mind rising at an unprecedented speed. Every second, the cultivation gains from dozens of soldiers training in the gravity environment flowed. It felt like a dry riverbed being filled by an unceasing stream. Though each stream was small, they gathered together, forming a river that was widening by the moment. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened his eyes, walked towards his room, closed the door, and set the gravity to 10 times. Boom! The heavy pressure descended once more. Ryan gritted his teeth and slowly, inch by inch, under the oppression of 10 times gravity, assumed the most basic punching stance. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, every muscle screamed, and every bone groaned. But his gaze remained as steadfast as a rock. He began to throw punches. One punch, another punch, yet another punch. The speed was slow, as if struggling in a quagmire. But each punch was stronger than the last. Each punch was more determined than the one before. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. It was already the 3rd day since the gravity training room was completed. Suddenly, good news came from the weapon research room. A researcher hurriedly came to the training room entrance holding a long-barreled rifle resembling the 1537 model, but with obvious differences in detail, his face unable to conceal his excitement. Branch leader, the prototype of the sniper rifle is ready. The sample rifle sent from the Weapon Research Laboratory lay quietly on the velvet cloth spread across Ryan's desk. The moment Ryan laid eyes on it, he noticed its distinct differences from the Neumann 1537 rifle. The barrel was longer and heavier, extended from 620 mm to 750 mm, with the barrel walls thickened to withstand the stress of higher chamber pressure. The stock was made of the same ebony wood as the 1537 model, but the grip area had been ergonomically optimized for prolonged aiming. The most striking feature was the optical scope mounted atop the receiver. Its slender tube bore a faint blue coating on the lens, shimmering in the sunlight, and a line of small characters was engraved on the side. 187th Naval Branch Weapon Research Laboratory Trial Prototype No. 1. Ryan picked up the rifle, weighed it in his hands. It was about a kilogram heavier than the 1537, with the center of gravity slightly forward, but still within acceptable limits. He pulled the bolt. The action moved smoothly, producing a crisp metallic clatter. He shouldered the rifle and peered through the scope at the window. The crosshairs were clear and precise. Far out over the sea, a seagull, circling roughly 800 meters away, showed every feather detail with startling clarity. "Give me the specs." Ryan lowered the rifle and addressed the researcher standing before him. The bespectacled researcher opened the folder in his hand, cleared his throat, and reported with a slightly academic tone. "Understood. Based on the proven platform of the Neumann 1537 rifle, we have optimized the barrel firing mechanism and aiming system. The specific parameters are as follows. Neumann 1537 sniper rifle type, bolt action, sniper rifle caliber 7.92 mm, overall length 1280 mm, barrel length 750 mm, heavy barrel wall thickness increased by 25, weight empty 5.8 kilograms, including scope, magazine capacity 5-round, stripper clip, loading muzzle velocity 880 milliseconds, superior to the 1537 rifle's 820 milliseconds. Effective range 800 m, superior to the 1537 rifle's 650 m. Maximum range 3200 m, superior to the 1537 rifle's 2800 m. Accuracy 5 cm, dispersion at 800 m, superior to the 1537 rifle's 8 cm at 300 m. Aiming system 412x, variable magnification, optical scope, anti-reflective coating, adjustable windage and elevation feed, internal magazine, 5-round stripper clip features. Extended heavy barrel ensures long-range precision. Adjustable bipod enhances stability. Hydraulic buffer in stock reduces recoil's effect on consecutive shots. After hearing the report, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Every parameter of this sniper rifle surpassed the classic Kar 98K sniper variant of Earth. Higher muzzle velocity, longer range, superior accuracy. This was possible thanks to the pirate world's advancements in specialty metal materials and precision machining, as well as the professional expertise of the 3 system researchers in weapon design. What about the Seastone bullets? Ryan set down the rifle and looked at the researcher. He hadn't forgotten that after a ship full of Marines was taken down by Ace, he had ordered the lab to attempt manufacturing Seastone bullets. To that end, Ryan had even brought in a small piece of Seastone from his family stock. The researcher's face showed a complex expression, part pride, part exhaustion. He took out 5 brass-colored bullets from a metal case and carefully placed them on the velvet. From the outside, they looked no different from ordinary 7.9257 mm rifle rounds, but upon closer inspection, a small section at the tip of the bullet displayed a unique gray-black hue. That was the color of Seastone powder mixed with copper jacket. "These are our trial Seastone bullets," the researcher explained, pointing at the rounds. "The front third of the bullet is infused with high-purity Seastone powder at a ratio of roughly 70% copper to 30% stone. We settled on this ratio after multiple attempts. It ensures structural integrity while maximizing the Seastone's effect." He paused, a hint of complaint in his voice. "Branch chief, to grind that Seastone into powder, the 3 of us took turns filing it by hand with a rasp for an entire week. That stuff is incredibly hard. Ordinary tools couldn't even scratch it. We went through a lot of effort just to get enough powder for a few rounds. For mass production, would need more specialized equipment." Ryan nodded in understanding. He knew the hardness of Seastone. Processing it into powder was no small. He picked up one of the Seastone bullets, twirled it between his fingers, then said to a Marine standing nearby, "Go to the gravity training room and fetch Ace." The Marine hesitated. Summon Ace." "Yes, tell him I have something interesting to show him." A few minutes later, Ace walked into the office with a puzzled look. He was still in his training clothes, sweat, not yet dry, obviously pulled straight from the gravity room. "What's up?" "I was in the middle of training. Just got used to 4 times gravity, and you interrupted me." Ryan didn't answer. Instead, he tossed a sea-stone bullet toward Ace. Ace instinctively caught it. Then his face changed instantly. An indescribable wave of weakness flooded from his palms, surging through his entire body. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor like a fish thrown ashore, limp without even the strength to lift a finger. This is sea-stone. Ace lay on the ground, forcing out the words in a voice as faint as a sleep-talker's. More precisely, a bullet mixed with sea-stone powder. Ryan crouched down and gently retrieved the bullet from it. The crushing pressure on Ace's hand vanished instantly. He let out a long sigh, then slowly pushed himself up to a sitting position, glaring at Ryan with dissatisfaction. "You set me up. If I didn't trick you, how would I know the effect was good?" Ryan said matter-of-factly, then held the bullet up to his eye for a closer look. "Seems effective enough. A single small bullet can instantly neutralize a Logia user. If this goes into mass production, the status of Logia users in the new world might take a serious hit." Ace rubbed his still-aching wrist. "Hey, next time you test something like this, could you warn me first? I thought you were about to relax. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't use such a troublesome method." Ryan replied casually, then placed the sea-stone bullet back into the metal case and closed the lid. Just then a question popped into Ace's mind. "Wait, aren't you a devil fruit user too?" "What?" "Obviously, if I were afraid of sea-stone, why would I call you here to test it?" "That makes sense, I guess." Hearing Ryan's retort, Ace scratched his head and laughed. But only after he returned to his private room in the gravity training room did another question dawn on him. Wait. Why is Ryan a devil fruit user not affected by sea-stone? On the shooting range, Ryan personally loaded, aimed, and fired, conducting a series of live-fire tests on the sniper rifle. Fixed targets, moving targets, long-range targets, and corrective shots under varying wind conditions. Each round of testing yielded results that satisfied him. At a distance of 600 meters, the spread diameter of 5 rounds was less than 4 centimeters. At the maximum effective range of 800 meters, it still maintained sufficient lethality. Even under a sea breeze of level 4, after appropriate windage correction, the hit rate remained considerable. Ryan set down the rifle, gazing at the precisely pierced bullet hole on the distant target, and nodded with satisfaction. "A fine rifle." He patted the warm barrel, turned to the researcher, and said, "Transfer the blueprints to the arsenal, prioritize small batch trial production, and first produce 20 units. Then he summoned the squad leader in charge of training and issued another directive. "Screen all Marines, identify 10 soldiers with the best shooting scores and a talent for long-distance marksmanship, and form a dedicated sniper squad. These 10 individuals will receive additional sniper-specific training and be prioritized for sniper rifle allocation." He paused, pondered briefly, then added another point. "Once Hylustone bullets enter mass production, prioritize supplying these 10 snipers. Hylustone material is scarce and costly. It cannot be universally deployed across the entire force. We need to concentrate limited resources on those most likely to utilize them effectively. That is the most rational allocation." The researcher snapped to attention and saluted. "Understood." After arranging all this, Ryan did not dismiss the researcher, but instead asked a question he had long wanted to pose. "If I wanted to develop an entirely new weapon, not based on the existing Norman 1537 platform, but a truly professional large-caliber, ultra-long-range, and ultra-high-precision strategic sniper rifle designed from scratch, could you do it?" The researcher was silent for a moment, then shook his head somewhat regretfully. "Branch Chief, to be honest, we cannot. The knowledge and skills the three of us possess are primarily focused on improving and optimizing existing weapons. We can understand blueprints, refine processes, and solve technical problems in production, but we do not have the capability to create a new weapon from scratch. That requires scientists, not engineers. If the branch chief requires that level of RD capability, you may need to recruit dedicated scientists." Ryan nodded thoughtfully. He had long known that the system had a scientist recruitment function. In the talent recruitment module, scientists were divided into 4 tiers: junior, intermediate, senior, and strategic. But when he opened the recruitment interface and saw the price, he still couldn't help but gasp. Junior scientist recruitment requires 100 points, intermediate scientist recruitment requires 500 points, senior scientist recruitment requires 200 points, strategic scientist recruitment requires 100 points, even the lowest tier junior scientist required 1000 points. He currently had just over 13000 points. Though it seemed like a decent amount upon careful calculation, it was far from sufficient considering how many areas required points in his plans. Compared to spending points on a professional sniper rifle, he preferred to prioritize system upgrades, unlock more building options, and upgrade all existing structures. It wasn't that a strategic sniper rifle was useless, but in terms of priority, it had to be postponed. Moreover, how much use could a 1000-point junior scientist really be? Ryan felt that deserved a question mark. He stared silently at the recruitment interface for a long time, then finally closed the panel. "Let's set aside the scientist matter for now. Focus on the mass production of the sniper rifle, and continue researching the processing techniques for high-loose-stone bullets to see if we can find a more efficient method. As for new weapon development, we'll discuss it when conditions are ripe, he said to the researcher. The researcher nodded, said nothing more, acknowledged the order, and turned to leave the office. Lion leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling on the vast ocean outside the window. On the 15th day since the gravity training room was completed, Lion had grown accustomed to being the first to push through the door each morning and the last to drag his exhausted body out late at night. His single room was numbered 1 with gravity permanently set at 10 times. In this room, every inch of air felt like solidified lead. Every breath required mobilizing the entire bodice muscles to resist the invisible pressure. Sweat was squeezed out from pores, converging into tiny streams along the skin's texture, sliding down his jaw, spine, and legs, pooling on the floor into a gradually expanding puddle of water. He had been in this room for 10 full days. At least 4 hours each day apart from eating, sleeping, and handling necessary administrative duties, he spent nearly all his time in this 20 square meter small room. Under the pressure of 10 times gravity, he repeated the most basic training movements: punches, kicks, squats, push-ups, and swings of the blade. Every movement felt like struggling in a quagmire, slow and heavy. But each exertion allowed him to clearly feel the muscle fibers cycling through tearing and repair, becoming tougher and denser. Yet Wuzhuang remained unawakened. On the 11th day, Lion stood in the center of the single room, his entire body tense, trying to channel the power within to his fists. In this world, Lion had specifically tasked people with collecting intelligence on Baki, and among that information, he had read descriptions of Wuzhuang. According to those descriptions, the sensation was like donning an invisible armor over the body, transforming willpower into tangible defense and attack. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and repeatedly envisioned the flow path of that power in his mind. Nothing. Lion looked down at his still pale fists, was silent for a moment, then resumed his punching stance and continued. On the 12th day, he began to feel frustrated. The gravity training room's effects were undeniable. His physique was strengthening at a visible rate, and his strength and endurance had improved significantly compared to half a month ago. But Wuzhuang was like an invisible door. He stood right before it, yet could not find the way to open. Lion even began to doubt whether he had any talent for awakening Wuzhuang at all. On the 13th day, frustration turned into confusion. He tried every method he could think of: meditation, extreme physical training, emotional stimulation through simulated combat, and even attempted to imitate the state of exploding potential in a desperate situation like Sualong. But all efforts were in vain. His fists could shatter the alloy target plates in the training room. His body could endure 2 hours of continuous training under 10 times gravity without rest. Yet he simply could not make that legendary power manifest on his skin. On the 14th day, confusion turned into defiance. Lion stood in the center of the single room, his bare upper body covered in sweat, muscles trembling slightly, but his eyes burned with a stubborn flame. He refused to believe it. He had spent 10 years tempering his physique to a level near that of a headquarters vice admiral, yet he couldn't even touch the threshold of Wuzhuang. There must be something wrong, some method he hadn't thought of. Lion closed his eyes again. This time, instead of deliberately trying to guide that power, he sank all his attention deep into his own body, feeling every muscle, every bone, and the power flowing through every blood vessel. Under the oppression of 10 times gravity, his body was in a state of extreme tension, every inch of skin fighting against the invisible pressure. Then he sensed a peculiarity. On his right arm, a small patch of skin seemed slightly warmer than the rest. It was an extremely faint burning sensation, easily overlooked, if not carefully felt. Lion didn't open his eyes, but focused all his attention on that small patch of skin. He could feel beneath that skin a faint power stirring, like some energy trapped within the body struggling. He tried to channel that power to his fist. At first, the power was unruly, like a wild horse that refused to be tamed, charging recklessly through his body, completely uncontrollable. But Lion did not rush. He patiently tried again and again, like a rider attempting to tame a spirited stallion that had never been ridden. On the 15th day at 4 a.m, Keeman Island still slumbered. Inside the private chamber of gravity training room No. 1, Lion stood bare-chested in the center of the room. He did not begin his training as usual. Instead, he stood still, eyes closed, breathing steady and deep. His body trembled slightly under the tenfold gravity, yet his expression was eerily calm. Over the past 14 days, he had tried every method he could conceive. He had scrutinized all available records on Haki, recalled every detail about armament Haki from the manga in his past life, and even discussed with Sualong the insight of transforming will into power. But all theories and experience ultimately required his own practice and comprehension. In the deep hours between the 14th and 15th day, when he was on the verge of giving up and accepting that he might not be able to awaken armament Haki, yet a sudden realization struck him. He had been searching for armament Haki, as if it were something external, something to be obtained. But if the descriptions of Haki were correct, if armament Haki truly was a latent power hidden within the human body, then what he needed was not to search for it, but to awaken it. Thus he adjusted his breathing and sank all his attention into his body. Under the tenfold gravity, his body was in a state of extreme tension. Every inch of skin, every muscle fiber, every meridian resisted the invisible pressure. In this state, his bodily awareness became unprecedented. He could clearly feel the rhythm of blood flowing through his veins, the thrust of each heartbeat pumping blood throughout his body, the frequency of muscle fibers trembling under gravitational oppression. Suddenly, Lion again sensed an extremely faint burning sensation on the skin of his arm, the same one he had felt the day before. Then he perceived that power. It was not in his fist, not in his arm, not in any specific part of his body. It existed in every breath he took, in every beat of his heart, in every flow of his blood. It was not an energy to be guided, but an instinct to be awakened. An instinct unique to the natives of this world. At that moment, he felt grateful that he had undergone soul transmigration rather than body transmigration. Otherwise, awakening Haki would have been utterly impossible. The next moment, Lion slowly opened his eyes. He did not deliberately exert force, nor did he imagine any complex technique. He simply clenched his right. Then he saw a faint ink-black sheen begin to emerge from his fingertips, spreading along his knuckles, the back of his hand, and his wrist slowly creeping upward. The black was uneven, darker in some places, lighter in others, like the brushstrokes of a novice trying ink painting for the first time. It covered his entire right fist and forearm, then stopped at the elbow, progressing no further. Lion stared at his right hand, now coated in a glossy black, and remained silent for a long time. Then he smiled. Not a triumphant laugh, but a relieved smile tinged with fatigue and gratification. From the moment he had crossed into this world, he knew that Haki was one of the most formidable power systems, and that he would eventually have to cross this threshold. And today he had finally done it. He did not rush to try advanced techniques. Instead, he first carefully sensed the feeling of armament Haki enveloping his arm. That layer of black substance was not heavy. In fact, it was quite light, like an invisible film clinging tightly to the skin. But the solidity it brought, the sensation that his arm had become a weapon, was unprecedented. He could feel that the skin and bones beneath the armament Haki had significantly enhanced hardness and toughness. Lion flexed his right arm, coated with armament Haki, clenching and unclenching his fist, sensing the flow of power through his limb. Then he attempted to extend the armament Haki to his left arm. This time he found it noticeably smoother. The black luster emerged from his left fingertips, spreading along his fingers, the back of his hand, and his wrist, all the way to his forearm. Though slower than his right hand, the coverage area and uniformity were nearly identical. Next came his legs. Lion concentrated, guiding the power downward. The black sheen traveled along his ankles, shins, and knees, reaching halfway up his thighs. Although the coverage was less complete than on his arms, successfully extending armament Haki to his lower limbs was already a significant progress. Lion stood in the center of the chamber, looking down at the faint black luster on his hands and legs, a surge of impulse rising within him. He wanted to test the practical effect of armament Haki. Glancing around the room, his gaze fell on the alloy target plate in the corner used for measuring power. It was a 3 cm thick alloy steel plate, a testing device installed during the construction of the gravity training room, used to assess trainees' attack power. With his previous strength, a full-force punch could leave a dent about 1 centimeter deep, but he could not penetrate it. Lion walked up to the target plate, took a deep breath, then clenched his right fist, condensing all his armament Haki onto his fist. This time the black luster was even denser, almost dyeing his entire fist into a piece of black cast iron. He aimed at the center of the plate, pivoted his waist, and launched his right fist like a cannonball. Thump! A dull, resounding impact exploded in the chamber. Lion withdrew his fist and looked down. In the center of the plate was a deep punch mark, its edges sharp and clear as if pounded in by a heavy hand. The depth of the indentation was at least 2 centimeters, nearly piercing halfway through the 3 cm thick alloy plate. Around the mark, several fine cracks spread outward like a spider web. Lion gazed at the fist mark, paused for a moment, then slowly exhaled. This was armament Haki. Even at the initial stage of awakening, with coverage limited to the fist and arm, armament Haki could elevate his attack power to such a level. If he could cover his entire body, if he could coat a blade, if he could master the higher-level techniques of armament Haki, he dared not imagine what that would be like. Calming his excitement, he began more tests. He tried rapid consecutive punches while maintaining armament Haki coverage, and succeeded without a doubt. Although sustaining the coating consumed extra stamina, with his current physique, dozens of consecutive punches were no problem. He attempted to coat his fingertips with armament Haki, and then stabbed the target plate. The effect was equally astonishing. His fingertips became as hard as steel, alls leaving deep finger holes in the plate. He tried coating his shins and knees, and striking the plate with kicks. A sweeping kick left a deep groove on the surface. He even attempted to apply armament Haki to a standard-issue military saber, but this time he encountered difficulty. Coating a body part with armament Haki was one thing, extending it to an external object was another. He tried several times, but failed to make the armament Haki adhere to the blade. At most he saw a faint black trace at the contact point between the handle and his palm. It seems attaching it to external objects is a higher-level technique. Lion put down the saber undeterred. He had made a huge breakthrough today and could not be greedy. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time. The path must be walked step by step. The cultivation of armament Haki was no different. He checked the time, 5:20 a.m. Unknowingly, he had spent the entire night in this chamber. Lion switched off the gravity system, pushed open the door, and walked out. The training hall was empty. It was the darkest hour before dawn, and the entire base still slept. Lion crossed the hall, pushed open the entrance of the gravity training room, and stepped onto the open ground outside. The sea breeze struck his face, carrying a salty, humid scent brushing against his sweat-drenched body. On the eastern horizon, a faint pale glow appeared, a sign of the approaching dawn. Lion stood in the morning breeze, raising his right hand to look at the palm that had just awakened armament Haki. Now, without concentrating Haki, his hand had returned to its normal skin color, indistinguishable from an ordinary person's in the dim light of dawn. But he knew he was not the same as yesterday. He clenched his fist facing the vast sea and whispered softly, "This is only the beginning." Over the next few days, Lion devoted almost all his spare time to familiarizing himself with and consolidating armament Haki. He discovered that practicing armament Haki under gravity was far more efficient than under normal conditions. This might be because the body under gravitational pressure remained in a state of high tension, making it easier to sense and mobilize the latent power within. Consequently, he adjusted his training regimen to perform physical training under tenfold gravity while attempting to maintain armament Haki coverage, thereby enhancing its duration and coverage area. The results were remarkable. On the third day after awakening, he could already cover his entire right arm and shoulder with armament Haki, extending the duration from the initial 10-odd seconds to nearly a minute. On the fifth day, he successfully covered both arms and legs, achieving relatively stable coverage on his calves. On the seventh day, he attempted to extend armament Haki to his torso. This time he failed. The armament Haki coverage on his chest and abdomen was highly unstable, appearing only to dissipate rapidly, as if something obstructed the flow of that power. Lion was not discouraged. He knew that the torso was the Buddha's core and one of the most challenging areas for stable armament Haki coverage. Many masters who had mastered armament Haki could cover their arms and legs like cast iron, yet their chest and abdomen remained weak points. He needed more time and practice to cover his entire body. On the 10th day after awakening armament Haki, Lion received an unexpected surprise. That day, during his routine training in the private room, after completing a high-intensity physical session, he habitually condensed armament Haki over his right fist, preparing to strike the target board a few times. However, when he clenched his fist, he noticed something. This time the range of armament Haki coverage seemed to have expanded slightly compared to yesterday. The black luster, which previously only reached the wrist, had now extended to the middle of his forearm, and the color was deeper, shifting from the initial light gray to a more profound black. More importantly, he felt the flow of that power had become much smoother. If using armament Haki a few days ago was like driving a carriage on a rugged mountain path, now the road had been leveled and the wheels rolled without so much jolting. Lion looked at his right fist covered in black luster, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned to face the target board, took a deep breath, and punched. Thud! A deeper, clearer fist imprint remained on the board with almost no cracks around its edges, indicating that the power of this punch was more concentrated and focused. He withdrew his fist, deactivated the gravity system, and walked out of the private room. In the training hall, several naval soldiers were performing basic physical training under twofold gravity. Seeing the branch chief emerge, they all stood at attention and saluted. Lion nodded at them and walked out of the gravity training room. The sunlight outside was pleasant, the sea breeze gentle, and the sky a clear blue. He stood at the training room entrance, raised his right hand, spread his palm, and looked at his hand with healthy skin tone under the sunlight. Then he clenched his fist and concentrated his mind. Black luster instantly covered his entire right fist and forearm, emitting a steady, restrained gleam under the sun. Lion stared at the fist covered in armament Haki for a moment. Not enough. This is only the first step. Next, I need to learn to cover my whole body, then to attach it to weapons, and then master the advanced internal destruction technique. The road is still long. He relaxed his fist, and the armament Haki luster slowly receded like the ebbing tide, revealing his original skin tone. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his coat and turned toward the administrative building. There were only 5 days left until the deadline for the monthly mission. He had to set out. Administrative building. Branch chief's office. Lion sat behind his desk, picked up the Den Den Mushy receiver, and dialed a number. Buru Buru. Buru Buru. The din-din mushy rang a few times before being answered, and a familiar low voice tinged with tobacco smoke came through. This is CMO Gu. Captain CMO Gu, it's me Lian. There was a brief silence on the other end, then CMO Gu's voice sounded again with a hint of surprise. Lian, you actually taking the initiative to contact me is a rare event. Spit it out, what's up? I have an operation plan, and I need to inform you. Lian leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm tone. You know the Kuliku pirates, right? CMO Gusner, Admiral Kuliku, bounty 10 million, the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, with over 2,000 men, nearly 20 ships. All large, well-armed sailing warships. They've been active around the edges of Luo Gu Town's jurisdiction, burning, looting, and committing every atrocity. I've wanted to move against them for a long time, but Luo Gu Town's forces are limited, and a hasty attack would be too risky. What, you have an idea? I do, Lion said bluntly. Branch 187 plans to launch a cleanup operation against the Kuliku pirates soon. But according to intelligence, they are currently rampaging on an island near the edge of Luo Gu Town's jurisdiction, close to Branch 187's area. If we act well, inevitably enter your jurisdiction, so I need to notify you first. There was another silence. This silence lasted longer than the previous one. Lion could hear the faint sound of a cigar burning through the din-din mushy. Then CMO Gu spoke, his tone carrying a seriousness Lion had never heard from him before. Lion, I have a proposal. Go ahead. Join operation. CMO Gu said decisively. Luo Gu Town will provide manpower and ships, and we'll take down the Kuliku pirates together. They're not ordinary pirates. Over 2,000 men, nearly 20 large warships. Your branch alone can't handle them. Luo Gu Town's forces are limited, but combined with yours our chances are much better. Besides, I have a lot of new recruits who need real combat experience. This is an excellent training opportunity. Lion's lips curled slightly. He had only intended to inform CMO Gu, but unexpectedly the man had proposed a joint operation. This was much smoother than he had anticipated. Although it would mean fewer points for him, since many pirates would be killed or captured by Luo Gu Town soldiers. But that was fine. The pirates in the East Blue, especially the low-level ones, contributed only negligible points. The reward for the monthly mission was the real prize. Moreover, since the operation was within Luo Gu Town's jurisdiction, he had no reason to refuse. No problem. Shall we discuss details in person or over the phone? Lion replied succinctly. In person is too late. Let's do it over the phone. CMO Gu said. Tell me your plan and troop deployment, and I'll arrange our side to match your rhythm. The two men communicated for about 20 minutes, finalizing the joint operation plan. CMO Gu would dispatch 2 medium-sized warships, 4 small patrol boats, and 250 naval soldiers from Luo Gu Town. He also mentioned that a prison ship was scheduled to arrive in the East Blue to pick up captured pirates and transport them to Impel Down. It happened to be timed well, so he would have the prison ship accompany them. After all, with over 2,000 pirates. Even if half were killed, the remaining half couldn't be transported back by just the ships of the two branches. But with a prison ship it was different. That vessel was several times larger than a standard Navy warship, specially modified to hold prisoners. It could accommodate not just 1,000, but even 2,000 pirates if they squeezed in. As for Branch 187, they would contribute 1 medium-sized warship, 2 small warships, and 130 naval soldiers. Once the target island was confirmed, both sides would attack from different directions, simultaneously forming up. After hanging up the phone, Lion leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and reviewed the action plan in his mind. Confirming there were no omissions, he opened his eyes. Then he picked up the din-din mushy on the table and dialed Luo's communication. A few minutes later, Klo pushed open the door and entered. He was dressed in a crisp dark gray suit with a snow-white collar, and his hair was meticulously combed. He approached the desk, then took out a neatly folded document from his chest and slid it in front of Rhine. Young master, this is the latest summary of the Krieg pirates' movements compiled by the Norman Family Intelligence Network. Rhine took the document and quickly flipped through it. The document detailed the recent activity of the Krieg pirates. Over the past month, they had attacked 6 merchant ships and 3 coastal villages, plundering a large amount of food money and other supplies. Currently, the main fleet of the Krieg pirates was anchored near an island called Iron Wall Island, on the edge of Lowtown's jurisdiction, conducting large-scale ship maintenance and resupply operations. On the island, the Krieg pirates had established a temporary camp, stockpiling a vast amount of plundered goods. Iron Wall Island. Rhine tapped a finger on the map. What is the terrain like on this island? The island is not large, about 5 kilometers east to west and 3 kilometers north to south. It has dense tropical vegetation, but the terrain is relatively flat. Only a small hill about 50 meters high stands in the center of the island. The Krieg pirates' camp is built on the flat ground south of the hill, near a natural harbor convenient for mooring ships. Klo reported fluently, evidently having done his homework in advance. According to intelligence, the Krieg pirates currently have about 2,100 people, of which approximately 1,500 are combatants and the rest are non-combatants, craftsmen, cooks, laborers, and so on. They possess a total of 18 ships of various sizes, 5 of which are large warships with a displacement of over 2,000 tons equipped with multiple heavy cannons. The rest are all medium-sized warships mainly used for patrol and transport. Klo paused and then added, "It is worth noting that Krieg himself is renowned for his exquisite equipment. He wears a full-body golden armor with extremely strong defensive capabilities. He is also equipped with a variety of custom-made weapons, including a shield that can fire poison needles and flames and a massive battle spear. In addition, he has several competent officers under his command. The most notable among them is Demon Jin, the combat captain of the Krieg pirates. Although his bounty is not high, his combat prowess is certainly no weaker than that of pirates with bounties over 10 million. Ryan was silent for a moment after hearing the report, then said, "Notify everyone. We set out at dawn tomorrow. Leave 20 elite Marines to guard the base. The rest will all mobilize 100 new recruits, 30 elite Marines. Bring Zoro, Ace, and Kobe as well. All 3 warships will set sail." Klo nodded and stood up. "Understood. I will relay the orders immediately." The next morning before dawn, the pier on Koman Island was already bustling with activity. The 3 warships, Prow, Wave Rider, and Wind Chaser, had completed their final pre-departure inspections. Ammunition and supplies had all been loaded, and the freshwater reserves were sufficient. 130 Marines stood in neat ranks on the pier, each with a solemn and focused expression. They knew that this time the target was not some petty pirate with a bounty of a few 100,000, but the largest pirate crew in the East Blue, a behemoth of 2,000 people. But not a single one of them was afraid. Over the past half-month, it was not only Ryan who had benefited from the gravity training room. The others, including the ordinary Marines, had also reaped significant gains. To put it bluntly, those new recruits could now easily take on 2 of their former selves. As for the elite Marines of the system, in terms of physique alone, they had firmly reached the level of a Marine headquarters lieutenant. For the pirates of the East Blue, they could take on 3 to 5 of them single-handedly. And if they cooperated in groups, the number they could handle would at least double. Ryan stood on the pier, his gaze slowly sweeping across the young faces. He saw Zoro standing in the front row, 3 swords hanging at his waist, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation and battle spirit. He saw Ace wearing a standard Marine short-sleeved shirt, his arms crossed over his chest, a confident smile on his lips, as if utterly indifferent to the upcoming great battle. He saw Kobe standing in the ranks, gripping his Type 1537 rifle tightly. Although there was still a trace of nervousness on his face, his eyes no longer held the cowardice of before. It seemed class training had been quite effective. He also saw Johnny and Joseph. The 2 jokers had put away their usual playful grins and were earnestly checking their weapons. He saw the new recruits whose names he knew and those he didn't. Those young men who had been ordinary civilians just over 2 months ago had now grown into true warriors capable of facing a Tootha Salmon pirate crew. Ryan withdrew his gaze and said only one sentence: "Board the ships. Set sail." The Marines filed onto the vessels. Shortly after, the 3 warships slowly departed the pier, sailing in formation toward the distance in the morning light. The sea breeze filled the sails, and the bows sliced through the azure sea, leaving 3 white wakes. Ryan stood on the bridge of the Prow Wave, gazing at the gradually brightening horizon ahead, his expression calm and resolute. Inside the bridge of the Prow Wave, Ryan stood before the chart table, his eyes fixed on the map that marked the location of Ironwall Island and the detailed surrounding waters, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. In his mind, the figure of a pink-haired youth emerged. Kobe, deserting in the face of battle and causing chaos in crucial moments. These 2 flaws were serious crimes worthy of summary execution in any military regardless of the era. This was also why almost everyone disliked him. Ryan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze growing somewhat profound. He had carefully analyzed the reasons why Kobe had turned out that way in the original story. The first reason was personality. Kobe was naturally timid and cowardly, lacking confidence, and easily flustered in major events. The second reason was experience. In his most helpless moment, he was saved by Luffy, a pirate. Luffy gave him courage, gave him direction, and subtly influenced his values. So pirates can be good people. The Marines aren't always right. These ideas were deeply planted in his heart. As for the third reason, Ryan felt that it was definitely Garp's fault. Everyone brought up or taught by Garp without exception had a somewhat skewed worldview, at least from Ryan's perspective. But this time things were different. Kobe had not met Luffy, nor had he been trained by Garp. After being rescued from the Alvida pirates, he had fallen directly into Ryan's hands. Ryan had handed him over to Klo. And what kind of person was Klo? Over the past 3 years, all the illicit business of the Norman family and all the dirty work behind the scenes had been handled by Klo. On the surface, he was a bespectacled, elegantly mannered butler. But in reality, In reality, he was a ruthless, decisive man who would stop at nothing. Ryan had left Kobe to Klo with a certain intention, hoping that Klo would use his iron-fisted methods to thoroughly grind away the weak parts of Kobe's character. And this battle at Iron Wall Island was a perfect opportunity to test the results. If Kobe could perform like a qualified Marine in this large-scale battle of nearly 3,000 people, obeying orders, fighting bravely, not retreating, not talking nonsense, then Ryan would not mind continuing to train him. But if he still acted as he did in the original story, failing at the critical moment, or even causing chaos, then even if Kobe had great potential as a cultivation tool, Ryan would not keep him. On the battlefield, there was no room for misplaced mercy. He did not need a soldier who would drag him down at the crucial moment. So this battle was both a test and a final chance. Withdrawing his thoughts, Ryan shifted his gaze from the map and looked through the bridge window at the figure on the deck. Kobe was topless, sweating profusely on the deck. Klo stood beside him, holding a thin wooden sword, occasionally tapping his shoulder or arm with a crisp slap whenever his movements went wrong. Kobe's arms were trembling, sweat dripping from his nose onto the deck, but his eyes were exceptionally focused. He repeated the most basic slashing movements one after another without any slack. Ryan watched for a while, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, then he looked away. On the afternoon of the third day after departure, the outline of Iron Wall Island finally appeared on the horizon. On the bridge of the prow wave, the lookout gave the first alert. Enemy ship sighted ahead. A medium-sized three-masted sailing warship flying the flag of the Krieg pirates. Course northeast. Ryan strode to the front of the bridge, raising his binoculars. Indeed, approximately 7 to 8 nautical miles east of Iron Wall Island, a medium-sized sailboat painted deep gray was sailing slowly. A black pirate flag was flying from the mast, emblazoned with a massive skull and 2 crossed battle spears beneath it, the unmistakable emblem of the cliquey pirate crew. The patrol boat had evidently yet to notice the approaching fleet of the 187th Division, leisurely following a fixed course with pirates scattered on the deck, some drinking, others playing cards, completely devoid of vigilance. Full speed ahead, seize a favorable attack position. Gunners, take your positions and wait for my command to fire. Ryan issued the orders loudly. The 3 warships surged forward at full speed like 3 predators, silently approaching their prey. The distance was gradually closing. 7 nautical miles. 6 nautical miles. 5 nautical miles. 4 nautical miles. When the distance between the 2 parties shrank to less than a nautical mile, the lookout on the patrol boat lazily lifted his binoculars and casually scanned the surroundings. Then, he finally noticed something amiss. A vague shout drifted on the wind, followed by a stir on the deck of the patrol boat. Some rushed to the railing, others ran towards the cannons, while a few attempted to raise more sails to hasten their escape. But it was already too late. Initially, Ryan had contemplated intercepting the pirates' cannon fire while closing in. But now it seemed there was no need. Fire, Ryan calmly commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 cannons on the right side of the breaking wave simultaneously unleashed their fiery tongues. Meanwhile, the wave chaser and the wind pursuer also opened fire in succession, their shells tracing arcs as they fell around the pirate ship. It must be said that considering the pirate world's artillery, the hit rate at a distance just over a kilometer, there was essentially no hit rate whatsoever. However, Ryan had never expected to hit anything at this distance. The primary purpose of the bombardment was to block the escape path of the pirate ship, forcing it to change course and thereby necessitating a reduction in speed. After 2 rounds, 3 rounds, until the 4th round of bombardment concluded, the distance between the 2 sides had shrunk to 600 meters, at which point the snipers selected from the 187th Division, who had undergone specialized training for half a month, began their operation. They set up their Norinco 1537 sniper rifles at the lookout towers and masts of the 3 warships, beginning their precise targeting. Primary targets: the helmsman, navigator, and gunners aboard the pirate ship. The effect was remarkable. Within less than a minute, 3 pirates attempting to take the helm were consecutively shot dead. Upon witnessing this scene, no pirate dared to approach the helm anymore. Simultaneously, the navigator, who was loudly directing a group of pirates operating the sails on the deck, was also shot in the head just seconds later. As for those gunners pushing the cannons on the deck, they fared no better. Immediately, Ryan's orders changed. He directed the gunners on the 3 warships to aim at the enemy's sails and waterline. After all, the distance was now very close. Even though the artillery of this era was subpar at this range, there was still some chance of hitting. In the first round of salvo, out of more than 10 shells, 2 struck the target. 1 pierced the hull, blowing a large hole in the ship's side with debris and splinters flying everywhere. The other shell accurately hit the middle of the main mast, which gave a grievous cracking sound under the strain, collapsing along with the large canvas. The pirate ship, already slow, suddenly decelerated significantly, like a beast struck at its vital point, helplessly spinning on the surface of the sea. Cease fire. Approach and prepare to board. Seeing this, Ryan commanded. The breaking wave slowly drew alongside the now incapacitated patrol boat. At the moment the ships connected, Ryan was the first to leap onto the enemy's deck. The deck was already in chaos, with several pirates attempting to fight back, but they were met with the dark muzzles of the 187th Division soldiers. After a few gunshots rang out, the resistant pirates fell to the ground, while the remaining pirates immediately surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling with raised hands. The battle ended in just 3 minutes. Of the more than 50 pirates on the patrol boat, 17 were killed while the rest were captured. After cuffing everyone and leaving 2 soldiers to guard, Ryan stood on the wrecked deck of the pirate ship and glanced in the direction of Iron Wall Island. The outline of the island was already clearly visible, and one could even vaguely see the dense masts and ship silhouettes in the harbor. The main fleet of the cliquey pirate crew was right there. "Signal the Logtown fleet, inform them that we are in position and to act as planned," Ryan said to the communication soldier behind him. "Yes, Division Commander." Moments later, a signal flare shot up from the deck of the breaking wave, exploding into a vivid red firework in the darkening sky. Almost simultaneously, a blue signal flare also rose from the western side of Iron Wall Island's waters. That was Smoker's response. The 2 fleets had simultaneously launched a pincer maneuver against Iron Wall Island from the east and west sides. Ryan retracted his gaze, turned back to the breaking wave, and issued his final command. "Full speed ahead, target Iron Wall Island harbor. Do not give the cliquey pirate crew any time to react. Block them entirely in the harbor before they can organize effective defenses." The next moment, the 3 warships raised all sails again, propelled by the dusk and the increasingly strong sea breeze, like 3 sharp blades swiftly piercing towards Iron Wall Island. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smoker issued the same command almost simultaneously, and 6 warships began to accelerate. The tranquility of Iron Wall Island harbor was thoroughly shattered at 3 in the afternoon. As the breaking wave rounded the eastern cape of the island, the sight before the bridge caused everyone aboard to hold. In the harbor, dozens of ships of various sizes were densely anchored, their masts standing tall, like a floating forest on the water. There were 5 large armed sailboats, each with a displacement of over 1,000 tons, painted deep blue, with rows of dark cannon barrels mounted along the sides. The number of medium-sized vessels was even greater, with about a dozen scattered throughout the harbor. Behind the harbor, on the beach and shore, large areas of camp tents and some makeshift wooden houses could be seen, with wisps of smoke rising. Shadows could be seen moving around the camp, but not in large numbers. Most pirates were clearly still sleeping off last night's banquet, blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe. Ryan stood at the top of the bridge, raising his binoculars to quickly assess the situation in the harbor. 17 warships, 5 large and 11 medium. If all these ships were to mobilize, they indeed represented a formidable naval power. Perhaps his side would be fine, but Smoker's would undoubtedly face issues, as he could not intercept the saturation bombardment from a large number of warships simultaneously. As for the few warships from Logtown, they would definitely suffer great losses. No wonder he had been hesitant to strike against Cliquey. But at this moment, they all lay quietly anchored in the harbor, sails furled, with only a few personnel moving about on deck. Most of the pirates were on the island. They were sleeping, drinking, and gambling in the camp, completely oblivious to what was happening outside the harbor. After all, the earlier naval battle occurred 8 nautical miles away from the island. Ryan lowered his binoculars, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned to the signal soldier, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable decisiveness. "Signal Captain Smoker, inform them that we are in position." 3 minutes later, commenced bombardment simultaneously. "Yes, Division Commander." The signalman quickly contacted the Logtown fleet on the western side of the island. A moment later, a response came from the western sea. 2 green signal flares ascended into the sky, carving 2 striking arcs against the afternoon sunlight. Ryan withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and raised his right hand. "All batteries, attention. Target the enemy ships in the harbor. Free fire." His right hand fell sharply. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 broadside cannons on the starboard side of the wave breaker roared first. Then the cannons of the wave chaser and the wind pursuer followed suit. A total of 12 cannons from the 3 warships belched tongues of flame almost simultaneously. The cannonballs traced arcs through the air, crossed the calm waters of the harbor, and slammed fiercely into the unsuspecting pirate ships. The first volley was not particularly accurate. Of the 12 cannonballs, only 3 or 4 struck their targets. Yet even these few hits caused immense chaos within the harbor. One cannonball pierced the side of a medium-sized vessel, blasting a huge hole in its hull, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. Another cannonball struck the deck of that same ship, shattering a barrel of rum stacked there, scattering fragments and liquor everywhere. Yet another cannonball landed near a large sailing ship, raising a massive column of water that drenched several pirates on the deck. But Ryan cared little about the accuracy of the first volley. What he sought was to create chaos, to jolt the still slumbering pirates from their dreams, to plunge them into panic and deny them any chance to organize an effective defense. And as events proved, his goal was achieved. The harbor instantly erupted into an uproar. The drowsy pirates on watch, jolted awake by the thunder of cannon fire, rushed to the side in terror to see what was happening. Some tried to run to their gun positions to retaliate, while others simply jumped into the sea and swam desperately toward the shore. From the camp on the shore came shouts and the sound of running feet. Pirates, startled from their sleep, burst out of their tents in disarray. Some still clutched bottles of liquor, others were bare-chested, and some had not even had time to pull on their trousers. The scene was one of utter chaos. Second volley loaded. Fire. Boom. 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 The second volley followed on the heels of the first, crashing down once more. This time the gunners had adjusted their firing parameters, and the accuracy improved markedly. At least 6 or 7 cannonballs hit their marks. The mast of a medium-sized vessel was snapped in two and came crashing down, crushing several pirates on the deck beneath it. Another small patrol boat was struck directly at the waterline by a cannonball. The hull ruptured, seawater gushed in, and the ship began to list rapidly. A lucky cannonball hit a stack of ammunition crates on the deck of a large sailing ship, triggering a chain of violent explosions. The blasts rumbled incessantly, sending flames and black smoke towering into the sky. The deck of that ship was blown open, leaving a massive gaping hole, and the entire vessel shuddered violently. At the same time, Lion was not the only one attacking. The 2 medium-sized warships and 4 smaller ones from Rogue Town also boasted over 20 naval cannons. With both fleets combined, each volley unleashed 36 cannonballs, and they were firing at large, completely stationary fixed targets. The scene in the harbor grew both tragic and spectacular. Fragments of shattered planks and torn sails floated on the water. Several ships were already ablaze, sending thick black columns of smoke billowing into the sky. The screams, shouts, and curses of the pirates mingled together, drowned out by the roar of cannon fire and explosions, creating a cacophony of chaotic, piercing noise. But Lion was not satisfied. He calmly surveyed the situation in the harbor. The 5 large armed sailing ships had been caught in the barrage, but their damage was not severe. Their hulls were thicker and their armor sturdier, making it difficult for ordinary cannonballs to inflict fatal harm. Even so, each of them had a dozen or 2 pirates organizing themselves, pushing cannons into position and hauling ammunition. If these 5 greatest threats were not dealt with swiftly, then once they recovered and mounted a counterattack, the situation could become troublesome. After all, each of those 5 large warships was armed with dozens of cannons, the absolute symbol of the Kulike pirate crew's military might. Pass the order to the Wave Chaser and the Wind Pursuer. Concentrate fire on those 3 large sailing ships. Focus on the waterline and the gun positions on the decks. And relay the same to Rogue Town. Lion issued new orders swiftly. The firepower of the 3 warships began to shift toward the 5 large sailing ships. Almost simultaneously, the 6 warships from Rogue Town joined in. Cannonballs rained down upon those behemoths like a storm, blasting hole after hole in their hulls. One large warship took multiple hits at the waterline. The hull could no longer withstand the pressure, splitting open with a massive crack. Seawater poured in, and the ship began to list slowly. Another large sailing ship had several of its deck gun positions destroyed. Gunners and cannons were blown away together, crippling its ability to retaliate in an instant. Third volley, fourth volley, fifth volley. The bombardment continued for a full 10 minutes. Throughout those 10 minutes, the gunners on the 3 warships loaded and fired at nearly maximum speed, their cannon barrels glowing hot and smoking. When the echoes of the final volley faded over the sea, the scene within the harbor had been utterly transformed. Of Kulike's 5 large warships, one was already half sunk, with only its superstructure and upper mast protruding above the water. Another was engulfed in towering flames, fire leaping from the breaches in its deck, licking at the hull, and massed black smoke billowing to blot out half the sky. The remaining 3, though neither sunk nor set ablaze, were all severely crippled. Their hulls were riddled with holes large and small, their decks in utter disarray, completely deprived of any ability to sail or fight. As for the medium-sized ships converted into warships, their fate was even more dire. 3 had been sunk outright, with only the tips of their masts visible above the water. 2 medium-sized ships were engulfed in raging fires impossible to extinguish. The remaining 6 were all damaged as well, some with ruptured sides, others with decks torn open, still others with rudders smashed. They floated haphazardly in the harbor like a pile of discarded driftwood. The waters of the harbor were littered with fragments of planks, remnants of sails, shattered barrels, and debris, along with a handful of pirate corpses. Blood stained a small patch of the sea, standing out starkly against the azure blue. At last the shelling ceased. An eerie silence descended upon the harbor. Only the crackling of flames, the groaning of fractured hulls, and the faint moans of wounded pirates echoed. Standing atop the bridge, Lion lowered his telescope and slowly exhaled. 16 warships, all completely disabled. The naval force that the Kulike pirate crew had spent years building was reduced to nothing in a matter of moments. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated from the harbor, and the wrecked hulls of ships still burned, sending black columns of smoke billowing into the sky. Fragments of wooden planks, torn canvas, and scattered pirate corpses floated on the sea surface, the water reflecting a dark crimson under the glow of the flames. The bombardment had ceased. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, there were no more targets worth continuing to fire upon. All 16 warships had been rendered incapacitated. 4 of them had already sunk, 3 were engulfed in inextinguishable infernos, and the remaining 9, each bearing varying degrees of damage, lay haphazardly stranded in the shallow waters or tilted at their berths, utterly deprived of navigational capability. On the deck of the breaking wave, Lion lowered his telescope and turned to face the Marines who had already assembled in formation. They stood in orderly ranks on the deck, their Model 1537 rifles held in their hands, bayonets glinting coldly in the sunlight. Their eyes held the confidence born of a recently won easy victory. The battle in the harbor had indeed been too effortless. Those warships anchored in port were like stationary targets, unable even to mount a decent counterattack. But Lion knew that the true battle had only just begun. Disembark and establish a beachhead. Advance in squad formations, fanning out, maintain formation, do not become separated. The tropical vegetation is dense and visibility is limited. The enemy is likely to set ambushes in the forest. If attacked, do not panic, organize defense on the spot, and call for support. Lion issued his orders in succession. The Marines filed down the gangplank, stepping onto the beach of TB Island, which had been blackened by cannon fire. The first squad to land quickly established a rudimentary defensive line at the edge of the beach, rifles raised, watching warily the dense tropical jungle ahead. The subsequent squads followed in an orderly manner, expanding the landing zone and transporting supplies and ammunition ashore. On the western side of the beach, the troops from Logatown were also landing simultaneously. Simiji strode down from the warship, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, while Dasiki, clutching a katana, hurried along behind him in a light jog. Simiji glanced at the landing forces deploying in an orderly fashion, then looked at the dense jungle in the distance. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he walked over to Lion's side. The harbor fight was well executed. That bastard Kulike must be green with rage by now. 17 ships all gone. Simiji offered a rare compliment. Ships can be rebuilt, but as long as Kulike and his 2,000 men are still alive, he will continue building ships and ravaging these waters. Our purpose here today is not to burn his ships, but to utterly annihilate him. Lion's gaze fixed on the depths of the jungle. Simiji glanced at Lai, in the corner of his mouth twitching. You kid, you're getting more and more imposing when you speak. Lion did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed toward the faintly visible hills in the center of the island. Kulike's camp is on the southern side of those hills. From the beach to the hills, there's about 2 kilometers of tropical jungle. Thick vegetation, limited visibility, perfect for ambushes. Kulike may be a brute, but his subordinate Demon Gene is not stupid. He will surely set up ambushes in the jungle. What do you suggest? Simiji asked. Divide the forces. He'll lead the 187th branch troops in a frontal advance to draw their attention and ambush fire. You take the Logatown troops and circle around from the western side, following the coastline to the rear flank of the. Once they focus all their attention on my side, you launch a surprise assault from the rear flank, directly hitting their command. Upon hearing Lion's proposal, Simiji was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, but the pressure on your frontal advance will be immense. Jungle ambushes are no joke. I have it under control, Lion replied calmly. Simiji said no more, turned and walked toward the Logatown troops to begin deploying the flanking maneuver. But just moments before setting out after the deployment, he turned back for another glance. It was not at Lion, but at the rifles in the hands of the 187th Branch Marines, especially the 20 snipers. He had witnessed the harbor battle earlier. The outcome was not solely due to the surprise attack. After all, even when firing at stationary targets, it took the 2 branches combined over 20 rounds of bombardment and more than 10 minutes to destroy those 16 large and medium-sized warships of Kulike. Although the vast majority of the pirates were not on board, there were still a few pirates on the ships who could operate the cannons to return fire. 16 ships with hundreds of cannons in total. After all, Kulike's ships were not only large, but also ridiculously well armed. But what was the result? Aside from a few scattered shots, there was no threat whatsoever. So the question was, why did it turn out this way? The answer was, on the 187th branch side, not only did they attack with the 12 cannons of 3 warships, but every Marine held a rifle that Simiji had never seen before. Even at a distance of 400 to 500 meters, the 187th Branch Marines could still suppress the pirates on the decks of those warships with their firearms. And the most outrageous of all were the 20 Marines wielding special firearms. The other Marines were only providing suppressive fire. Though the range shocked Simoji, it hadn't yet shattered his cognitive boundaries. But those 20 snipers could achieve precise strikes at 400 to 500 meters, or even farther. Simoji had personally witnessed them at that distance taking down the pirate gunners one by one with pinpoint action, and it was the kind of headshot every time. Absolutely absurd. Yet he had no idea that what he considered absurd, precise shooting at 400 to 500 meters, was actually the most basic of basics in the daily training of the 187th branch. Not to mention 400 to 500 meters, even 700 to 800 meters was within their capability. And the most talented among them could already achieve precise shots at a distance of 1,000 meters. Recalling all this, Simoji shook his head. Then he silently made up his mind after this operation he would definitely get a batch of these firearms from Lion. Although they were useless to him personally, for ordinary Marines they would absolutely double or even multiply several times their combat effectiveness. After Simoji departed, Lion looked at the 130. No, to be precise, 136 men. Among them were 98 new recruits, with 2 guarding the pirate prisoners out at sea, 30 elite system Marines, plus Kilo Soaring AC KB, Chinese Fuchangna and Nami, who had been directing the navigation on the warship and was now following beside Lian. A total of 136 people. Even Lian himself included, all of them were participating in a battle of this scale for the first time. Not a small-scale bandit suppression, not chasing down a few petty pirates, but a frontal assault on a large pirate crew of over 2,000 men, a battle involving 2,000 to 3,000 people. This could even be called a war. Some gripped their rifles tightly, knuckles turning white. Some swallowed repeatedly, trying to ease the dryness in their throats. Others had steady eyes and calm breaths, already prepared to face the fight. Lion's gaze swept across the ranks. He saw Soaring standing at the front of the formation, 3 swords hanging at his waist, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He saw AC hands in his pockets, a relaxed smile on his lips, as if the approaching battle was not a fierce fight, but a picnic. He also saw KB standing in the ranks, his rifle gripped tightly, breathing a bit fast, legs trembling slightly, but his gaze did not waver. Lion withdrew his gaze and drew the Yuanma from his waist. The black blade gleamed with a steady luster in the sunlight, as if a thin layer of frost had condensed on its edge. He pointed the tip of the blade toward the jungle, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of every Marine. All units advance. The jungle of TB Island was far denser and gloomier than Lane had anticipated. Towering tropical trees blotted out the sky, their layered canopies slicing sunlight into countless fragmented specks that fell upon the ground thick with humus. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the rank odor of decaying vegetation. Each breath felt like inhaling viscous air. Vines and shrubs grew in profusion, severely obstructing visibility to less than 20 meters. Lane walked in the middle of the formation, Yuanma still sheathed in his hand. He did not rush to the front. In this battle, he needed to observe, to assess, to see how well his Marines would perform under genuine pressure. And soon he got his answer. The team advanced about 200 meters before the first wave of attack descended. An arrow flew from the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and struck the shoulder of a Marine walking on the flank. The Marine grunted, staggered back 2 steps, and nearly dropped his rifle. Immediately after, more arrows and blow darts rained from all directions, as dense as a swarm of locusts. Ambush! Take cover! The shouts of squad leaders rang out one after another. The Marines quickly took cover behind tree trunks, rocks, and depressions in the ground, raising their rifles to return fire toward the direction of the arrows. The crackling gunfire exploded through the jungle, startling flocks of birds into the air. But the complex jungle environment severely limited the effectiveness of the rifles. Dense foliage and tree trunks absorbed most of the bullets. The rounds that were fired mostly struck wood and earth, with very few hitting their actual targets. Meanwhile, the pirates hidden in the dense forest used the terrain and their familiarity with the jungle to shift positions, flexibly launching attacks from unexpected angles. A Marine had barely leaned out half his body to aim when a hooked sickle extended from a side bush snagged his ankle, dragging him to the ground. His comrades hurriedly turned to rescue him, but more pirates had already poured through that breach, brandishing machetes and iron clubs, engaging the Marines in close-quarters combat. Screams, clashing metal, gunfire, and battle cries wove into a chaotic symphony within the jungle. Lane slashed and broke the weapon of a pirate who had dropped from a tree to ambush him, then struck him unconscious with a backhand. His gaze swept quickly across the battlefield. He saw a Marine caught between 2 pirates, his left arm slashed and bleeding profusely, yet he gritted his teeth and drove his bayonet through a pirate's abdomen. He saw another Marine struck on the helmet by a club, staggering dizzily, but still clutching his rifle tightly. He saw Johnny and Joseph back-to-back, one with a blade, the other with a gun, cooperating seamlessly to repel the assault of 3 pirates. These recruits were tougher than he had expected. Although their movements were not yet seasoned and their coordination not yet seamless, none of them fled the field or drop their weapons to surrender. They were learning and growing rapidly through blood and pain. But at the rear of the formation, one figure had yet to fire a shot. Kobe hid behind a large tree, his Model 1537 rifle clutched tightly, his knuckles white from excessive force. His breathing was rapid and erratic, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his glasses were fogged. His gaze passed through the lenses and fell upon the chaotic battlefield ahead. He saw a Marine cut down, blood gushing from the wound and staining the earth, while a pirate not far away was shot in the head, collapsing backward with a fierce expression frozen on his face. His stomach churned, his legs trembled, and his mind screamed at him to turn and run. He was just a coward who had served as a menial on Alvida's pirate ship for a month. He had never imagined he would one day stand on such a battlefield facing such a bloody scene. He wanted to run, to drop his gun, to turn and dash back to the beach, jump into the sea, swim back to Coman Island, hide in his dormitory, and never come out again. But his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to take a single step. Because in his mind that man's voice echoed unbidden. It was the night before departure. Chloe had called him to the training ground for a private instruction. That night's training was simple. Chloe told him to attack with a wooden sword. Kobe failed to even touch Chloe's clothes and was thrown to the ground more than 20 times. Chloe showed no mercy, and during the moves he exuded a terrifying killing intent. After the last fall, Kobe lay on the ground, aching all over, tears and sweat mingling, on the verge of giving up. Truly, Chloe's icy killing intent had terrified him. Then Chloe stood before him, looking down, his voice as calm as if discussing the weather. Kobe, remember one thing. You can be afraid, even tremble with fear. That's human instinct. I don't demand you overcome it immediately. Chloe adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold gleam. But if I find you taking a single step back on the battlefield, even one step, I will personally kill you. Kobe shuddered at those words, never doubting their truth. Others might think Chloe was a perpetually courteous elf, but Kobe, who had followed him for 2 months, knew. Chloe's other side was a decisive, ruthless man. In fact, Kobe had once inadvertently seen Chloe returning to the base after being dispatched by Lane to handle it. His suit was stained with blood, yet his expression bore a faint smile, as if he had just returned from a stroll in the garden. To this day, Kobe remembered that smile and believed it to be the most terrifying sight in the world. Chloe would absolutely follow through on his words. Kobe was convinced of that. If he ever retreated a single step on the battlefield, Chloe would kill him, without hesitation, not even a second. At that thought, he suddenly felt that the ferocious pirates compared to Chloe didn't seem so terrifying. Because pirates would at most wound or kill him, but Chloe was different. Chloe would use countless methods to make him wish he had never taken that step back. Methods that would leave him in agony beyond death. Compared to that, he would rather fight the pirates to the death than experience any of Chloe's means. This absurd thought flashed through Kobe's mind, and then he took a deep breath, his trembling hands miraculously steadied. He raised his Model 1537 rifle, pressed the stock into his shoulder, and threw the sight locked onto a pirate charging at a Marine with a machete. His finger rested on the trigger for half a second. Then he squeezed. Bang. And that was Chloe's cowardice, timidity, fear of pirates. No matter, just plant something even more frightening in his heart, and naturally, nothing else would be frightening. And what could frighten him more? Chloe thought. Himself. Going out to handle dirty work and returning with blood, just happened to be seen by Kobe. Don't be ridiculous. How could he make such a mistake? The reason you happened to see it was simply because I deliberately let you happen to see it. That's all. A crisp gunshot exploded in the jungle. The pirate's body jolted abruptly. He looked down at the bullet hole on his chest, which was gushing blood, and his face showed an expression of disbelief. Then his legs gave way, and he pitched forward, never moving again. Kobe stared blankly at the fallen figure, his mind a complete blank. He had killed someone. He had truly killed someone. The man who just a moment ago had been running, shouting, and brandishing a machete had now become a motionless corpse. All because he had pulled the trigger. A powerful wave of nausea surged up his throat, his stomach churned, and his hands began to tremble again. Then a hand rested on his shoulder. Kobe whipped around and saw Kaluo standing beside him, having arrived at some unknown moment. A few leaves clung to his suit, but it remained neat and proper. His right hand was equipped with the cat claws, the blades stained with blood. He had evidently dispatched several pirates as well. He looked at Kobe, and a rare, approving smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Unlike the terrifying smile etched in Kaluo's memory, this time Kobe could clearly feel the approval in that smile. Well done. Just those 3 words. No more praise, no lengthy commentary. Only those simple, but those 3 words instantly dispelled the nausea and fear in Kobe's heart, replaced by an indescribable surge of excitement and pride. He had trained under Kaluo for 2 months. During those 2 months, the most frequent evaluations he had heard were too slow, wrong posture, and start over. Never a single word of praise. And now Kaluo had said well done to him. Kobe felt a warm current well up in his chest, a current that dispelled his fear, dispelled the nausea in his stomach, and dispelled all his hesitation and doubt. He raised his rifle again, aimed at the next target, and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! Another pirate fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Kobe fired continuously. Though his shooting posture was still not standard, his aiming speed was still too slow, and his shot grouping was still too scattered. But every bullet carried an unprecedented determination and courage, striking at the pirates who had once made him tremble in fear. He didn't know how many he had hit, nor how many magazines he had emptied. He simply mechanically repeated the actions of aiming, firing, pulling the bolt, and aiming again. Until his shoulder grew numb from the recoil, until his fingers blistered from the hot shells, until the air around him was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. When he finally stopped, he found that the surroundings had grown much quieter. The gunfire had become sparse, and the shouts of battle had faded into the distance. He leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily, every muscle in his body trembling. Yet in his eyes burned a light he had never known before. Lion stood not far away, having witnessed the entire scene. He had seen Kobe's initial fear and trembling, his hesitation and nausea after pulling the trigger for the first time, and the renewed fighting spirit in his eyes after Koluo's "well done." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He said nothing, turned, and continued forward. The jungle advance lasted nearly 2 hours. When the Marine at the front finally saw the light ahead grow brighter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The jungle was finally coming to an end. But the moment they burst out of the jungle, the sight before them made them stop involuntarily. Ahead lay an open slope, at the top of which was the summit of the small hill. The Krieg pirates' camp was built there. On the slope, densely packed, stood at least 1,000 pirates armed with various weapons, arrayed in several loose lines waiting for them. Behind these pirates, a tall man clad in golden armor sat on a huge chair, looking down from on high at the Marines emerging from the jungle. Beside him stood several ferocious-looking officers. The most eye-catching among them was a lean man with a sinister Gue Rinjin. Lion walked out of the jungle, stood at the foot of the slope, and looked up at the man in golden armor. At the top, his gaze as calm as still water. "So the little Marine brats have finally decided to come out of the woods. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Krieg looked down at Lai, and a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lion did not answer. He slowly drew the abyssal silence from his waist, the black blade gleaming with a steady luster in the sunlight. He glanced back at the Marines behind him, covered in mud and blood. Though weary and wounded, the tension and unease that had gripped them upon landing were no longer present in their eyes. 2 hours of bloody jungle combat had begun to forge them into elite Marines. Lion turned back, pointed his blade at Krieg on the hilltop, and spoke only one word: "Charge." The Marines let out a thunderous roar, raised their rifles, and charged up the slope. On the other side of the hill, at the western edge of the jungle, the Marines of Lowtown had finally completed their flanking maneuver and appeared on the side and rear of Krieg's camp. CMO Gu, a cigar clenched between his teeth and his jit in hand, strode at the very front of the column, a long trail of white smoke trailing behind him. The curtain of the Battle of TB Island had finally been raised. On the slope, the decisive battle erupted the moment Lion's word "charge" fell. Except for a few Marines who were seriously injured, and those left to care for them, the remaining 110-plus Marines of the 187th Branch advanced slowly up the slope. Their Norman 1537 type rifles, no longer obstructed by the jungle, finally unleashed their full power. The front row of Marines knelt, firing in stable positions. The back row stood and fired over the heads of their comrades, pouring bullets into the pirate line on the hilltop. The sound of gunfire, a continuous rattle, echoed across the sea like a dense drumbeat. On the Krieg pirates' side, the pirates at the forefront fell like mown wheat, row after row. Some were hit in the chest, some in the head, some in the thigh, screaming and rolling to the ground. Blood stained the grass on the slope, trickling slowly downward. Though these pirates were fierce, they had never faced such firepower. Weapons that could precisely harvest lives from hundreds of meters away completely shattered their understanding of battle. Behind the firing line, 20 selected snipers dispersed to advantageous positions, calmly searching for worthwhile targets through their scopes. A minor officer, waving a machete and shouting orders to his men, was struck precisely in the center of his forehead by a bullet from 300 meters away. He fell backward, not even letting out a scream. Another officer, trying to rally the fleeing men, was hit in the throat by a bullet. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his neck, making gurgling sounds before pitching forward. Every shot from the snipers meant the death of a pirate minor officer. This precise command-level decapitation was even more lethal than massive frontline casualties. Within less than 10 minutes of the battle's start, the pirates' command system had collapsed. One by one, the minor officers were picked off. The remaining pirates, bereft of organization and coordination, fought on instinct alone, becoming more chaotic and aimless. On the western side of the slope, CMO Guest forces launched their attack. Over 200 Marines from Lowtown struck from the side and rear of Krieg's camp, catching the pirates off guard. CMO Gu himself charged at the forefront, his body turning into a mass of white smoke rampaging through the pirate lines. Every swing of his jit sent a pirate flying. His smoke ability rendered all pirate attacks futile. Blades and bullets passed through his body, causing no harm. A Logia-type user on a battlefield of this scale in the East Blue was practically a cheat code. The pirate defenses began to crumble rapidly under the pincer attack. Some began to drop their weapons and flee, others knelt and raised their hands in surrender, while a few eyes reddened, launched desperate final charges, but soon, and were overwhelmed by bullets and blades. Krieg stood atop the hill surveying the entire battlefield, his face so dark it seemed ready to drip with fury. On the front lines, the pirate army he had prided himself on was being suppressed by the Marines of Branch 187, unable to lift their heads. Those Marines wielding strange long-barreled rifles, now that the jungle cover was gone, displayed a suffocating density of firepower. Row after row of bullets swept across like a storm, each volley felling countless pirates. His pirates, though fierce, could not even approach the enemy lines. Anyone who tried to charge was immediately struck by multiple bullets, blood spraying as they collapsed mid-charge. By now, over 100 bodies lay on the ground, blood staining the grassy slope and slowly trickling down. Meanwhile, on the rear battlefield, the Logtown forces were steadily advancing under Smoker's leadership. That white-haired Logia user rampaged through the pirate ranks, smoke billowing, jit swinging. No one could withstand a single blow. His Marines were also high-spirited, closing in and gradually compressing the pirates' defensive line. Under attack from both sides, the numerical advantage the Krieg pirates had boasted was rapidly crumbling. Useless. A bunch of useless scum. Krieg slammed his fist on the armrest, the golden armor producing a dull thud. He abruptly stood up, swept his gaze across the battlefield, and finally locked onto the lean figure directing the rear skirmishes. Jin. Krieg's voice thundered across the battlefield. Forget the rear. Get to the front. Take out all those Marine brats with guns. Break through from there. The flintlocks of the frontline Marines made him wary, but they were far less threatening than the eerie Logia ability displayed by Smoker behind him. The battle situation was dire. To turn the tide, he needed a breakthrough. If he could quickly crush the front Marines and capture many prisoners. He entrusted this task to Jin. After all, Jin was his most capable subordinate. Jin, who was directing the pirates against the Logtown forces, heard Krieg's roar and glanced at the frontline situation. His brow furrowed slightly, but he did not hesitate. He immediately handed over command to a nearby underling and turned charging toward the front lines. His speed was astonishing, like a black bolt of lightning darting left and right, his trajectory erratic. At times he crouched low and sprinted, at others he leaped over obstacles, then suddenly changed direction, making it impossible to predict his next move. The Marines of Branch 187 noticed the rapidly approaching figure and immediately swung their rifles to intercept him. But Jin's speed was too great and his path was cunningly evasive, always using the terrain for cover, making it hard for the Marines to lock on. "Stop him," a Marine squad leader shouted. The next moment, several Marines aimed at Jin and pulled their triggers. Bang! 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 Several bullets flew toward Jin, but a split second before impact he sideslipped. The bullets grazed his coat and struck the ground behind him, kicking up clods of dirt. Jin's speed did not slow, instead it increased. He constantly changed direction, now left, now right, now accelerating, now decelerating, foiling every Marine's aim. More importantly, Jin was not alone on the battlefield. Hundreds of pirates were exchanging fire with the Marines on the front line. Smoke obscured vision, figures intermingled, and sight was severely hindered. In such chaotic battlefield conditions, accurately hitting a fast-moving target with an erratic trajectory was nearly impossible for ordinary Marines. The Marines tried a few volleys, but the bullets either missed Jin or struck other pirates, never stopping his advance. The distance to the Marine line shrank. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Jin weaved through the battlefield like a panther, twirling his tonfas, the iron balls, tracing dangerous. His eyes locked onto a Marine in the front row. A young Marine was raising his rifle to fire, focused on a distant target, completely unaware of the death creeping closer. 30 meters. Jin surged forward, his legs exploding with power, his body shooting like a cannonball. He raised his right iron tonfa high, bringing it down with the force of 1,000 pounds toward the Marine's head. If the blow landed, the Marine's skull would shatter like an egg. At that moment, the Marine finally sensed the whistling sound above him. He looked up sharply and saw a roaring iron ball, and behind it a face twisted in a savage grin. His pupils dilated. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Jin's iron ball was mere inches away. He could even smell the blood on it. But in that critical instant, clang! A deafening metallic clash exploded across the battlefield. Jin's iron ball, less than 10 centimeters from the Marine's head, was halted by a tremendous force. 3 swords crossed beneath the iron ball, perfectly absorbing the heavy, powerful strike. Sparks burst from the point of impact. Jin's expression froze. He looked down at the three swords that had suddenly appeared before him, then followed the blades to their owner. A young man with green hair, three swords at his waist, was now biting one and holding the other two, his arms crossed in a defensive block, firmly meeting Jin's tonfas. The young man's eyes were sharp as blades, and a faint smile played on his lips. Hey, isn't it a bit much to go so hard on an ordinary soldier? Zoro released the Wado Ikemanji from his mouth, loosened his jaw, and spoke with a hint of mockery. Your opponent is me. Hearing this, Jin withdrew his tonfas and stepped back 2 paces, sizing up the green-haired swordsman who had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes swept over the 3 swords at Zoro's waist, and his expression grew serious. He recognized the young man. Earlier on the battlefield, he had seen from a distance the green-haired swordsman cutting down several Krieg pirates' underlings. His movements were crisp, his swordsmanship sharp, clearly no ordinary soldier. Who are you? Jin asked gravely. Roranoa Zoro, a swordsman of Marine Branch 187, and the one who will send you to your grave. Zoro red-dripped his 3 swords and assumed a combat stance. Jin flexed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. His weapon was already in hand, a pair of uniquely shaped tonfas with bodies forged from fine steel, each ending in a massive iron ball. These tonfas could be used as close combat striking clubs or swung like flails, making their movements unpredictable and enigmatic. Without uttering further nonsense, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, hurtling toward Zoro with breathtaking speed. The grass beneath his feet was gouged into a deep impression, sending mud and debris scattering in all directions. As he closed in on Zoro, he swung his right hand abruptly, the iron ball at the end of the tonfa whistling through the air, aimed directly at Zoro's face. Zoro's eyes narrowed and he sidestepped to evade. The iron ball grazed past his ear, striking a tree behind him with a resounding thud, splintering bark and sending wood chips flying. Simultaneously, as Zoro dodged, Jin closed the distance, sweeping the left tonfa horizontally toward Zoro's ribs. This chain of attacks was seamless, first forcing the opponent to evade, then exploiting the momentary imbalance to deliver a close-range follow-up strike. This was one of Jin's signature killing techniques. However, Zoro was no ordinary opponent. While evading the iron ball, he had already anticipated Jin's subsequent attack. Zoro's right katana lashed out horizontally, precisely intercepting Jin's tonfa. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted across the battlefield, sparks flying. Jin felt an immense force transmitted through the tonfa, numbing his grip slightly. Underlane's guidance during this period, combined with the special effects of various branch-based structures and nearly a month of gravity training. Zoro's physique at this moment was stronger than that of the original story's beginning. Jin's heart tightened slightly. This green-haired swordsman possessed far more strength than he had anticipated. Interesting. Jin grinned, twisting his wrist. The previously missed right tonfa traced an arc through the air, hurtling toward the back of Zoro's head. But Zoro seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning around, he swung his other katana backward, using the spine of the blade to precisely deflect the iron ball. At the same time, his Wado Ikemanji thrust forward, aiming for Jin's throat. Jin hastily pulled back his tonfa to block, deflecting the thrust with a sharp clang. Both stepped back, re-establishing distance, sizing each other up. Jin flexed his slightly numb wrist, his gaze toward Zoro, now tinged with seriousness. He realized that this green-haired swordsman was not the small fry he had encountered before, but a true opponent requiring his full effort. Not bad, kid. He twirled the tonfas in his hands. Few in the East Blue can withstand this move of mine. I've remembered your name. Roranoa Zoro. On the other side, Zoro adjusted the grip and bite angle of his 3 swords, his gaze sharp as a blade. I heard from Lane that you're the chief of the Krieg pirates. Perfect. I'll use you to test the results of my recent training. Training results? Jin scoffed. You think this is a game? Boy, there are no second chances on the battlefield. Before his words faded, his body moved again. This time he did not probe, but launched a true assault. The tonfas danced in his hands like living things, sometimes acting as hard striking clubs, smashing forward, sometimes whipping out like steel chains, their rhythm shifting unpredictably, making them impossible to guard against. Although Zoro held his ground under the defense of 3 swords, Jin's attack style indeed posed a challenge. Ordinary swordsmen, no matter how exquisite their techniques, always followed predictable patterns: slash, chop, thrust, sweep, all variations on a theme. But Jin's weapons were tonfas with iron balls, offering far more diverse attacks than swords. They combined both nimble agility and raw brute force. The iron ball whistled again as Zoro sidestepped. But this time a sly smile crept across Jin's face. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the joint between the tonfa and the iron ball snagged Zoro's left katana. Zoro's movement stalled. Jin seized the opportunity, closing in and swinging the right tonfa with a howling wind, slamming it toward Zoro's head. Had that blow landed, the outcome would have been decided in an instant. Yet just as the tonfa was about to fall, a hint of a smile also appeared at the corner of Zoro's mouth. He suddenly crouched, simultaneously sweeping the Wado Ikemonji upward from below. This strike was not aimed at Jin, but at the tonfa that had trapped his own katana. With a clang, the tonfa was severed in a single cut. Steel cutting. A realm that in the original timeline would not be realized until 2 years later when he and Luffy entered the Grand Line. Now under Lane's guidance, he had grasped it ahead of time. His left arm freed, he swung a reverse cut, the right katana carrying a fierce light, slashing straight at Jin's abdomen. Jin was taken aback, hastily pulling back his tonfa to block, but Zoro's strike was too fast and fierce. Though he barely parried the blade, the edge left a shallow, bloody gash across his stomach. Jin glanced down at the wound, seeping blood, his expression darkening. "You brat. You deliberately let me trap you just now. How else would I have a chance to wound you?" Zoro flexed his left arm, retorting, then tightened his grip on the "Your weapons are indeed annoying, but once they're cut, there's nothing to fear." Though Zoro spoke lightly, the reality was far from easy. To comprehend the realm of steel cutting, one must first understand the breadth of all things. At this moment, Zoro had grasped this concept, but not fully. It was still in a state of coming and going. Sometimes when the feeling struck, he could achieve it, but most of the time he remained unable. Jin's face grew even darker. His specially crafted tonfas, his pride and joy. Their greatest asset was the 2 rods forged with a special technique which ordinary swords could not sever. But he had not expected that the ordinary katana in Zoro's hand could cut through them. With one tonfa lost, his combat effectiveness would be at least halved. Yet even so, he could not retreat now. Krieg had given a strict order: he must break the stalemate on the front line. With a guttural roar, he hurled the remaining right tonfa, arcing it toward Zoro in a flying trajectory. He himself followed closely behind, the iron ball charging, with an unyielding spirit, launching his final onslaught. Even without his weapon, Jin's physical combat skills were formidable. Zoro took a deep breath, raising all 3 swords simultaneously, adopting a stance he had never used on the battlefield. His body sank slightly, center of gravity lowered, the tips of the 3 swords pointing in 3 different directions. This was a technique he had rehearsed over 1,000 times in the gravity training room under 5-fold gravity. 3 sword style, 1,800 calamities. 3 rotating sword energies burst from the blades, intertwining, merging, and forming a massive tornado of sword aura. The tornado howled as it spun, whipping up grass, mud, and gravel from the ground, carrying destructive force as it swept toward Jin. The flung tonfa, upon contact with the sword aura tornado, was instantly sent flying, disappearing into the unknown. Jin's own body was engulfed by the tornado. He felt as if he had been thrown into a colossal meat grinder. Countless fine sword energies sliced across his body from every direction, each leaving a wound on his. He tried to struggle to block, but the energies were formless, pervasive. There was no defense against them, only endless pain. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jin felt as if he had endured an eternity within the tornado. Then a tremendous centrifugal force flung him out. His body flew through the air like a tattered rag doll, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, not a single patch of skin remained intact on his body. His clothes were shredded to tatters. The exposed flesh was covered in dense sword wounds, varying in depth, crisscrossing each other. Blood oozed from every cut, staining the mud beneath him a dark crimson. The tonfa he had flung last lay a few meters away, broken into several pieces, even the iron ball. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a guttural, incoherent rasp escaped. His gaze was vacant, pupils dilated, consciousness rapidly fading. In the final moments before losing consciousness, the last image he saw was the green-haired swordsman sheathing his swords and turning away. Zoro, back to Jin, slowly returned the 3 swords to their scabbards at his waist. He glanced down at his slightly trembling hands. That 1,800 calamities had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, but the result was worth it. Turning around, he cast another look at Jin, who lay on the ground, barely breathing, confirming he had completely lost combat capability. Then he turned and walked toward the next target. Behind him, Jin finally closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Ace had also sought out his own adversary. One of Krieg's officers, the man known as the Iron Wall, Baru. At that moment, the Iron Wall Baru stood on the battlefield like a moving fortress of steel. His physique was immensely robust, towering over 2.5 meters, but what drew the most attention were the 7 custom-made shields strapped to his body. A massive main shield covered his entire torso, thick and heavy, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Smaller secondary shields adorned his knees, elbows, and hands, each forged with precision, serving both as defense and as weapons for attack. The 7 shields encased his entire body tightly, leaving only the tiniest gaps. He charged across the battlefield like a rhino clad in iron armor. Ordinary bullets merely sparked against his shields, leaving shallow dents utterly unable to penetrate. Several naval soldiers attempted to stab at the gaps in his joints from the side, but Baru reacted with astonishing speed. He spun around his elbow shield, sweeping out, sending one soldier flying backward, tumbling several times before stopping. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come on. Let's see who can hurt me. Baru swung his arms, banging his hand shields together, producing a dull metallic clang as he laughed arrogantly. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, wild and unbridled. Then he saw Ace. Ace stood about 10 meters in front of him, hands in his pockets, head tilted as he looked at the massive figure, a playful smile on his face. He hadn't even assumed a battle stance. He just stood there casually, as if watching an amusing show. Hey big guy, all that tin on you looks pretty heavy. Doesn't it get tiring? Ace spoke, his tone as light as if he were chatting with someone on the street. Baru paused, then let out an even louder sneer. Tiring? Ha ha ha. I've worn this iron wall for over 10 years. It's as good as fused to my body. But you little brat with your soft skin, one shield bash from me and it'll crush you into a meat patty. Is that so? Then come and try. Ace smiled, pulled his right hand out of his pocket and beckoned Baru with a curl of his finger. Infuriated by Ace's attitude, Baru let out a low roar and charged like a cannonball each step, leaving a deep imprint on the ground, the entire floor trembling slightly. When he was about 3 meters from Ace's arms suddenly spread wide. Then he slammed them together from both sides. If that strike landed, it would surely flatten a person into a pancake. Yet Ace didn't even dodge. He didn't even turn into his element. Instead, he spread his own arms to both sides. The next moment, boom. When the dust settled, Ace's open hands were each holding one of Baru's shields. No matter how hard Baru struggled, even with veins bulging across his body, he couldn't push even an inch closer. At Branch 187, it wasn't just Zoro whose physique had been enhanced by gravity training, the same was true for Ace. Moreover, at this point in time, Ace's physique was already considerably stronger than Zoro's. He deliberately refrained from elementalizing, wanting to see the results of his nearly month-long gravity training. The outcome naturally was highly satisfactory. The next moment Ace exerted his strength. He shoved aside Baru's shield, then raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and swung. Fire fist. A massive torrent of flame erupted from Ace's fist, like a roaring dragon of fire, crashing heavily into the huge main shield on Baru's chest. The flame impact struck the shield with a thunderous boom, sending Baru sliding backwards several meters, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground. However, when the flames dissipated, Baru still stood firm. The shield on his chest was blackened by the fire, but hadn't been breached. He looked down at the scorch mark on his shield, then raised his eyes to Ace, a flicker of gravity in his gaze. Hot. Your fire is fiercer than any flame wielder I've seen. Oh, didn't break through. Ace raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. That shield of yours seems to be made of something special. Baru didn't answer. He looked down at the blackened patch on his shield, then ran a finger over it. A faint trace of blood stained his fingertip. He paused, then examined the edge of the shield more closely, finding a tiny crack with a drop of blood seeping from its edge. That was the vibration from the flame impact transmitted through the shield to his body, reopening an old wound on his chest. He was bleeding. Baru's breathing grew heavy. His eyes began to change from fierce arrogance to a more primal, almost beast-like frenzy and brutality. His muscles swelled, veins bulged, and his skin took on an abnormal flushed hue. He slowly raised his head, fixed his gaze on Ace, and stretched his lips into a twisted, almost distorted grin. You made me bleed. Baru's voice turned low and hoarse, seething with then he let out a deafening roar. That roar was filled with fury and bloodlust, like a beast freed from its cage. Baru had entered a berserk state. Then he began pounding frantically on the massive main shield on his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Each blow produced a dull metallic boom, echoing like a war drum across the battlefield. And with each strike, wisps of white flame started to emerge from the edges of his shields. That flame was unlike ordinary fire. Its color was paler, its temperature far higher, and the air around it began to warp and distort under its heat. The white flame spread along the edges of the shields, igniting the air around Baru and forming a ring of white fire around him. Flame steel balls. Baru suddenly swung his arms, firing dozens of steel pellets from the shields on his hands and elbows. As the pellets passed through the white flame, they ignited, turning into meteors, trailing white fire raining down on Ace like a dense storm. Each pellet carried immense heat and kinetic energy, scorching the air with a sizzling sound. The grass on the ground withered and turned yellow, some even catching fire as the pellets passed by. This technique was Baru's ultimate move in his berserk state. He had once used it to shred an entire pirate crew into Swiss cheese, setting their ship ablaze and sinking it to the bottom of the sea. However, facing this overwhelming rain of flaming steel, Ace stood his ground without taking a single step back. He didn't even make any defensive motion. He simply let the pellets strike his body. Thud, thud, thud. The flaming pellets pierced through his body, leaving a dozen blackened holes. But the edges of those holes instantly ignited with orange-earth flames, then healed rapidly, restoring him to pristine condition. Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi. Immune to all physical attacks and fire damage provided the fire's power does not exceed the current user's level of mastery. And Baru's flame steel balls to Ace were like pouring a cup of water into the ocean, utterly meaningless. Hey big guy, are you tickling me? Ace looked down at the rapidly healing holes on his body, then raised his gaze to Baru. His face wore an expression that said, "Is that all you've got?" Baru's berserk state faltered for a moment. He stared blankly at the healing holes on Ace's body, his mind grinding to a halt for about 2 seconds. His flame steel balls, his deadliest attack, were utterly ineffective against this man. How could this be? After all, at this moment he might have heard of the sea's treasures, but that was all. In the East Blue, most people's understanding of devil fruits remained that they were treasures of the sea, granting formidable powers. Yet what were the potent abilities of devil fruits? What were the classifications of the 3 types? The vast majority of people actually knew little about these matters. Impossible. This is impossible. Baru howled in frenzy, swinging his arms again to launch more flame steel balls. But the result was no different. Every flame steel ball passed through Ace's body upon impact, only to be engulfed and absorbed by the flames on Ace, leaving not even a trace behind. Ace yawned. Of course he did it deliberately. Are you done? Then it's my turn. Ace stood still, his expression gradually shifting from nonchalance to seriousness. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, and a cluster of orange-earth flame danced in his palm. But he did not release it immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes as if recalling something. It was the words Lane had spoken to him in the gravity training room. The upper limit of the Mera Mera no Mi's power is far higher than what you've shown so far. You shouldn't focus on developing more techniques. Fire Fist, Fire Gun, Flame Emperor. Their essence is the same, merely different forms of flame. What you truly should pursue is the evolution of the flame itself. Ace had been somewhat dismissive at the time. Evolution. Fire is fire, isn't it? How can it evolve? Temperature. Lane raised a finger. The Mera Mera no Mi's potential depends on how high you can raise the temperature of your flames. Admiral Sakazuki's Magu Magu no Mi is powerful because magma itself possesses extreme heat, but magma's temperature is fixed. Magma is magma, it cannot become hotter than magma. But the Mera Mera no Mi is different. Flame has no upper limit. It can be 1,000 degrees, 3,000 degrees, or even higher. As long as you can endure that heat and have the ability to control it. Of course, to achieve this you must also systematically acquire knowledge, knowledge related to flame. Hearing these words, Ace fell silent. He had never considered his ability from this perspective. He had always thought that developing his devil fruit power meant creating more dazzling techniques, using larger flames and more spectacular forms to defeat opponents. But Lane's words made him realize that he had been pursuing breadth while neglecting depth. So what you need to do is not create more moves, but to excavate the potential of the flame itself. Try changing the color of your flame. Orange-earth is the most ordinary flame. When your flame can turn other colors, you'll discover that the true power of the Mera Mera no Mi is far greater than you imagine. Ace opened his eyes. He looked down at the dancing orange-earth flame in his palm, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his attention on his palm. His brow furrowed slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he were under immense pressure. The orange-earth flame began to change. Its color started to lighten, transitioning from orange-earth to a bright golden yellow, then from golden yellow to an even paler shade, ultimately settling on a hue between gold and pure white. It was a warm, almost translucent pale golden flame. Its volume had shrunk slightly compared to before, but the heat it radiated had increased by more than a notch. The surrounding air began to warp violently under the flame's scorching heat. Small blades of grass and withered leaves on the ground ignited spontaneously upon contact with the thermal wave, turning to ash. Ace's palm was enveloped by the pale golden flame, yet his expression was remarkably calm. He could sense that this flame's temperature was higher than any he had used before. Though it was merely a preliminary achievement, and though he could not yet sustain this form of flame for long, it was already a breakthrough. Baru felt the wave of heat surging toward him. For the first time, a flicker of fear rippled through his berserk state. Instinctively, he stepped back and raised the shields on his arms to block in front of him. But the main shield on his chest had already been damaged in the previous flame impact, its surface covered with cracks, its defensive capability greatly compromised. This move, I just learned it. Ace lifted his head, looking at Baru with a hint of a smile. Perfect timing to test its power on you. He extended one finger from each hand, forming a cross. The pale golden flame was compressed and stretched on those 2 fingers, eventually transforming into a slender cross-shaped line of fire, as if it had condensed an entire afternoon's sunlight, hovering silently at Ace's fingertips, exuding a suffocating heat. Crossfire. The cross-shaped line of fire shot toward Baru like an arrow of light, moving at tremendous speed. Its velocity was so great that Baru had no time to dodge. He could only instinctively cross his arms in front of him, trying to block the strike with the shields on his hands and elbows. The next moment the crossfire struck the shields on Baru's arms. There was no explosion, no loud noise. Only a faint sizzle, like the sound of a red-hot branding iron plunged into cold water. The specially crafted shields that had accompanied Baru for years were melted through instantly upon contact with the crossfire. Drops of molten metal fell to the ground hissing and burning small blackened pits into the earth. After melting through Baru's arm shields, the crossfire, undiminished in momentum, continued to pierce the massive main shield on his chest. The shield, already riddled with cracks, was as fragile as paper before the crossfire. Then the crossfire entered Baru's chest from the front and exited through his back, leaving a fist-sized hand throw wound on his body. The edges of the wound were charred black with no blood, because the blood had been vaporized by the intense heat the moment it flowed out. Baru looked down at the blackened hole in his chest, then raised his eyes to Ace, opened his mouth, as if to say, but his body no longer obeyed him. His legs gave way, and his massive frame crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As he fell, the 7 shields on his body emitted a crisp metallic shattering sound. Those once indestructible, specially crafted shields were now all covered in cracks, and several had even shattered completely, scattering on the ground. Ace stood still, looking down at his own hands. A faint residue of pale golden flames still lingered on his fingertips, slowly dissipating. He clenched his fists, feeling the scorching power flowing through his body, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That lane. He wasn't wrong after all. He muttered to himself, then shook his hand to extinguish the last embers of flame. Tekkai stood atop the hill, overlooking the entire battlefield, his expression darkening to its extreme. Jean's body lay in an open area behind the front lines, covered in sword wounds, the soil beneath him stained dark red by blood. Balu's massive frame lay crumpled on the other side of the battlefield, a charred, penetrating wound on his chest still emitting wisps of smoke. As for his other subordinates, the navigator Scorpion, Kalen, was in the rear battlefield, knocked down by Simo Go, and then shackled by other Marines, becoming a prisoner. The sail trimmer Giant Arm Bob was struck by several bullets, blood gushing from his body as he collapsed on. The gunner, One Eye Zake, was pierced through the heart by a thin sword wielded by a man who looked like a butler with glasses, not even having time to let out a death cry. One after another, the officers he had spent years recruiting and training fell like wheat being cut down in this battle, one after another. And those who killed them, aside from the green-haired swordsman and the young man who played with fire, many were even under the gunfire of ordinary Marines. Those Marines holding strange long-barreled rifles displayed a chilling efficiency on the battlefield. They calmly aimed, fired, pulled the bolt, and aimed again. With every shot a pirate fell. Although those officers were somewhat stronger than ordinary pirates, they could hardly escape under the dense rifle fire. After all, though they were stronger than common pirates, they were far weaker than Jean in strength. Worthless. A bunch of worthless scum. Tekkai slammed his fist against a tree trunk beside him, causing the thick trunk to shake violently and leaves to rustle down. His chest rose and fell heavily, his golden armor gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, then slowly straightened his body, his gaze crossing the chaotic battlefield and locking onto a white figure standing at the bottom of the slope. That young officer. From the start of the battle until now, he had never truly taken action. He just stood there, arms crossed, calmly observing the entire battlefield, occasionally issuing a few brief commands to the Marines beside him. Not a single drop of blood stained his body, his white marine coat remained spotless, as if this brutal battle had nothing to do with him. Tekkai narrowed his eyes. He had seen many Marine officers, those branch commanders who idled in the East Blue. Most were fat, cowardly, and worthless. This young man looked no more than 17 or 18. To become a branch commander, it was probably due to family connections and money-bought positions, more likely the offspring of some high-ranking Marine. In short, he was just a second-generation rich kid who came to the East Blue to gild his resume. But it was this very gilded scion who had put the Tekkai pirates in such a predicament. If I just grab him. Tekkai muttered to himself, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If I grab that brat, these Marines won't dare to act rashly. He had made up his mind, took a deep breath, and then suddenly broke into a run, charging down the slope. His speed was tremendous, his golden armor trailing a dazzling golden streak in the sunlight like a falling meteor. As he charged, he kept a wary eye on the 2 dangerous figures on the battlefield, the green-haired, 3-sword-style swordsman and the young man who could manipulate flames. These 2 had defeated Jean and Balu, and their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. If they intervened to block him, though Tekkai didn't think he would lose, he would inevitably be delayed and miss the best chance to capture that young officer. However, contrary to his expectations, Suo Long merely glanced at him, then turned around and continued swinging his sword at another pirate, completely ignoring him. And the young man who played with fire AIC stood with arms crossed, tilted his head, and looked at him with a mocking smile on his lips, as if watching a ridiculous performance. Equally, he did not intervene. A flicker of doubt crossed Kelly Kest's mind, but at this moment, he couldn't care about it anymore. Since they weren't attacking, this was his chance. He accelerated his charge like a beast clad in golden armor, lunging toward Lion. He was getting close. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Lion still stood there, neither dodging, nor retreating, nor even making any defensive posture, just calmly watching him. But in Kelly Kest's eyes at that moment, Lion was a fool paralyzed by fear, who had even forgotten to dodge. The next moment, Kelly Ku rushed to Lion, grabbed his collar with his left hand, and drew a flintlock pistol from his waist with his right hand, pressing the cold muzzle firmly against Lion's forehead. His movements were swift and decisive, smooth and fluid. Everyone stop, right now. Kelly Ku roared with all his might, a deafening bellow that echoed across the battlefield. If anyone moves again, he'll blow his head off. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. Then Simo Gu stopped his actions, turned his head, and looked toward Kelly Ku. He chewed on his cigar, squinted his eyes, looked at Lion with the gun pressed to his head, then at Kelly Ku, and then he shrugged, turned away, and continued swinging his 10-ringed staff, smashing it into a pirate before him. Sua Long didn't even turn his head. He swung his sword backhandedly, cutting down a pirate trying to ambush him, and then pressed forward. AIC yawned, then stretched, flicking a wisp of flame from his fingertip to block the escape route of a flame. Even the ordinary Marines of the 187th branch didn't look in Kelly Kest's direction. They continued methodically aiming, firing, reloading, and firing again, as if their branch commander being held at gunpoint had nothing to do with them. Kelly Ku was utterly bewildered. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. These Marines, didn't they care about the life of their own commander? That white-haired smoker, even though he saw him being taken hostage, didn't even frown. That green-haired swordsman and that fire-wielding bastard completely ignored his threats. Even the ordinary Marines didn't stop. How could this be? This was their branch commander. The young master sent by some big shot in the Marines to the East Blue to gild his resume. Kelly Kest's face flushed red, a surge of humiliated anger rising within him. He spun around fiercely, glaring at Lai, in whom he had grabbed by the collar, and ground out through clenched teeth. Fine. Since they don't care about your life, then you can die. He pulled the trigger. Bang. A crisp gunshot echoed across the battlefield. The bullet shot from the flintlock's muzzle, carrying smoke and flame. It pierced directly through Lion's head. A headshot. Without a doubt. Bang. A bullet pierced through Lion's forehead, striking the ground behind him and kicking up a small clump of... Yet where the bullet had passed through Lion's forehead, there was no blood, no wound. Only a faint ring of golden light slowly dissipating. Then Lion's entire body began to turn translucent like a fading phantom, and under Kelly Kest's gaze it dissolved into countless tiny specks of light that vanished into the air. Kelly Ku stood frozen in place, his hands still gripping the gun, but before him there was no one. The collar he had grabbed was gone, the forehead he had pressed against was gone, the man before him had completely vanished. Are you looking for me? A calm voice came from behind him. Kelly Ku whirled around to see Lion standing about 5 meters behind him, hands still tucked into the pockets of his coat, his expression serene, his posture composed, as if nothing had happened. There was not a single scratch on him, his white coat remained spotless. You. Kelly Kest's eyes bulged, his lips trembling, unable to form a complete sentence. Aurora Fruit Light Illusion Clone, Lion said calmly. Before you grabbed me, I had already replaced my real body with a light illusion clone. What you seized was merely a mass of light. Of course, even if I had done nothing, that blow just now couldn't have harmed me because... He paused. Never mind, why am I wasting words with you? Kelly Kest's face turned pale. Though much of Lion's words were still beyond his comprehension, one sentence struck home. Even if I had done nothing, that blow just now couldn't have harmed me. He finally understood. Why those Navy soldiers had been utterly indifferent to his fate. Why that green-haired swordsman and that fire-playing youth had worn such mocking smiles. Why that smoke bastard hadn't even bothered to glance his way. Because they all knew he could never capture. His clever plan to seize the king had been a joke from the very start. Enough. You've wasted enough time. Now this ends. Lion flexed his wrist, then extended his right hand, fingers spread, and gently pressed it against the gleaming golden armor on Kelly Kest's chest. His movement was light, as if caressing a fragile piece of porcelain. Where his palm met the armor, there was not even a whisper of sound. Kelly Ku looked down at the hand pressed against his chest, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. What? You think you can punch through my golden armor with your bare hand? This armor of mine is forged from the finest. His voice cut off abruptly, because he saw a beam of light seeping through the gap between Lion's palm and the armor. At first the light was faint, merely a thin thread, but as Lion exerted a little force it grew brighter, more dazzling, as if his palm held a newborn sun. Instinctively Kelly Ku tried to retreat, but his body seemed locked in place by that radiance, unable to move. Then he heard a sound, an extremely high-frequency vibration, like countless pieces of metal trembling simultaneously, their hums merging into a teeth-grinding resonance. The sound started faintly, but grew louder and denser, as if thousands of bees were fluttering their wings beside his ears. Kellyco looked down in terror. He saw the golden armor he had prided himself on beginning to crack under Lion's. The cracks centered on Lion's palms spread outward like a spiderweb, crawling over the breastplate, shoulder guards, abdominal armor, covering every inch of the armor's surface. This is impossible. Kellyco was utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself. For the first time, genuine fear crept into his voice. Lion did not answer. He pushed his palm forward slightly, and the light in his hand reached its peak. Blinding white light burst forth from every crack in the armor, swallowing Kellyco's entire figure in that radiance. Light vibration. Lion's voice rang out calmly from within the light. It was a destructive phenomenon caused by high-frequency light wave vibrations resonating with the molecules of matter. Through meticulous control of his fruit ability, Lion adjusted the light particles to the same natural frequency as the gold molecules in the armor, triggering resonance. When the resonance reached its critical point, the molecular structure of the armor began to collapse from within, not melted by heat, not shattered by force, but disintegrating at the molecular level. Theoretically, no material in this world could withstand this technique. Of course, whether strong armament Haki could resist, it was still uncertain to Lion. Soon the light dissipated. Kellyco still stood there, but the golden armor he had spent countless resources and effort to forge had completely vanished. No, not vanished. It had turned into a fine heap of golden powder cascading from his body and piling up around his feet in a small golden mound. The powder was as fine as flour carried by the sea breeze, scattering like a golden drizzle. Kellyco stood stark naked from the waist up, dumbfounded. A few traces of golden powder clung to his skin, glinting in the sunlight. He looked down at his bare body. No armor, no weapons, none of the things he had relied on and prided himself. Years of plundering, countless fortunes, all spent to forge this golden arsenal which he had regarded as the symbol of his invincibility. And now it had turned to powder scattered by the wind, leaving nothing behind. My armor, my weapons. Kellyco's voice trembled, his eyes growing vacant, as if his soul had been drained from him. My. He spun around and ran down the slope. Not a charge, not a retreat, but a flight like a crustacean stripped of its shell, its soft body exposed, fleeing in panic from the threat. He stumbled, nearly tripping over rocks, his bare torso pale and pathetic under the sun. Lion stood there watching Kellyco's desperate escape, and slowly raised his right hand. His index finger pointed at Kellyco's back, a dazzling point of light gathering at the tip. Farewell. Photon finger bullet. Swish. A thin beam of light shot from Lion's finger, piercing the air, Kellyco's back, and exiting through his heart. Kellyco's running motion halted abruptly. He looked down at the hole in his chest, smooth-edged and gushing blood, then turned his head to glance at Lai, and opening his mouth, as if to say something. Then his legs gave way, and he pitched forward, sliding a short distance on the grass, before stopping beneath a crooked tree motionless. Ding, host has killed Admiral Kellyco, earning 1,000 points. Ding, current point balance, 440,510. In the year 1537 of the Sea Circle calendar, the bounty of 10 million berries. Admiral Kellyco was slain. A moment of dead silence fell over the battlefield. Then someone dropped their weapon first, and the clatter of arms spread like a chain reaction across the entire slope. The pirates, still resisting upon seeing Kellyco's corpse, had their last shred of wool crushed. Some knelt with their hands on their heads. Some dropped their weapons and raised their hands. Some sat slumped on the ground, eyes vacant, as if they had lost their souls. The battle was over. Lane withdrew his finger, cast a glance at Click's corpse, then turned around, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. Smoke and dust billowed, corpses lay strewn across the field, and blood stained the grass on the hillside. The Marines of the 187th Branch were methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Some were counting prisoners, others tending to the wounded, and still others collecting weapons and supplies. Though everyone was exhausted, a certain indescribable light flickered in their eyes. It was the light of victory. At that moment, Smoke, chewing on a cigar, walked over from the other side of the hillside. His white coat was stained with dust and blood, but his stride remained steady. "You brat. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" He walked up to Lane, glanced at Click's corpse in the distance, then looked at the pile of golden powder on the ground. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Lane glanced at him and smiled faintly. "I won't tell you." Smoke snorted and didn't press further. He then pulled out a din mushy from his pocket and made a call. "Hey, it's me. The battle is over. Have the prison ship dock. There are enough prisoners here to fill a ship." A brief reply came from the other end, and then the call ended. Smoke put away the din mushy, turned to look at the busy Marines, and exhaled a puff of smoke. A pirate crew of 2,100 men taken down by our joint effort. Preliminary estimate, over 900 killed, over 1,200 captured. As for the officers, aside from the two I captured alive, all the officers on your 187th branch's side, including Click himself, were killed. He paused, looked at Lane, and spoke with a rare note of seriousness. Well done. Lane did not reply. He simply raised his head and gazed at the distant sea dyed red by the setting sun. The sea breeze blew, carrying the smell of gunpowder and blood along with a sense of tranquility after victory. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The Battle of Iron Wall Island had thus come to a complete close. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sound. Ding host has completed the monthly mission. Eliminate the Scourge of the East Sea. Mission reward, 3000 points. 1 random category special blueprint. Ding remaining points, 757980. For weekly missions plus the pirate crews, smuggling ships, and slave ships destroyed within this month. All this had brought Lane's points to over 4200 before the battle. Then the monthly mission reward of 300 plus the points from killing and capturing pirates in this battle caused his points to skyrocket to nearly 7600. One fat haul. Most importantly, the 500 points needed for the system's first upgrade were now sufficient. Once he returned after settling matters here, he could upgrade the system, and the remaining points would allow him to upgrade all existing basic buildings. Moreover, after the system upgrade, more types of buildings should become available. This meant that the 187th branch was about to undergo a phase of comprehensive enhancement. Lane was eagerly anticipating this. One day later, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, the atmosphere was solemn and quiet. Sengoku sat behind his desk, holding a battle report that had just arrived from the East Sea, his eyes slowly scanning the pages. Across from him, Garp was sprawled on the sofa, holding a bag of spicy strips from the Norman family of the East Sea, munching one after another without stopping. He looked as if he were watching a performance unrelated to himself. Tsuru stood by the window holding a cup of clear tea, her gaze calmly fixed on the blue sea outside. Sengoku put down the report, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose, his tone laced with complex emotion. The Click pirates of the East Sea have been annihilated. Oh, that crew boasting 2,000 men. Who took them down? Garp paused his chewing for a moment, then resumed, crunching, mumbling indistinctly. Smoke and Lane. Sengoku put his glasses back on and tapped the report with his finger. Captain Lane of the 187th branch and Captain Smoke of Lowtown conducted a joint operation, deploying 9 warships and about 400 Marines to besiege the Click pirates at Iron Wall Island. The results: Captain Commander Click, Combat Chief Demon Jin, Iron Wall Baru, and other major officers were killed, along with over 900 pirates. At the same time, over 1,200 were captured, and they are currently being transported to impel down via the regular prison ship heading to the East Sea. The spicy strip in Garp's hand stopped in midair, and for the first time his expression showed a hint of surprise. That Click kid. I remember his bounty was 10 million, and he commanded over 2,000 men. He was taken down just like that. It wasn't that Garp thought Click was formidable, but he knew all too well the strength of the East Sea Marines. 400 men attacking the Click pirates. That really didn't seem like something the East Sea Marines would do. Even with Smoke present, it was hard to imagine. Tsuru set down her teacup, turned around, and calmly added, according to the intelligence I've compiled recently, over the past 2 months, all pirates in the East Sea with bounties over 10 million, except for one exception, have been completely wiped out by Lane's 187th branch. Moreover, within the 187th branch's jurisdiction, all pirate crews with bounties over 1 million have also been thoroughly cleaned out. The Golden Route of the East Sea has ushered in its safest period since the start of the Great Pirate Era. The office fell silent for a moment. Garp slowly put down the spicy strips, his expression turning serious. That kid. Is he really? Although Sengoku had told Garp before that he thought highly of Lane, even saying that if Lane hadn't had a vast family to inherit and manage, he would have recruited him into the Marines 10 years ago. Hearing about it was one thing, but Garp had never met Lane. Even during the month Lane spent in Marineford 10 years ago, Garp had been on vacation in the East Sea, perfectly missing him. Thus he had no idea about Lane's character abilities or anything else. At that moment, Tsuru continued. There is another noteworthy point regarding Lane's troop training abilities. According to intelligence, when he first took over the 187th branch 2 months ago, his subordinates were only a group of recruits who had never undergone formal training. Mostly ordinary civilians from various towns and villages of the Kinomi Islands. But after just 2 months, the combat performance of these recruits has reached the level of elite Marine Headquarters soldiers. Garp's eyebrows rose. 2 months. Turning civilians into elite Headquarters level soldiers. How did that kid do it? The specific training methods are still unclear. Tsuru shook her head. But judging from the battle report of Iron Wall Island, his Marines performed exceptionally well in combat. Disciplined tactical execution was precise, and they showed no panic when facing an enemy several times their number. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded. He had read the report and knew this to be the case. He then took over the conversation, his tone growing more serious. There is also a detail specifically mentioned by Smoke in the report. He picked up the report, flipped to a page, and read aloud. The standard issue rifles carried by the Marines of the 187th Branch are a type of firearm I have never seen before. Their power rate of fire range and accuracy far exceed the current standard issue rifles of the Marines. In battle, their Marines relying on these rifles could unleash several times the combat effectiveness of conventional forces. Even against pirates with bounties in the millions of berries, when multiple Marines wielding these rifles coordinated, they could still form effective suppression and inflict casualties. Tsuru's brow furrowed slightly. New rifles, developed by the 187th Branch themselves. The report does not specify, but given the Norman family's wealth and technical reserves, it is not impossible. Sengoku put down the report and shook his head. Tsuru was silent for a moment. This was not a trivial matter. To ask what is the current balance of power between the Marines and pirates on the seas. The answer is, the pirates completely overwhelm the Marines. Then why can the Marines still hunt pirates everywhere? Isn't that contradictory? In reality, there is no contradiction at all. Saying pirates overwhelm the Marines refers to all pirates across the entire sea. But obviously these pirates are not a monolithic block. They are scattered into tens of thousands of pirate crews of various sizes. When one pirate crew is attacked by the Marines, the other crews usually do not come to help. This is why, although the overall strength of pirates far exceeds that of the Marines can still hunt and capture pirates everywhere. Then there is the issue of the New World. Currently, the New World has 4 Emperor-class pirate crews and countless pirates with bounties over 100 million. If these 4 Emperor-class crews were to unite, they would be enough to overthrow Marine headquarters. Even without all 4, if 3 banded together, the outcome would not be much different. Without the support of the world government, the Marines could definitely defeat 1 Emperor crew, but if they faced 2 at once, they could only fight to a draw. Thus, even without waging war against all pirates on the seas at once, the current Marine strength is already strained by just these 4 Emperor-class crews. So how could the Marines' strength be increased? Enough to simultaneously handle 3 Emperor crews, or undoubtedly significantly enhancing top-tier combat power, is a necessity. But that alone is not enough. If it were also possible to greatly enhance the strength of the lower ranks, allowing the vast number of ordinary Marines to no longer be cannon fodder, but instead capable of hunting pirates worth millions or even tens of millions then. Now the new rifles of the 187th Branch gave Tsuru a glimpse of hope. If hundreds of thousands of Marines across the seas were all equipped with this weapon, not to mention the New World, at least in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, the Marine strength would be vastly improved. And if the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line were completely pacified, it would be equivalent to cutting off the supply lines of the New World. Over time, these pirate crews in the New World would naturally grow weaker and even die out. However, just as Tsuru was about to say something, the door to the Fleet Admiral's office was suddenly pushed open. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed against the wall with a loud crash. A tall figure strode in aggressively, her steps rapid and forceful, her boots clicking crisply on the floor. She wore a pink Marine uniform draped over a white coat, signifying her status as an admiral candidate, with a slender longsword at her waist. Her face was beautiful, but at that moment it was filled with barely suppressed anger. Her large eyes stared straight at Sengoku behind the desk, as if they would shoot fire. She strode up to Sengoku's desk and slammed her right hand on the surface, causing the documents and teacup to jump. Fleet Admiral, I need an explanation. Fleet Admiral, I need an explanation. To be honest, among the entire Navy headquarters, there are only a handful of people who dare to provoke Sengoku directly, and she just happens to be one of them. Of course, under normal circumstances, she is quite measured, respectful, and proper when meeting Sengoku. But in certain special situations like now, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by her series of actions, but quickly regained his composure. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his arms on the table and asked in a calm tone, "Ji Yuan, what has made you so angry? What has happened?" Ji Yuan, the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Peach Rabbit. She scoffed, her voice rising several degrees. "I've heard that someone spent 2 billion berries to buy a colonel's rank and a division chief's position from the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, when did our Navy start openly selling positions?" Upon hearing this news, I rushed back from Mariehua, just to ask you directly, what exactly do you intend to do? The air in the office seemed to freeze for a moment. Karp silently picked up a snack and chewed on it, glancing back and forth between Sengoku and Ji Yuan, wearing an expression of amusement. Tsurugi gently sipped from her teacup, remaining silent. Sengoku was quiet for a moment before slowly speaking. "What you heard is indeed true. But it is not selling positions, rather it is a special appointment arrangement." "A special appointment arrangement?" Ji Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. 20 billion berries for a colonel's rank and a division chief's position. If this is not selling positions, then what is considered selling positions? Sengoku, we bleed and sweat fighting desperately against pirates to earn today's status and honor. Now someone can buy the same position with money. What do you expect those soldiers fighting on the front lines to think? Sengoku sighed slightly at her words. Rain von Norman's situation is not what you imagine. He is not an ordinary noble. The Norman family is one of the most influential families in the East Sea, controlling a commercial network that spans the entire East Sea. Though he is only 18 years old, in the 10 years he has taken over the family business, he has expanded the Norman family's assets by more than 10 times. Such a person, if utilized by the Navy, would be worth far more than 20 billion berries. Hearing this, Ji Yuan scoffed. Value? What value? A division chief, bought with money. What value can he possibly have? Has he been on the battlefield? Has he killed pirates? Or does he just sit in an office looking at documents, signing papers, and waiting for his subordinates to risk their lives? Sengoku did not directly answer her question. He simply picked up the battle report on the table and pushed it in front of Ji Yuan, calmly saying, "First take a look at this." Ji Yuan frowned, picked up the battle report, and quickly skimmed through it. As she read further, her anger slowly gave way to surprise. When she finished reading the last line, she was silent for a moment before looking up at Sengoku, her tone filled with uncertainty. This battle report. Is it real? It just arrived from the East Sea, a battle report co-signed by Colonel Smoker and Colonel Rain. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed on the table. Even if you don't believe in Rain, you know Smoker and what kind of person he is. In the Battle of Iron Wall Island, the 187th Division and Road Town conducted a joint operation, decisively defeating the Clock Pirates, who had 2,100 members with a force of 400 soldiers. They killed the key officers, including Clock himself, and over 900 pirates, capturing more than 1,200. And in this battle, the more than 100 recruits of the 187th Division, the so-called division chief, bought with money, were trained in just 2 months, demonstrating combat qualities on par with the elite soldiers of the headquarters. As for your question of whether he has been on the battlefield or has killed pirates, Sengoku continued. According to this battle report, Clock himself was personally killed by Colonel Rain. The ghost man Jean was killed by one of his subordinates, a swordsman named Zoro. And Iron Wall Baloo was defeated by another one of his subordinates, a devil fruit user named Ace. He himself hardly exerted his full strength, spending most of the battle commanding from the rear, only stepping in to deal with Clock at the last moment. Ji Yuan held the battle report tightly, remaining silent. As for your question of whether he has been on the battlefield or has killed pirates, Sengoku continued. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, placed the battle report back on the table, her tone much calmer than before, but still tinged with stubbornness. Even if this battle report is real, the fact that 20 billion berries can buy a division chief's position is still inappropriate. It sets a dangerous precedent. I know, Sengoku nodded. So this appointment is exceptional and will not become the norm, but for this exception, I do not regret making this decision. Ji Yuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She remained silent for a moment before turning and striding out of the office. The door closed behind her with a dull sound. The office fell silent once more. Tsurugi set her teacup down and sighed softly. What she said is not entirely wrong. Exchanging 20 billion berries for a division chief is indeed inappropriate, but she paused, her gaze falling on the battle report. If this division chief can deliver such results within 2 months, then perhaps this transaction is indeed a profit for the Navy. Moreover, if the new type of rifles used by the 187th Division can be equipped on a large scale to the Navy, then it will definitely enhance the Navy's strength significantly. At least in the 4 seas and the Paradise, the Navy will have the capability to comprehensively suppress pirates. In 10 years, it is highly likely to cut off the new blood of pirates in the New World. Hearing this, Sengoku said nothing, only picking up the battle report and looking it over once more, then slowly placing it into the drawer. His gaze drifted through the window towards the vast sea in the distance, remaining silent for a long time. Meanwhile, neither of them noticed. On the sofa in the office, the person who had been desperately stuffing spicy snacks into their mouth just moments ago now sat motionless, almost as if under a spell. Only Karp himself knew that at this moment a name was echoing repeatedly in his mind. Ace! Ace! After a moment, it seemed he came back to his senses, his eyes shining brightly as he suddenly stood up. In the bewildered gazes of Sengoku and Tsurugi, he shouted excitedly, "Did Ace join the Navy?" The usually carefree and indifferent naval hero now had his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly agape. Even the spicy snack in his hand was suspended in midair, remaining uneaten for a long time. "Kapu." Sengoku furrowed his brow. "What's wrong with you?" Kapu did not respond. He suddenly stood up and snatched the battle report from Sengoku's desk, bringing it close to his eyes to scrutinize it thoroughly. Then he saw a line of text and read it aloud. The Iron Wall Barrow, a cadre of the clique pirates, was killed by the ability user Portgasti, Ace from the 187th branch. Portgasti, Ace. It was really Ace. That name struck Kapu's mind like a bolt of lightning. His hand holding the battle report began to tremble slightly, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curling upwards until he broke into a grin that seemed to stretch to his ears. Ha. Good. Wonderful. Ha. Kapu suddenly erupted into a thunderous laughter that echoed through the office, causing the windows to rattle. He slammed the battle report onto the table, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed towards the sky. The other two people in the office exchanged puzzled glances. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Kapu, what on earth are you doing? What am I doing? Kapu turned around, his smile radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. Sengoku, do you know who Ace is? Sengoku frowned. The report says Portgasti, Ace, an ability user from the 187th branch. What? Do you know him? Know him? It's more than just knowing. Kapu slapped his thigh, his voice brimming with uncontrollable pride and joy. That's my grandson. The office fell silent for a moment. Sengoku's pen clattered onto the desk. Crane, holding a teacup, paused slightly, causing ripples to form in the cup. The two simultaneously looked at Kapu, their faces filled with disbelief. Your grandson? Kapu isn't your grandson, named Monkey D. Luffy. When did you get another grandson? And with the surname Portgas? Sengoku repeated in disbelief. He. Kapu rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting around quickly, then cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. Ahem, this is a long story. More than 10 years ago, when I returned to the East Sea for vacation, I encountered a merchant ship that had been raided by pirates. The ship's cargo was completely looted, and all the crew and passengers were killed. The entire ship was drifting on the sea. When I went aboard to search, I found a child huddled in a corner of the cabin, trembling all over, starving to skin and bones. Kapu sighed, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of sadness. However, this expression seemed somewhat exaggerated and deliberate. That child was Ace. I thought to myself, I can't just leave him there to fend for himself, can I? So I took him back to Windmill Village and raised him alongside Luffy. After all, he's my recognized grandson, so I added our family D to his name, Portgasti. Ace, what do you think? Am I clever? I didn't change his original name, but added my mark of Kapu. Paha. After he finished speaking, he erupted into another burst of triumphant laughter filled with self-satisfaction of how clever he was. Sengoku and Crane exchanged glances again. Sengoku frowned, carefully contemplating Kapu's words. It sounded reasonable, every aspect made sense, and the logic was airtight. But he felt that something was off, an inexplicable sense of dissonance. He looked at Crane, who slightly shook her head, indicating that she couldn't pinpoint the problem either. Ultimately, Sengoku decided not to delve deeper into the matter for the time being. After all, Ace was Kapu's grandson, one he had raised since childhood, and he was also a natural type ability user who had now joined the Navy. This was undoubtedly great news for the Navy. He returned to his chair, picked up the battle report, flipped to another page, and casually remarked, "By the way, Smoker's report also mentioned that your grandson Portgasti, Ace, is a natural type devil fruit user." Kapu's smile froze. Sengoku continued, "According to Smoker's description, Ace's ability is to control flames, and its power is quite astonishing. Iron Wall Barrow, a cadre known for his defensive capabilities in the clique pirates, was struck down by Ace with a single high-temperature flame technique. From the characteristics of his ability, Smoker speculated that Ace most likely consumed the natural type flame fruit recorded in the Devil Fruit Handbook." Once again, the office fell silent for a moment. Then the corners of Kapu's mouth began to twitch, then rise, and finally, he broke into an even more radiant smile than before. His eyes even slightly reddened. Of course, he would never admit that it was tears. Flame fruit. Natural type. Paha. Good. Fantastic. No wonder he's my grandson. Even if he was picked up, he inherited my excellent bloodline. Ha ha ha. Kapu vigorously patted his thigh, his voice filled with an unstoppable excitement. Sengoku ignored Kapu's self-praise and flipped to the last page of the report, his tone becoming more serious. "There's one more thing. Smoker also mentioned in the report that Ryan himself is also a natural type ability user." Kapu's laughter abruptly ceased. Crane also put down her teacup, her gaze becoming focused. Smoker noted in the report that Ryan's ability is very similar to Borisolino's light fruit, allowing him to turn his body into light for high-speed movement and remote attacks. However, Smoker also pointed out that there are some subtle differences between the two. Ryan's light has a faint golden hue different from Borisolino's bright yellow light, and Ryan seems to have mastered some abilities that Borisolino has not demonstrated, such as creating light clones and a special skill that can trigger high-frequency vibrations to internally disintegrate matter. Sengoku put down the battle report and looked at Crane and Kapu. Borisolino is not dead yet, and the light fruit cannot exist in two instances simultaneously, so it's currently impossible to determine which natural type fruit Ryan consumed. The office fell into a brief silence. Crane pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Regarding this issue, I once saw a record of it in an ancient book. Sengoku and Kapu's gazes simultaneously turned to her. Crane nodded, then continued. That ancient book recorded that in the distant past there existed a natural-type fruit similar to the light fruit, but at a higher tier, the aurora fruit. According to the ancient book's description, the aurora fruit's ability belongs to the light category, like the light fruit, but the spectrum range that the aurora fruit can manipulate is broader and possesses characteristics that the light fruit does not, such as the previously mentioned light clones and high-frequency vibrations. However, because this fruit is too ancient and has not been genuinely found for centuries, nor has it been recorded in the Devil Fruit Handbook, it has long been considered a legend, and no one knows whether it truly exists. She paused and looked at Sengoku. If Ryan truly consumed the aurora fruit, then many things would make sense: his unique light-based abilities, those skills that Borsalino has not demonstrated, and how he established such a formidable branch in just 2 months. The reason Crane could see the aurora fruit recorded in the ancient book is that when the system presented the aurora fruit, it had fully and reasonably integrated it into this world. Similarly, the Marine soldiers summoned by the system, or these special talents, if investigated, each of them can be traced back to a reasonable origin, because at the moment they were summoned, the system had already implanted a reasonable identity for them in this world. Sengoku remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. The aurora fruit. If this fruit truly exists, then Colonel Ryan's potential is likely greater than we imagined. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. Sengoku waved his hand, bringing the conversation back on track. Now there's a more pressing issue to discuss. Ryan has accomplished in 2 months what the other branches of the EC have failed to achieve in years. Eradicating all pirate crews with bounties over 1 million in the jurisdiction, eliminating most of the 10 million bounty pirates like Clique, and ensuring the safety of the Golden Sea route. Such contributions must be rewarded by headquarters. So we need to discuss how to reasonably reward the unique existence of the 187th branch. How should we reward them appropriately? For an ordinary branch, rewarding them would be simple enough. Those with military achievements would receive promotions and pay raises along with additional funding for the branch. All that was feasible. However, the 187th branch was exceptional. The salaries of the Marines stationed there were not paid by the Navy, but out of Lion's own pocket. Even the branch's operating expenses were entirely covered by Lion. Consequently, measures like individual pay raises or extra financial support could not be applied to the 187th branch. What about promoting his rank? There was another problem there. For ordinary branches in the 4 Cs, promotions for enlisted personnel, privates, 3rd class seamen, 2nd class seamen, 1st class seamen, petty officers, and chief petty officers were decided by the branch itself, requiring only a subsequent report to headquarters for filing. Only from the rank of junior officer upward did one need to strictly follow the Navy's promotion standards, submitting specific merits to headquarters for review and approval before advancement. However, according to the initial agreement between Lion and Zhonghua, as long as promotions within the 187th branch did not involve field-grade officer ranks, Lion could decide them autonomously, simply sending the list to headquarters for record-keeping afterward. This meant that headquarters had no say in promotions below field-grade officer level and above that. Currently, only Lion himself held such a rank. Promote Lion another grade. To be honest, purely in terms of military merits, he had not yet earned it. After all, he had only annihilated some pirate crews in the East Blue, far from sufficient to warrant promotion to Rear Admiral. One must understand that the Navy imposed strict standards for the promotion of senior officers, Rear Admiral and above. Simply put, 2 requirements had to be met simultaneously or promotion was impossible. One was military merit and the other was personal strength. If one's strength was sufficient but merits insufficient, or merits sufficient but strength lacking, promotion was unattainable. The only exceptions were the Navy's special draft or the worldwide conscription. But even such exceptions only applied to the initial rank assessment upon joining the Navy. Subsequent promotions still had to strictly follow the standards. Promotions, pay raises, and financial support. These were almost inapplicable to the 187th branch. Yet giving no reward at all would be unreasonable. Thus the question of how to reward Lion and the 187th branch became a very real issue. I have a suggestion, said he, nodding after a moment of contemplation upon hearing Zhonggua's words. Let's hear it. Elevate the 187th branch's organizational level to a 1st-class naval branch. He replied calmly. But make it clear that after the upgrade, personnel expansion and military expenses will still be handled by Lion himself, with no additional funding from headquarters. At the same time, disband the 55th and 82nd branches. These 2 branches are located near the 187th branch and have been utterly ineffective for years. Pirate activity in their jurisdictions is rampant, yet they have never implemented any effective governance. Rather than letting them continue to drain headquarters funds and personnel slots, it's better to directly merge their jurisdictions into the 187th branch's area of responsibility. This way, headquarters cuts the expenses of two redundant branches. Lion gains a larger jurisdiction and higher authority, and the actual security level in the East Blue will be further improved. A triple win. Zhangguo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Feasible. The 55th and 82nd branches have indeed become mere shells. Disbanding them is only a matter of time. It's good to hand their jurisdictions to Lion after all. After all, we previously speculated that the reason Lion wanted a naval branch near the Zameda archipelago was to personally ensure the safety of the East Blue's Golden Waterway and to deter those who might target the Norman family. In that case, expanding the 187th branch to a first-class branch and extending its jurisdiction to cover the entire midsection of the Golden Waterway would indeed be a fitting reward for Lion. Let's settle this matter. He picked up his pen, jotted down a few notes on his memo, then looked up at he and Kapu. And one more thing, about the new type of rifle used by the 187th branch. CMO Gu mentioned the performance of that rifle in his battle report. If those figures are accurate, its power and performance far exceed the Navy's standard-issue rifles. If it could be mass-equipped, the basic combat effectiveness of the Navy would be significantly enhanced. But the problem is that this rifle belongs to the Norman family. Directly demanding the technology, though possible, would be inappropriate. Although Lion is now a naval officer, the Norman family is not a subordinate organization of the Navy, and they are major nobles of the East Blue. Even setting aside that factor, we need to worry that forcibly demanding it might cause resentment later. Zhangguo tapped his fingers on the desk. Although Zhangguo had said much, both he and Kapu understood that the primary reason was that Zhangguo did not want to create a rift with Lion. Otherwise, if it were any other noble, except the Celestial Dragons, Zhangguo would have no qualms about forcing them to hand over the technology and keeping it firmly under his control. Procurement, he said after a brief deliberation straightforwardly. Purchase these rifles from the 187th branch in the name of Navy headquarters. As long as the price is reasonable, it will be a normal commercial transaction that won't harm the relationship between both sides. Moreover, through procurement, we can gain a deeper understanding of the rifle's performance and production capacity, laying the groundwork for possible larger-scale cooperation in the future. Zhangguo pondered for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. First, send someone to the 187th branch for a field test of the rifle's performance. If it truly is as excellent as CMOG's report claims, then purchase 1,000 units and equip a few elite units for live combat trials. As for the personnel, I have a suggestion, he said. Send Ji Yuan. Zhangguo was startled for a moment, but quickly understood something. Then he nodded thoughtfully, letting her go. That's fine. First, she has been very dissatisfied with Lion's appointment lately. Letting her see the real situation of the 187th branch with her own eyes and witness Lion's character and ability might dispel her prejudice. Second, with her strength and status, she can adequately represent the level of importance headquarters attaches to this matter. I want to go too. Kapu suddenly raised his hand, speaking with excitement. I haven't been back to the East Blue in a long time. This is a perfect chance to visit my grandson. I mean to see Lu Fei and AIC. And take a vacation on the side. Zhangguo looked at him impassively. No. Why not? Kapu slammed the table, his face full of displeasure. I'm the hero of the Navy. What's wrong with going to the East Blue to inspect a grassroots branch? Because the New World has been unstable lately. Zhangguo remained unmoved, his tone firm. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have both been making moves. The balance of power among the four emperors is shifting. I need you on standby at headquarters at all times, ready to respond to any emergencies. As for your vacation, wait until the situation stabilizes. Kapu opened his mouth to retort, but eventually slumped back onto the sofa in defeat. Glumly, he grabbed a spicy stick, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed noisily. While chewing, he mumbled indistinctly, the New World's unstable. When has the New World ever been stable? Clearly just doesn't want to let me take a vacation. He raised her teacup, took a gentle sip, and a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Zhangguo meanwhile lowered his head and continued writing on his memo, ignoring Kapu's complaints. Sunlight streamed through the window into the office, casting a warm patch of light on the floor. On the square of Marine headquarters, Marines were drilling in formation, their shouts faintly audible, carrying the solemn dignity of the Navy's heart. And on the distant Coman Island of the East Blue, the young branch chief had no idea that a greater upheaval concerning him and his branch was quietly brewing. The next morning at Marineford's military port, a large Marine warship slowly departed from the dock, its bow cleaving through the azure sea, sailing against the wind toward the calm belt adjacent to the East Blue. The Marine flag atop the mast fluttered loudly in the sea breeze, and the sailors on deck performed their duties in an orderly manner. The destination of this warship was Marine Branch 187, located on Coman Island. On the foredeck, a tall figure stood facing the wind. Guillaume crossed her arms, her admiral candidate coat billowing in the wind. Her expression was displeased, her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed at the blurred line where the sea met the sky, as if trying to bore a hole through the ocean's surface. Beside her stood a tall female marine officer with long pink hair, dressed in a rosered professional suit, with a women's marine coat draped over her shoulders. Her delicate features exuded a capable demeanor. This was Tina, who had recently been promoted to captain. Tina had received the transfer order from headquarters the previous evening. She was temporarily appointed as the head of the new firearm evaluation for this East Blue mission, responsible for testing the performance of Branch 187's new rifles and discussing procurement matters with Lian. Accompanying her were 2 firearm experts from headquarters and several civilian staff. As for Guillaume, she served as the overall commander of this expedition. So why did Sengoku entrust the testing and negotiations to Tina? The answer was that he feared Guillaume would. After all, Guillaume's opinion of Lian was far from favorable. Tina, tell me, Guillaume suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of suppressed discontent. Has there ever been a case in our Navy's history where an 18-year-old noble's son spent 2 billion berries to buy a captain's rank and a branch commander position? Tina believes Captain Lian's situation might be somewhat special. Tina paused for a moment before replying, special? What's special? Because he's rich. Or because his surname is Norman. Guillaume sneered. Because he has indeed achieved results. Tina's tone remained calm, unhurried. Tina reviewed the battle report of the Iron Wall Island engagement yesterday. 400 sailors, 9 warships routed the 2 100-strong Krieg pirates. Hedin killed Krieg himself and several officers and captured over 1,200 prisoners. Such a feat is unprecedented in the East Blue's records over the past 2 decades. Hearing this, Guillaume remained unimpressed. Battle reports can be fabricated. No, although Smoker is stubborn, Tina doesn't believe he would joke about a battle report. Tina shook her head in response. After all, she and Smoker had graduated from the same Marine elite training camp, so she knew his character well. Moreover, even setting aside the Iron Wall Island battle, it's a fact that Lian annihilated all pirate crews with bounties over 1 million in his jurisdiction within just 2 months. Tina believes that such a person should not be simply dismissed as a spoiled rich kid who bought an office. At this, Guillaume turned her head and glanced at Tina, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You're quite good at defending him. Tina is merely stating facts. Tina understands Sister Guillaume's negative view of Captain Lian, but Tina suggests reserving judgment until we see him in person. Guillaume was silent for a moment, then snorted, turned back to gaze at the distant sea, and said nothing more. Yet her expression seemed slightly more relaxed than before. Tina looked at Guillaume's profile and sighed inwardly. She had always had a close relationship with Guillaume. In Marine headquarters, Guillaume was the only one she could sincerely call sister. Tina knew well that Guillaume was an upright and proud person who detested those who relied on background and money to advance. Lian's manner of appointment had precisely trampled on Guillaume's most sensitive nerve. Changing Guillaume's opinion of Lian would not be achieved with a few words. Still, Tina believed that facts speak louder than words. Once they arrived at Branch 187 and saw the real situation there, Guillaume's thoughts might change. Yesterday, she had called Smoker to get a brief understanding of Lian's situation, and she trusted that Smoker would absolutely not lie about such matters. After all, that guy was even more averse to underhanded dealings in the Navy than Guillaume was. The warship sailed onward, leaving the silhouette of Marine Ford behind, heading toward the calm belt, the most dangerous sea area connecting the Grand Line and the East Blue. Meanwhile, on Coman Island in the East Blue, the prowler slowly docked. The gangplank was lowered and Lian was the first to step off. His white coat remained spotless, his expression calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Close behind were Zoro, Ace, Kuronami, and a line of sailors. After everyone disembarked, all hands immediately inventory and store all captured supplies. After that, the rest of the day is free time. Rest well. Tomorrow resume normal training. The sailors let out a restrained cheer. Though exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the excitement and pride of victory. The Iron Wall Island battle was a true triumph they had personally experienced and won. A sense of accomplishment no training could replace. Lian looked at the young faces, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned and entered the administration building. Returning to his office, he closed the door. Lian finally had time to do something he had been waiting for. He sat in his office chair, leaned back, closed his eyes, and summoned the long-unseen system panel in his mind. On the panel, the number of points made him let out a whistle. Points balance, 757980. The points from the Iron Wall Island battle, the 300-point monthly mission reward, the weekly mission points completed during that period, and the scattered points from killing and capturing numerous pirates, all added up to nearly 76000. This was the largest amount of points he had possessed since his transmigration. Additionally, on the panel was a golden icon, the reward for completing the monthly mission, a random special. Lian opened the blueprint without hesitation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Trial Hall Basic Blueprint. Trial Hall Basic has been added to the optional building list in the infrastructure module. Lion raised an eyebrow. Trial Hall. The name sounded extraordinary. He immediately opened the infrastructure module, found the new entry in the building list, and clicked on the details. Lines of explanatory text appeared before his eyes. Trial Hall Basic Type, Special Training Facility. Area 50 square meters. Floors 2. Features: the first floor contains 10 independent training rooms, each about 3.5 square meters, equipped with a training bed and Neuralink helmet and a touch control panel. The second floor houses the system's server responsible for computing and maintaining the virtual trial space. After wearing the helmet and lying on the bed, the user's consciousness is connected to the virtual trial space. Within the virtual space, users can engage in the following activities. 1. Engage in virtual combat with other users, supporting 1v1, 2v2 team battles, and other modes. 2. Generate specific opponents by setting parameters, including weapon abilities, combat style, strength level, etc., for training. 3. Simulate various combat scenarios: jungle, beach, town, ship, cabin, etc., for scenario-based tactical training. 4. The virtual space can accelerate thought. Basic version supports up to 3x acceleration, meaning 1 hour in reality equals 3 hours in the virtual space. Construction required points 500. Construction period 10 days. Lion finished reading, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly uttered 2 words. A masterpiece. This thing truly deserves the title of divine artifact, especially its thought acceleration function. Moreover, this is just the blueprint. Once built, it will gain additional special attributes. Based on the previous special categories gravity research, it should have at least 2 special attributes. In other words, the effect of the completed trial hall will surpass the description on the current blueprint. However, at this moment, Lion had a problem that troubled him greatly. Construction cost 5,000 points. Current remaining points 757,980. Exactly enough, isn't it? However, Lion had originally planned to use this basic amount to upgrade the system. Thus a problem arose. The system's first upgrade also required 5,000 points. So Lion could only choose one, and the other would have to wait until next month. By then, after completing 4 weekly tasks and 1 monthly task, he would have enough points. As for now, Lion pondered for a moment, then finally decided to proceed with the original plan to upgrade the system. After all, after the system upgrade, all current buildings could be upgraded to intermediate level, and more optional basic building categories would be unlocked. The effect of a single building certainly could not compare to the trial hall. But the overall improvement of all buildings combined might be a different story. System upgrade. Upgrading the system to LV2 requires 5,000 points. During the upgrade, some system functions will be temporarily unavailable. The upgrade is estimated to take 24 hours. Please wait patiently. After the upgrade is complete, all basic buildings will have the intermediate upgrade option unlocked. More building types will be added to the infrastructure module. For more new features, please explore on your own after the upgrade. Current points balance 257,980. Looking at the balance on the panel that had plummeted from 7,500 to 2,500, Lion's heart ached a little. But soon he adjusted his mindset. Upgrading the system was a long-term investment, and the trial hall could be built next month. After all, he had already obtained the blueprint. It wouldn't run away. However, the prompt, "Please explore on your own after the upgrade," made him can't help but complain inwardly. Do I have to figure it out myself? Can't they just give a manual? He leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh, and gazed through the window at the camp that was gradually quieting down in the twilight glow. Tomorrow the system upgrade would be completed. And by then, what kind of new system would he see? The corners of Lion's mouth lifted slightly, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The next day, a crisp chime sounded in Lion's mind. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Current system version LV2. Lion put down the pen in his hand, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the system panel. After the upgrade, the system interface had undergone some subtle changes. The overall layout was clearer, the function categories were more detailed, and a small LV appeared in the upper right corner of the interface. 2-inch emblem glowing with a faint golden luster. He first noticed the most important change mentioned in the upgrade description. All basic buildings had unlocked the intermediate upgrade option. Yes, all basic buildings, not including special buildings. Lion opened the infrastructure module and checked the list of currently upgradable buildings one by one. Rows of building entries appeared before his eyes, each with a new, upgradable label along with the corresponding upgrade cost in points and upgrade duration. Upgradable building list: basic, intermediate barracks, intermediate upgrade cost 300 points, duration. Upgrade effect: accommodation capacity increased to 500 people, stamina recovery speed 90, minor injury recovery speed 45. New officer independent accommodation area. Cafeteria intermediate upgrade cost 200 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect dining capacity increased to accommodate 200 people simultaneously. After eating here, daily soldiers will have a slight boost in physical fitness the next day, strength endurance 0.03. New premium meal window limited to 30 servings per day, strength speed endurance 0.1. Small training ground intermediate upgrade cost 400 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect field area doubled, new obstacle training area and simulated combat zone added, training efficiency bonus increased to 90, probability of triggering insight state increased to 0.2. Warehouse intermediate upgrade cost 100 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect storage capacity increased to 300 cubic meters, decay rate of stored supplies reduced by 80. Port facility intermediate upgrade cost 3500 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect dock berths doubled, able to accommodate large ships, cargo loading unloading efficiency increased by 100. Administration building intermediate upgrade cost 2500 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect floor count increased to 8, office area expanded, administrative processing efficiency increased by 80, can accommodate more clerical staff. Standard prison intermediate upgrade cost 400 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect number of single cells increased to 100, number of multi-person cells increased to 30. New isolation cells and interrogation rooms added, high stone shackle quota increased to 30 sets. Within the prison, prisoners' physique reduced by 70, stamina recovery reduced by 90, escape difficulty further increased. Weapon research room intermediate upgrade cost 600 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect research equipment fully updated, new material analysis lab and ballistic testing room added, research efficiency increased by 80. There is a low probability, about 15, of discovering an improved formula for an existing material during research, enhancing a certain property of that material, e.g. toughness, corrosion resistance, etc. Weapons factory intermediate upgrade cost 800 points, duration 3 days. Upgrade effect production line upgraded to semi-automation, production capacity increased to 5 times the original, new heavy weapon e.g. artillery casting capability added. Gravity training room requires special building upgrade permission, currently not upgradable. Lion finished reading each entry, his gaze lingering on the upgrade effects of a few key buildings for a moment, then glanced at his current points balance. 257980. He needed to make the optimal upgrade choice within his limited budget. As for the others that currently lacked points, they would wait until next week. Lion pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, quickly weighing the priorities of each building in his mind. The weapon research room and the weapons factory were undoubtedly the top choices. The subsequent development and mass production of new rifles, the finalization of sniper rifles, the improvement of high-stone bullet processing techniques. All of these depended on the research capability of the weapon research room and the production capacity of the weapons factory. Moreover, the upgraded weapons factory unlocked artillery casting capability, meaning that Branch 187 would be able to produce medium and large ship-mounted cannons on its own in the future, no longer needing to rely on external sources. The upgrade of the port facility was equally important. Lion had already instructed the family shipyard to start building more medium and small warships, and even large warships. But the existing dock facilities were already stretched thin. Not only were the berths insufficient, but more importantly, there were absolutely no conditions for docking large warships. And the upgraded port could accommodate more ships and greatly increase the efficiency of loading and unloading cargo, which was crucial for maintaining the fleet's combat readiness. Although the upgrade of the administration building was not as eye-catching, the significant improvement in administrative processing efficiency was exactly what Lion wanted most. After all, reducing the time spent on administrative affairs would free up more time for training. With the number of prisoners increasing continuously, the existing 20 cells were nearly full. Although prisoners captured in the East Sea could be sent to Inpei via prison ships sent from headquarters, the prison ships only came regularly once every 6 months. Combined with the speed at which Branch 187 captured people, expanding capacity was extremely necessary. Lion silently calculated in his mind. Weapon research room, weapons factory, port facility, administration building, and prison. These 5 items together required a total of 2400 points, exactly within his budget. As for the remaining few, he would upgrade them after completing a round of 3 weekly tasks next week. It's settled. Lion confirmed the upgrade instructions one by one in the system. Upgrade. Confirm upgrade weapon research laboratory intermediate. Cost 6000 points. Duration 3 days. Confirm upgrade arsenal intermediate. Cost 8000 points. Duration 3 days. Confirm upgrade port facilities intermediate. Cost 35000 points. Duration 3 days. Confirm upgrade administration building intermediate. Cost 25000 points. Duration 3 days. Confirm upgrade standard prison intermediate. Cost 40000 points. Duration 3 days. A series of notification chimes echoed in Lion's mind, and his point balance plummeted from 257980 to 17980. Gazing at the remaining balance of less than 20,000 points, Lion let out a bitter chuckle. Overnight he had reverted to a pauper. But these were necessary investments. He consoled himself, then closed the system panel. Soon it was the same old route. A vessel bearing no markings once again appeared on the horizon of Coman Island. On board were several dozen construction workers in gray uniforms, along with a vast quantity of building materials. They deftly disembarked unloaded cargo and entered various construction sites, completing all preparatory work within a few hours. The next morning the camp of the 187th branch echoed with the sounds of hammering and machinery from multiple construction sites simultaneously. Scaffolding rose beside the arsenal's workshop. A corner of the weapon research laboratory's roof was torn open. The port's dock was piled high with timber and stone. The administration building's side wing began excavation for foundations, and a section of the prison's rear wall was demolished to expand outward. Marines passing by the work sites would steal curious glances and exchange hushed murmurs. Is the branch chief building again? At this pace he's even more diligent than our training. Yet no one questioned Lion's decisions. After the Battle of Iron Wall Island, every person in the branch held unwavering trust and admiration for their young branch chief. While the construction sites buzzed with fervent activity inside the administration building, Lion received a fax from Marine headquarters at Marineford. The document bore the personal signature of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and was stamped with the official seal of Marine headquarters. Lion stood before his desk holding the document in both hands and read it carefully from beginning to end. The document contained 3 main points. First, effective immediately, the 187th Marine branch was officially promoted to a first-class branch. Upon promotion, the 187th branch's personnel cap was abolished, but if the number exceeded 100, a justification and application to headquarters would still be required. Second, the 82nd and 55th Marine branches were to be disbanded. These 2 branches had long suffered from mismanagement, low combat effectiveness, and rampant pirate activity in their jurisdictions. After investigation, headquarters decided to dissolve them. Third, all territories originally under the 82nd and 55th branches, encompassing hundreds of islands large and small and several shipping routes, were to be transferred to the jurisdiction of the 187th Marine branch effective immediately. Lion set down the document, paused for a moment, then a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The promotion to a first-class branch was within his expectations. The results of the Battle of Iron Wall Island were undeniable, and headquarters could not ignore them. However, the disbandment of 2 branches and the transfer of their territories to the 187th branch was an unexpected boon. This meant that the entire middle section of the East Blue's Golden Route now fell under his control. He walked over to the East Blue Sea chart, hanging on the wall, his gaze resting on the locations of the 55th and 82nd branches. These 2 branches lay to the northwest and southeast of the 187th branch, perfectly filling the gaps on either side of its jurisdiction. With the incorporation of these territories, the 187th branch's actual area of responsibility would nearly double, covering the entire Kinomi archipelago and its surrounding vast waters, making it one of the largest branches in the East Blue in terms of jurisdiction. Of course, an expanded territory also meant increased responsibility. More islands required patrolling, more shipping lanes demanded protection, and more pirates needed to be eliminated. But Lion did not worry about this. On the contrary, he welcomed the change. More pirates also meant more points. Moreover, he had the confidence and capability to govern this vast sea region with order and efficiency. Lion turned around, picked up the pen on his desk, and signed his name at the bottom of the document. Then he set down the pen, his gaze passing through the window toward the construction site outside and the vast expanse of the sea beyond. 10 days later on Coman Island. The morning mist still lingered over the sea when a massive marine battleship broke through the haze, slowly emerging on the horizon. The vessel was larger than any ship in the 187th branch, over 80 meters in length, with 3 decks, rows of gun ports lining the sides, and the Marine headquarters flag fluttering proudly from the mast in the morning breeze. As it approached Coman Island, the captain instinctively prepared to order anchoring offshore and disembarkation via small boats. After all, except for Lobetown, no branch in the East Blue had facilities to accommodate a large warship. This was the ingrained belief of headquarters Marines. Then, he saw the brand new port. The upgraded harbor was completely transformed. What had once been a simple dock capable of handling only small and medium vessels was now expanded into a modern berth that could simultaneously accommodate over a dozen ships, including large warships. The main structure of the pier was built of sturdy stone, the surface covered with anti-corrosion wooden planks. Several new bollards stood at the waterfront, and even a small crane was installed for loading and unloading cargo. Though it could not rival the grandeur of a super-large military port like Marineford within the East Blue, such port facilities were considered top-tier. Under the guidance of a pilot, the headquarters warship gently docked at the pier. The gangway was lowered. First to disembark were two technical officers in headquarters uniforms, each carrying a heavy metal case filled with testing equipment and recording tools. Following closely behind was a tall figure with a sharp, commanding presence. Draped in the coat of a Marine Admiral candidate, a slender katana hanging at her waist, her features beautiful but expression cold, it was Ji Yuan. She stepped onto the stone pavement of the pier, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The construction sites, the Marines coming and going, the distant chimney of the arsenal emitting faint smoke. Her expression was unreadable, but her lips were slightly pursed, clearly signaling displeasure. Behind her, another tall figure descended the gangway. It was Tina. Her expression was far more composed than Ji Yuan's, her eyes carrying a cautious curiosity as she surveyed this branch that had risen to fame in just over 2 months. On the pier, Lion was already waiting with Kaluo and several Marines. He wore a clean white uniform with Yuan Mo at his waist, his hands naturally at his sides, his expression calm and demeanor composed. Seeing the two headquarters officers descend the gangway, he stepped forward 2 paces, about to offer a greeting. "Are you Lion Fengnur?" Ji Yuan spoke first, her tone carrying undisguised coldness. "The colonel bought with 2 billion berries, finally meeting you in person." The pier fell silent for a moment. A few Marines of the 187th branch exchanged glances, and Kaluo adjusted his glasses without a word. Lion's eyebrow arched slightly. Then he lowered the hand he had been about to extend, slipped both hands into the pockets of his coat, and a faint, almost mocking smile curved his lips. "That's me." His tone was light and casual, as if completely oblivious to the hostility radiating toward him. "I presume you are Vice Admiral Tao too. I've heard much about you. Rumor has it you're the finest swordsman at headquarters, but today it seems you're even more skilled with your tongue." Ji Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I just find it remarkable that a distinguished admiral candidate from headquarters would travel all the way to this small East Blue branch and greet a colonel appointed by headquarters with a sarcastic remark about his promotion. Such breadth of vision truly opens my eyes." Lion shrugged. Given Ji Yuan's attitude, he had no intention of offering warm pleasantries. "You." Ji Yuan's hand instinctively went to the hilt of her sword, her knuckles widening. "What? One in someone else's branch, in front of all these people, drawing your blade on a colonel appointed by headquarters? TCH. Vice Admiral Tao too, are you certain you want to do that?" Lion remained rooted in place, hands still in his pockets, not even assuming a defensive stance. Ji Yuan's chest heaved violently, her breathing rapid. She stared at Lion's face, which carried a faint smile, and a fierce urge surged within her to draw her sword and teach this insolent brat what true swordsmanship meant. But her remaining rationality told her that if she truly drew her blade here, she would lose completely. Not only would she be morally indefensible, but she would also become the laughingstock of the entire Marine headquarters. The air between them seemed to solidify, the tension so thick it was almost explosive. Just then a steady voice interjected, perfectly breaking the deadlock. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Vice Admiral Tao too, we have official business to attend to this time." Tina stepped forward 2 paces, positioning herself between Ji Yuan and Lai, in her tone calm and composed. Since it was a public setting, Tina refrained from addressing Ji Yuan as sister, and instead used the title Vice Admiral Tao too. Then she turned her gaze toward Lian. "Captain Lai, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tina, a captain at headquarters responsible for the performance evaluation and procurement negotiations of the new firearms. Vice Admiral Tao too is primarily in charge of escorting us along the route. She may have some misunderstandings about you, and I hope you will not take offense." She gave a slight bow, her demeanor polite and appropriate, neither favoring Zuan nor offending Lion, skillfully offering a graceful way out for both parties. This caught Lion by surprise. Not that Tina had stepped in to mediate, but rather, how could this Tina be so different from the one in the original story? Her outward demeanor was completely at odds. Especially, "Where were your cigarettes?" Lion glanced at Tina, then at the still ashen-faced Yuan behind her, and chuckled. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and extended it toward Tina. "Captain Tina, welcome to Branch 187. I hope our collaboration will be smooth and pleasant." Tina shook his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Tina hopes so too. Lion released his hand and gestured with a please motion. "You've traveled a long way. Why not head to the administration building for some tea and a rest? I've already prepared the shooting range, and testing can commence at any time." "Much obliged." Tina nodded, then gently tugged at Zuan's sleeve, murmuring, "Sister Zuan, let's go." Ziyuan took a deep breath, forcing down the fury within her. With a stiff expression, she followed Na toward the administration building. As she passed by Lion, she shot him a cold glare, but said nothing. Lion watched her retreating figure, shook his head with a wry smile, and then turned to follow their steps. This first confrontation, though devoid of clashing blades, had its undercurrents of tension that every person present could keenly feel. It seemed unlikely that this young branch commander and this proud vice admiral candidate would reconcile easily. Lion led the group through the construction site of the camp, heading toward the shooting range. He walked at the very front, his pace unhurried, his gaze fixed ahead. Occasionally he would turn his head to exchange a few quiet words with Kaluo beside him, but he never once looked back at Ziyuan, nor did he initiate a single word with her. Ziyuan, walking in the middle of the group, grew increasingly grim-faced. She felt like an unwanted piece of luggage left to languish unacknowledged. She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. She was a vice admiral candidate of the Marine headquarters, carrying her own pride and dignity. She could not afford to lose her composure in such a setting. Yet Lion's utter disregard for her seethed a nameless rage within her chest, leaving no outlet. Tina, walking not far behind Lion, observed the scene and sighed inwardly. Both were prideful individuals, locking horns from the very first encounter. The days ahead would likely not be harmonious. She only hoped this mission would be completed smoothly without further complications. The shooting range soon came into view. It was an open, flat expanse approximately 300 meters long and 50 meters wide, with compacted sandy soil covering the ground. At the far end stood rows of wooden targets. Some were stationary, human-shaped silhouettes, others were hanging iron discs, and a few were thick wooden planks for testing penetration. Simple awnings had been erected on both sides, under which several long tables and chairs were placed. Lion walked to the awning and nodded to a Marine waiting nearby. The Marine snapped to attention, saluted, then turned and ran toward the armory not far away. Moments later, he returned with several other Marines, each carrying a brand new rifle and several crates of ammunition. Two rifles of distinct designs were laid side by side on the long table. The one on the left was the Norman 1537 bolt-action rifle, its slender body, featuring sleek lines of stock of ebony, wood exuding a warm luster, and the barrel gleaming with a calm blue hue under the sunlight. The one on the right was the Norman 1537 sniper rifle with a longer and heavier barrel topped with a slender optical scope. The lens reflected a faint blue coating under the sunlight, giving the weapon an overall aura of steadiness and lethality more pronounced than the standard version. Several weapon experts from headquarters immediately gathered around, their eyes gleaming with the excitement of professionals. They carefully lifted the rifles, scrutinizing every detail. The barrels rifling, the bolts mechanism, the sights design, the grip of the stock. They examined and murmured among themselves, occasionally letting out sighs of admiration. The rifling on this barrel. The precision is remarkable. The bolt action is incredibly smooth, far superior to our current standard rifles. And this sight. It can even adjust for windage. Wait, look at this bullet. One expert picked up a brass-colored 9,257mm rifle cartridge, brought it close to his eyes, studied it intently, and then his face lit up with astonishment. He turned to his colleague and said, "This isn't the round lead bullet we use. This design. I've never seen anything like it." The other experts also gathered around, passing the cartridge among themselves, each face displaying varying degrees of surprise and admiration. In a world still widely using muzzle-loading flintlocks, the concept of a fixed metallic cartridge was to these weapon experts a sheer paradigm shift. An older weapon expert raised his head, looking at Lion with a tone of respect. "Captain Lion, may I ask if the production process for this type of ammunition was independently developed by the Norman family?" "Yes, it was jointly developed by the Branch 187 Weapons Research Laboratory and the Norman family and manufactured at the branch's own arsenal." Lion nodded, answering in a flat tone. The weapon experts exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe. To independently develop and mass-produce weapons and ammunition of this caliber. The technical prowess of Branch 187 far exceeded their expectations before arriving. "May we begin the testing?" Tina interjected at the opportune moment. "Whenever you're ready." Lion signaled to a Marine. The Marine walked to the firing position, expertly lifted a Model 1537 bolt-action rifle, pulled the bolt, chambered around, then raised the rifle, and aimed at a circular iron target 200 meters away. The movements were fluid and natural, clearly the result of extensive training. He held his breath, then steadily squeezed the trigger. Bang! A crisp, sharp gunshot echoed across the shooting range. A puff of smoke burst from the muzzle. Almost simultaneously, a crisp metallic clang rang out from the iron target 200 meters away. A clear bullet hole appeared at the center of the target. The iron target shook violently a few times before settling back into stillness. The eyes of several weapon experts lit up simultaneously. A distance of 200 meters, precise hit on the bullseye. This level of accuracy far exceeds the performance of the Navy's current standard-issue rifles. You see the muskets currently used by the Navy, let alone at 200 meters. Even at 100 meters the bullets would have lost all accuracy. But what astonished them even more was that the Marine, after completing the shot almost without pause, immediately pulled the bolt, ejected the casing, and then aimed at another target 300 meters away. Bang! Another gunshot. The target 300 meters away was precisely hit again. Then the target at 400 meters. Bang! Hit. The target at 500 meters. Bang! Although slightly off-center, it still struck the edge of the target. Several weapon experts could no longer remain seated. They stood up, walked over to the firing position, and stared intently at every movement of the Marine, as if wishing to etch every detail into their minds. The senior weapon expert turned his head and said in a low voice to Tina, "Colonel Tina, the performance of these firearms far exceeds our expectations. If they can be mass-equipped, the Navy's combat capability will undergo a qualitative improvement." Upon hearing this, Tina nodded. Although her expression remained calm, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She might not understand the details of weapon development, but she could read the results. Being able to maintain effective hits at a distance of 500 meters, such performance was indeed beyond the capabilities of existing standard-issue rifles. Next came the test of the sniper rifle. A specially trained sniper stepped forward, set up the sniper rifle equipped with a scope, and aimed at a special target 800 meters away. He adjusted the scope's focus, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! At the center of the target 800 meters away, a precise bullet hole appeared. The weapon experts were rendered speechless. They simply stared dumbfounded at the bullet hole 800 meters away, then looked at the scoped rifle in the sniper's hands, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, excitement, and also a hint of indescribable awe. Tina took a deep breath, then turned around to look at Ryan, her tone formal and serious. "Colonel Ryan, the headquarters intends to purchase an initial batch of 1,000 Neumann 1537 bolt-action rifles and 50 Neumann 1537 sniper rifles. Please quote a reasonable price." Ryan was silent for a moment, quickly estimating costs and market conditions in his mind, then made a decision. The Neumann 1537 bolt-action rifle, 20,000 berries per unit. The Neumann 1537 sniper rifle, 100,000 berries per unit. The accompanying 9,257 mm rifle ammunition, 50 berries per round. This price, in fact, was not high. Given the performance and quality of these firearms, it could even be considered quite reasonable. After all, the standard flintlock muskets currently used by the Navy cost 150 berries each. Even before departure, Sengoku had told Gion and Tina that if the performance was truly as Smoker reported, then, as long as the price did not exceed 150 berries, they could decide on their own without needing to confirm with headquarters. As for the sniper rifle, Sengoku had even set an upper limit of 300 berries. And now, Ryan had actually quoted only 20000 and 10000. Tina nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. At this price, 1,000 Neumann 1537 bolt-action rifles, 50 Neumann 1537 sniper rifles, and 500,000 rounds of ammunition. She quickly calculated the total in her mind. 1,000 bolt-action rifles at 200 berries, each totals 20 million berries. 50 sniper rifles at 100 berries, each totals 5 million berries. 500,000 rounds of rifle ammunition at 50 berries, each totals 25 million berries. Some of the three items. 50 million berries. Just the three naval branches, 1655, 0 and 82, that were disbanded in the East Blue this year alone, can save the headquarters over 100 million berries annually. 50 million berries for 1050 new rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition. Not expensive at all. No pressure at all. Tina looked up at Ryan, her tone crisp and decisive. Total 50 million berries. On behalf of the Navy headquarters, I confirm this purchase. The contract will be drafted by the accompanying administrative staff later. Please sign it then, Colonel Ryan. Upon hearing this, Ryan nodded. No problem. The two shook hands on the shooting range, marking the preliminary agreement of the deal. Several weapon experts were still gathered around the two rifles, reluctantly caressing the gun bodies, as if stroking a precious work of art. As for Gion, she stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, watching everything in silence. Her expression was still not pleasant, but compared to the aggressive demeanor she had when she first disembarked, she now seemed to have gained a hint of silence and contemplation. She watched the scene of Ryan and Tina shaking hands to seal the agreement, watched the weapon experts' sincere admiration for the Branch 187 firearms, watched this branch that, though still under construction, had already shown burgeoning vitality. For the first time, a subtle wavering arose in her heart toward the young branch commander she had previously dismissed. The night deepened, and the clamor on Coman Island gradually subsided. The chimneys of the arsenal had stopped smoking, and the lights in the weapon research laboratory went out one by one. The entire branch camp was enveloped in a peaceful twilight. In the officer villa area beside the administration building, 5 brand-new 2-story houses were arranged in a picturesque scatter. These villas were supporting facilities after the barracks were upgraded to intermediate level. Each building had an independent courtyard and balcony, with simple, yet practical interior decoration. Currently, only one of the 5 villas was occupied, Ryan's. Kuro politely declined Ryan's offer to allocate a separate villa, citing the need to stay by Ryan's side at all times to handle emergencies promptly. Thus he moved into the guest room on the first floor of Ryan's villa. The remaining 4 villas were still vacant. At that moment the light was still on in a second-floor room of one of the villas. Tina sat by the window holding a cup of black tea that had mostly gone cold, her gaze passing through the window to the camp outside, bathed in a silver sheen of moonlight. Opposite her, Guillaume was leaning back in her chair, arms crossed, eyes closed, appearing to doze. However, the slight fluttering of her eyelashes betrayed that she was not truly asleep. "Sister Guillaume," Tina suddenly spoke, her voice unusually clear in the quiet room. "Moi." Guillaume did not open her eyes, just uttered a syllable from her nose to indicate she was listening. "Don't you think there's a building in branch 187 that seems a bit off?" Tina set down her teacup, still gazing out the window with a hint of contemplation in her tone. "On the east side of the training ground, there is a single-story building that looks utterly ordinary from the outside. I thought it was just a warehouse during the day. But later I noticed that all the Marines of branch 187 go to this building in batches. Moreover, I also noticed that every Marine who comes out of that building looks as if they have undergone a full day of high-intensity training. This is very suspicious." Guillaume opened her eyes, looked at Tina, and frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm just curious." Tina stood up, walked to the window, and pointed at the building on the east side of the training ground, whose silhouette was barely visible in the moonlight. "During the day, Colonel Ryan showed us the main facilities of the branch, the Arsenal Weapon Research Lab, shooting range, cafeteria, prison, but he never took us to that building. Moreover, I recall that Colonel Ryan seemed to deliberately avoid that area." Guillaume also stood up, walked to the window, and looked in the direction Tina was pointing. The building stood silently in the night, indeed inconspicuous from the outside. Its gray-white exterior wall had no windows, only a heavy metal door. If Tina hadn't mentioned it, she would never have noticed its existence. "You mean there's a secret in that building?" "I'm not sure, but I think since we're here we might as well take a look." Guillaume was silent for a moment, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "All right, I want to see what that little brat who bought his rank is up to." The 2 women put on their coats and walked. The night breeze blew in her face, carrying a hint of chill. The camp roads were already sparsely populated, with only a few street lamps casting dim yellow halos to illuminate the path ahead. Following the route they had taken during the day, they crossed the training ground, skirted around the administrative building, and headed toward the structure on the east side of the drill field. As they drew closer, the building's exterior gradually came into clearer focus. As Tina had observed, it was utterly unremarkable. The grayish-white exterior wall had no decoration, no windows. Only a heavy metal door set into the front wall. A small plaque hung on the right side of the door bearing a few engraved words, "Unauthorized entry prohibited." Tina and Ziyuan exchanged a glance, both seeing a flicker of confusion in each other's eyes. As they approached the door, 2 Marines, standing guard, simultaneously stepped forward to block their path. These 2 Marines stood tall and upright, their Type 1537 rifles held horizontally before them, their expressions stern and serious. "Halt. This is a restricted area of the branch. Without the branch chief's permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter." One of the Marines spoke with unwavering determination, his gaze fixed on Ziyuan and Tina, showing no sign of backing down. Ziyuan narrowed her eyes slightly, then reached into her pocket and produced her identification card, holding it. "I am a Vice Admiral candidate of Marine Headquarters, codename Momosaji. This is Headquarters Captain Tina. We are on official business and need to inspect this facility." The Marine glanced at Ziyuan's credentials, then shook his head once more, his tone unyielding. "Apologies, Vice Admiral. Regardless of your rank, unless you are personnel of Branch 187, an entry here requires a written permit from the branch chief. That is the regulation." Ziyuan's expression darkened. "A mere Marine dares to block a Vice Admiral from headquarters? I am merely executing the branch's regulations." The Marine replied with neither humility nor arrogance, his gaze unflinching. "If you have any objections, Vice Admiral, you may raise them with the branch chief. But until you obtain his permission, I cannot allow you entry." Ziyuan's breathing grew rapid. Her hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of the sword at her waist. Having been rebuffed by Lien during the day, she had already suppressed a bellyful of anger, and now even a lowly soldier dared to stop her. When had she, Ziyuan, ever been treated like this? However, just as the standoff grew more tense, and the air thickened with gunpowder, a calm voice came from behind. "Let them in." Ziyuan and Tina turned simultaneously to see Lien emerging from the darkness in the distance. He had already donned the white marine coat. His pace unhurried, his expression as placid as still water. Lien walked to the entrance of the gravity training room and nodded to the two Marines. "It's fine. He'll handle this." "Yes, Branch Chief." Both Marines snapped to attention and saluted, then withdrew their rifles and returned to their posts on either side of the door. Lien turned to face Ziyuan and Tina and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Since you two are interested in this building, please come in. As it happens, I also have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Ziyuan snorted coldly. Without replying, stepped past him, pushed open the heavy metal door, and walked inside. Tina gave Lien a slight nod and a faintly apologetic expression, then quickly followed Ziyuan. Lien watched the two women disappear through the doorway, a wry smile touching his lips, then he too stepped inside. The secret of the gravity training room could no longer be hidden. But since it could not be concealed, he might as well consider how to maximize the benefits and how to legitimize this. The moment they stepped through the door of the gravity training room, Ziyuan and Tina both felt a sudden heavy weight pressed down on their bodies. It was an intangible pressure, as if a giant hand were pressing down on their shoulders, forcing their bodies downward. Breathing became more laborious than usual, and the movement of their limbs felt sluggish, as if they were immersed in a viscous fluid. "This is..." Ziyuan steadied herself, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She looked around the hall and saw 20 or 30 Marines training. Some were running, some were lifting weights, some were practicing basic boxing forms. Everyone's movements were slower and heavier than normal, sweat soaking through their training uniforms and pooling on the floor in puddles. But their expressions were exceptionally focused. No one slacked off, no one stopped to rest. The entire hall was filled with an awe-inspiring training atmosphere. "Triple gravity." Lien stood behind them, explaining calmly. "Currently, the gravity in the hall is set to 3 times the standard outside. That means the weight you feel on your bodies right now is 3 times your normal weight." Ziyuan and Tina exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Triple gravity. Training under such conditions. The effect on physical conditioning was obvious. No wonder the Marines of Branch 187 all looked so lean and tough. Training every day in this environment, it would be strange if they weren't strong. How was this gravity training room created? Tina couldn't help asking. She scanned the seemingly ordinary ceiling and walls of the hall, trying to find traces of the gravity-generating device, but found nothing. Lien paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. "The answer to that question I can tell you, but after hearing it you might be..." Both women's gazes focused on him. The core component of the gravity training room is a sphere about the size of a marble. Lien gestured with his hands. "According to my researchers, that sphere is made of a substance called degenerate matter. Moreover, inside that marble-sized sphere there is an extremely fine, ultra-fine structure invisible to the naked eye. Both the synthesis technology for that material and the machining precision required are beyond the current capabilities of the One Piece world's technology." He paused, then continued. "As for how it came to be, previously the Norman family hired a gravity-type devil fruit user at great expense and commissioned him to create this core device. But after the device was completed, that ability user vanished, and the Norman family has never been able to find him. Therefore, there is only one gravity training room. It cannot be replicated, nor can it be relocated." Although part of it was fabricated by Lien, most of it was fact. He had indeed sent 3 researchers to examine it earlier, hoping to see whether the gravity technology could be replicated and applied to weapons. After all, if such technology could be applied to weapons, it would be incredible. But unfortunately, the conclusion of the 3 weapon researchers after their inspection was exactly what Lien had just told the 2 women. As for being unable to relocate, that was also simple. After all, this was a system building, once it left the range of Branch 187, everything would cease to function. Therefore, attributing all of this to some mysterious ability user was naturally the easiest to believe. Ziyuan frowned. "You mean this training facility cannot be replicated?" "It cannot be replicated." Lien shook his head frankly. "The core material cannot be synthesized, the core structure cannot be machined, and that ability user cannot be found. This gravity training room is unique." Ziyuan's frown deepened. She stared into Lien's eyes, trying to find a trace of deception in his expression. But Lien's expression was as open as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. "Aren't you afraid that headquarters will set its sights on this gravity training room after telling us this, eh?" Ziyuan asked coldly. Lien smiled a composed smile. "No, I'm not afraid. Even if headquarters dismantles the entire building and takes the core sphere, it won't work anywhere else. Once it leaves the range of this building, the core device will stop functioning. As for why, I don't know either. Perhaps it's a restriction set by that ability user. If headquarters doesn't believe me, they are welcome to try." Ziyuan fell silent. She stared at Lien for a long moment, then finally said nothing more in the way of threats or challenges. After briefly explaining how to use it, Ryan led them to a tightly shut metal door on one side of the hall and inside the door was a small room of about 20 square meters empty except for a control panel on the wall and a layer of dark gray composite material on the floor. This is one of 5 independent training rooms currently vacant. Ryan stepped aside from the doorway, making a gesture of invitation. Since you're both here, why not experience the effects of training under gravity conditions yourself? During your stay at Branch 187, this room is available for you to use at any time. Guillaume was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ryan to voluntarily invite them to use the gravity training room. After all, from the moment they met, his attitude toward her had been far from friendly. She glanced at Ryan with a complex expression, then silently walked into the room. Tina followed her inside. The control panel allows you to adjust the gravity multiplier from 1 to 10 times. Ryan stood at the door, pointing to the panel on the wall. I recommend starting with 2 or 3 times gravity for your first use, then gradually increasing it. If you feel unwell, you can always return the gravity to normal levels. He paused for a moment, then added, Also, I'm not letting you use the gravity training room purely out of goodwill. Or rather, it's a kind of advertisement. Guillaume and Tina both looked at him with questioning eyes. The gravity training room cannot be replicated or relocated. However, I can allow the headquarters to send personnel to Branch 187 in rotation using part of the gravity training room's resources. Of course, this isn't for free. Ryan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, speaking in a relaxed tone. As he had said before, since it could no longer be hidden, he had to think about how to maximize the benefits. Guillaume's eyes grew wary. What do you want? Personnel, Ryan replied succinctly. The expansion of Branch 187 is imminent. I can recruit new soldiers from within my jurisdiction and train elite soldiers myself. But I lack a group of experienced mid- and high-ranking officers, the kind who can manage troops, train recruits, and formulate battle plans. His gaze swept across Guillaume and Tina's faces, then settled on Tina. For instance, Colonel Tina, with her extensive combat experience, track record in troop management, outstanding abilities, and efficient style. If I could have a few talents like Colonel Tina join Branch 187, I would be overjoyed. Tina felt a bit uncomfortable under Ryan's gaze and slightly turned her head away. Guillaume snorted. You want the headquarters to transfer excellent officers to you. On what grounds? On the grounds of this gravity training room. Ryan pointed to the floor beneath him. I believe that once Fleet Admiral Sengoku understands the effects of the gravity training room, he will be willing to make this deal. An excellent officer can train hundreds or even thousands of outstanding soldiers, but a gravity training room can multiply the growth rate of those soldiers several times, and even allow some of the headquarters' strongest individuals to advance further. Fleet Admiral Sengoku should be able to calculate this account. Guillaume fell silent. She wanted to refute, but found no strong argument. If the effects of the gravity training room were as miraculous as Ryan claimed, then trading a few officers for an overall boost in the combat effectiveness of Branch 187 soldiers. Then indeed the headquarters had no reason to refuse. But this chaos had blatantly expressed his interest in Tina while showing no regard for her, a candidate for admiral. Was he looking down on her? Seeing that she remained silent, Ryan said no more. He simply smiled, turned, and walked out of the room. Enjoy your experience. I won't disturb you. If you need anything, feel free to send someone to find me. Oh, and after the experience, remember to write a detailed report for Fleet Admiral Sengoku. His footsteps gradually faded away, finally disappearing into the sound of the metal door closing. Inside the room, Guillaume and Tina stood in silence for a long time. Finally, Guillaume muttered under her breath, "That bastard, ordering me to write an experience report." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. But for Guillaume, these 3 days felt like opening a door to a new world. She got up before dawn almost every day, quickly washed up, and headed straight for the gravity training room, throwing herself into the vacant room to begin her training. After a brief break at noon, she continued in the afternoon until nightfall, dragging her exhausted body back to the villa. She hated Ryan. That had never changed. She hated his perpetually calm expression, his sharp tongue, and his demeanor of having everything under control. But the gravity training room. She had to admit it was incredibly addictive. After gradually increasing the environment to 10 times gravity, she could clearly feel her muscles bearing a load far beyond normal with every movement. Sweat flowed like a stream, and her breathing became heavy and rapid. Yet when she finished her training and stepped out of the gravity room, the feeling of lightness, as if a great mountain had been lifted from her shoulders, was irresistible. In just 3 days, she could noticeably feel her body becoming more toned, and her speed and power in drawing her blade had perceptibly improved. That bastard. Though he's annoying, this thing he created does have something going for it, Guillaume admitted grudgingly after a training session, wiping her sweat. Tina, seeing her contradictory attitude, couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. Unlike Guillaume, she didn't spend every day soaking in the gravity training room. After all, she had more important tasks: organizing the test data for the rifles, finalizing the details of the procurement contract, and coordinating with Ryan's team on subsequent delivery arrangements. But she still spared 1 to 2 hours each evening to experience the gravity training room. Even a short 2-hour session let her feel the unique effects of that training method. Meanwhile, a detailed report was encrypted and transmitted via military den mushy to Marine headquarters in Marineford. The report, co-authored by Tina with Guillaume as a signatory, covered the following aspects: detailed test data for the Norman 1537 rifle and sniper rifle, progress of the procurement contract execution, an overall assessment of Branch 187's condition, and a complete description of the gravity training room. In the report, Tina recorded her observations and feelings in the gravity training room with objective and meticulous detail, including the oppressive feeling of the gravity environment, the significant improvement in training effectiveness, the training status of the sailors under gravity conditions, and Ryan's explanation that the core device of the gravity training room could not be replicated or relocated. At the same time, she recorded verbatim the deal proposed by Ryan, using the right to use the gravity training room in exchange for the transfer of excellent officers from the headquarters. This report was immediately sent to Sengoku's desk. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku read the report from beginning to end twice. He put down the report, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and let out a long sigh. Gravity training room. A material called degenerate state. Cannot be replicated or relocated. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, his gaze complex as he looked out the window. That kid. How much more does the Norman family have hidden? He paused for a moment, then picked up the report again and flipped to the page about Ryan's proposal. His eyes lingered on Ryan's original words for a long time. For instance, Colonel Tina like that. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This kid. So he's got his eye on Tina. Of course, Sengoku didn't think Ryan was interested in Tina's beauty. Based on his understanding of Ryan since taking over the Norman family at the age of 8, the young man had never been involved in any rumors about women in the past decade. In Sengoku's view, Ryan was an extremely rational and pragmatic person. Every decision he made was from the perspective of maximizing benefits. He had his eye on Tina not because of her appearance, but because of her abilities. And indeed, Tina was one of the outstanding young officers at Marine headquarters. She enlisted at 17, was promoted to lieutenant commander at 21, commander at 25, captain at 29, and is now 30 years old. She had attended the headquarters elite training camp, participated in numerous large-scale pirate suppression operations, commanded branch-level combat missions, and had extensive experience in troop management and leadership. More importantly, she had a steady and composed personality, was thorough in handling matters, and possessed both execution and judgment. This must be the reason Ryan valued her. Sengoku couldn't help but think this. If Ryan knew what Sengoku was thinking, he would definitely have complained. If that kid Ryan really poaches Tina. Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. After a moment, he picked up his pen and wrote a note in the margin of the report. This matter needs careful consideration. The value of the gravity training room is immeasurable, but the transfer of officers is a serious issue that cannot be decided hastily. We will discuss it in detail when Tina returns to headquarters. He put down the pen, closed the report, and placed it in a drawer. Then he leaned back in his chair, his gaze through the window, toward the vast sea in the distance. Although he wrote that it couldn't be decided hastily, the meaning of the latter sentence could already be interpreted as long as Tina was willing, the headquarters would not object. For the Warring States period, he firmly believed that Tina would never betray justice. Moreover, he also believed that Ryan was not the kind of person who would commit evil deeds, otherwise he would not have wanted to recruit him into the Marines in the past. If Tina herself was willing to go to the 187th branch, then naturally there was no problem. After all, once Tina entered the 187th branch, she would not occupy the quota for using the gravity training room in the Marines, which was essentially an extra benefit. This was not detrimental to the Marines. Therefore, Warring States himself was not opposed to transferring Tina to the 187th branch. In fact, if possible, and if Ryan had the need, he would even like to send a few more people over. When the morning sunlight once again bathed Coman Island, the headquarters warship had completed all its replenishment and loading operations. On the dock, neatly packed crates of rifles and ammunition were stacked beside the gangplank, awaiting the final. There were a total of 300 Norman 1537 bolt-action rifles, 5 Norman 1537 sniper rifles, and 100 rounds of ammunition. The remaining portion, according to the contract, would be delivered in full 1 month later. The Marines of the 187th branch stood in formation on both sides of the dock, bidding farewell to their comrades from headquarters. Guillaume stood on the stern deck, her hands gripping the railing, her gaze fixed on the gray-white building in the distance, the gravity training room. Her expression was calm, but inside emotions churned. 3 days. Only 3 short days. She had originally thought this trip to the East Blue would be nothing more than a tedious official errand, a mere formality to teach that upstart who bought his rank a lesson, sign the contract, and then return to report. But she had never imagined that she would feel a sense of reluctance over a training facility. She had to admit that the gravity training room's effects were simply too extraordinary. During these 3 days, she had spent a great deal of time immersed in the gravity training room. In that time, she could clearly feel her body undergoing changes. Her muscles growing firmer, her reflexes becoming sharper, and even her breathing becoming deeper and more powerful. More importantly, she had discovered a delightful secret. Training armament Haki under a gravity environment was far more efficient than in normal conditions. She had tried to concentrate armament Haki to cover her arm under 10 times gravity. The first time she lasted less than 10 minutes before it dispersed, but when she returned to normal gravity and tried again, she found that both the speed of concentration and the duration of the armament Haki had significantly improved. It felt like after running with weights, removing them made her feel so light she could almost fly. If I could stay here for a month. Guillaume murmured to herself, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. No, even just 2 weeks, my armament Haki would be at least 30% stronger. She took a deep breath and forced herself to look away. She knew she would be leaving soon, but she had already made a silent vow to herself. Once she returned to headquarters, she would strive to be among the first batch to return to the 187th branch. The exclusive use of a single-person room in the gravity training room was a goal she was determined to achieve. On the dock, the last batch of supplies had been loaded aboard. Tina stood by the gangplank, facing Ryan, exchanging final farewells. Captain Ryan, thank you for your cooperation these past few days. Tina's tone remained polite and formal, but it contained a hint of sincerity that had been absent 3 days ago. The test data and procurement contract for the firearms have all been compiled and sent back to headquarters. Subsequent deliveries will be handled by dedicated personnel. Captain Tina, you're too kind. I hope these firearms will play their due role on the Grand Line. Ryan smiled slightly. Tina believes they will. Tina nodded, then paused before adding, also regarding the joint training program you proposed, I have included the relevant details in my report. A response from headquarters should arrive shortly. Ryan's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he let out a soft laugh. Then I shall await the good news. Perhaps it won't be long before we meet again. Tina was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood what Ryan was referring to. She neither denied nor confirmed, merely nodding slightly before turning and walking up the gangplank onto the warship. Moments later, the warship's whistle sounded, and the massive vessel slowly pulled away from the dock, heading toward the distant blue sea. Ryan stood on the dock watching the warship shrink into the distance, then turned to Kuro behind him and said, let's go. There's still much to do. Back in his office, Ryan opened the system panel to check his current balance of points and monthly tasks. Points balance 231740. This was the accumulation from the past 10+ days through completing 2 weekly tasks, daily patrols, arrests, and other sporadic actions. Although not a large sum compared to when he had only 2000 points, he now had a bit of money in his pocket. But clearly this was still not enough. After all, constructing the trial hall required a full 5000 points. However, that was not a problem, because there was a way to quickly amass over 5000 points. He opened the monthly task panel, and the refreshed tasks for this month were clearly displayed. Monthly task objective: kill or capture a pirate with a bounty of no less than 10 million berries. Current progress incomplete. Task reward 300 points. Special building upgrade permit 1. Ryan's gaze lingered on the special building upgrade permit for a moment. A special building upgrade permit, as the name suggested, was used to upgrade special buildings that could not be upgraded through regular points expenditure. The gravity training room trial hall. These were all special buildings. Upgrading them required not only points, but also a special building upgrade permit, and each permit could only be used once. After a moment, he closed the system panel and picked up an intelligence file on his desk. It was the latest report delivered by the Norman family's intelligence network a few days ago, with a red classified stamp on the cover. Ryan opened the file and quickly scanned through its contents. The intelligence indicated that the buggy pirates captained by Clown Buggy with a bounty of 15 million berries were currently active on an island called Orange Island within the jurisdiction of the former 82nd branch. It was said that Buggy had obtained a treasure map and was digging for some legendary treasure on the island. The island was about 3 days' voyage from Coman Island, remote and rarely visited by ships, making it an ideal place for hiding and treasure hunting. Ryan tapped his finger lightly on the name Buggy. Buggy, a user of the Barbara Nomi, a former cabin boy on the Roger Pirate's ship and an old acquaintance of red-haired Shanks. Although Buggy's bounty was only 15 million, his true strength and background far exceeded that number. Of course, for the current Ryan, Buggy was not a difficult opponent. The Barbara Nomi had great potential, but Buggy had clearly wasted it. Moreover, Buggy's combat will and physical skills were hardly top-notch. The only thing he was truly formidable at was probably his luck. After all, he was widely recognized as the master of Conqueror's Haki-level luck. Ryan's gaze continued downward, stopping at a line that piqued his interest. Additionally, the Buggy Pirates recently gained a new female member. This member is strikingly beautiful, tall, and claims to be named Alvida. The intelligence system is further verifying her identity and background. Notably, this person shares the same name as the Iron Mace, Alvida, who was defeated by the 187th branch in the Konomi Islands waters some time ago, but her appearance is completely different. The former was obese and ugly, the latter is beautiful. Whether they are the same person remains to be confirmed. Ryan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Alvida. So it was that woman. 3 days ago, shortly after he had taken over the 187th branch, he had encountered the Alvida pirates at sea. He had kicked her into the ocean with a single whip strike and had not bothered to check on her fate since. Ryan had thought that woman had perished in the sea, but instead not only had she survived, but she had also found the paramecia-type smooth fruit, transforming from an obese, ugly female pirate into a stunningly beautiful woman. And what's more, she had already hooked up with Buggy 2 years earlier than expected. Is this time convergence? Ryan muttered to himself, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Ryan originally thought that his arrival had changed many things. The evil dragon was taken down early, Kobe did not encounter Luffy, and Ace joined the Navy. Yet the fate of Yalata continued to glide along the trajectory of the original story. Was this a coincidence, or was some deeper force correcting the deviated path? Ryan shook his head, temporarily casting these thoughts aside. Regardless of whether it was the convergence of time, since Yalata appeared in Buggy's pirate crew, he would take care of her as well. Ryan laid down the intelligence documents, leaned back in his chair, and began to contemplate the action plan. The Buggy pirate crew was not large, consisting of about 30 pirates along with Buggy and Yalata, 2 capable individuals, making their combat power among the top in the East Blue. However, for the current 187th branch, such opponents were merely a means for the subordinates to practice. Just right, it would allow the snipers of the 187th branch to experience combat against users of Devil Fruit armed with Sea Prism stone bullets. However, Ryan did not intend to waste 2 Devil Fruits in this operation. Although they were not top-tier abilities, after all, they were Devil Fruits. Even if he couldn't use them himself, they could be exchanged for something with Sengoku. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the Dindin Mushi on the table and dialed cross-contact. Moments later, Crow walked in through the door. He was dressed in a deep gray suit with his hair meticulously styled. He sat opposite Ryan, placing the black tea on the table, then waited for Ryan to speak. Crow, do you remember that thing I made last year using the Sea Prism stone? Ryan asked directly. I remember. The young master used all the Sea Prism stone collected over an entire year, through various channels, to create a... To be honest, I still don't understand what it is. It looked like a metal box, but there was no special structure inside. After the young master finished making it, he solemnly placed it in the family treasury, instructing that no one was to touch it without permission. I have always been curious about what that thing is actually for. Ryan smiled, not directly answering his question, but instead saying, this time, when capturing Buggy, you do not need to accompany me. Crow raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not interrupt. I need you to return to the Norman family, retrieve that thing from the family treasury, and secretly deliver it to the 187th branch. Note, it must be transported secretly. Do not let anyone know that it has been taken, nor let anyone see it. Use the most reliable channels with the most trustworthy personnel to ensure it arrives here in perfect condition. Crow was silent for a moment before nodding. Understood, I will set off right away. He did not ask about the purpose of that thing, nor did he question Ryan's arrangements. Having followed Ryan for so many years, he understood one principle. If the young master does not want to speak about something, it is pointless to ask. What the young master wants him to know, he will naturally tell him. Crow stood up, adjusted the hem of his suit, and slightly bowed to Ryan. Young master, is there any other instruction? None. Ryan shook his head. Be careful on the way. That thing is very important to me. Crow nodded, not saying anything more, and turned to leave the office. Ryan watched Cross figure disappear behind the door, then leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window at the vast sea in the distance. A slight smile of anticipation played at the corners of his mouth. That thing made from the Sea Prism stone collected over an entire year was prepared for the arrival of this day. He had been waiting for a long time. The next morning at the port of Corman Island, a brand new giant warship quietly docked in the harbor like a steel beast lurking on the surface of the sea. This warship was the flagship recently delivered by the Norman family's shipyard, measuring 98 meters in length, 16 meters in width, with a draft of 7 meters, 3 decks, and a displacement exceeding 3,000 tons. Its hull was primarily made of iron birch wood harvested from a rare island somewhere in the Grand Line, reinforced with hard rubber wood from the South Sea, and the keel was made of high-strength black steel alloy produced in the West Sea mines. This combination of materials allowed the hull to maintain sufficient strength while being about 10% lighter than a standard Carrera-class warship of the same volume. The bulwarks were half a meter higher than those of ordinary warships, providing better cover for the Marines on deck. On both sides of the ship's railing, 32 gun ports were opened with 16 on each side, totaling 32 cannons. The bow was carved with a soaring aurora bird, the emblem of the Norman family, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. A copper plaque was embedded in the bulkhead at the stern, inscribed with the ship's name, Aurora. Ryan stood on the dock looking up at the brand new vessel, nodding in satisfaction. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the ship's cannons and speed. In the pirate world, sailing warships typically had a speed of only 69 knots, and even those designed for speed only reached about 11-13 knots, which was simply too slow. As for the cannons, they were roughly equivalent to the front-loading smoothbore cannons of the 19th century, in reality, primarily using explosive shells. Although their maximum range could reach around 1,500 meters, their effective range was barely 500 meters, which was exceedingly outdated. While these issues could not be resolved immediately, Ryan had already seen. In the construction module, there were dedicated shipyards and ship design rooms. At the same time, the weapon research lab, after upgrading, could also begin research on heavy weaponry, while the armory possessed a booming production capacity. However, developing cannons required specialized scientists or otherwise. Unless they obtained cannon blueprints, the current three researchers did not have the capability to start from scratch. Of course, these were not problems to be solved today. At this moment, boarding, Ryan waved his hand. 100 fully armed Marines streamed up the gangway, quickly forming ranks on the deck. All of them were equipped with brand new Model 1537 rifles with bayonets and ammo pouches at their waists and military backpacks on their backs. Zorro leaned against the ship's railing, 3 swords hanging at his waist, eyes closed in feigned slumber, the sea breeze tousling his green short hair. Ace stood at the bow, hands resting on the railing, gazing into the distance where the sea met the sky, a hint of an anticipatory smile on his lips. This was the second time he was setting sail on a mission as a member of the Navy, and he was eager to see what kind of opponents he would encounter. Ryan was the last to board the deck, standing at the front of the bridge, sweeping his gaze over the lined-up Marines before issuing the order. Raise the anchor, set sail. Destination, Orange Island. The Aurora slowly departed from the dock, adjusting its course and cutting through the waves in a northwestern direction. Its speed was slightly faster than ordinary warships, reaching about 10 knots, but Ryan was still not satisfied with this speed. Standing on the bridge, he felt the ship's body rising and falling in the waves, silently calculating in his heart. Once the trial hull was built, he planned to accumulate some points for the construction of the ship design room, shipyard, and recruiting scientists to research cannons. Then he would end this era of sailing ships. Otherwise, in this ocean-filled world, the efficiency of sailing ships was simply too low. Aurora, large sailing warship. Length, 99 meters. Width, 16.5 meters. Draft, 7 meters. Displacement, approximately 3,500 tons. Power system, 3-mast full sail. Maximum speed, 10 knots sailing power. Endurance, self-sustaining for 30 days. Armament, 32 180mm front-loading smoothbore cannons. Crew standard 100 people, maximum capacity 240 people. Features hull constructed of iron, birchwood, hard rubber, wood, black steel alloy composite structure, offering better defense than equivalent Carrera warships. The bow is equipped with a ram suitable for close combat impacts. The cargo hold is spacious, suitable for long-distance voyages. Ryan stood on the bridge, studying the nautical chart, pointing at the location of Orange Island. A 3-day voyage, not too far. Buggy, just wait for me there. On the morning 3 days later, the outline of Orange Island appeared on the horizon. It was a medium-sized island covered in dense tropical vegetation from afar, with a low hill rising in the center where the faint outlines of some abandoned buildings could be seen. The surrounding waters were crystal clear, and the beach was fine and white, resembling a picturesque tropical paradise at first glance. However, Ryan knew that the island lacked freshwater sources and the soil was unsuitable for farming, which led to its abandonment decades ago. Now it was nothing more than a deserted island. According to the reports from the Norman Family Intelligence Network, the Buggy pirate ships were docked in a natural shallow harbor on the south side of the island. Buggy himself was excavating treasure near the central hill of the island with most of his crew, leaving only a few to guard the ship. Ryan lowered his telescope and gave instructions to the helmsman. Go around the southern end of the island and approach from the north side. Do not let Buggy's men spot us first. The Aurora adjusted its course, sailing north along the eastern coastline of the island. Due to the low terrain of Orange Island and the Aurora's hull painted in light gray and pale blue camouflage, it blended seamlessly with the colors of the sea and sky, making it difficult to detect from afar. When the Aurora rounded the north side of the island, Ryan ordered to anchor in a concealed rocky area, then launched the small boat to send the sailors ashore in batches. It wasn't that approaching from the front would cause any issues. If it were another pirate crew, Ryan would certainly not waste time going around to the back to sneak ashore. But if it was Buggy as the opponent, Ryan truly did not dare to underestimate this guy's luck, so he wasn't going to leave any chances. Half an hour later, 100 sailors quickly assembled on the beach without making any unnecessary noise. Zoro stretched his shoulders while Ace bounced a bit to warm up. Ryan stood at the front of the group, scanning everyone with his gaze, then pointed towards the hill in the center of the island. Most of the buggy pirates are digging for treasure near the hill. We will traverse through the woods on the north side, circling around to their flank and catching them off guard. Don't let them have a chance to escape back to the ship. The sailors responded in low voices, and then unit by unit silently melted into the dense tropical jungle. A hunt targeting Buggy the Clown had officially begun. In the dense jungle, light was sliced into fragmented spots by the overlapping canopies falling onto the ground covered in decaying leaves. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying plants, with a few startled birds occasionally soaring into the sky. 100 sailors were advancing silently. Their movements had been refined significantly compared to 3 months ago. Walking on fallen leaves and dry branches, they made almost no sound. This was the result of long-term training in the gravity training room. In an environment with 3 times normal gravity, they learned how to control their center of gravity and steps, maintaining balance and coordination even under load. When they returned to a normal gravity environment, their steps became light and steady, moving through the jungle like leopards. Leading the team was an experienced squad leader holding a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer, a recently trial-produced small batch product from the weapons research lab designed specifically for silent operations. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, searching for any suspicious signs in the thick forest. Then he stopped and raised his right fist, signaling for the group behind to halt. About 20 meters ahead, among the branches of a large tree, a shadow could be vaguely seen. It was a pirate leaning against the trunk, holding an old flintlock, his head bobbing slightly, clearly dozing off. This was the first hidden lookout set up by the buggy pirates. The squad leader turned back and made a few hand signals. 2 sailors silently slipped out from the ranks, one to the left and one to the right, approaching the tree like 2 snakes from the underbrush. Their steps were so light that even the fallen leaves made no sound. One sailor drew a matte-finished dagger from his waist and held it in his mouth. The other sailor raised his rifle, locking onto the lookout's head through the scope, just in case. As they approached within 5 meters, the lookout seemed to sense something, drowsily opened his eyes and looked down. Then he saw a shadow rising from below. At the moment the sailor got close to the trunk, he lightly pushed off with his toes on the bark, his body leaping up the branch like an agile raccoon, covering the lookout's mouth with his left hand, while lightly slicing his throat with the dagger in his right. The entire process was clean and swift, making no unnecessary noise. The lookout's body twitched twice and then slumped down. The sailor supported his corpse, carefully laying it flat on the branch to avoid any noise from falling, then gestured downwards with a completed sign. The squad leader nodded and continued to advance. In the next half hour, they discovered and dealt with 2 more. One lookout, hidden in the bushes, was pierced through the kidney by a sailor from behind, dying on the spot. Another was shot dead by a sniper with a silenced rifle from behind a rock about 200 meters from the abandoned village, the bullet precisely passing through his skull without him making a sound. 3 lookouts had all been silently dealt with. Ryan stood in the middle of the group, witnessing the entire process with a satisfied smile. These sailors had evolved once again after their training. After the refinement of the gravity training room and the baptism of the Iron Wall Island battle, they had become a truly elite fighting force. The team continued to advance and soon reached the edge of the jungle. Through the gaps in the last row of trees, Ryan saw the long-abandoned village. A dozen dilapidated wooden houses were scattered across a clearing, most of the roofs collapsed and the walls overrun with vines. Yet in the center of the village, a lively scene unfolded. Dozens of pirates were sitting around several bonfires, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, the sounds of raucous laughter and chatter echoing through the jungle. A black pirate flag was planted at the entrance of the village. A red-nosed skull with 2 crossbones below it, the emblem of the buggy pirates. Ryan raised his telescope to carefully observe the layout of the village and the distribution of personnel. About 30 pirates were mostly gathered in the central clearing, with a few moving in and out of the surrounding dilapidated houses, seemingly moving something. Buggy himself, that conspicuous red nose, was particularly eye-catching among the crowd. At that moment he was sitting next to the largest bonfire, holding a barrel of alcohol and boasting loudly about something, eliciting bursts of laughter from the surrounding pirates. Ryan lowered the telescope, waved his hand, and 3 squad leaders silently gathered around him. Here's the plan. Ryan squatted down and drew a simple diagram of the village in the dirt with a stick. I will lead the main force to charge in from the front, directly attacking the central clearing. Each of you 3 will take 10 men to flank the left, right, and rear of the village, occupying advantageous positions outside the village, setting up rifles to block all possible escape routes. I have assigned 3 snipers to each team, equipped with sea prism stone bullets. Buggy is a paramecia-type devil fruit user. Ordinary physical attacks have limited effects on him, but if he is hit by sea prism stone bullets, his abilities will be sealed. At that point he will be even worse than an ordinary person. In the end, I won't make a move this time, But if I am forced to take action then? When we return, everyone will experience the hell of 10 times the intensity again. The 3 squad leaders nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Each squad leader took 10 sailors and silently slipped into the jungle, disappearing in 3 different directions. Ryan meanwhile lay in ambush at the edge of the jungle with the remaining sailors waiting. About 15 minutes later, Ryan checked the time. Then, action. At the village entrance, Lion stood beside a large tree, arms crossed, calmly observing the battle situation. After dozens of Marines rushed into the village, they did not blindly charge into close combat with the pirates like ordinary Navy soldiers. Instead, under the command of several squad leaders, they quickly deployed in 3-man teams, occupying advantageous positions around the village entrance. Collapsed walls, abandoned trucks, thick tree trunks. Then they raised their rifles and began precisely shooting at the pirates within the village. Crack, 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 crack. A hail of bullets whistled across the open ground, striking the pirates, who had no time to dodge by the bonfire. 7 or 8 pirates fell to the ground, their blood soaking the soil and weeds. The remaining pirates panicked, instantly scrambling to hide behind the broken walls of abandoned houses, cowering with their heads down, not daring to show themselves. Damn, these Marines are so fierce. Their guns are too powerful. We can't charge through. Where's the captain? Where's the captain? The pirates shouted from behind the broken walls, their voices a cacophony, their morale. The Marines of the 187th branch calmly maintained their firing positions, their muzzles trained on the cracks and corners of the broken walls. Should any pirate dare to show himself, a bullet would immediately greet him. For a moment, the entire village fell into a stalemate. The pirates dared not show their heads, and the Marines could not achieve further results while the enemy remained completely hidden. Lion stood outside the village watching this scene and thought to himself, if only there were a few light mortars or grenade launchers, now a few rounds of indirect fire could cover the area, and none of those pirates hiding behind the walls would escape. Unfortunately for the weapons research lab, to develop heavy artillery from scratch, without blueprints, they would need a scientist on site. However, he was not in a hurry. The pirates were trapped in the village and couldn't escape. The final outcome would be no different. Moreover, when it came to patience, the Marines he had trained possessed patience that was at least 10 times greater than these pirates. Meanwhile, behind a relatively intact broken house in the center of the village, the 4 core members of the Baji pirates were gathered, urgently discussing a countermeasure. Captain, there are too many Marines, and their guns are too powerful. Our brothers can't break through. Animal tamer Imochi said anxiously. The lion Leaky beside him seemed to sense its master's tension and let out a low whimper. Shut up. I see it. Baji barked irritably. He frowned, touched his iconic big red nose, pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. Got it. Hey, race the plan. He lowered his voice and quickly explained his plan. Ka Baji Mochi and Yair Li Ta exchanged glances after hearing it, then nodded simultaneously. Let's do it. The next moment, Yair Li Ta stood up first. She took off her shoes, her bare feet stepping on the ground covered with gravel and mud, yet feeling no discomfort at all. The passive effect of the smooth fruit made her skin extremely smooth, so dust and mud produced no friction on the soles of her feet. She took a deep breath, then slightly crouched and exploded with force from her legs. Her entire body shot out from behind the broken wall like an arrow from a bow. Keeping close to the ground, she slid rapidly in a shaped trajectory at an astonishing speed. It was as if her feet were smeared with oil, sliding without resistance on the ground, now left, now right, her trajectory erratic and difficult to target. An enemy has broken out, and so fast impossible to aim. A Marine shouted. Several Marines swung their guns trying to aim at the fast-moving figure. But Yair Li Ta's shaped sliding trajectory was too unpredictable. Just as they aimed at her left landing point and pulled the trigger, she had already slid to the right. And by the time they adjusted their aim to the right, she had already slid to the left. Several bullets struck the ground behind her, kicking up clumps of dirt, but never hitting her. Don't panic. Area saturation fire. A squad leader calmly issued the order. Having previously suffered a loss at the hands of Guerin Lai had specifically trained the Marines in a response tactic for enemies with high speed that made aiming difficult. Area saturation fire. The principle was simple. Instead of precise aiming, they would designate a general area, and dozens of Marines would fire simultaneously at various positions within that area. No matter how you moved, as long as you didn't leave the area, some bullets would surely hit, though most bullets would miss. 30 Marines raised their guns simultaneously, not aiming at Yair Li Ta herself, but firing a saturation volley at the area ahead of her sliding path. Bang, 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 bang. A volley of bullets covered the fan-shaped area in front of Yair Li Ta, blocking all possible routes for her to continue forward or to the left or right. In the end, although 28 bullets missed, 2 bullets hit Yair Li Ta. One struck her left shoulder, and the other grazed her right rib. However, a shocking scene occurred. The moment those two bullets touched Yaeli Ta's skin, they slid off, as if hitting an extremely smooth surface. The bullets didn't even leave a mark on her skin, they simply slid off, causing no substantial damage. Yaeli Ta herself was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the faint white mark on her left shoulder, a wild grin spreading across her face. Huh, it really works. I'm really not afraid of bullets. Although she had previously guessed after learning the characteristics of the smooth fruit that it could make the user's skin extremely smooth and almost slide off all physical attacks, she had never actually tested it herself. After all, who would casually shoot themselves to gamble on the reliability of a devil fruit ability? But now, having personally verified that bullets were ineffective against her, the last shred of doubt in her heart vanished. You little marine brats. I'm coming. Yaeli Ta let out a bold laugh, abandoned the shaped sliding, and switched to a straight-line sprint, charging toward the marine line at maximum speed. Her speed was like a gust of wind, leaving a faint smooth trail on the ground beneath her feet. Her mission was simple. Charge into the marine line to create chaos, draw everyone's attention, and buy time for the actions of Baji and the others behind. And at this moment, while all the Marines' attention was focused on Yaeli Ta, Baji and the other two officers had somehow pulled out a cannon, and on the ground lay a red cannonball painted with the Baji pirates flag. Clearly the plan they had just discussed was for Yaeli Ta to use her ability to attract attention, giving them time and opportunity to prepare the Baji bomb's cannon fire. Indeed, the Marines of the 187th branch who had entered the village were completely focused on Yaeli Ta. After one volley failed, the frontline Marines quickly pulled their bolts to eject the casings, preparing for a second volley to test again. But before they could raise their muzzles again, Yaeli Ta had already closed to within 20 meters of the line. But just then, bang, 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 bang. For gunshots slightly different from the previous ones rang out simultaneously. The sound of gunfire, slightly different from that of ordinary rifles, rang out simultaneously from 4 different directions outside the village. It was the sound of a sniper rifle. It was crisper, sharper, and possessed greater penetrating power. For bullets were precisely shot at Yalida from 4 different angles. At the moment Yalida heard the gunfire, she showed no intention of dodging, for she had already convinced herself that she could ignore bullets. However, in the next moment 4 bullets accurately struck her. This time, when the bullets made contact with Yalida's skin, they did not merely graze her. Instead, they penetrated directly, splattering blood. A sharp pain surged through Yalida's shoulders and knees simultaneously. This was just the beginning. Following the intense pain came a peculiar, almost paralyzing sensation. Yalida's legs suddenly lost strength, and she fell forward, rolling several times on the ground, due to inertia, ultimately coming to a stop less than 10 meters away from the naval line. She struggled to get up, but due to the bullets hitting her shoulders, she was unable to push herself up with her hands. Even if her shoulders were fine, she still wouldn't have been able to do it. At that moment, she felt as if something had severed her nerve signals, and no matter how hard she tried, her body could not muster even a trace of strength. What is happening? Yalida lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, her face etched with terror, and she clearly wasn't afraid of bullets. Why could these 4 bullets injure her and render her incapable of moving? Little did she know the bullets had been mixed with powder from Hylu stone. Outside the village, a sniper, observing Yalida lying motionless through the scope, calmly pulled the bolt back, ejected the hot cartridge, and quietly spoke. Target B is incapacitated. Repeat, target B has been incapacitated. Limbs and joints confirmed. Hit loss of mobility confirmed. Similar confirmation messages came from the other snipers in different directions. Ryan stood at the village entrance, observing Yalida on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The effect of the Hylu stone bullets had indeed not disappointed him. Although there were only a little over 200 of these bullets in the entire unit, each one was extremely precious. However, using them to capture a devil fruit user was certainly worth it. Snipers maintained surveillance. Ryan issued commands to the teams through the communication device. Be cautious, Buggy may strike at any moment. He is the primary target of this operation. In the central part of the village, behind a dilapidated building, Buggy, Kabaji, and Machi looked dumbfounded as they watched Yalida fall just 10 meters from the naval line, unable to regain their senses. Yalida has been taken down. Didn't she say she wasn't afraid of bullets? Machi murmured, disbelief written all over his face. She indeed wasn't afraid of ordinary bullets. But those shots just now didn't seem like ordinary bullets. I saw that after the bullets hit her, she immediately became immobile. Those bullets used by the Navy seem problematic, Kabaji said gravely. The two exchanged glances and then turned to Buggy. Kabaji might be able to tell that those weren't ordinary bullets, but he wouldn't know what they actually were. However, Buggy, you could call him silly, but one could not deny that his vision far surpassed that of any pirate in the East Sea. Naturally, Buggy recognized that those bullets were definitely related to Hylu stone. However, Hylu stone was an extremely precious strategic resource, logically speaking the Navy in the East Sea shouldn't possess such things at all. let alone they had even managed to manufacture bullets from it. Buggy's expression darkened considerably. His original plan was to have Yalada rush out to draw attention, while he took the opportunity to push out the cannon, using buggy bombs to scatter the Navy's formation, then lead everyone to charge and crush these Navy forces. But now Yalada had been taken down less than 30 seconds after charging out, completely disrupting his entire plan. "Captain, what should we do now?" Machi asked nervously. Buggy gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Forget it. Execute the original plan. Bring out the cannon. I want to blow those Navy brats to pieces with buggy bombs." Behind the relatively intact, dilapidated building in the center of the village, Buggy, Kabaji, and Machi were frantically pushing a cannon to a broken wall. This cannon had a slightly smaller caliber than a standard naval cannon, with a shorter barrel, but the muzzle was larger than that of an ordinary cannonball. This was the special launcher designed by Buggy specifically for his giant cannonballs. There was a gap in the broken wall, as if it had been left intentionally for them as a shooting window. Kabaji and Machi worked together to adjust the angle and direction of the cannon, aiming it at the direction where the Navy had gathered at the village entrance. Buggy carefully retrieved a cannonball from a wooden crate at his feet. The cannonball was larger than an ordinary cannonball, its shell painted a bright red, featuring a black skull, with an exaggerated red nose beneath it, the emblem of the Buggy Pirates. "Hurry up, Yalada can't hold on much longer," Buggy urged as he stuffed the cannonball into the muzzle. Kabaji and Machi quickly completed the final adjustments. Buggy picked up a torch, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Navy brats, taste my specially made buggy bomb." In the next moment, he brought the torch close to the fuse. Sizzle, the fuse ignited with a sharp burning sound, the sparks rapidly traveling along the fuse into the cannon. Boom! With a loud bang, the cannon jolted backward, and the muzzle spewed out a cloud of thick smoke and flames. The red buggy bomb, trailing a black smoke tail, soared in a high parabolic arc, accurately landing at the location where the Navy had gathered at the village entrance. Buggy opened his mouth wide, preparing to let out a victorious laugh. Then his smile froze on his face. He saw a green figure suddenly appear in front of the naval line. Zoro. He had somehow already stood there, holding the scabbard in his left hand, resting his right hand on the hilt, slightly lowering his body, his gaze fixed on the descending red cannonball. His breathing was steady, his eyes focused, as if that whistling cannonball were merely a falling leaf. Then he drew his sword. The blade of Wadu Ikamanji flashed a cold arc under the sunlight. That arc moved so fast it seemed to surpass the limits of sight. Buggy didn't even see how Zoro drew his sword. He only caught a glimpse of that arc flashing through the air, and then the buggy bomb that was descending. Before the buggy bomb realized it was being cut, it had already been split in half midair. The two halves of the cannonball flew over the naval formation, landing on either side of the empty ground. Gunpowder and filling spilled out from the cut of the cannonball, drifting into the air like a black ribbon. The remnants of the two cannonball halves landed on the ground in succession, rolled a few times, and then lay there quietly. Without exploding, without flames, only a pile of gunpowder and metal scraps scattered from the cut. The entire battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. Buggy's mouth remained agape, but his expression had transformed from impending victory to a dazed, incredulous confusion. Kabaji and Machi beside him also froze, their expressions mirroring each other, filled with the same word. Shock. This can't be true. That was the buggy bomb. My specially made buggy bomb. Cut in half with a single stroke. Buggy murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Then he suddenly came to his senses and let out a strange cry. Who did that? Is this still the East Sea? When did the Navy in the East Sea become so monstrous? Having Hailu stone bullets is one thing, but they even have a swordsman capable of cutting iron. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? No one answered Buggy's question. Yet the truth lay before him. The green-haired swordsman had indeed cut through his buggy ball, and astonishingly, the projectile had not exploded. This indicated that the speed and precision of that strike had reached a level where it could completely sever the shell of the shell before the explosive within could be ignited. Buggy's expression turned extremely grim. He had originally thought that unleashing the buggy ball would decisively turn the tide of battle, but now it seemed he had severely underestimated the combat capability of this naval force. This naval force was on an entirely different level compared to the useless navies of the East Sea branches he had encountered before. They were even more ridiculous than those from the Grand Line. He couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be that he had run into the Navy dispatched from headquarters? Captain, should we retreat? These Navy troops are too bizarre. We might suffer losses if we continue to fight. Machi whispered, a hint of tension in his voice. Kabaji also nodded in agreement. As long as we have the Green Hills, we don't have to worry about having no firewood to burn. Captain, let's retreat for now and seek revenge another time. Buggy gritted his teeth, glanced at the Navy soldiers steadily advancing at the village entrance, then looked at his subordinates hiding nearby, as well as the two officers beside him. Ultimately, he made a difficult decision. Retreat. Let's go through the back of the village. Let the brothers in front continue to hold them off, or we'll slip away first. The three reached a consensus and immediately began to stealthily move along the shadows of the broken walls and ruins like three thieves with guilty consciences, quietly making their way toward the back of the village. They bent low, tiptoeing, trying to make no noise at all, moving backward step by step. However, their actions did not escape the eyes of the 187th Division's Marines. A Marine holding a megaphone suddenly appeared. This was the psychological warfare specialist specifically arranged by Ryan before the battle. Seeing Buggy and the others trying to slip away, he immediately raised the megaphone, took a deep breath, and shouted with all his might. "Hey, you over there with the red nose. Stop. Yes, I'm talking to you. That guy with the red nose. Stop right there. Or do you want me to blow your red nose off with a bullet?" The voice, amplified by the megaphone, echoed through the village like thunder. Buggy's retreating steps suddenly halted. His body froze as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. His shoulders began to tremble slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger. Red nose. Again with the red nose. Those three words were like a thorn embedded in his heart. Every time they were mentioned, he would lose his composure. He suddenly turned around, half emerging from behind a dilapidated house, his face flushed with rage, as he shouted, "Who are you calling a red nose? You bastard. This is—" He couldn't finish his words, because just as he yelled out, dozens of bullets came raining down like a storm, striking the area where he had just emerged. Bullets hit the walls, the ground, and the air, creating a cacophony of popping and cracking sounds, splattering dirt and debris everywhere. If he hadn't reacted quickly and pulled back his head at the last moment before the bullets flew, he would have likely turned into a sieve by now. Buggy leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Though he refused to admit defeat verbally, he knew very well. Those Navy soldiers had extremely precise marksmanship, and they had a special type of bullet capable of sealing the powers of ability users. If even one of those bullets just now had been a sea prismstone bullet, he would have been finished. Damn it. That was close. Buggy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to Kabaji and Machi, lowering his voice. "Forget them. Keep retreating. Don't let them provoke you." The three began to move backward once more. This time, they were even more cautious and concealed, almost crawling close to the ground, trying to avoid exposing their bodies to any angle that could be shot at. However, the megaphone at the village entrance blared again, laced with a mocking tone. "Hey, that red nose. I'm quite curious. Why is your nose so red and so big? Don't you feel embarrassed going out every day with such a red nose? Or did someone punch you in the nose? Otherwise, how could it possibly be this red?" Buggy's steps faltered once. His fists clenched tightly. His teeth ground together. Veins bulged on his temples. "Or is it?" The voice in the megaphone continued to stoke the flames. "That red nose is natural. Oh dear, that must be quite a challenge. Having such a red nose, didn't you get teased by your friends when you were little? Like that guy you went on the ship with for training? But it's okay, red noses are quite distinctive, at least. They're easy to remember, and the phrase red nose is perfect for a nickname, right?" Buggy's body began to tremble. That kind of tremble was not from fear, not from cold, but from an anger that was almost bursting out of his chest. His eyes started to redden, resembling an enraged sea king. His breathing became heavy. His rationality was crumbling at a visible pace. Captain, calm down." Machi quickly grabbed Buggy's arm, trying to stop him from rushing out. "They're trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it." Kabaji also urged softly. But Buggy could no longer hear any words of persuasion in his ears. Only one thought echoed repeatedly in his mind. That bastard dared to mock his nose. He suddenly shrugged off Machi's hand, leaping out from behind the broken wall, standing in the open, pointing in the direction of the village entrance, and shouting with all his might. "You bastards. Listen up. This is not a red nose. This is—" His words once again went unspoken, because at the moment he leaped out from behind the wall, the snipers who had long been lying in wait simultaneously pulled the trigger. For gunshots rang out almost at the same time. For bullets accurately targeted Buggy's hands and legs. The snipers strictly followed Ryan's orders, aiming for the joints, striving to incapacitate Buggy's mobility without being fatal. However, just as the bullets were about to hit, a figure suddenly sprang out from behind the side wall, arms outstretched, blocking in front of Buggy. Puff, 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 puff. All four bullets hit their mark, but not a single bullet struck Buggy. They all hit the sudden figure that appeared, with one bullet even penetrating precisely through the heart area of that. The body of that figure jolted violently, then slowly, softly leaned forward, kneeling on the ground, and then tumbled forward, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze at that moment. The snipers were stunned. Buggy was also stunned. Even Ryan showed a hint of surprise. Buggy was also stunned. He stood there, maintaining the posture he had after leaping from the broken wall, his mouth slightly agape and his eyes wide with disbelief. As he looked at the figure collapsed before him, his brain seemed to stop functioning at that moment. He couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. The fallen figure was Machi. Machi, the beast tamer of the Bucky pirates, the master of the lion Licky. In that moment when Bucky was overtaken by rage and jumped out of the broken wall, he instinctively followed suit. There was no time to think, no time to weigh the pros and cons. He just saw those hidden snipers pulling the trigger, and then his body moved on its own, positioning itself in front of Bucky. As a result, he took the 4 bullets meant for Bucky. Blood slowly soaked the ground beneath him, staining the dirt and debris under Machi. His body twitched slightly, making indistinct gasping sounds as if he wanted to say something, but was unable to form complete syllables. The lion Licky poked its head out from behind the broken wall. Seeing its master lying in a pool of blood, it let out a mournful roar, then rushed out, lying beside Machi, gently nudging his body with its head, trying to wake him. But Machi could no longer respond. "M.O. Machi." Bucky's voice trembled slightly. He crouched down, looking at the 4 bullet holes on Machi's back that were oozing blood. He reached out his hand to apply pressure to the wounds, but halfway through he hesitated, because he didn't know which one to press. 4 bullet holes, each bleeding, each potentially fatal. "Why? Why did you?" Bucky's voice was hoarse and dry, the rest of his words caught in his throat, unable. Machi seemed to have heard his voice. His vacant gaze slightly focused, his lips moved, emitting a few barely audible syllables. "Captain. Hurry. Leave." Then his eyes closed and his body stopped twitching. The lion Licky let out a heart-wrenching wail, its voice echoing over the village, lingering in the air. Bucky knelt beside Machi's body, his head lowered, obscuring his expression. His shoulders trembled slightly, his hands clenched into fists, his nails nearly digging into the flesh of it. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the gunfire on the battlefield to gradually cease, long enough for everyone to focus their gaze on him. Then he slowly stood up. When he raised his head, the fury that had clouded his mind was gone, as was the embarrassment from being teased about his red nose. In its place was an expression that had never appeared on his face before. A cold, almost terrifying calm. He turned to face the naval soldiers at the village entrance, the hidden snipers, and the young branch leader standing under the tree at the village entrance. His gaze swept over each person before he slowly spoke, his voice low, yet clearly carrying across the battlefield. "You killed Machi." His tone was unnaturally calm, but it was this calmness that sent a chill down the spine of everyone present, a feeling more terrifying than anger. "You killed Machi," he repeated, then slowly drew his dagger and short sword from his waist, one held forward, the other reversed, crossed in front of him. "Then, you will pay the price for this." Ryan stood under the tree at the village entrance, watching Bucky's eyes transform, completely feeling a slight stir in his heart. He realized he might have underestimated this former intern pirate of the Pirate King's ship. Not in terms of his fighting ability, but rather in his qualities as a captain. The clown who usually appeared comical, cowardly, and petty revealed this side of himself when faced with the true loss of an important companion. After a brief moment of silence, the battlefield was shattered by a crisp command. "Open fire." Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of bullets created a coverage pattern, sealing off all possible escape routes around Bucky. The bullets fell like rain, saturating every inch of space around him. Under normal circumstances, anyone standing in that area would have no chance of escaping unscathed. However, Bucky was not a normal person. Just as the bullets were about to hit, his body suddenly shattered into pieces. Not from being struck by the bullets, but he actively disassembled himself into dozens of independent parts. His head flew into the air, his arms spread out to the sides, his torso leaned back, and his legs separated left and right. Each part moved with extreme precision, perfectly avoiding the trajectory of every bullet. The bullets passed through the gaps between his parts, striking the ground and walls behind him, sending dirt and debris flying, yet not a single bullet hit any of his body parts. When the bullets ceased, Bucky's parts flew back to their original positions, clicking back together with a sound, restoring his complete human form. He stood there, expression cold, eyes sharp as blades, as if that round of gunfire had only been a gentle breeze brushing against him. Ryan's pupils constricted slightly. He saw it clearly. Bucky's method of dodging the bullets was not merely a skillful application of the chop fruit's ability, and more importantly, he could accurately perceive the flight path of every bullet and control his parts to move into the gaps of the trajectories in advance. This was definitely not just the use of his fruit ability, but observation Haki. But wait, how could Bucky have observation Haki at this time? Unless this guy saw Machi die in front of him and suddenly awakened observation Haki. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Ryan couldn't help but mock inwardly. The Marines did not stop, continuing to unleash 2 more rounds of gunfire, each time using a covering fire method, locking down all the space around Bucky. But the result was no different. Bucky disassembled his body into dozens of parts, each time avoiding all bullets with extreme precision, then reassembling without a scratch. "Cease fire." Ryan raised his hand, stopping the Marines' futile shooting. He turned his head, casting a glance at Zoro standing in the ranks, saying nothing but nodding slightly. Zoro received the signal. He moved his shoulders, stepped out of the ranks, and drew 3 swords, their blades gleaming coldly under the sunlight. He stopped about 10 meters in front of Bucky, assuming a steady starting posture, his gaze locked onto the clown opposite. A swordsman. Do you think a sword can hurt me? Bucky looked at Zoro, a hint of a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zoro did not reply, but bit down on the Wado Ikemonji, tightening his grip on the other 2 swords, then suddenly surged forward, his body shooting toward Bucky like a green lightning bolt. 3-sword-style demon slash. 3 blades of light simultaneously slashed toward Bucky's chest, abdomen, and left shoulder. This was one of Zoro's most commonly used techniques, fast, powerful, and with a tricky angle. However, just as the blades were about to touch Bucky's body, his form once again shattered into pieces. His upper body leaned back, his lower body split to the sides, and all 3 swords struck nothing but air, not even brushing against his clothing. Useless, a swordsman's slash cannot harm me. Bucky's voice came from above Zoro's head. His head hovered in midair, wearing a mocking smile. At the same time, one of his hands flew in from the side, the dagger he held slicing open a wound on Zoro's right arm before he could evade. The reason why Ryan allowed Zoro to fight Bucky was not a random decision, but rather held deeper significance. This ability is extremely restraining for swordsmen, especially for those who have not mastered Haki and have not fully entered the realm of sword masters capable of unleashing sword energy. At this moment, Zoro happened to be that kind of swordsman. In theory, Bucky completely countered Zoro, making sending Zoro to fight Bucky a pure act of sacrifice. However, Ryan still chose to send Zoro in. After all, in the future, the enemies Ryan would face would become increasingly powerful, and among countless strong opponents, some would always possess abilities and fighting styles that countered him. You cannot simply switch to someone else every time you encounter such an enemy, or turn and run away, can you? Thus, even when faced with opponents that restrain him, finding a way to defeat them is the result Ryan hopes to see. As for this battle, it was precisely a trial Ryan arranged for Zoro, meant to train his will in facing these situations and his ability to evolve rapidly in adversity. That's why he didn't let Ace go. Otherwise, Ace would have easily taken down Bucky in no time. Zoro furrowed his brow and quickly retreated, creating distance. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his right arm, then raised his head, his gaze towards Bucky becoming more serious. Next, Zoro attempted several different sword techniques in succession. From simple slashes and thrusts to more complex 2-sword and 3-sword styles, he even unleashed powerful skills like Tiger Hunt and Ascending the Stairs. But without exception, all attacks were perfectly neutralized by Bucky's ability to split apart. Whenever the blade touched Bucky's body, the splitting ability would activate either actively or passively. This left Zoro's attacks completely ineffective. Bucky's counterattacks, however, exacted a considerable toll on Zoro. Although Bucky's dagger and short blade were not as long as Zoro's swords, their angles of attack were extremely cunningly devised in conjunction with his splitting ability. In particular, he excelled at seizing the moment when Zoro was retracting his attacks to strike. With his splitting ability, the angles of attack were particularly strange and tricky. One hand suddenly flew from behind, slicing a gash on Zoro's back. A foot kicked from the side, leaving a bruise on Zoro's ribs. There was even one instance where his head flew in front of Zoro, opening its mouth to spit out a small flying dagger, almost piercing Zoro's eye. As a result, more and more wounds began to appear on Zoro's body. Although each one was not deep, they accumulated, and his white outfit was already stained with splattered blood, his breathing becoming ragged. What's wrong? Are you out of strength already? Bucky's head floated in midair, a mocking smile on his face. Aren't you capable of cutting through my steel? Come on, cut me. I want to see if your sword can reach me. Zoro clenched his teeth and did not respond. He took a deep breath and launched another attack. 3-sword style, 1,800 troublesome winds. If a few cuts didn't work, then he would try hundreds or even thousands. This move perfectly met that requirement. 3 spiraling sword energies erupted from the blades, intertwining into a massive sword energy tornado sweeping towards Bucky. This was a powerful technique he used to defeat the demon kin on Iron Wall Island, so potent that it could lift a strong man into the sky while slashing him hundreds or thousands of times. However, when Bucky faced this sword energy tornado, he again split his body apart. He spun and flew with the airflow, continuously getting slashed, splitting and splitting again. Zoro thought he could only split into dozens of pieces at most. But that was not the case. Once the tornado dissipated, hundreds of fragments of Bucky's body landed steadily back on the ground, reassembling without a scratch. "'Tis quite a show, but what use is it other than making me a bit dizzy?" Bucky dusted off his clothes, looking utterly. At that moment, just as Zoro became momentarily stiff after his failed attack, one of Bucky's hands suddenly burst up from below the ground. Before being swept away, he had somehow buried one hand in the soil, sneaking it under Zoro's feet. That hand, gripping a dagger, thrust upward brutally, stabbing into Zoro's abdomen. Zoro's body jolted violently as he looked down at the dagger embedded in his abdomen, blood flowing down the blade and staining his outfit. He staggered back 2 steps, propping himself up with his sword to avoid falling. "Zoro!" Ace shouted from the ranks upon witnessing this scene, then turned to look at Ryan. "Let me go. That guy's ability completely counters Zoro. If this continues, he'll die." Ryan did not. He stood in place with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Zoro in the battlefield, his expression calm, and however his right hand, unnoticed by anyone, had tightly clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning white. A faint golden light seeped through his fingers only to be forcefully suppressed back. "No. This is his battle, and it is a threshold he must overcome." Ryan's voice was calm, "But I said no." Ace opened his mouth to retort, but upon seeing Ryan's irrefutable expression, he ultimately swallowed his words. He stamped his foot angrily, turned his head, and continued to watch Zoro in the battlefield, his fists tightly clenched, ready to rush out at any moment. On the battlefield, Zoro slowly stood up. He reached for the handle of the dagger in his abdomen and abruptly pulled it out, a spray of blood erupting. He tossed the dagger to the ground and then gripped his 3 swords tightly again. His breathing became labored, his movements slow, and his vision started to blur. Yet he still did not fall, he still did not retreat. He charged forward once more. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. His attacks became increasingly strenuous and chaotic. Buggy easily dodged all of Zoro's attacks, adding more and more new wounds to him with his dagger and sword. Zoro's outfit was already stained red with blood. His steps began to stagger, his sword momentum dispersed, and his consciousness started to fade. Finally, after yet another futile slash, Zoro's body swayed, and then leaned forward, propping himself up with his sword and kneeling on one knee. He gasped for breath, blood dripping from his chin onto the ground, forming a small pool of blood before his knee. Buggy's head hovered in midair, looking down at the kneeling Zoro with a cruel smile. "It's over, swordsman." His hand holding the short blade flew in from the side, directly stabbing at Zoro's neck. However, just when everyone thought Zoro was doomed. Just as Ryan's right hand had lifted halfway, the faint golden light about to erupt, an eerie black aura suddenly surged from Zoro. A pitch-black aura thick as ink erupted from Zoro's body, coalescing behind him into a blurry, ferocious silhouette. 6 arms and 3 faces. Each face bore an expression of wrath and majesty, as if a demonic deity had crawled from the depths of hell. The moment the dark shadow appeared, the temperature of the entire battlefield seemed to drop several degrees. Zoro's eyes, which had nearly closed, snapped open, but his pupils were vacant. Now Zoro had lost consciousness. One could even say he had fainted. What drove his body now was a more primal, purer force. He slowly rose to his feet, adjusting his 3 swords into a bizarre angle, assuming a stance never before witnessed by anyone. Demon Aura 9 sword style, Azura 1 mist silver. Zoro's voice was low and hollow, as if it did not emanate from a human throat, but reverberated from the chest of the demonic phantom. Then he moved. In that instant, no one saw what he did. People only saw several black streaks of light flash past Buggy, too fast for the eye to capture. When they finally saw Zoro again, he stood about 5 meters behind Buggy, holding a finishing posture with fresh bloodstains on the blades of his 3 swords. Buggy stood frozen. He looked down at his own body. His hands and legs had been neatly severed at the joints, the cuts as smooth as a mirror, now lying silently on the ground at his feet. He didn't even know when he had been cut or severed. The slash was so fast that even the nerve signals hadn't reached his brain. However, Buggy let out a dry chuckle, his voice carrying a forced calm. "It's useless. Even if you cut off my limbs, I can reattach them. Ima bara bara, no me user, you know." He tried to control his severed hands and legs to fly back to him. But nothing happened. His hands and legs remained still on the ground, as if they no longer belonged to him. Buggy's smile froze. He tried again, concentrating, activating his ability, attempting to recall his limbs. Still no response. He looked down at his limbs and finally noticed. A strange black aura clung to the cuts of his limbs. The black mist seemed alive, writhing slowly at the edges of his wounds, cutting off the connection between him and his severed parts. What is this?" Buggy's voice carried genuine fear for the first time. He tried to move his remaining torso and head backward, but without limbs, he was like a flipped turtle, unable. Before him, Zoro remained in that finishing stance, motionless. His eyes were still open, but his pupils held. Zoro had completely lost consciousness, or rather he had already been unconscious when he launched the attack. Now driven by an unyielding will, he kept himself standing before falling. Lion watched this scene, slowly lowered his right hand, which had gathered light, then turned to Ace, who had long been eager to act, and said, "Now you can go." Ace paused for a moment, then grinned, transforming into a blaze of fire and charged. The moment Kabeji saw Buggy's limbs severed and unable to regenerate, his heart sank. Without hesitation, he leaped out from behind the broken wall, rushing toward Buggy, reaching out to grab his collar and drag him back behind the wall. However, before his hand could touch Buggy, he heard a thunderous roar. "Fire fist!" Kabeji looked up sharply, and what met his eyes was a gigantic fist of flame trailing a long fiery tail hurtling toward him like a meteor. The temperature of the flame was so high that even before it reached him, he felt a scorching wave of heat nearly singeing his hair and eyebrows. Instinctively, he drew his sword to block, but it was utterly futile. The moment the flame fist touched the blade, the ordinary steel sword melted like butter against a red-hot knife, almost turning into molten iron. Then the flame fist slammed into Kabeji's chest. Boom. Kabeji's body flew backward like a pebble smashing through the wall of an abandoned wooden house, then a second, then a third, finally flying out of the village and crashing into a giant banyan tree. The trunk shook violently, leaves raining down. Kabeji's body was embedded in the trunk, then slid down slowly, slumping at the tree's roots. His chest was charred black, and he had completely lost consciousness. Several pirates wielding flintlock pistols saw this, raised their guns at Ace, and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets shot at Ace, passing through his elemental body, hitting the ground and walls behind him, causing no harm. Ace didn't even bother to dodge, he just turned his head and grinned at the pirates. At the same time, those pirates had exposed their positions by firing. The sniper who had been watching closely pulled the trigger at almost the same moment. Bang, 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 bang. Several crisp gunshots rang out, and the heads or chests of those pirates burst with blood, and they fell to the ground without a sound. The captain was finished. The officers were dead or wounded. And as for the ordinary pirates, whenever they showed their heads, they were instantly shot with precision from an unknown source. The remaining pirates finally broke down completely. We surrender. We surrender. The first one dropped his weapon, raised his hands, and knelt on the ground. Then more dropped their weapons, knelt, and put their hands behind their heads. One clever fellow even used a tree branch to lift a dirty white pair of underwear, waving it high frantically. Although the underwear was too dirty to show its original color, it served its purpose as a symbol of surrender. The battle was over. The Marines maintained a state of alert, advancing steadily in three-man teams, pinning down each surrendering pirate, handcuffing them, then counting and registering them one by one. The entire process was orderly without any chaos. Ace walked up to Buggy, looking down at the red-nosed man who had lost his limbs and was wriggling on the ground like a caterpillar, wearing an expression that said, "Is that all?" He crouched down, poked Buggy's cheek with a finger. "Hey, weren't you supposed to be tough? How did you end up like this?" Buggy glared at him, gritting his teeth. "You just wait. When I recover. Talk when you recover." Ace stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned away. Several Marines gathered around to handle this special prisoner. Buggy's main body, torso and head, was tightly bound with thick ropes, along with a pair of sea stone handcuffs tied inside, ensuring he couldn't break free. As for his severed hands and legs, the Marines didn't idle. They found a wooden board, fixed Buggy's limbs to it with ropes, and also stuffed a pair of sea stone handcuffs into the knots. Since the limbs were already severed and couldn't be handcuffed directly, this method, though somewhat comical, was Buggy's limbs were firmly fixed to the board, and with the sea stone's effect, he couldn't use his ability to recall them, only twisting his torso, futilely mumbling curses weakly. But no one paid any attention to his curses. Lion stood at the village entrance, confirming that the battlefield was under control. Just as he was about to step into the village, two crisp system notification sounds rang in his mind, making him freeze in place. Ding. Monthly mission, Overlord of the East Blue, completed. Mission objective: kill or capture a pirate with a bounty of no less than 10 million berries. Current progress completed. Buggy the Clown bounty, 15 million berries captured. Mission rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 points. Special building upgrade permit 1. Current point balance 549877. As soon as the first notification ended, a second followed, its tone and rhythm noticeably higher, as if the system itself was excited about this achievement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden achievement, East Blue Pirate Cleansing. Achievement condition: all pirates in the East Blue with bounties over 10 million berries have been eliminated or captured. This achievement is a milestone in the East Blue region, and the reward coefficient has been increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points. Random special building blueprint 1. Current point balance 1049877. Lion's pupils dilated for a moment. Lion stood still, motionless. Though his expression remained calm, his heart churned like a tempestuous sea. This was the largest fortune of points he had amassed since his transmigration. 1 million points. And the most precious of all were the upgrade permit for special class buildings and the random special building. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and forcibly suppressed the surging excitement within. Lion closed the system panel and refocused his attention on the battlefield before him. The Marines were tidying up the battlefield, counting prisoners and tending to the wounded. A medic was bandaging Su along. Though his injuries were not light, most were superficial. The worst was the gash across his abdomen. Fortunately, no internal organs were damaged. Given his constitution, a few days of rest would have him bouncing back. As for the other injured Marines, all had received emergency treatment, and no critical cases remained. Lion strode into the village, his gaze sweeping over the pirates bound in a line, then over the Marines inspecting the loot, and finally settling on Ba Ji, who was trussed up like a bundle. He walked up to Ba Ji, crouched down, and looked into those eyes brimming with fury and resentment. In a calm voice, he said, "Clown Ba Ji, you are under arrest. Also, I've prepared a special gift for you at Branch 187. Look forward to it." Ba Ji glared at Lion, gnashing his teeth. "Don't get cocky. He'll get out sooner or later. And when I do, we'll make you pay." Lion smiled, rose to his feet, and paid no further heed to the threats. He turned around and gazed at the distant sea, dyed crimson by the setting sun, silently calculating in his mind. Once back on Cayman Island, he would start planning how to use that 1,000,000 points. The upgrade of the gravity training room, the construction of the trial hall, and the use of that random special building blueprint. The branch's strength was about to undergo another transformation. After all the cleanup was finished, Lion led everyone away. The horizon of Chung Island gradually shrank astern of the Aurora, finally dissolving into a blurry gray line at the junction of sea and sky. The Aurora, laden with prisoners and spoils, cleaved through the azure waves, sailing toward Cayman Island. On the deck, Marines sat or lay in small groups, savoring the rare leisure after battle. Some polished their rifles, some dressed their wounds, some dozed against the bulwark. Though each bore the signs of exhaustion, their eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. It was the confidence and pride accumulated from consecutive victories. 3 days later at noon, the Aurora slowly pulled up to the dock. "Has Kaluo returned yet?" Lion asked a system Marine on the pier as he descended the gangway. Reporting to the branch commander staff officer, "Kaluo has not yet returned, but he has sent word that he is en route and expected to arrive in 2 days. Lion's eyebrow raised slightly. That device, forged from a year's worth of sea stone, was finally about to be. With that thing, the branch would never lack for devil fruits in the future, at least not ordinary ones. He suppressed his anticipation, turned to the Marines busy unloading and cataloging supplies, and raised his voice. "All personnel attention. First squad, escort the prisoners to the jail and complete the handover procedures. Second squad, handle the unloading and inventory of the spoils, sort them, and store them in the warehouse. The rest, dismissed. Rest for 1 day." The Marines burst into a restrained cheer. Though weary, every face wore a smile. 2 consecutive major victories. The battles of TB Island and Chung Island, where even the legendary devil fruit users, 2 of whom had been taken down, one of them by their own ordinary Marines. This had instilled in every member of Branch 187 a profound sense of belonging and pride in their branch and their comrades. Lion looked at those young faces, a satisfied smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, then turned and walked into the administration building. Back in his office, he closed the door and finally had time to do what he had been anticipating for 3 days. He sank into his office chair, leaned back, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the system panel. Point balance 1049,877. 7 digits. This was the largest fortune of points he had amassed since his transmigration. Lion took a deep breath and began the spending plan he had long envisioned. System: use the special building upgrade permit. Target gravity training room. Confirm special building upgrade permit 1. Target building gravity training room basic upgrade cost special building upgrade permit 1300 points. Upgrade duration 3 days. Note: during the upgrade, the first floor of the gravity training room can be used normally without interruption. Upgrade initiated. Remaining points 749877. A faint smile curled Lion's lips. The upgrade of the gravity training room was one of his most urgent needs. With the continuous expansion of Branch 187, hundreds of new recruits would soon flood in, and the existing gravity training room's capacity was already stretched. 1 communal hall and 5 private rooms, which had to serve both the daily training of ordinary Marines and provide dedicated space for core fighters like Suolong and AIC, were beginning to feel cramped. Especially since the previous batch of recruits could now train under at least triple gravity, but the incoming they could not. The upgraded gravity training room would have greatly increased capacity, able to accommodate many more people simultaneously. He opened the upgrade details page for the gravity training room to see the specific parameter: changes gravity training room intermediate building structure expanded from 1 floor to 3. Each floor has the same layout: 1 communal training hall, capacity 30 people training simultaneously with ample personal space, 5 private training rooms approx. 20 SQM each. Total capacity after upgrade: 3 communal halls, 15 private rooms, able to accommodate approximately 165 people training at once, including halls and rooms. Gravity adjustment range 1x to 50x, standard gravity stepless adjustment via control panel. Special effect changes, detailed description viewable after upgrade completion. Lion's eyes lingered on the words 50x gravity for a long time. 50x gravity. This meant that in the upgraded gravity training room, even his current physique could find a training load of sufficient. After all, tenfold gravity no longer exerted much pressure on him. He needed higher multiples to maintain the efficient enhancement of his body. Next, he closed the gravity training room page and opened the infrastructure module locating the trial hall. The trial hall blueprint drawn from the random special building blueprint lay quietly in the system backpack awaiting his use. System used the trial hall blueprint to begin construction. Confirmed trial hall basic blueprint 1. Construction cost 5,000 points. Construction duration 10 days. Remaining points 249877. In just a few minutes, his point balance dropped from over 1 million to just over 200,000, causing a slight pang in Ryan's heart. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. 1 million points were meant to be spent. The upgrade of the gravity training room and the construction of the trial hall were both investments crucial to the branch's long-term development. The points spent would return to him in the form of enhanced combat strength and higher training efficiency. However, not all of this harvest had been utilized yet. The next moment, Ryan's gaze fell upon an item in his backpack that he had just acquired, a random special building blueprint and used. This was the reward for achieving the East Sea Great Pirates Cleared achievement. Although the remaining points were probably insufficient to build another special structure, Ryan decided to strike while the iron was hot and open it now. Even if he couldn't afford to build it right away, there was no harm in seeing what awe-inspiring thing he could get. System used the random special building blueprint. Confirm usage random special building blueprint category special building. Randomly drawing. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Haki Awakening Hall Basic Blueprint 1. This blueprint has been automatically added to the construction module's selectable building list. The host may view and build it at any time. Ryan's eyes lit up. Haki Awakening Hall. Just the name made his heart race a little. He immediately opened the construction module, found the new entry, and clicked on the details page. Haki Awakening Hall Basic Type Special Training Facility. Floor area 80 square meters. Number of floors 1. Function description: the hall is equipped with a special energy field that can stimulate the latent Haki factors within the user's body to a certain extent, increasing the probability and speed of Haki awakening. When users meditate in the Haki Awakening Hall, they will receive the following effects. Long-term meditation in the Haki Awakening Hall can significantly enhance the probability of Haki awakening and the degree of awakening. For users who have already awakened armament Haki, it can accelerate the growth of armament Haki and the expansion of its coverage. For users who have already awakened observation Haki, it can enhance the perception range and accuracy of observation Haki. Probability of Conqueror's Haki awakening increased. Extremely low probability. In rare cases, the energy field of the Awakening Hall may trigger the latent Conqueror's Haki within the user's body. However, this effect has an extremely low probability and is only effective for users who are inherently qualified for Conqueror's Haki. Special restriction: the maximum meditation time per person per day in this hall is 1 hour. Beyond that, no further benefits will be gained. Special effect: basic version for the first 10 minutes of meditation each day. Upon entering the Haki Awakening Hall, the Haki awakening probability is increased by an additional 50. After that, every 10 minutes, the additional awakening probability decreases by 10. Construction cost 3,000 points. Construction duration 15 days. Ryan finished reading the description, fell silent for a moment, then let out a slow breath. Haki Awakening Hall. If the gravity training room was a tool for forging the physique and the trial hall a simulation ground for honing combat skills, then the Haki Awakening Hall was the key to the door of higher level power. Haki, especially armament and observation Haki, are essential abilities for the top-tier powerhouses of this world. Mastering Haki means possessing the capital to rival the true experts on the Grand Line. For Ryan, the significance of this building was even more profound. Although he had already initially mastered armament Haki, its coverage was limited and its duration short, leaving a long road ahead before true proficiency. As for observation Haki, he had not yet awakened it. With the assistance of the Haki Awakening Hall, his speed of awakening observation Haki would be greatly accelerated. More importantly, there was the effect of increased probability of Conqueror's Haki awakening. Although the description explicitly stated extremely low probability and only effective for users who are inherently qualified for Conqueror's Haki, it at least indicated that this building could indeed help users awaken Conqueror's Haki. As for whether he possessed the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki, Ryan had never doubted this. What was the so-called king's quality? In essence, wasn't it just high spiritual power? As a soul transmigrator, he had never doubted that his spiritual power was insufficient. What Ryan lacked was merely an opportunity. Then he glanced at the construction cost for 0 points. He checked his current point balance, 239877. Well, another case of can't afford it yet. But no matter, after completing 2 or 3 weekly missions plus the occasional income from daily tasks. Anyway, the blueprint was already in hand, and the building wasn't going to run away. Once he accumulated enough points later, he could start construction at any time. Ryan closed the system panel, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. Outside the window, the setting sun was slowly sinking into the sea, dyeing the entire sky a brilliant orangey. The sea breeze blew in through the half-open window, carrying a salty, damp scent brushing against his weary face. He silently calculated his next plans in his mind. The gravity training room would be upgraded in 3 days, the trial hall completed in 10 days. Kuro would return with the device tomorrow, and the Haki Awakening Hall would have to wait until he saved enough points. Besides that, there were the expansion of the branch, the takeover of new jurisdictions, the cooperative training program with headquarters. A mountain of tasks awaited him. But at this moment, he just wanted to sit quietly watching the sunset outside the window, enjoying this brief tranquility. The next morning, a nondescript commercial cargo ship arrived at the dock of Coman Island. The ship bore no markings of the Norman family, and its hull was painted an ordinary dark gray, blending in inconspicuously with the merchant vessels plying the sea. But when it docked, the first person to emerge from the cabin made the waiting sailors on the pier instantly straighten their back. Kuro, the chief of staff of Branch 187, and also Ryan's steward. Kuro walked down the gangplank, his dark gray traveling suit still immaculate, as if he had just finished not a long sea voyage but a leisurely outing. Behind him, 4 Norman family guards in plain clothes carried a huge wooden crate together, carefully moving it out of the hold and onto a flatbed cart on the pier. The crate was astonishing in size, roughly 3 meters in length, width, and height, wrapped in thick waterproof canvas and reinforced with iron bands at every corner resembling a gigantic coffin. Kuro approached Ryan and gave a slight bow. "Young master, the item has arrived intact. Good work." Ryan nodded, his gaze falling on the huge crate, a hint of barely concealed anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Transport it directly to the prison. The interrogation room is already prepared." "Yes, young master." Under Crow's command, 4 guards slowly pushed a flatbed cart through the camp, heading toward the prison. Along the way, many Navy soldiers curiously eyed the enormous wooden crate, whispering among themselves about what it might contain. Yet no one dared to inquire. When the crate was transported to the deepest interrogation chamber of the prison, and its outer packaging was removed, its true form was revealed. It was a massive pitch-black iron cabinet, 3 meters in length, width, and height, square, sturdy, like a metallic beast lurking in the shadows. The surface of the cabinet exhibited a unique matte texture, reflecting almost no light under the dim illumination, as if the light striking it was completely absorbed. The door was heavy, its edges fitted with a ring of sealing, also matte black rubber padding, ensuring complete airtightness when closed. A complex mechanical lock was mounted on the door, requiring a specific key to open. From the outside, it indeed appeared to be merely a large black iron cabinet. But Ryan knew it was far more than that. He approached the black cabinet, extended a finger, and gently tapped it. The sound was not the crisp clang of ordinary metal, but a duller, heavier resonance. Because the cabinet's shell was not solid iron, it was a composite structure. The base material was the hardest alloy steel the Norman family could procure, with a layer of about 1 millimeter thick sea stone coating electroplated onto the steel surface. Yes, a coating, not a solid sea stone construction. After all, if the entire cabinet were made of pure sea stone, the Norman family's annual sea stone procurement would not suffice. But Ryan adopted a more economical and practical approach, grinding sea stone into an extremely fine powder, then using a special electroplating process to evenly attach the sea stone powder to the steel surface, forming a dense and robust sea stone coating. This 1 millimeter thick sea stone coating was already sufficient to achieve the function Ryan required. Ryan named this device the Black Vault. After arriving in this world, Ryan had long prepared for the future plundering of devil fruit. He recalled that in his past life, there were several theories about the rebirth of devil fruits. Some said that when a devil fruit user died, the fruit would reincarnate nearby into a fruit. Others claimed the rebirth was completely random, with the entire planet as the range. Still others maintained that devil fruits possessed consciousness and would choose their rebirth location. In short, each theory had its supporters and its own rationale. But frankly, Ryan held the first theory in the greatest contempt. After all, that theory had too many flaws. One could easily find many counterexamples in the original work, especially glaring inconsistencies in plot logic and numerous setting loopholes. Nonetheless, Ryan firmly believed in the principle that practice yields truth. Thus, several years ago, the Norman family purchased 3 devil fruit user slaves from Sabaody Archipelago through special channels and secretly transported them to the East Blue. Using 2 of them, Ryan conducted experiments. He then proved one thing: the theory of nearby rebirth was absolutely wrong. Even when he knew exactly which fruits they had eaten and prepared the corresponding fruits from the devil fruit encyclopedia, the attempt still failed. Therefore, Ryan now leaned more toward the third possibility, that devil fruits possess consciousness and choose their own rebirth locations. After all, in the original work, there were indeed examples of nearby rebirth, and the notion that devil fruits have a will seemed the most plausible. So, a new question arose in that case: what method could be used to plunder a devil fruit from a user? After prolonged thought, Ryan conceived a new idea. If he imprisoned the devil fruit, preventing it from leaving, could he force it to reincarnate nearby? Then he had the Black Vault constructed and conducted another experiment with the last of the devil fruit user slaves. That time he succeeded. This was the first time he had forcibly plundered a devil fruit from a user's body since arriving in this world. The working principle of the Black Vault was not complicated. The devil fruit user was locked inside the cabinet, while a non-user executioner entered along with them. The executioner carried a few suitable fruits, typically chosen according to the fruit form of the user's ability from the devil fruit encyclopedia. Then the cabinet door was closed, completely isolating the interior from the outside. After that, it was simple. The executioner killed the user with a single stroke. When the user died, the devil fruit's power within their body would disperse, seeking the nearest compatible fruit to inhabit. Since the cabinet space was completely sealed by the sea stone coating and isolated from the outside, the devil fruit's energy could not escape. With suitable fruits placed inside, the only option left for the devil fruit was to attach itself to the prepared fruit. Finally, after the fruit's rebirth was complete, the cabinet door was opened and a brand new devil fruit was obtained. Ryan walked around the Black Vault, carefully inspecting the door's seal and the reliability of the lock, then nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the Navy soldier beside him and said, "Go bring Alvida and Buggy here." Moments later, the two pirates were escorted into the interrogation chamber. Alvida's hands were shackled with sea stone cuffs. Although her smooth fruit ability still maintained her beautiful appearance, her eyes were filled with unease and vigilance. She had no idea what this young branch commander intended to do with her. Buggy was in even worse shape. His limbs were still fixed to separate planks carried in by two Navy soldiers, with a rag stuffed in his mouth, allowing only angry grunts through his nose. When the two were brought into the interrogation chamber and saw the massive black iron cabinet standing in the center of the room, Alvida's face instantly turned pale. Though she did not know the specific purpose of the iron cabinet, the combination of interrogation chamber, iron cabinet, and Ryan's calm and composed expression, these elements together sent a chill down her spine. What are you going to do?" Alvida's voice. Ryan did not answer her question. He simply gestured with his chin toward the Navy soldiers. "Put her in first." "Yes, sir." Two Navy soldiers grabbed Alvida, ignoring her almost futile struggles and cries, opened the heavy door of the Black Vault, and pushed her inside. Then a system Navy soldier who had been prepared, holding a sharp standard-issue saber in his left hand and a plump peach in his right, followed into the cabinet. The heavy door closed behind them with a dull click. The mechanical lock was turned, completely isolating the interior from the outside. The interrogation room fell silent. Ryan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze calmly fixed on the closed cabinet door. Crow stood beside him, adjusting his glasses. Though his expression remained composed, his eyes occasionally darted to the black cabinet. Several system Navy soldiers stood at the doorway, barely daring to breathe, waiting for the result. 1 minute passed. No sound came from inside the cabinet. The Black Vault soundproofing was excellent, almost no noise from inside leaked out. 2 minutes passed. Still silent. 3 minutes passed. Ryan frowned slightly. Was something wrong? The rebirth process of a devil fruit should be swift. During his previous experiments, it took about 3 minutes. Just as he began to consider waiting a bit longer before opening the cabinet to check, a click sounded. The mechanical lock on the door was turned from inside. The cabinet door slowly opened, and the system marine stepped out. The blade of his standard-issue saber was stained with crimson blood, each drop falling to the floor with a distinct patter. His expression was calm, his breathing steady, as if what he had just completed was not an execution, but a routine task. In his right hand, a pink peach was held firmly. The peach looked much like an ordinary one, but its surface was covered with bizarre patterns, spiral lines as intricate as fingerprints glistening with an odd sheen under the light. One glance was enough to tell that this was no ordinary peach. Lion took the devil fruit, weighed it in his hand, examined the patterns on its surface, and then a slow smile spread across his lips. "It's done." He turned and held the devil fruit before Baji. The moment Baji saw the oddly patterned peach, his pupils contracted sharply and his face was flooded with terror. Though he had never witnessed the rebirth of a devil fruit with his own eyes, he had heard legends about it. Now seeing Yair Lita locked inside that black cabinet and a devil fruit emerging, he still did not understand the principle, but he immediately realized what was in Lion's hand. It was undoubtedly Yair Lita's smooth fruit. And he also understood another thing, his own fate that was about to follow. Baji writhed frantically, trying to break free, but the sea stone suppressed all his strength and the ropes firmly bound his limbs. Every struggle was futile. Lion signaled the marine to remove the cloth from Baji's mouth. As soon as it was removed, Baji spoke urgently, his voice sharp and rapid with fear. You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I was a crew member on Pirate King Roger's ship. Xiang Kasi and I are sworn brothers. If you kill me, they will never let you off. They have my Vivre card. The moment I die, they'll know immediately. Baji's words came out in a torrent, as if he feared that a single slow sentence would drag him into that black cabinet. Lion, however, quietly watched his performance. Would Xiang Kasi and Layli actively attack the Marines for you? Don't be ridiculous. At most, they'll sigh a few words when they hear of your death. They'll drink some wine and reminisce about the past. But coming all the way to the East Blue to attack a Marine branch, they wouldn't do that. At this moment, beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on Baji's forehead. His eyes were wide and his voice trembled with a nearly pleading tone. Think it over. Is it worth offending an emperor and a group of former Pirate King's companions for a single devil? If they find out you kill me, they will come after you. What can a tiny East Blue branch chief do against an emperor? Hearing Baji still threatening him, Lion stepped forward, looked down at his face twisted with fear, and paused. Then he spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if stating the most ordinary fact. Are you done? Baji opened his mouth to say more, but Lion had already turned around. He waved to the two system Marines nearby. Drag him in. No. You can't do this. I'm telling Xiang Kasi will really come for you. Baji's shouts were cut short as a Marine stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. The two system Marines lifted the board that bound Baji's limbs, carried it to the black cabinet, and opened the door. Without hesitation, they threw him and the board inside. Then the same Marine who had performed the execution earlier, holding a saber and a pineapple in his other hand, stepped into the black cabinet. The cabinet door closed again with a dull click. Lion stood before the closed door, hands in his coat pockets, his expression as calm as still water. Behind him, Kaluo adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, Young master, what do you think about what Baji said? It's true. Lion replied without turning his head. Baji was indeed an apprentice on Roger's ship, and he did have a connection with Xiang Kasi. But so what? Now he is a pirate, and we are Marines. Marines catch pirates. It's only natural. Most importantly, despite their connections, whether it's Xiang Kasi, who is an emperor in the New World, Layli hiding in Shampoo, or the others, none of them are likely to attack the Marines over Baji's death. Lion paused, then added with a hint of significance, before long, we will seek out these people ourselves. Kaluo raised an eyebrow slightly, but asked nothing. A few minutes later, the cabinet door opened again. The execution Marine stepped out, his saber also stained with blood, but this time his expression carried a hint of subtle confusion. He walked to Lion and opened his palm. In his palm lay a pineapple, its surface covered with the same eerie spiral patterns as the previous peach, glistening with an odd sheen under the light. The chop fruit obtained. Lion picked up the apple, examined it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Kaluo and said, store these two fruits safely in the branch's vault. No one is to access them without my personal written order. Understood. Kaluo took the two devil fruits, wrapped them carefully in flannel, and placed them in a special metal box. Then he personally carried the box out of the interrogation room. Lion stood in the room, his gaze falling on the black cabinet that still faintly reeked of blood. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked out. Sunlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, casting a warm patch of light on the floor. He squinted and gazed at the vast sea in the distance, calculating silently. Two devil fruits, one smooth fruit, one chop fruit. Honestly, he didn't think much of them. Not because they were weak. On the contrary, both were powerful, but Baji and Yair Lita had no idea how to develop them. The chop fruit, especially if developed properly, could become one of the top-tier paramecia. However, Lion had studied the system. Once the system reached LV3, the shop module would unlock. Although he couldn't see what was for sale yet. Based on his past life experience reading novels, there would definitely be devil fruits available for exchange, likely with no side effects. After all, the Aurora fruit the system gave him was a side defect-free version. So he truly looked down on native devil, but still, disdain aside, he could still use them to trade with the headquarters. Exchange for personnel or privilege. For example, cross-jurisdictional law enforcement in the East Blue. Lion felt that warring states would likely agree. Lion sat at his desk for a long time, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, his gaze fixed on the sea outside the window, dyed red by the setting sun as his thoughts raced. The smooth fruit. This devil fruit, stripped from Yair Lita, now lay quietly in the drawer of his desk, sealed inside a specially made lead-lined wooden box. Its value is neither high nor low. The ability of the smooth fruit is not top tier in actual combat. It lacks the devastating area effect attacks of Logia types, nor does it possess the miraculous rule-level powers of Paramecia types. Its primary effect is to make the user's skin extremely smooth, allowing physical attacks to slide off, along with a certain beautifying effect. Of course, if one's imagination takes flight. The smooth fruit can also be developed into some special and highly useful applications. Yet Airlitas simply never thought of it, as she only developed the most basic abilities. This is just like Ba Ji, who never understood the true usage of his own devil fruit. There are no worthless devil fruits, only users who don't know how to use them. That's exactly the case here. But for Lion, the greatest value of this fruit lies not in its ability, but in the fact that it is a devil fruit. A devil fruit that can be used for trade. He reached out and picked up the transponder snail on the desk, dialing an encrypted channel. After a few rings, the transponder snail was answered and a low, authoritative voice came through. "This is Zhanghua. Marshal Zhanghua, good evening." Lion's tone was calm and polite. "Forgive me for disturbing you, but there is something I would like to discuss with you." On the other end, Zhanghua was silent for a moment, seemingly surprised that Lion had taken the initiative to contact him. "You kid, what favor are you trying to get from me this time? Speak up." Hearing this, Lion cleared his throat twice, organized his thoughts, and then slowly began to speak. Marshal Branch 187 is about to begin large-scale recruitment. Once the forces are expanded, training and practical exercises for the new recruits become a problem that must be solved. However, currently all pirates in the East Blue with bounties over 10 million berries have been eliminated, and even within Branch 187's own jurisdiction, pirates with bounties over 1 million, or even several 100,000, have become extremely scarce. He paused, then continued. Without real combat opportunities, the new recruits cannot truly grow. No matter how well they train on the training grounds, if they haven't seen blood or fought for real, they will still have problems on the battlefield. Therefore, I hope the headquarters will grant Branch 187 a special privilege, allowing me to strike and eliminate pirates in any branch's jurisdiction within the East Blue. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Lion could hear the faint sound of breathing from the transponder snail, indicating that Zhanghua was seriously considering his proposal. After a long moment, Zhanghua spoke, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Do you know what your request means? There are over 20 branches in the East Blue, each with its own jurisdiction and authority. Allowing you to operate across regions means breaking the jurisdictional barriers between East Blue branches. What will the other branch chiefs think? So, I am willing to offer a devil fruit as a bargaining chip." Lion's tone remained calm. Branch 187 recently seized a devil fruit, the paramecia type, smooth fruit. If the headquarters is willing to grant Branch 187 the privilege of cross-regional pirate suppression, I am willing to surrender this fruit to the headquarters. Moreover, Marshal, you know that those branches in the East Blue are usually somewhat inactive, aren't they? There was silence again on the other end. This silence lasted longer than before. Clearly, Zhanghua had not expected Lion to offer a devil fruit as a trade chip. The price of a devil fruit on the black market is at least 100 million berries, even for the most worthless kind. If the ability is rare or powerful, the price can reach several 100 million or even billions of berries. Although the smooth fruit is not a top-tier ability, a genuine devil fruit still holds value for the marine. Half a year. Zhanghua finally spoke, his voice carrying a decisive finality. "I will give you a 6-month privilege period. During these 6 months, Branch 187 may strike and eliminate pirates within the jurisdiction of any East Blue branch. All East Blue branches must cooperate and not obstruct. But after the 6 months expire, this privilege will automatically terminate. If an extension is needed, we will discuss it then." Hearing this, the corner of Lion's mouth lifted slightly. "Deal. Send that devil fruit along with the previous arms order to headquarters." "Lion, you kid always manage to surprise me, and of course you're also good at causing me trouble." "Marshal flatters me," Lion replied modestly. "And how can this be called causing trouble?" The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. Lion put down the transponder snail's receiver, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. Half a year. That's enough. During these 6 months, he was confident that Branch 187 would set foot in every corner of the East Blue, eliminating all pirates with bounties above a certain amount. He had a faint premonition. Since clearing all pirates in the East Blue with bounties over 10 million could trigger a hidden achievement, could clearing those over 5 million, over 1 million, or even all wanted pirates in the East Blue also yield corresponding achievements and rewards? If so, that would be an unimaginable amount of points and resources. And the privilege of cross-regional operations was the key prerequisite to achieving this goal. Meanwhile, in the Marshal's office at Marineford, Zhanghua also put down the transponder snail's receiver. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his hands over his stomach, and gazed through the window at the sea shrouded in twilight, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A devil fruit. That was an unexpected bonus. But what he truly valued was not the smooth fruit itself, but the plan that Lion had proposed. Lion provides the money, manpower, and effort to help the Marines purge the pirate forces in the East Blue, and in the end the Marine headquarters still gains the reputation. No matter how you calculate it, it's a win-win. Moreover, if the East Blue pirates are largely eliminated, the Marine headquarters will have a reason to disband a number of redundant branches that have long been inactive in the East Blue, saving a large amount of funds each year. Not to mention that the practical combat experience accumulated by Branch 187 during cross-regional operations will indirectly enhance the overall combat capability of the Marines in the East Blue. Multiple benefits with one move. Only a fool would refuse. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lion that he was making a profit instead. Instead, he would even complain that Lion was causing him trouble again. Zhangguo picked up his pen and wrote a line of annotation on the document on his desk. Authorize Branch 187 with cross-regional action privilege valid for 6 months. Inform all East Blue branches to cooperate. 3 days later, most of the bandages on Zoro had been removed. Although the wound on his abdomen still required gauze covering, his monster-like recovery allowed him to move about freely without any issues. He walked across the training ground of the branch base with steady steps and calm breathing. It was impossible to tell that just a few days ago he had been drenched in blood and nearly sliced to pieces by Buggy. Lion stood by the window of his office watching the green-haired figure stretching and moving on the training ground. He couldn't help but shake his head. People in the pirate world, especially those blessed with protagonist auras, possess recovery abilities that defy logic. If this were his past life, Zoro's injuries would have required at least a month of bed rest. Yet Zoro could walk in 3 days and be full of energy in 5, a walking medical miracle. Turning around, he walked back to his desk, sat down, and said to the Marine at the door, "Go fetch Zoro." A few minutes later, Zoro pushed open the door and entered. Still hanging at his waist were the 3 swords he had used on Orange Island, Wado Ikamanji, and 2 ordinary tachi. Though the 3 swords rested in their scabbards, Lion knew well that the 2 ordinary tachi had numerous small nicks on their blades, and their bodies were covered in obvious scratches. The wear was unmistakable. Zoro walked up to Lion, stopped, and asked casually, "What do you want?" Lion looked him over, confirming that his mental and physical states were fine, then spoke slowly. "How's your won't dot?" Zoro replied curtly. "Good." Lion nodded, then bent down and lifted 2 long rectangular wooden boxes from beneath the desk, placing them on the surface. The 2 boxes were identical in size and shape, about 1.2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. Made of fine black walnut, their surfaces were polished, smooth, and delicate, with brass edging at the corners, looking exquisite and refined. Zoro's eyes fell on the 2 boxes, and his pupils contracted slightly. As if guessing what lay inside, his breathing grew a bit quicker, but he didn't ask, simply waiting for Lion to unveil the answer. Lion didn't keep him waiting long. He opened the clasp of the first box, lifted the lid, and revealed a tachi lying quietly inside. The scabbard of that sword was pitch black, devoid of any decoration, plain to the point of austerity. Yet when Lion grasped the hilt and drew it from the box, the blade flashed a cold, sharp gleam under the light. It was a deep, restrained luster, as if the blade itself was absorbing the surrounding light. This sword is named Sandai Kitetsu. Lion laid the sword horizontally on the table, its tip pointing toward Zoro. A fine blade ranked among the 50 fine swords. Forged by the renowned swordsmith Kazuki Sukiyaki of Wano country, from the same lineage as the Shodai Kitetsu and Nidai Kitetsu. Though it is the 3rd generation, its sharpness and malevolent spirit far surpass ordinary blades. It is said that this sword curses its wielder. Only those with strong fate can master it. But I think you can handle it. Zoro's gaze fell on the sword, radiating an eerie cold light, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. He said nothing, simply reached out and slowly grasped the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt a faint, almost living tremor resonate from the blade. It was a sensation of probing, evaluating, and challenging him. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zoro's mouth as he tightened his grip, and the tremor subsided as if the blade had acknowledged his worth. Seeing Zoro's expression change, Lion knew that Sandai Kitetsu had found its owner. He nodded in satisfaction and opened the second wooden box. Inside the second box lay a tachi with a longer, more elegant blade. Its scabbard was black, adorned with pale blue wave patterns, and the tsuba was copper carved with delicate cloud motifs. Unlike the deep, restrained aura of Sandai Kitetsu, this sword exuded a warmer, more refined presence. This sword is named Yubashiri. Lion also took out the sword and placed it beside Sandai Kitetsu. Also among the 50 fine swords renowned for its lightness and agility. Its blade is sharp, and when swung it cuts through the air as silently as falling snow, hence its name. These 2 swords had been purchased by Lion's men from a weapon shop in Lobetown. According to the report, the shopkeeper was a cranky old man who initially refused to sell. However, the Norman family always had their ways. The emissary slammed a briefcase containing 30 million berries onto the counter. The shopkeeper still wanted to refuse, but before he could utter the words, his wife rushed down from the 2nd floor and knocked him unconscious with a single slap. Thus the deal was struck. By the time the Norman family's men left, the shopkeeper was still lying on the floor. 30 million berries was indeed not cheap, but in the East Blue, a fine sword of the 50 work grade was a rare find, often impossible to obtain even with money. Acquiring 2 swords for 30 million berries was an absolute bargain. In truth, Lion had sent his men with 100 million berries. If not for the shopkeeper's wife's intervention after the second refusal, the Norman family's men would have offered 50 million, 80 million, or even 100 million. So in a sense, that slap from the shopkeeper's wife might have directly knocked off 70 million berries. Lion pushed the 2 swords side by side toward Zoro and said calmly, "Your Wado Ikamanji is a great grade sword, one of the 21, truly excellent. But those other 2 swords are nearly worn out, aren't they? I saw clearly during your fight with Buggy on Orange Island. The nicks and scratches on the blades have reached the point of affecting performance. And as a swordsman without good swords in hand, your combat strength is at least halved. These 2 swords are to complete your equipment." Zoro was silent for a moment. He looked down at the 2 brand new renowned swords on the table, then at the old scarred swords at his waist. He reached out and slowly grasped the hilts of Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. His fingers gently traced the surface of the scabbards, feeling the newsword texture, untainted by blood, and then raised his eyes to Lion. "Thanks." Zoro was not one for sentimentality. His tone carried a rare sincerity. Lion leaned back in his chair and waved a hand. "Don't thank me yet. These swords aren't a gift. You'll have to chop more pirates for me. And you'll be involved in the recruitment and expansion plan of Branch 187. Also, you're in charge of the new recruits' swordsmanship training." A faint grin tugged at Zoro's lips. He wasted no more words, inserting Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri into the scabbards at his waist, replacing the 2 nearly worn-out blades. At the moment of the swap, he felt a surge of new power settle at his waist. It was like a seasoned warrior donning a new suit of armor, a complete renewal of spirit. He turned and walked out of the office, his steps much lighter than when he had entered. Through the window, Lion watched him step out of the administration building, stop on the training ground, slowly draw Sandai Kitetsu, and examine the blade's pattern in the sunlight. Then he drew Yubashiri, swinging it gently to feel the smoothness of the blade cutting through the air. Afterward, he sheathed the swords and strode toward the training grounds, clearly eager to test them. Lion watched his figure disappear through the entrance of the training grounds, smiled, then withdrew his gaze, and sat back down at his desk. Just as he was about to handle the next document, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Gravity training room upgrade complete. Current level intermediate. Lion paused for a moment, then slowly put down the document, a hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. The upgrade of the gravity training room was finally finished. He stood up, left the office, and walked toward the 3-story building that had stood on the east side of the training ground for several days. As he pushed open the door to the gravity training room, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. The hall, which originally had only 1 level, had now been opened up internally, revealing corridors on the 2nd and 3rd floors that surrounded the courtyard, creating a much more spacious overall feel. The area of the hall remained unchanged, but the height of the ceiling had increased, and the ventilation and lighting had noticeably improved. Meanwhile, on the control panel, the gravity multiplier slider had changed from the original 110 to 1. This meant that the maximum gravity had been increased to 5 times its original value. Ryan walked into his private room and adjusted the gravity multiplier to 10 times on the control panel. Buzz. The familiar sense of pressure descended once more, but he had grown accustomed to this level of gravity. He pushed the slider to 11 times. 12 times. Each time he adjusted it, he would adapt for a few minutes before increasing the gravity by another factor. It wasn't until he reached 15 times that his body suddenly sank heavily, breathing became somewhat difficult, and his legs began to tremble slightly, yet he could still endure. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the slider to 16 times. Boom. It felt as if a great mountain had pressed down on his shoulders. His knees buckled slightly, and every muscle in his body protested. He gritted his teeth and after about 10 seconds adjusted the gravity back down to 15 times. Ryan could clearly feel that under this gravity not only was he unable to achieve his training goals, but it would also likely harm his body, making it a loss rather than a gain. After all, he was not a scion. So 15 times is currently the limit my physique can endure. Ryan muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. But in no more than 3 months, I will surely be able to withstand and adapt to 50 times gravity. He turned and walked out of the gravity training room, standing at the entrance looking up at the now upgraded 3-story building, starting to ponder another question. Unlike the 10 times gravity, if news of 50 times gravity got out, it might cause some trouble. At least at this stage, Ryan did not want to attract any such trouble. Therefore, after experiencing the intermediate gravity training room, he reset the building through the system. Firstly, he set one of the single rooms on the 3rd floor as his exclusive space, ensuring that no one else could enter without his consent. Then he set the maximum adjustable gravity range for the 3 halls and the other 14 single rooms. This way, regardless of who used them, the gravity adjustment range displayed on the control panel would only show the interval of 110 times, with Ryan's exclusive room being the exception. As for the other single rooms used by others, adjustments would be made later based on the situation. 3 days passed in a flurry of busyness. At the dock of Kerman Island, a bustling scene had begun since early morning. Sailors lined up in 2 long queues, transporting heavy wooden crates from the warehouse, like ants moving their nest, carefully loading them onto the large warship docked at the pier. The crates were uniform in size, each approximately 1.2 meters long and 40 centimeters wide, wrapped in waterproof oilcloth and reinforced with iron straps at the corners. The side of the crates bore black paint with numbers and labels. Norman 1537 bolt-action rifle standard type, 10 units per box, and Norman 1537 sniper rifle precision type, 5 units per box. There were also a few smaller crates containing neatly stacked ammunition. The brass casings glimmered warmly in the sunlight, each row separated by cardboard to ensure they did not collide during transport. This shipment was the first batch of firearms purchased by the Naval Headquarters for the 187th Division. 1,000 Norman 1537 bolt-action rifles, 50 Norman 1537 sniper rifles, and 500,000 rounds of ammunition. The total value of the order was 50 million berries. After deducting the quantities previously taken by Ji Yuan and Tina when they returned to the headquarters, the remaining parts completed production and quality inspection today and were officially delivered for shipment. The value of this shipment was far more than just 50 million berries. If any mistakes occurred during transport, if it were to be hijacked by pirates, revolutionaries, or other forces, then the loss would be 50 million berries, and it would be quite troublesome. Thus, both Ryan and Sengoku placed great importance on the safety of this shipment. Sengoku's arrangements were very prudent. He directly deployed Colonel Smoker from Lobetown, leading 100 elite sailors from Lobetown aboard a large warship to the 187th Division to receive and escort this shipment. Although Smoker's personal strength was not top tier in the Grand Line in the East Blue, a user of the Smokefront was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Moreover, the sailors from Lobetown were the most well-trained and experienced force in the entire East Blue, ensuring a safe escort for this shipment. According to Sengoku's plan, Smoker only needed to safely escort the goods to Lobetown and then temporarily guard them until the personnel sent from the headquarters arrived. Meanwhile, personnel from the headquarters were already on the way. A total of 5 warships with 2 elite officers on board specifically came from Marineford to Lobetown to receive the goods and transport them back to headquarters. This indicates the level of Sengoku's concern. After all, apart from the generals and candidates, elite vice-admirals were already the strongest combat power in the headquarters, and 2 had been dispatched at once. At the dock, Smoker stood by the gangplank, arms crossed, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, smoke swirling around him. He watched as sailors loaded box after box of goods onto the ship. His expression seemed somewhat impatient, as this escort mission was incredibly boring for him. He would rather chase a few pirates than watch others move boxes. But Sengoku's orders were orders, and he had to carry them out no matter how reluctant he was. Ryan stood next to him, observing the loading process unfold, smoothly nodding in satisfaction before turning to Smoker. Smoker, in addition to the order for the headquarters, I have prepared an extra 50 Norman 1537 bolt-action rifles, 5 sniper rifles, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition for you. Smoker raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Ryan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, what do you mean by, I promised you during the joint operation at Iron Wall Island? Ryan smiled. Lobetown contributed a lot during the joint operation, and I can't let you work for nothing. Smoker fell silent for a moment, then snorted, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Well, just to clarify, it's free of charge. Indeed, but only for these. If you want more later, it'll be charged at the headquarters procurement price. Hearing this, Smoker didn't hesitate at all, directly waving to the sailors from Lobetown to load the items. I've accepted the items. If you ever need help in the future, as long as it doesn't violate justice, feel free to contact me. The loading process lasted nearly 2 hours. When the last wooden crate was securely placed in the ship's hold, and the sailors shut the hatch and locked it with iron bolts, Smoker nodded at Ryan. He said, "We're off," then turned and walked up the gangplank. Ryan stood at the dock, watching the warship slowly depart, heading into the distance. But just as he was about to turn back to the office, he saw Smoker walk up to the cabin door, reaching out to push it open and take a look at the newly acquired firearms when a petite but resolute figure blocked his way. Dashki stood at the cabin door, hands on her hips, looking up at Smoker with a serious expression, her tone resolute and unyielding. "Colonel Smoker, there are currently large quantities of ammunition and flammable materials stored in the cabin. If you enter with that cigar, it could potentially cause a fire or even an explosion. Therefore, I absolutely cannot allow you to enter the cabin until you extinguish that cigar." Smoker's expression instantly fell. "I'm just going in for a quick look. The cigar doesn't necessarily ignite the powder. No means no, this is a matter of principle. If you really want to enter, please extinguish the cigar first. Dashki stood her ground. Smoker glared at her while Dashki stood her ground and met his gaze. The two stood at the cabin door in a stalemate for about 10 seconds. Finally, Smoker conceded, cursing under his breath as he turned and walked toward the bridge. He continued to mumble. Damn girl. Getting more and more disrespectful. What's wrong with me smoking a cigar? It's not the first time on a ship. Dashki watched his retreating figure, let out a sigh of relief, then turned around to carefully check the locks on the cabin door. Confirming it was secure, she nodded in satisfaction and left. Ryan, witnessing this scene from a distance on the dock, couldn't help but smile before turning back to the administrative building. On the afternoon of seeing Smoker off, Lane was in his office reviewing the progress of the new recruitment plan. The transponder snail on his desk suddenly rang. He picked up the receiver and Fleet Admiral Jean Guo's voice came through. Lane, there are two things I need to inform you about. Jean Guo's tone was pleasant, clearly in a good mood. The first matter concerns Captain T Na's transfer. I've spoken with her, and she has agreed to take up a post at Branch 187. Lane's eyebrow twitched slightly, but he did not interrupt Jean Guo. Captain T Na is one of the outstanding young officers at headquarters. You should already be aware of her abilities and record. Honestly, transferring her to your side, I'm a bit reluctant to let her go. Jean Guo said half-jokingly, then his tone turned formal. However, considering the actual situation at Branch 187 and the cooperative training plan you proposed, this transfer is reasonable. The paperwork for Captain T Na's transfer will be completed shortly. She will accompany the next batch of personnel heading to the East Blue and arrive at Coman Island. Besides, T Na is a headquarters captain. After transferring to your side, she will become a captain of the 4 Seas. Although both are captains, everyone knows that a captain of the 4 Seas and a headquarters captain are entirely different. Therefore, after T Na transfers to Branch 187, I intend to appoint her as Vice Branch Chief as compensation. Of course, according to my previous agreement with you, I do not interfere with the personnel of Branch 187. So this still depends on your approval. If it's not acceptable, then T Na's matter will need to be reconsidered. After all, a headquarters captain going to the East Blue while remaining a captain, that really wouldn't look right. Lane understood Jean Guo's meaning. He also knew that this was not Jean Guo trying to share his authority at Branch 187, but truly, as he said, a headquarters captain going to the East Blue to serve as a captain, that indeed seemed improper. Moreover, T Na was an outstanding young officer at headquarters. If this were done, various rumors would inevitably, but if she were transferred to the East Blue as a branch chief, and even the vice chief of a first-class branch, at least it would sound more reasonable. Thank you for your support, Marshal. I agree to your proposal. As Lane responded, his mind was already calculating the personnel arrangements after T Na's arrival. Which matters could be entrusted to her, and which she would be responsible for. This required careful consideration. At least initially, he certainly could not give her full reign. Don't thank me yet. There's a second matter. A hint of meaningful amusement crept into Jean Guo's voice. Regarding the cooperative training plan you proposed earlier, allowing headquarters personnel to use the gravity training room for training. The Navy's High Command has discussed it and made a decision. ZFA will depart together with T Na, and he will personally lead the elite training camp's trainees as the first batch of headquarters personnel to train at Branch 187, with a rotation cycle of 3 months. Lane was stunned. ZFA. The former admiral of the Navy headquarters, now the chief instructor of the Navy's elite training camp, a legendary figure known as the Admiral of Non-Killing. He was actually going to lead the team to Branch 187 in person. This piece of information carried far more weight than T Na's transfer. ZFA is very curious about the effectiveness of the gravity training room. He says that if the gravity training room is as effective as described in your and Guillaume's reports, then he might consider moving part of the elite training camp's curriculum to Branch 187. Of course, this is just his initial idea. He will make a final decision after an on-site inspection. Lane was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "It is an honor for Branch 187 that Instructor ZFA is willing to come. I will make all necessary arrangements for his reception and cooperation." Very good. Then these two matters are settled. The specific schedule will be communicated to you by a designated person later. If he could recognize the training system of Branch 187 and even relocate part of the elite training camp's curriculum to Coman Island, it would bring a tremendous boost in reputation and resources. But ZFA personally leading a team, that was an unexpected delight. ZFA was not only a former admiral of the Navy headquarters, but also the chief instructor who had trained countless naval elites. If he could recognize the training system of Branch 187 and even relocate part of the elite training camp's curriculum to Coman Island, it would bring a tremendous boost in reputation and resources to Branch 187. More importantly, Lane had already been thinking of finding an opportunity to approach ZFA later. After all, Zepha's fate was too tragic. Rather than watching him betray the Navy and ultimately meet his death, it would be better to directly bring him over and let him continue to shine for his Branch 187 in the remaining years of his life. Now he didn't have to find a way to approach. The man himself was coming. Lane stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the camp, gradually quieting under the glow of the setting sun, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tina was coming, Zafa was coming too. When they came, they would never leave. At night, Lane was in a private room, having adjusted the gravity multiplier to 15 times. Sweat streamed like rivulets from his forehead and back, pooling on the floor into a spreading puddle. His breathing was heavy and powerful, his muscles trembling slightly under the oppressive force of gravity, yet his gaze was exceptionally focused. He kept repeating the most basic movements. Punch, withdraw, punch, withdraw. Every movement was slow and heavy, as if struggling through mud, but each exertion clearly felt the muscle fibers cycling between tearing and repair, growing stronger, denser. He had been in this room for nearly an hour. 15 times gravity was the optimal training load his physique could currently withstand, generating enough stress to stimulate physical growth without exceeding the body's capacity and causing injury. Just as he was about to begin the next set of exercises, an urgent knock came from outside the door. Lane stopped, walked to the control panel on the wall, and slowly adjusted the gravity back to normal. The invisible pressure receded like a tide, and his body instantly felt much lighter. He grabbed the towel hanging on the wall, wiped the sweat from his face, and opened the door. Standing outside was Kaluo. His expression remained as calm as ever, but there was a rare hint of gravity in his eyes. In his hand, he held a transponder snail that was still in use. Seeing Lane open the door, he immediately spoke. "Young master, something has happened. A merchant ship of the Nurman family discovered at sea that the warship carrying weapons entrusted to Captain C. Moj is under attack." Lane's hand, wiping his face, froze. According to our men's description, the situation aboard that warship is far from optimistic. Most of the sailors have already fallen. Captain Smoker is holding on with great difficulty, but I fear he won't last much longer. Kuro reported in a steady tone, yet every word carried a heavy weight. Ryan's brow furrowed deeply. Smoker. A Logia-type smoke fruit user. Being overwhelmed in the East Blue. How could this be? Though Smoker was far from a powerhouse in the Grand Line, this was still the East Blue, where even Haki was scarce. Without armament, Haki or Seastone weapons, who could possibly harm a Logia user? Unless the attacker wasn't from the East Blue. Or perhaps the Revolutionary Army had caught wind of the arms shipment and came to seize it. Have the attackers' identities been confirmed? Ryan asked, his voice still calm, but his gaze had begun to sharpen. This was the Norman family's business, and they had only left Coman Island a few hours ago. Wasn't this a direct slap in the face? Mind you, the incident site was still within his own jurisdiction. Kuro glanced at the transponder snail in his hand, then raised his head, his tone carrying a subtle nuance. According to our men, the leader of the attackers is characterized by a cloak adorned with feathers, a hat with unique patterns, and a sword that can deform like cloth. Ryan's movements abruptly halted. That must be Diamante, one of the Don Quixote family's top executives, a Paramecia-type, flutter fruit user. Why would he appear in the East Blue, and so precisely intercept the warship carrying Smoker's weapons? But Ryan quickly grasped the key. Diamante's presence here was no coincidence. Behind this must be Doflamingo's doing. As an underworld broker, Doflamingo possessed an extensive intelligence network. It was not surprising that he could learn of Smoker's mission to transport the weapons. As an underworld broker, Doflamingo possessed an Sengoku had once mentioned that after arriving at headquarters, most of these weapons would be sent to Paradise for use, while a small portion would be sent to the New World for field testing. And the base commander of G5 branch was Virgo. Virgo was a mold Doflamingo had planted within them. If Sengoku had communicated with Virgo about the reception arrangements beforehand, Virgo could easily have passed that information to Doflamingo. Thus, everything fell into place. Doflamingo learned of the existence of these weapons and knew they were about to be sent to the New World. He could not allow such advanced armaments that could threaten his power to flow into the New World. So he dispatched Diamante to intercept Smoker in the East Blue and seize the shipment. The only question was, even if they had learned the news, how could they have arrived here in such a short time? Or perhaps Diamante happened to be in the East Blue for some other transaction. Ryan tossed the towel into the basket beside him, grabbed the white marine coat hanging on the wall, and flung it over his shoulders. His movements were swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. As he walked out, he said to Kuro, "Prepare a warship with sufficient personnel and firepower and head to the incident site immediately. As for me, he'll go ahead." Kuro was taken aback. "Young master, you're going alone. The opponent is a top executive of the Don Quixote family." "I know," Ryan interrupted Kuro, his tone calm, yet carrying an unyielding resolve. "Precisely because it's Diamante, I must arrive as soon as possible. Smoker won't last much longer." If I wait for the warship to sail slowly, by the time I get there I'd probably only be able to collect his corpse. In his current state, he is far from a match for Diamante. Not to mention Doflamingo will absolutely leave no witnesses. When that happens, not only Smoker and his men, but even our family's passing merchant ship will likely be silenced. Ryan walked to the door of the gravity training room and pushed it open. He took a deep breath, then slightly lowered. In the next instant, his entire form transformed into a pale golden light, soaring into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. Kuro stood at the doorway, watching the pale golden light rapidly shrink at the edge of the sky until it became a pinpoint of light and disappeared. After a moment of silence, he turned and strode quickly toward the dock to arrange the departure. He knew that the young master's speed far surpassed any warship, but even so it would still take some time to reach the affected waters. He could only hope that Smoker would hold on until the young master's arrival. Meanwhile, on a distant sea, a brutal battle was nearing its end. On the sea, a large warship was belching thick black smoke, its hull noticeably listing, and the deck faintly visible, with bodies strewn in disarray. Around the warship, 3 medium-sized vessels painted with bizarre patterns surrounded it in a triangular formation. The pirates aboard were cheering, evidently convinced of their victory. On the rear deck of the warship, a white plume of smoke was stubbornly rolling, but its density and size were far thinner than usual. Clearly, the smoke fruit user was nearing his limit. Ryan's gaze locked onto the warship. He adjusted his angle in midair, then dove down like a meteor. Boom! A pale golden light slammed violently onto the warship's deck, producing a dull thunder. The pirates who had been celebrating their victory on the deck were startled by the sudden commotion, turning their heads en masse to look at the uninvited guest who had descended from the sky. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing Ryan's figure. He stood on the deck, his white marine coat fluttering gently in the shockwave before settling back onto his shoulders. His gaze swept calmly across the scene on the deck. More than half of the sailors lay in pools of blood, some already lifeless, others moaning weakly. Even Tashiji had fallen, bearing several wounds, and completely unconscious. The warship's bulwarks were blasted open in several places, the mainmast was half shattered, and the sails were burning, billowing black smoke. On the rear deck, Smoker was half kneeling, his body covered in wounds, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he still gripped his jit tightly, his gaze fierce and fixed ahead. In front of Smoker stood a man wearing a feathered cloak and a hat with distinctive patterns. In his hand was a strangely shaped iron sword, its blade drooping to the ground like fabric, its edges gleaming with metallic coldness. A leisurely smile hung on his lips, as if this battle were merely an amusing game. Diamante. He turned his head, looking at Ryan, who had suddenly appeared on the deck. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by an amused smile. Oh, another little mouse. An Elogia type of light. No, it doesn't seem like the glint fruit. Ryan ignored his taunt. He turned, glanced at Smoker to confirm he was still alive, then shifted his gaze back to Diamante, speaking calmly. A top executive of the Don Quixote family personally coming to the East Blue to rob the Marines' weapons. Your young master must think quite highly of this cargo. Diamante's smile faded slightly, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. You know me. You're no ordinary Marine captain, it seems. Interesting. When did the East Blue produce someone like you? There are many things you don't know. Ryan slowly drew the Yuanma from his waist, its black blade gleaming with a steady luster in the sunlight. He pointed the tip at Diamante, his voice still as calm as water. But you don't need to know much, because you'll be lying down soon. You'll be lying down very soon. The once orderly and solemn deck of the warship had now transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Of the 100 or so Marines from Roguetown, fewer than 20 remained standing, and all were grievously wounded. More men lay in pools of blood, some staring skyward with wide, lifeless eyes, their vitality extinguished. Others curled in agony, emitting faint groans as the crimson beneath them slowly spread. Some slumped against the ship's railing, still clutching their rifles, yet breath had already fled their bodies. Every inch of the deck was stained nearly black with blood, the dark red liquid trickling slowly along the tilted hull, forming slender streams that dripped through the scuppers into the sea. They'll be lying down soon. Hearing Ryan's words, Diamante curled his lips into a mocking smile, his right hand slowly drawing the rapier from his waist. The blade was slender and elongated, gleaming with a cold silver-white luster under the sunlight, its guard adorned with intricate openwork patterns resembling a piece of exquisite art more than a weapon of murder. Yet those who knew him understood that in his hands this sword was far more perilous than any crude heavy weapon. Diamante did not rush to attack. Instead, he first pointed the tip of his sword toward Ryan with an almost graceful poise, like a gentleman issuing a duel invitation. Then with a subtle flick of his wrist, the rapier's blade suddenly writhed like a ribbon, its tip tracing an eerie arc in the air, bypassing Ryan's frontal defense and thrusting toward his ribs from the side. Ryan raised the dark silence, and with a clang, he parried the bizarre thrust. But Diamante's assault did not end there. With another flick of his wrist, the supple blade coiled around the dark silence like a venomous serpent, its tip aiming directly for Ryan's fingers gripping the sword. Ryan frowned slightly, yanking the hilt back with his right hand, while pivoting his body, using centrifugal force to fling the serpentine sword off the blade, reopening the distance. Oh, decent reflexes. Diamante withdrew his sword with a casual air, his tone carrying a hint of languid praise. But quick reactions alone won't suffice. His left hand reached back, tearing off the feather-adorned cloak. The cloak unfurled in his hand like a living thing, its edges turning hard and sharp. He flung the cloak forward with a sudden motion, and it descended upon Ryan like a colossal iron wall, its edges sharp enough to sever steel. Ryan sidestepped the cloak, grazing past him, slicing into the cabin wall behind him, and leaving a deep gap. Smoker, leaning against a broken mast, watched the scene with mounting anxiety. His left arm was fractured, his abdomen severely wounded, and he could no longer stand to fight, but his eyes still saw, and his mind still worked. He saw that from the moment Ryan appeared, he had been solely on the defensive, never launching a single counterattack. He hadn't even used the power of the Aurora fruit. Otherwise, regardless of whether Ryan could defeat Diamante, at the very least, he would never have been suppressed to such a degree. This was unlike the Ryan he knew. The one who had defeated him effortlessly at Branch 187, the young man who had eliminated Krieg with thunderous force on Iron Wall Island. This passive beat-up style wasn't right. Ryan, what are you doing? Fight back. You can beat him. Why aren't you striking? Smoker shouted with all his remaining strength, his voice hoarse and urgent. Ryan did not answer him. He didn't even glance back at Smoker. His entire focus was locked onto Diamante's attack rhythm. He wasn't seeking an opportunity to counter, he was sensing the oppressive pressure of teetering on the edge of life and death. Sensing the crisis of each attack brushing past his body. Sensing the agonizing itch of something on the verge of emerging in his mind, yet always remaining just out of reach. His observation Haki was beginning to loosen. In truth, even before the battle on Iron Wall Island, he had already vaguely touched the threshold of observation Haki. That faint premonition of an opponent's next move in combat. That sudden alertness surging in his heart before danger struck. But it had always been vague, intermittent, and uncontrollable. He needed a catalyst, a moment that truly pushed him to the brink to transform that indistinct premonition into truly controllable observation Haki. And Diamante was that catalyst. One of the top executives of the Don Quixote family, possessing armament Haki, an erratic and versatile devil fruit ability, and rich combat experience. Such an opponent was the perfect whetstone for awakening his observation Haki. So he did not hurry to counter, nor did he even use the Aurora fruit's power, deliberately placing himself in genuine danger, allowing his body and instincts to adapt to the high-pressure combat rhythm until the final barrier was shattered. Diamante's attacks grew more intense and frenzied. His rapier, under the power of the flutter fruit, constantly shifted forms. Sometimes it became a supple whip sweeping wide, sometimes a hard spear thrusting, sometimes a heavy hammer smashing down. The attack angles were devious, the rhythm varied, making it impossible to guard against. Bull Lance. Using the flutter fruit's power, Diamante altered the shape of his rapier, continuously wrapping it into the posture of a bull, then restoring its original hardness, transforming the blade into a rapier with a bullhorned edge at the front. From Ryan's perspective, it was no longer a sword, but a massive iron bull charging at him with ferocious momentum. But he did not panic or hurry. Instead, he raised the dark silence to block. With a thunderous boom, Ryan was sent sliding backward several meters by the immense impact, his feet carving two deep furrows in the deck. His tiger's mouth felt slightly numb, but that was all. Before establishing Branch 187, Ryan's physique was already close to that of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, and his swordsmanship had entered the realm of a swordmaster. Over the past 3 months, with the various buffs of the branch, especially the gravity training room's assistance, his physique now rivaled that of an elite Headquarters Vice Admiral. Combined with his swordsmanship and the unique great-grade blade, the Dark Silence. Withstanding Diamante's techniques was not difficult. However, Diamante seemed not to notice that Ryan had never used his devil fruit ability, and his relentless attacks continued. Sword, long sword. The blade grew longer, the edge sharper. Diamante's body spun like a whirlwind, and sword light poured down like a rainstorm, enveloping Ryan's entire body. Ryan parried repeatedly. The clang of metal striking metal was as dense as rain, his steps retreating, his white coat slashed open in several places by the blade's edge. Sword, serpent sword. Seeing that his onslaught was failing, Diamante flicked his wrist. The rapier transformed again, its blade writhing like a living snake, its attack trajectory becoming even more erratic and unpredictable. The tip veered left, then right, thrusting downward from above, then sweeping upward from below, completely defying anticipation of its next move. Finally, Ryan's defense began to falter. His movements slowed by a fraction, his parrying angle deviated by a few degrees, his footwork lagged for an instant. Rip! The serpent sword's tip grazed Ryan's left arm, leaving a trail of blood. Rip! Another slash cut across his right leg. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Diamante's lips. Diamandis' attack speed surged once more. The serpentine sword writhed in his grasp like a living creature, striking from all directions simultaneously. Lion's body was increasingly marked with wounds. Left shoulder, right rib, thigh, back. Though none were deep, if this continued quantity would inevitably breed a qualitative change. Smoker watched with mounting anxiety. He wanted to rise and help, but his body had completely refused to obey his commands. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lion sustained injury after injury under Diamandis' assault, retreating step by step. It's time to end this, Marine. Death Stardust. Diamandi roared, producing several celebration cannons that spewed countless paper sheets into the sky. Those flimsy sheets, transformed by Diamandis' float fruit ability into sharp iron-spiked balls at high altitude, fell as an impenetrable rain of iron from the heavens. Indeed impenetrable. To evade every iron ball by mere dodging was nearly impossible. Lion looked up at the attack descending upon him like a cascade of falling stars. Then he closed his eyes. Smoker's heart clenched in sudden dread. He thought Lion had given up. But Lion shut his eyes not to surrender, but to completely block out visual distractions, surrendering himself entirely to the perception that was awakening within him. In the darkness he heard the wind, the hiss of light points cutting through the air, the sound of Diamandis' boots striking the deck as he landed, in the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. And within the intervals of that heartbeat, a subtler, more mysterious sound, the world whispering to him. In that instant, time seemed to stretch. He saw the trajectories of those stardust particles, not with his eyes, but perceived through some far more arcane means. The flight path of each particle, its landing point, speed, and angle. All were vividly laid out in his mind, as clear as the lines on his palm. Then he moved. His body wove, twisted, and dodged among the dense rain of particles like a butterfly dancing in the rain. Not a single one of those particles strong enough to pierce steel touched his body. He traversed that storm of stardust, swimming upstream through the deluge of light, while a blinding golden radiance coalesced on the blade of Yuan Mo. Diamandis' pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. But before he could finish, Lion's figure was already before him, and the blade of Yuan Mo swept out in a horizontal arc of golden light. Aurora 7 Flash. This was a sword technique self-created by Lion after obtaining the Aurora fruit, a fusion of swordsmanship and the fruit's power. In that moment no one could see what Lion had done. What Smoker and the others saw were merely 7 pale golden sword beams tracing a graceful arc through the air. As for Diamandi, he fared a little better than Smoker. Though he too couldn't clearly see how Lion struck, he was a veteran Haki user with both types awakened for some time and rich combat experience. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly raised his rapier horizontally to block. But the strike was too fast, so fast that his blocking motion was only half complete when the blade light pierced his defenses and slashed across his chest. Rip! 7 wounds deep enough to expose bone appeared simultaneously, so swift that even the blood did not immediately gush out. Diamandis' body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the ship's railing and leaving a dent in the metal guardrail. Only then did a spray of blood burst from his chest. He slid to the deck, looked down at the bone-deep wound on his chest, then raised his head to lie, and opening his mouth, as if to say something. But his body no longer obeyed him. His eyes rolled back, and he pitched forward, completely losing consciousness. Ding host captured pirate Diamandi, earning 23800 points. Ding current points balance 273677. The system notification echoed in Lion's mind at the same moment Diamandi passed out. Although Diamandis' bounty was 99 million berries following the previous pattern, the points should not have been as high as 23800. But evidently the system's calculation of points was not entirely based on the bounty amount, but rather on actual strength. This relieved Lion considerably. After all, many pirates for various reasons possessed strength far exceeding their bounties. But now he could. He nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Diamandi. If Diamandi had taken him seriously from the start, gone all out, and supplemented with observation Haki, he might still have failed to block that move and still been injured. But he would never have been so gravely wounded by a single strike. However, it was a pity. Lion's age and the earlier part of the battle were far too deceptive. Consequently, Diamandi not only grew careless, but also recklessly attacked. Of course, Lion's sudden awakening of observation Haki and his perfect evasion of that Death Stardust attack had truly shocked him. And this in turn slowed his subsequent reactions. Thus, under a combination of factors, Diamandi was abruptly defeated by Lion in a single move. Otherwise, taking down Diamandi would have cost Lion considerable effort. Standing before the fallen pirate, Lion slowly sheathed his blade. His breathing was slightly ragged and his body was covered with over a dozen wounds of varying sizes. This was his first time being injured since the establishment of Branch 187. Yet his eyes blazed with unusual brightness, a radiance of sudden clarity after breaking through a bottleneck. Both types of Haki he had finally awakened them all. 18 years old. The physique of an elite vice admiral. The wielder of the Logia Aurora fruit. A swordsman who had reached the realm of a sword saint. A user of both types of Haki. Such strength, even when placed across the entire sea, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among his peers. Of course, compared to those monsters, Lion still had a gap. But with the system in place, that gap would soon be erased. Lion stood on the deck, slowly sheathing his sword, and glanced at Yaman D lying on the ground. After confirming he was completely unconscious, he did not spare another look. He turned his gaze sweeping over the 3 Don Quixote family ships still surrounding the naval vessel. The underlings on those ships stared at him with wide-eyed terror and hesitation. They dared neither rush forward to continue fighting nor turn and flee because their commander Yaman D had fallen, and the young man standing on the deck was simply too terrifying. Lion paid them no mind. If they dared to run, a casual photon finger shot from him would sink their ships. If they stayed put, he would let the Marines from Branch 187 handle the aftermath once the warships arrived. He walked over to Smoker, looking down at the white-haired man leaning against a broken mast covered in wounds, his left arm fractured and blood still seeping from his abdomen. The corner of his mouth lifted into an undisguised mocking grin. "You look terrible, Smoker." Smoker's mouth twitched as he glared at him. "Did you come all the way here just to mock me?" "Not entirely." Lion crouched down, pulled out the cigar pack from Smoker's pocket, already half soaked in blood, examined it, then with a hint of disdain stuffed it back. This only made Smoker grit his teeth in fury. "My main purpose was to save you. Mocking you is just a bonus." "But seriously, is a Logia user getting beaten like this in the East Blue? Aren't you afraid of the embarrassment if this gets out?" Smoker snorted, wanting to retort, but found himself with no real defense. Yet he clenched his teeth and said reluctantly, "That bastard uses armament Haki. My elementalization was useless against him. And his devil fruit ability is too bizarre. That sword could change into all sorts of shapes. I've never seen such a fighting style." Hearing this, Lion crossed his arms and looked down at him. "So, you just fought him, Hedon. You're a Logia, not an invincible type. Aside from your devil fruit, you don't have any other way to fight." At this point, Lion himself suddenly paused, his expression turning odd. "Well, besides the fruit, it seems you really don't have any other fighting style." Listening to Ryan's ribbing, Smoker opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless. He had indeed grown overly reliant on his devil fruit abilities, a fact Zephyr had pointed out during his time at the elite training camp at Marine headquarters. Zephyr had warned that if he leaned too heavily on his fruit, he would crumble when facing a true master. And Smoker had always dismissed that warning with contempt. Especially after arriving in the East Blue, every opponent he encountered was swiftly subdued the moment he unleashed his powers. Over time, he had neglected the cultivation of his physique and martial arts even more. Until now, when he finally met a true powerhouse wielding both colors of Haki. And the result was a complete defeat. Once his abilities proved ineffective, he had no means to fight back whatsoever. "You're right." Smoker fell silent for a moment, then murmured in a low voice, a rare note of honesty, "And I really have been too dependent on my fruit. My physique and martial arts have all gone to waste." Ryan didn't press the issue further. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and said in a light-hearted tone, "All right, enough self-reflection. Go back and train your body properly. Of course, if you want to use my gravity training room, I can arrange it. For a fee. But if you can secure a spot at headquarters, that works too." Smoker paused for a moment, then couldn't help but curse. "You never miss a chance to do business, do you?" Ryan chuckled, but didn't refute. A few hours later, the mast of a Marine battleship finally appeared on the horizon near Coman Island. Commanding the large warship of Branch 187 and over 100 Marine soldiers, Crow had arrived at the scene at full speed. As they approached, Crow stood at the bow, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the entire battlefield. The battleship from Lowtown was billowing black smoke, its hull listing, and the deck was scarred everywhere with signs of battle. 3 ships of the Don Quixote family floated quietly nearby, the pirates aboard all crouching on deck with their heads in their hands, having evidently abandoned resistance. Ryan was sitting on the railing of the stern deck of the Lowtown battleship, an unlit cigar between his fingers, looking perfectly at ease. Crow paused for a moment, then turned and issued a series of orders to the Marines behind him. "First squad, board and assist the wounded. Second squad, board those 3 enemy ships, search all cabins and inventory personnel and supplies. Third squad, stand guard in the surrounding waters to prevent any escapees." The Marines sprang into action. Some set up gangplanks and boarded the Lowtown battleship to transport the wounded and clear the deck. Others boarded the 3 Don Quixote family ships and began searching cabin by cabin. Soon a Marine rushed back to the Lowtown battleship and reported to Ryan. "Commander, we found a heavily protected metal chest in the captain's cabin of the largest enemy ship. It had complex locks, but after prying it open we discovered a devil fruit inside." Ryan's eyebrows lifted slightly. He jumped down from the railing, followed the Marine onto the Don Quixote family ship, and entered the captain's cabin. The cabin was lavishly furnished, clearly prepared for Diamante. On a fixed table in the corner sat a metal chest that had already been pried open. The lid was wide open, revealing a layer of velvet lining. In the center of the lining lay a pale blue devil fruit, its surface covered with unique spiral patterns, glistening with a warm luster under the light. Ryan picked up the devil fruit and examined it closely. He didn't recognize its specific type. The devil fruit encyclopedia was vast, and he couldn't possibly memorize every fruit's characteristics. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the reason this fruit had appeared here. He turned to a captive Don Quixote family crew member who shivered under Ryan's gaze. Before Ryan could even ask, the man volunteered everything. It turned out that Diamante had not come to the East Blue specifically to intercept Smoker's weapons shipment. That was merely a task done on the side. That order had come from Diamante only when they were already on their return voyage. His true reason for coming to the East Blue was that someone had discovered a devil fruit and fled to the East Blue with it, contacting Doflamingo through underworld channels. Doflamingo was interested in the fruit and dispatched Diamante to the East Blue to conduct the transaction. But Diamante had no intention of paying honestly. He met the seller under the name of the Don Quixote family, then pulled a double cross, killing the seller and his men, seizing the devil fruit without spending a single berry. Then on the way back, Diamante suddenly ordered a change of course, claiming they were to plunder a shipment of marine goods. After all, these ordinary subordinates knew nothing more. In other words, Ryan held the pale blue devil fruit up to his eyes, turning it under the light, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This fruit was originally supposed to be paid for by the Don Quixote family. No, actually it was stolen from some unlucky guy in the East Blue without paying a cent. Then Diamante was carrying it back to the New World, and I intercepted him halfway. So now, he clutched the devil fruit in his palm, turned around, and said to Crow, "This fruit belongs to Branch 187 now. When we get back, look up the devil fruit encyclopedia and identify what fruit this is." Crow adjusted his glasses and nodded expressionlessly, but the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly, a sign that he was struggling to suppress a smile. "Understood, young master." Ryan carefully placed the devil fruit back into the metal chest, closed the lid, then picked up the chest and walked out of the captain's cabin. Standing on the deck, he gazed at the distant sea, dyed crimson by the setting sun, his mood soaring. A devil fruit of unknown origin, an unexpected bounty. Though he didn't yet know the fruit's specific ability, any devil fruit had its value. Moreover, this was a fruit that had piqued even Doflamingo's interest. Anything that caught that joker's eye couldn't be ordinary. And it wasn't just this devil fruit. After all, Diamante had also fallen into his hands. Although she was still alive, it would be easy to find a pretext to kill her if he wished. For instance, Diamante attempted to escape and was shot dead by him. Ryan turned to Crow. "Contact headquarters and report everything that happened here." The weapons ship, escorted by Captain Smoker, was attacked by Diamante, a top executive of the Don Quixote family. Branch 187 arrived in time and repelled the attackers. Diamante, the top executive of the Don Quixote family, has been captured. 3 enemy ships have been seized. The weapons cargo is intact. Also tell them that if Smoker continues like this, he'll be finished. Transfer him to my side, and in 1 year I guarantee he'll be at least a vice admiral of elite caliber at headquarters. Crow nodded and turned to arrange the communication. Ryan stood on the deck holding the metal chest. Feeling the faint tremor of the unknown fruit inside the box, the smile on his lips deepened. This trip was worth it. Malenfangio, the marshal's office. The door was abruptly pushed open, crashing against the wall with a resounding noise. A colonel, without even knocking, barged straight in, clutching a freshly received encrypted telegram, his face etched with urgency and shock. Zhangguo was hunched over his desk reviewing documents, startled by the sudden intrusion, his brows furrowed. He lifted his head to reprimand, but upon seeing the expression on the colonel's face, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. He recognized the colonel, knowing he was not a man to lose his composure without reason. "What happened?" Zhangguo put down his pen and asked in a deep voice. "Marshal, urgent report." The colonel strode quickly to the desk and handed over the telegram. "We just received an encrypted telegram from Branch 187. Colonel Simigi, acting on headquarters orders, departed from Branch 187 to escort a shipment of firearms and ammunition to Laga Town, but was attacked by Diamante, the top executive of the Don Quixote family." Zhangguo's pupils sharply contracted. He snatched the telegram, his eyes rapidly scanning the text, his expression growing increasingly grave as he read. The telegram's contents were detailed. Simoge's fleet while en route was surrounded and attacked by 3 ships of the Don Quixote family. Diamandi personally intervened, causing heavy casualties among the Logatown Marines. Over 60 killed, more than 20 severely wounded. Simoge himself was gravely injured with a fractured left arm and a sword wound to the abdomen, nearly losing his combat capability. At the critical moment, Colonel Lyon, the chief of Branch 187, arrived in time and engaged Diamandi in a fierce battle, ultimately defeating and capturing him alive. Currently, Colonel Lyon is leading the warships of Branch 187, bringing Colonel Simoge and other wounded back to Cayman Island for treatment. Diamandi is also being escorted to Branch 187 for detention. Zhangguo put down the telegram, was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His fingers lightly tapped the desk a few times as his mind quickly sorted through the implications and subsequent countermeasures. Summon Staff Officer He and Vice Admiral Kapu. Immediately, Zhangguo said to the colonel, his voice calm, but with an undeniable urgency. A few minutes later, he and Kapu entered the marshal's office one after the other. His expression was calm and composed, as if she could remain unperturbed even if the sky were to fall. Kapu, on the other hand, looked as if he had just woken up holding a Latio stick just pulled from its package, chewing noisily, utterly lacking the dignified image expected of a marine hero. "What's up, Zhangguo? Why the rush?" "I was in the middle of challenging my new record for consecutive Latio eating," Kapu said indistinctly while chewing Shinbei. Zhangguo ignored his teasing and directly pushed the telegram before the two. "See for yourselves." He picked up the telegram, her eyes quickly scanning the contents, her expression turning serious as she read. After reading, she handed the telegram to Kapu, then turned to Zhangguo, her tone calm, but with a hint of Diamandi, one of the top executives of the Don Quixote family, a Flutterfruit ability user whose strength places him among the top 10 of our vice admirals at headquarters. How could he appear in the East Sea? That is precisely the crux of the issue. Zhangguo crossed his hands on the table, his expression grave. Doflamingo's top executive appearing in the East Sea and precisely intercepting Simoge's arms shipment. There are 2 possibilities. First, it is merely a coincidence. Second, there is a mole within headquarters Branch 187 or Logatown, and one of considerable rank with access to core secrets. After reading the telegram, Kapu for once put away his nonchalant demeanor. He wiped the grease from his hands on the sofa and spoke in a gruff voice. "That guy named Lyon, he captured Diamandi. That kid's got some skill." Though Diamandi's strength was in Kapu's eyes garbage that could be dealt with by a single punch, the 18-year-old Lyon. Kapu admitted that he himself didn't have that kind of strength at 18. That's not the point. Zhangguo tapped the table to bring the conversation back on track. The point is, since this has happened, the escort of this shipment of arms and Diamandi must be handled by someone with sufficient strength. Otherwise, once Doflamingo learns that Diamandi has been captured, he will likely send men to rescue him or intercept the escort convoy en route. Without sufficient strength, we won't be able to stop him. We must ensure that Diamandi and the arms shipment arrive safely at headquarters. He nodded, slightly agreeing with Zhangguo's judgment. Indeed, Diamandi is Doflamingo's confidant, and he knows too many secrets of the Don Quixote family. However, due to his status as a warlord, we have been unable to act against him. This time the opportunity is good. He actively attacked the Marines and plundered the latest weapons and equipment. There is no problem with us capturing him. So as long as we can escort him to headquarters, we can. But the prerequisite is that the escort team must have sufficiently powerful force to ensure everything goes smoothly. After hearing his words, Zhangguo looked at Kapu, a meaningful glint in his eyes. "Kapu, haven't you been clamoring to go back to the East Sea to see your grandson Lu Fei? And to visit AC at Branch 187? Kapu's eyes immediately lit up. "You mean?" "According to the original plan, Tina will depart for Branch 187 tomorrow to assume her post, and Zifa will also lead the instructors and trainees of the elite training camp to go together for the first batch of cooperative training. I had originally arranged for another warship to take them there, but now it seems it would be better to have them take your ship and accompany you to the East Sea. Once you arrive at Cayman Island, you can personally take over Diamandi and the arms shipment and escort them back to headquarters. With you overseeing the journey, even if Doflamingo himself comes, he'll have to think twice." Kapu's lips curled into a grin, revealing white teeth, laughing like a child. "Ha, that's a great arrangement. I've been wanting to go back and see how tall that kid Lu Fei has grown in AC. I heard that kid is doing well at Branch 187. Perfect, I'll go see them all this time." He glanced at Kapu, shook her head helplessly, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She knew that although Kapu seemed jovial on the surface, he had always been concerned about the 2 children he had left in the East Sea. Being able to go back and see them under the guise of official duty was a thoughtful gesture from Zhangguo. Zhangguo stood up, placed both hands on the desk, and swept his gaze over the 2, his tone carrying the finality of a decision. "Tomorrow morning you will set out for the East Sea. Tina, Zifa, and all members of the elite training camp will accompany you on the ship. Upon arriving at Keeman Island, Kapu will be responsible for receiving Diamante and the arms and escorting them back to headquarters. The others will carry out their respective tasks according to the original plan. The next morning, the military port of Marineford was shrouded in a light morning mist. A massive warship quietly docked at the pier, its size far surpassing that of standard large warships, with a broader hull and more spacious deck. This is one of the only 5 super warships in the Navy, the exclusive vehicle of Vice Admiral Karp, which has traversed the tumultuous waves of the Grand Line countless times with the legendary naval hero aboard. As for the other 4, they are the exclusive vehicles of Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals. At the dock, Tina stood beside the gangway, her white naval coat lightly swaying in the sea breeze. Her expression was calm and serene, gazing into the distance at the sea enveloped in morning mist, lost in thought. Her luggage had already been sent aboard, and she was waiting for the order to depart. Not far from her, Zephyr was standing in front of a group of trainees delivering the final pep talk before departure. His figure remained tall and upright, with his purple short hair slightly swaying in the morning breeze, and the mechanical arm, made of sea prism stone, gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Zephyr's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. This time we are heading to the East Sea, not for vacation, not for sightseeing. We are going for training. Using the latest technology to create training facilities, we will assess and enhance your abilities. I heard that the gravity training room can allow you to train in an environment several times the standard gravity. If that is true, then you will experience training there that is several times harsher than back at headquarters. If anyone feels they cannot endure that hardship, you may withdraw now. I will not force anyone. The trainees remained silent. Their gazes were resolute and fervent, filled with anticipation and desire for the unknown challenges ahead. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction, then turned and led the way up the gangway. Karp stood on the bridge, chewing on a spicy stick, and after everyone had boarded, he waved his hand and shouted in a booming voice, "Raise anchor. Depart. Destination East Sea, Command Island." The ship's horn let out a long, resonant blast as the massive vessel slowly left the dock, cutting through the blue sea towards the East Sea. The morning mist parted under the ship's bow, and golden sunlight filtered through the thin fog, casting a warm glow on the deck, enveloping the journey in a layer of warmth. The interrogation room was lit with a pale cold light, reflecting a faint dark glow on the massive black iron cabinet. Diamante was being dragged towards the gaping entrance by 2 system soldiers. His hands were cuffed behind his back with sea prism stone handcuffs, and heavy sea prism stone shackles were locked around his ankles, making each step a staggering struggle. His wounds had been hastily bandaged, after all. Ryan did not want him to bleed out before execution, as that would affect the rebirth of the devil fruit. CLO stood beside Ryan, his hands folded in front of him, watching Diamante's figure move, and after a moment of silence, finally couldn't help but whisper, "Young master, are you really going to dispose of him directly?" Ryan did not answer immediately. He watched as Diamante walked step by step towards the black chamber, his expression as calm as water. CLO continued, "After all, Diamante is one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, having followed Doflamingo for many years. He must possess a wealth of confidential information about the Don Quixote family. The network of underground businesses, relationships with high-ranking officials of the world government, channels for dark arms trading, and even secrets that could shake the situation of the Grand Line. If we could extract some valuable intelligence from him, its worth would likely far exceed that of a devil fruit. Directly executing him, isn't that a bit of a waste?" After CLO finished speaking, Ryan shook his head and finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly echoed in the cold air of the interrogation room. "Doflamingo is a person. I will not comment on other aspects, but he truly has a way of managing his subordinates. Every core member under him is fiercely loyal, one could even say foolishly loyal. Take Diamante." He tilted his head slightly, glancing at Diamante, who had been brought to the black chamber door, his tone carrying a sense of assured calm. "No matter how you interrogate him, what torture you use, or even if you threaten him with death, he will absolutely never betray Doflamingo. On the contrary, he is very likely to fabricate seemingly true but actually deadly false intelligence to mislead us, causing us to fall deeper into the trap set by Doflamingo. Interrogating him would be counterproductive." CLO fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering whether Ryan's judgment was too absolute. But he ultimately did not refute it, for he knew that Ryan must have his own basis for making such a decision. Moreover, some things do not necessarily need him to say out loud. As long as he is dead, then no matter what I say, he confessed to who can prove he did not confess. CLO was taken aback for a moment, not immediately grasping Ryan's meaning. Ryan's lips curled into a slight, meaningful smile. "For instance, I could write a detailed interrogation report for Admiral Sengoku, and mention in the report that Diamante revealed a shocking secret during interrogation after his capture. the base commander of the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo. In reality, he is a high-level undercover agent of the Don Quixote family implanted within the Navy codenamed Red Heart, and one of the highest officials under Doflamingo. And the intelligence regarding Smoker escorting the arms ship being intercepted was actually leaked to Doflamingo by Virgo. Klaus' pupils suddenly constricted. He opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Virgo, the base commander of the G5 branch of Vice Admiral in the Navy, he was actually an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family. This information was too shocking that even CLO with his composure was stunned for several seconds before regaining his senses. He instinctively wanted to question Ryan about how he knew this information after all. Even he who managed the entire Norman family's intelligence network had never received such news. But the words were on his lips, yet he swallowed them back. Because he suddenly realized that whether this news was true or not did not matter. As long as Diamante was dead, no one could prove that he had not disclosed this information before his death. After all, the dead do not argue for themselves. CLO simply did not understand whether his young master had a grudge against Virgo. He looked deeply at Ryan, and his evaluation of Ryan quietly rose another level. Meanwhile, on the other side of the interrogation room, Diamante, who had been quietly bowing his head, even wearing a hint of disdainful smirk, suddenly froze upon hearing Ryan's words. Virgo is also one of the highest officials of the Don Quixote family. He slowly raised his head looking at Ryan, and for the first time genuine emotion appeared in his once dull eyes. It was not anger, not fear, but shock. That kind of shock felt like hearing a secret he thought only he knew suddenly spoken by someone completely unexpected. How could he possibly know about Virgo? Diamante began to struggle. He frantically twisted his body, trying to break free from the grip of the two soldiers, the sea prism stone shackles clattering loudly. His mouth opened, wanting to shout something. But a soldier was quick, shoving the rag back into his mouth, silencing any cries he might have made. All he could produce were indistinct MMPH sounds, his eyes fixed on Ryan, filled with disbelief and an almost frantic urgency. Ryan stepped closer to him, looking down at him with a calm expression, as if observing a lifeless object. He reached out and gently patted Diamante's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone, as if comforting an old friend. Are you very curious about how I know? But I don't want to tell you. Diamante's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets, and he struggled even more fiercely. However, under the suppression of the sea prism stone, no matter how hard he struggled, his strength was even less than that of a child. Ryan nodded to the two soldiers. Take him away. They seized Diamante and pushed him into the dark entrance of the black chamber. The heavy iron door closed behind Diamante with a dull thud, the mechanical lock twisting shut, completely isolating the interior from the outside. The interrogation room fell silent. Ryan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, calmly watching the tightly shut black iron door. CLO stood beside him, silent, yet with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. With a click, the mechanical lock on the iron door was unlocked from the inside. The iron door slowly creaked open, and a system marine emerged from within. In one hand, he held a blood-stained military saber, while in the other, he carried a pale yellow devil fruit. The fruit's surface was covered in unique spiral patterns, glistening with a soft luster under the harsh white light of the interrogation room. The flutter fruit. Obtained. Lane took the fruit, weighted in his hand, carefully examined the patterns on its surface, then nodded with satisfaction. Deposited into the branch's vault. No one is to access it without my written order. He turned and handed the fruit to Crow, issuing the command. Understood, young master. Crow took the fruit, wrapped it carefully in a velvet cloth, placed it into a specially made metal box, then carried the box and left the interrogation room. Lane stood before the black cell, watching as two system marines carried Diamante's body out from within, wrapped it in a white cloth, and then carried it out of the interrogation room. He was silent for a moment, then turned and walked out of the room. Late that night, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the branch prison on Coman Island. Immediately after, a series of dense gunfire echoed from the direction of the prison, shattering the tranquility of the night. Smoker, who was lying on a bed in the medical bay, abruptly lifted his head. Ignoring his freshly bandaged wounds, he grabbed the JIT resting beside his bed and rushed out of the medical bay, sprinting toward the direction of the gunfire. But when he arrived at the outer perimeter of the prison, everything was already over. The prison gate stood wide open, and several bodies clad in prison uniforms lay on the ground at the entrance. They were all members of the Don Quixote family who had been escorted back earlier. Around the corner of the prison wall, a body dressed in Don Quixote family attire lay face up in a pool of blood. There were several bullet holes in the chest, and blood continued to ooze from the wounds, glistening with a dark crimson sheen under the moonlight. The face of that corpse belonged to Diamante. Lane stood beside the body, holding a document in his hand, speaking to a Marine. Seeing Smoker approach, he looked up, nodded at Smoker, and said in a calm tone, "You're here. What happened here?" Smoker frowned, looking at the corpse on the ground, then at the Marines cleaning up the scene, and Lane closed the document in his hand and explained in a flat tone. Diamante attempted to escape. Taking advantage of the shift change during the night, he used a metal shard hidden on his person to pick the lock of his shackles, knocked out a guard, and tried to scale the wall to flee. But he was spotted in time by a patrolling sentry. After a warning shot, he refused to surrender and continued to escape. He was ultimately shot dead. He paused, pointed to the several bullet holes on Diamante's body, and added 7 shots in total, 2 of which hit vital areas, causing instant death. Smoker crouched down, examined Diamante's body, confirmed it was indeed him, then stood up. He frowned and said with a hint of emotion, "I never expected a top executive of the Don Quixote family, a notable figure in the New World, to die so ignominiously in a corner of an East Blue Branch prison, killed by ordinary Marines. His injuries were worse than yours. Even without the suppression of Seastone, his strength was already less than a tenth of its peak. In his current weakened state, he couldn't even use armament Haki." Lane analyzed in a calm tone. "Under these conditions, a few Norman 1537 model bullets, if they hit vital areas, are indeed enough to end his life." Smoker nodded and said nothing more. Although he found the situation somewhat suspicious, Diamante had been beaten into a coma during the day, yet had the strength to attempt an escape at night. He had no intention of probing further. After all, Diamante's death was a good thing for him too. It saved him the trouble of having to testify in court and undergo interrogations later. He turned and walked back toward the medical bay. "All right, dead is dead. I'm going back to lie down. Still need to change my bandages tomorrow." Lane watched Smoker's figure disappear into the night, then lowered his head to look at Diamante's body on the ground. A faint, unnoticed smile curled at the corner of his lips. He turned to the Marine beside him and ordered, "Dispose of the body properly. Tomorrow morning, send a telegram to headquarters. Diamante, a top executive of the Don Quixote family, attempted to escape during detention and was lawfully shot dead by the duty Marines." "Yes, Branch Chief." The Marine stood at attention, saluted, responded loudly, and immediately went to handle the aftermath. Lane returned from the prison to his Branch Chief's office. Lane sat behind the desk, and before him was the metal box confiscated from Diamante's ship. The box's lid was open, and the pale blue devil fruit lay quietly on the velvet lining, emitting a warm, mysterious luster under the soft yellow light of the desk lamp. The fruit's surface was covered in unique spiral patterns, the lines fine and orderly, as if some ancient, precise geometric design had been meticulously carved into the peel. Its color hovered between sky blue and ocean blue, and as the viewing angle shifted, the surface's hue seemed to subtly change. Lane had been staring at the fruit for quite some time. He could sense the unique power fluctuation contained within the fruit. In truth, every devil fruit had its own distinct aura, and the aura of this one was unlike any he had encountered before. It was not as frivolous as the smooth fruit, nor as restless as the chop fruit, nor as ostentatious as the flutter fruit. The feeling it gave Lane was one of profound depth, a sense of vastness that seemed to connect to another space. On the other side of the desk lay a thick leather-bound book. Devil Fruit Encyclopedia Standard Edition. This was the one Crow had brought over earlier. The encyclopedia contained images and descriptions of most devil fruits that had been recorded to date. Although it could not claim to encompass every devil fruit in the world, as some unrecorded fruits surely existed in some corner of the world, at least the vast majority of known fruits could be found in this encyclopedia. Lane opened the encyclopedia and began flipping through it page by page. The pages had yellowed with age, carrying the distinct scent of old paper, their edges softened by years of... His fingers moved slowly along the index, his gaze quickly skimming over the familiar names of fruits. Smooth fruit, chop fruit, smoke fruit, flame fruit, sand fruit. Then his finger stopped on a certain page. The illustration on that page depicted a pale blue fruit with spiral patterns covering its surface, almost identical in form to the fruit before him. The text below the illustration bore the fruit's name and ability description. Lane's eyes landed on those words, reading them line by line, and then his pupils constricted slightly. Name: boundary fruit. Type: paramecia. Ability description: the eater becomes the boundary person, acquiring the ability to perceive, create, and manipulate boundaries. The core of this fruit's power lies in the tangible control over the abstract concept of boundaries. The user can perceive the invisible boundaries between all things in the world and manipulate them. Lion recalled for a moment. In the original story, he had never seen this devil fruit. So was it simply that in the original Doflamingo obtained this fruit and sold it to someone else? Or was it that this fruit truly did not exist in the original, and its appearance now was due to the butterfly effect he had caused? Lion shook his head, temporarily setting aside this doubt, and continued reading. Basic ability: perceive boundaries. The user can visually or tactily sense various boundaries in the surrounding environment, such as the cold-warm boundary between air masses of different temperatures, the coastline boundary between sea and land, the spatial boundary between inside and outside a building, and even the psychological distance boundary between people. In the perception state, these boundaries appear as glowing lines or transparent membranes in the user's field of vision. Advanced ability: create boundaries. The user can create a new boundary line between any 2 points. Once created, this boundary line becomes an insurmountable dividing line. It can divide space, light, sound, or even concepts themselves. The following are several typical applications of the boundary line. This is freaking. It's already a conceptual level ability, okay? And do people in the One Piece world not have any imagination? Such a powerful ability, and they only thought of perceiving boundaries and creating boundaries for isolation and defense. Has no one ever thought that since you can create boundaries at will, if you create one on a person, wouldn't that be equivalent to spatial cutting? If one really opened their mind, the development of this fruit would have no limits. Lion silently complained in his heart. Then his gaze continued to fall on the devil fruit encyclopedia. Note: this fruit appeared only more than 600 years ago. The recorded holder was the border guard captain of a certain lost kingdom. During the kingdom's fall, he used the fruit's ability to create hundreds of overlapping boundary lines on the city walls single-handedly, holding off the enemy army for 3 days and 3 nights before dying from exhaustion. Since then, the fruit's whereabouts have been unknown. Closing the encyclopedia, Lion leaned back in his chair, sinking into a long contemplation. Honestly, this ability truly tempted him. But unfortunately, he already had a devil fruit. Otherwise, Lion might have eaten it, even if it was the version with the original side effects. Lion let out a slight sigh. Carefully placing the boundary fruit back into the metal box, he closed the lid, locked it, and then placed the box into the hidden safe behind the wall of his office desk. After doing all this, he closed the safe door, spun the combination dial, then sat back in his chair. Picking up the coffee on the table, which had already gone cold, he took a sip. His gaze passed through the window, looking out at the sea shrouded in night, and he silently calculated in his mind. How should he handle this boundary fruit? Its ability was too unique and too powerful to be handed over to the Marines or the world government, nor could it be easily entrusted to someone untrustworthy. But if he kept it in his hands without eating it, it would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. No rush, he'll think about it some more. Marineford Marshal's office. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat oppressive at the moment. Sengoku sat behind the desk, hands crossed on the table, his expression grave. Tsuru leaned by the window, arms crossed, her gaze calmly fixed on the shimmering sea outside. Kizaru lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, leisurely trimming his nails. But behind those sunglasses, his eyes occasionally flickered with a hint of thought. On the desk, the Den Mushi had just finished playing back a recording. It was the detailed report jointly submitted by Lion and Smoker, documenting the entire process of Diamante's attempted escape during custody, his discovery by the duty Marine, his warning being ignored, and his subsequent shooting. The report was meticulously worded with a clear timeline and complete witness testimonies. From a procedural standpoint, there were no loopholes. Kizaru broke the silence, first his tone carrying that characteristic lazy drawl. Yo, this is really scary, isn't it? Diamante, that guy ended up dying at the hands of an ordinary Marine from a branch in the East Blue. Truly, how unpredictable the world is. Yo, this is really scary, isn't it? Diamante, that guy ended up dying at the hands of an ordinary Marine. Sengoku didn't take the bait. Instead, he turned to Tsuru. Tsuru, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Tsuru remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I know Diamante's strength well. Even if he was severely injured at the time and had been tortured by sea stone shackles for a day, if he had the strength to pick the locks, knock out the guards, and escape, it means his stamina hadn't deteriorated to the point where he couldn't handle a few ordinary Marines. Given his combat experience and physical condition, even if his stamina couldn't support devil fruit abilities or Haki, he shouldn't have been gunned down by a few branch Marines. She paused, then shifted her tone, however. She turned to face Sengoku, a meaningful glint in her eyes. Diamante's identity is too sensitive. He is Doflamingo's right-hand man. Even if we had escorted him to headquarters, the time window for interrogation would have been very short. The world government would have intervened quickly and demanded his release. After all, we have suspected before that Doflamingo holds some leverage that forces the 5 elders to back. At that point, we would not only fail to extract any useful intelligence, but would also face pressure from the world government for detaining Diamante. She paused, then delivered the most crucial sentence. Perhaps Lion knew this as well, which is why Diamante, after all, a criminal who attempted to escape and was shot, leaves no fault to be found at any stage, does he? Compared to being forced to release Diamante under pressure from the 5 elders, isn't his death the best outcome? Sengoku was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Tsuru's analysis almost perfectly matched his own judgment. Lion's report was flawless in procedure, but from a motive perspective. That young man had obviously thought through the subsequent troubles of escorting Diamante to headquarters and chose to handle him on the spot. Although this approach was somewhat overstepping, it did save headquarters a major headache. Sengoku did not dig deeper into this matter, but turned to another topic. Then another matter in Lian's report. During his interrogation before execution, Diamante claimed that Virgo was a spy planted by Doflamingo within the Marines codenamed Heart. What do you think of this? Upon hearing this, Tsuru's eyes flickered slightly. She walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, folding her hands on the table. Her tone remained calm, but grew more cautious. Lian himself noted in the report this information is a unilateral confession from Diamante, and the possibility of him deliberately framing Vice Admiral Virgo cannot be ruled out. Therefore, I hold the same reservation. Without solid evidence, we cannot convict a Vice Admiral of headquarters based solely on Diamante's words. Then she shifted her tone, becoming sharper. However, if Virgo is indeed Doflamingo's man, then the attack on Smoker makes perfect sense. After all, not many people knew about this escort mission. Virgo just happened to be one of those who knew. If the information leaked from his side, then it's no wonder Diamante was able to intercept Smoker so precise. Sengoku tapped his fingers lightly on the table. So you mean we can't fully believe it, but we can't completely dismiss it either? Exactly. Tsuru nodded. The best approach is to set up a trap and test him. Set a trap. Jean Guo was silent for a moment, then a cunning, seasoned smile slowly crept across his face. He reached for the din mushi on the table, dialing as he spoke. He'll call Virgo and tell him that due to the attack on Smoker, the shipment of weapons will be delayed. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips, but she said nothing, merely watching Jean Guo dial. Huang Yuan lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, his tone as languid as ever. Ah, indeed, the hearts of those who become fleet admiral are truly dark. Jean Guo ignored him. The din mushi connected. When he spoke into the receiver, his voice had shifted to a composed, businesslike tone. Virgo, this is Jean Guo. Fleet Admiral Jean Guo, hello? What are your orders? A low, steady voice came from the other end of the din mushi. Jean Guo leaned back in his chair, his tone carrying a natural weariness and resignation. It's about the new rifles. We've just received a report that Smoker was attacked by the Don Quixote family during the escort. The cargo was saved, but the escort ship was severely damaged and Smoker himself was seriously injured. So the equipment originally destined for G5 will arrive later. Silence on the line. Then Virgo's voice returned, tinged with concern and curiosity. Later? How much later? I need to adjust G5's plans accordingly. At least a month. Jean Guo interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. The ship needs repairs, the men need to recover, and the paperwork has to be redone. And, to be honest with you, Virgo, this shipment is just bait. Bait. Virgo's voice carried a perfectly measured note of confusion. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Jean Guo's mouth, but his voice maintained that conspiratorial tone of sharing secrets. Headquarters plans to set a trap for Doflamingo in the East Blue. On the next delivery, the ship won't carry real cargo. We'll leak word that the second shipment has departed, but in truth that vessel will be nothing more than a decoy. Garp and Zephyr will be hidden aboard, waiting for Doflamingo to walk into the snare. As for the real weapons, they'll remain at Branch 187 under Captain Ryan's guard until Garp and Zephyr deal with Doflamingo. Silence again on the line. This pause was slightly longer than before, yet still within the rhythm of a normal conversation. Then Virgo's voice returned, laced with understanding and agreement. I see. I understand. In that case, I'll wait patiently here. I wish Vice Admiral Garp and Chief Instructor Zephyr a smooth operation. Keep an eye on Doflamingo's movements from your end. Report any anomalies to headquarters immediately. With that, Jean Guo ended the call. He set down the din mushi receiver and looked up at He and Huang Yuan. A glint of approval flickered in He's eyes as she nodded slowly. Huang Yuan meanwhile maintained his detached, indolent expression, but the faint, elusive smile at the corner of his lips had deepened just a little. The bait has been cast. Jean Guo leaned back, hands folded over his abdomen, his gaze sharp and piercing. Now, we'll see if the fish takes the hook. 10 days slipped away in the quiet hum of activity and anticipation. At the pier of Koman Island, a crowd had gathered since early morning. Marines stood in formation on both sides of the dock, uniforms crisp and rifles gleaming. Though not as grand as a formal honor guard, it was clearly a well-prepared display. Ryan stood at the forefront, his white naval coat fluttering gently in the sea breeze, his expression calm and composed. Behind him stood Ace. Today Ace had deliberately put on a clean Navy uniform, foregoing his usual bare-chested attire, and even managed to tame his hair a bit. With his freckled face and naturally curly hair, no amount of grooming could make him look refined, but he at least appeared more spirited than usual. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, hands shoved into his pockets, feigning nonchalance, but Ryan could sense the restless energy simmering within him. After all, today was the day Garp was to arrive. The old man who had left him in Luffy with mountain bandits, while he himself roamed the seas for years. Though Ace never said it aloud, Ryan knew he cared deeply for this grandfather. On the distant horizon, a black speck gradually grew larger, its outline becoming clearer. When the warship fully revealed itself, many Marines on the pier let out gasps of awe. It was a colossal vessel, even larger than the standard Marine battleship, with a broad hull, deep decks, and towering sides resembling a moving sea fortress from afar. The Marine flag fluttered noisily from the mast. However, as their eyes shifted from the hull to the bow, nearly everyone felt a powerful sense of dissonance. At the prow of that majestic superwarship carved in stone was a gigantic, adorable dog's head. The dog's head was incredibly lifelike, with round eyes, drooping ears, and a bone clenched in its mouth. If not for being as tall as a full story, it would have looked like a giant pet toy. The solemn atmosphere was shattered in. Several young Marines stifled their laughter, shoulders shaking, but dared not let it out, their expressions barely under control. The corner of Ryan's mouth twitched, but he managed to keep his composure. Though he had seen Garp's ship in the manga before, that was a two-dimensional comic. Translating it into 3 dimensions, the dog's head at the bow reached an entirely new level of absurdity. The doghead warship docked slowly. Before the gangplank was even fully lowered, a burly figure leaped from the side, like a cannonball hurtling straight toward the pier. His voice arrived before he did. A hearty, booming laugh shattered the morning calm. Ha 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 ha. Ace, it's been a while, brat. Ace's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively raised his guard, but it was useless. The figure moved with astonishing speed. Just as Ace crossed his arms, a massive black fist wrapped in howling wind slammed into his crossed forearms. Boom. A dull, heavy explosion erupted across the pier. Ace's body flew backward like a struck baseball, leaving a straight trail through the air, over the parade ground, over training facilities, over a row of warehouses, until it smashed into the outer wall of an unoccupied officer's villa more than 800 meters away. Crash. The brick-and-mortar villa's wall burst open, the entire structure shuddered violently, then half of the wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. A dead silence fell over the pier. The Marines stared wide-mouthed at the boy who had been punched away, then at the burly old man standing on the dock, clapping his hands, unsure what to do. By protocol, they should have raised their rifles and attacked the intruder. But the problem was, that wasn't an enemy. It was Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. So should they raise their rifles, or? Everyone turned to Ryan. As for Garp, after punching Ace into the distance and landing, he pulled out a pack of spicy strips from the East Blue. A bright smile spread across his face, making him look like an ordinary grandpa who had just met his grandson. If you ignored the power of that punch. Ryan rubbed his temple side, then turned to the man beside him. Clock. Make a note, Vice Admiral Garp destroyed one officer's villa at the branch brick-and-mortar structure, including interior decoration and furniture. Estimated damage, 8 million berry. Prepare a bill and send it to headquarters later. Clock, expressionless, pulled out a small notebook and pen, scribbled a few lines, then nodded calmly. Noted, young. Nearby, Garp's smile froze on his face. Kapu slowly turned his head to look at Ryan. The eyes that just moments ago were crescent-shaped with laughter were now wide with disbelief, his mouth opening and closing like a fish caught on land. He pointed at himself with a finger, a face full of incredulity. 800,000. Yes, 800,000. Ryan repeated, his tone as calm as if announcing the weather. The construction costs of the villa, interior decoration, furniture, and appliances, as well as the labor and material costs needed for reconstruction, 800,000, is already the discounted price out of goodwill. If Major Kapu thinks this price is unreasonable, I can ask a third-party appraisal agency to reassess, but in that case the price might go up, and you would need to cover the appraisal fee yourself. Kapu's face twitched. In his lifetime, he had damaged countless houses' floors and doors. There were no less than 800 instances, and no one had ever asked him for compensation. At most, he would just bring his sailors to help with some simple repairs. After all, who would dare ask him for compensation? He was a naval hero, the legendary Major Kapu, who would dare demand restitution from him. But the young man before him not only dared to ask, but also made the secretary keep a record on the spot. Kapu fell silent for a moment, then forced a flattering smile, leaning closer to Ryan and lowering his voice. Well, Ryan, isn't 800,000 a bit too much? I only make 300,000 berries a month, and I need to buy snacks. I really can't come up with that much money. How about 80,000? 80,000, is that okay? They'll treat you to snacks. Ryan looked at him, his expression unchanging, and said, no, besides, snacks are part of my family's business. You don't need to treat me. Kapu's smile froze again. He opened his mouth to say something more, but upon seeing Ryan's indifferent expression, he knew bargaining would be futile. He despondently slumped his shoulders like a deflated balloon, mumbling. 800,000. That stingy Sengoku definitely won't help me pay. Well, now I'm going to have to work for this kid for the next few years to pay off my debt. Just then, from the ruins of the destroyed villa came a cough and the sound of rubble falling. Ace crawled out from the ruins, brushed off the dust and debris from his clothes, rubbed his numb arms, and walked. He wore a comically helpless expression as he approached Kapu, and said irritably, "Old man, can't you greet me in a different way? It's always the same move." Seeing that Ace was fine, Kapu broke into a grin again, reaching out to ruffle Ace's hair, making it a complete "Huh, I just wanted to see if you were slacking off. You seem to have toughened up a bit. It looks like your time in Branch 187 wasn't wasted." Ace swatted Kapu's hand away disdainfully, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly. He turned to Ryan and said, "Hey Ryan, it'll cover the cost of the villa that old man destroyed." Ryan glanced at him and replied flatly, "Do you have any money?" Ace paused for a moment, then scratched his head. I don't think so. Then it will be deducted from your future salary." After Ryan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards Kapu's dog-headed warship. Kapu looked at Ryan's back, stroked his chin, and said to Ace, "Hey Ace, you as the branch chief are quite interesting." Ace shrugged. "He's always like this." Kapu laughed heartily, patted Ace on the shoulder, and then strode forward. At this moment, the gangplank of the dog-headed warship was firmly in place, and personnel were disembarking in succession. He stood at the edge of the gangplank, just in time to greet the first figure coming down, Zephyr. The former admiral still stood tall like an iron tower, his purple short hair neatly trimmed and his jawline sharp and defined. He wore a black training suit draped with a naval coat, and his mechanical arm, made of Haki stone, swung rhythmically as he walked, glinting with a steady metallic sheen in the sunlight. Ryan slightly nodded, his tone respectful yet composed. "Commander Zephyr, welcome to Branch 187. Thank you for your hard work on the way here." Zephyr stopped in front of Ryan, scrutinizing him closely. His eyes, which had experienced countless battles, held a scrutinizing gaze, but without malice. It was more one of curiosity and evaluation. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "You are Ryan. That girl Tina praised you highly in her report. I want to see if you truly possess the ability she mentioned." Ryan smiled slightly and replied with dignity, "Colonel Tina has overpraised me. I merely did what I was supposed to do. The gravity training room and training facilities are ready and can be used at any time. Commander Zephyr and everyone in the elite training camp can use them during their stay at Branch 187, and I will cooperate fully." Zephyr nodded, not saying much more, but the hint of scrutiny in his eyes now contained a bit more recognition. Behind Zephyr, a tall figure followed him down the gangplank. Tina stopped in front of Ryan, the two of them locking eyes for a moment. Ryan spoke first, his tone formal, yet, "Colonel Tina, welcome to Branch 187. Starting today, we are partners." Tina slightly nodded, her voice cold but polite. "Tina is happy to be here. Please take care of me in the future." Their handshake was brief, yet firm, with no unnecessary pleasantries, but each read the same message in the other's eyes. This is a reliable partner. Behind Tina, two young trainees were following her down the gangplank. One of them was a young woman with sea blue short hair, her features delicate, and her big eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around the unfamiliar surroundings of the branch. The other was a young man, another student of Zephyr Binz. Ian and Binz were outstanding trainees in Zephyr's elite training camp, and were also among Zephyr's most trusted students. In the original work, the two of them followed Zephyr even after he left the Navy. Ryan nodded slightly to the two and spoke gently. "You both are also students of Teacher Zephyr, right? Welcome to Branch 187. The training facilities here should not disappoint you." Ian blinked and smiled shyly, bowing slightly. "Thank you, Chief. My name is Ian. Please take care of me." Binz also nodded politely. "My name is Binz. Thank you for your trouble." After the brief welcome ceremony, Ryan was about to lead everyone to the administrative building to settle in and hold a meeting when Zephyr suddenly spoke up, his voice carrying an impatient tone. "We can discuss other matters later. Let's go check out that gravity training room first. I want to see if it truly is as miraculous as Guillaume said." Kapu had already taken a few steps away, but upon hearing Zephyr's words, he immediately turned around, his eyes brightening. Yes. Let's go to the gravity training room first. I've been wanting to see it. I heard you can experience 10 times the gravity inside. I've lived for so many years and have never tried punching under 10 times the gravity." Ryan looked at these two legendary figures in the Navy. One was a former admiral, now the commander of the Navy, and the other was the legendary naval hero. At this moment, they appeared like two children eager to go to an amusement park, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, as the two giants of physical training in the Navy, their enthusiasm for a facility that could directly enhance their physical prowess was indeed much higher than that of others. He nodded. "Since both of you are so eager, let's head to the gravity training room first. Please follow me." The group followed Ryan across the training ground, heading toward the gravity training room located on the eastern side. Along the way, Tina scanned the camp with her gaze, observing the place where she would soon be stationed long-term, but when she passed a uniquely designed building, her steps faltered slightly. Her eyes lingered on the building for a moment before she turned to Ryan. "That building. Tina doesn't recall seeing it during her previous visit. What is it used for?" Ryan followed her gaze and saw the trial hall that had been completed just a few days ago. Its design stood in stark contrast to the surrounding barracks and warehouses, featuring clean geometric lines on its exterior without superfluous ornamentation, exuding a minimalist modern style. A plaque hung at the entrance of the building engraved with a few words, "Trial Hall." "Yes," Ryan replied. "That's the trial hall completed not long ago. Its function is to connect the user's consciousness to a virtual combat space through a special neural link. In the virtual space, users can spar against simulated opponents, engage in live combat simulations with other users, and conduct tactical drills across various battle scenarios. In simple terms, it's a training facility that allows for high-intensity combat simulation without injury, live ammunition consumption, or environmental damage." Ryan nodded, explaining. A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Tina's eyes. She cast a few more glances at the building, but did not propose to visit it immediately. She knew that Zifa and Garp's minds were entirely focused on the gravity training room, and she did not wish to delay their progress due to her own curiosity. After all, from today onward, she was the vice captain of the 187th branch, with plenty of time ahead. She could come and use the facility freely whenever she wished. The group continued onward, soon arriving at the entrance of the gravity training room. When Tina saw the building, her steps halted once more, and this time she stood frozen in place. In her memory, during her last visit to the 187th branch, the gravity training room had only been a single-story structure resembling an ordinary training hall. But now standing before her was a 3-story building 3 times the original height, with a newly renovated facade that looked far more imposing than before. "This?" Tina remembers it only had 1 floor when she last came, she asked uncertainly. "That's right," Ryan replied. "It was indeed a bit cramped with just 1 floor. Considering that headquarters will be sending personnel for training in succession, the original scale was insufficient, so we expanded it. Now it has 3 floors each, with a shared training hall and 5 private training rooms capable of accommodating more people simultaneously," Ryan explained. Tina fell silent for a moment before murmuring. The expansion was quite swift. Ryan smiled without replying, instead pushing open the door of the gravity training room, stepping aside and making a welcoming gesture. "Everyone please come in." Zifa was the first to step inside. Garp followed closely, still muttering something about 10 times gravity, and the old man wants to try it. Tina, Ayn, and Benz also followed, each entering the training facility that had already become legendary within Marine headquarters, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The moment they crossed the threshold, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone's body. The gravity on the first floor had been permanently set to 2 times by Ryan for recruit adaptation training. Obviously, it had little effect on Tina, who had already experienced higher gravity, but for Ayn and Benz, who were encountering gravity training for the first time, the sudden pressure made their bodies falter slightly. Their steps grew heavier than usual, and their breathing became slightly quicker, as if an extra layer of heavy lead had been draped over their bodies. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but rather that they needed to adapt to the unfamiliar gravity. Ryan had experienced the same initially. Of course, those with a naturally strong physique could fully adapt within a few minutes. So this is what gravity training feels like. Ayn muttered softly, rolling her shoulders to adjust to the unfamiliar weight. Benz looked down at his feet, then raised his head to scan the lobby, saying nothing, but a serious glint flickered in his eye. As for the elite training camp cadets, following Zifa, their reactions were more pronounced. One stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Another gasped sharply, taking several seconds to recover. Someone instinctively grabbed the doorframe to steady themselves. After all, although 2 times gravity was not particularly high for those who had never experienced it, the strange sensation of their blood seemingly growing heavier required some time to adapt. As for Zifa and Garp, they were completely unaffected. Zifa stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, his gaze sweeping over the equipment and control panels on the walls, his expression as peaceful as if he were in an ordinary park. Garp was even more exaggerated. He even jumped twice, then grinned. "Is that all? 2 times gravity? Like a tickle?" Ryan got anything heavier. Instead of directly answering Garp's question, Ryan first introduced the basic layout and usage rules of the gravity training room to everyone. The first floor lobby is permanently set to 2 times gravity, primarily for new recruits of the branch and those experiencing gravity training for the first time, helping them gradually adapt to coordinated movement under gravity. The second floor lobby is divided into 3 times slots, 3 times in the morning, 4 times in the afternoon, and 5 times in the evening for combat personnel with some foundation. The third floor lobby is currently set to 6 times gravity, and if needed in the future, it can be adjusted by time slots like the second floor. He paused, then continued. As for the private rooms, the first floor has 5 independent training rooms, all allocated to Chief Instructor Zifa for use by the elite training camp instructors and cadets. On the third floor, I have reserved a dedicated private room for Captain Tina, convenient for her personal training Regarding the shared halls, the lobby areas on the first to third floors are available for 24-hour use by elite training camp cadets during their stay at the 187th branch, subject to the branch's management regulations. If the number of occupants reaches the capacity limit, subsequent personnel must wait in line outside until a spot becomes available. The introduction was clear and well-arranged, reflecting both respect for Zifa and the elite training camp, while maintaining the 187th branch's own management order. After hearing this, Zifa nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This young man was indeed thorough in his work. Just then an untimely voice rang out. Hey, Ryan. Garp stood with his hands on his hips, staring at Ryan with a dissatisfied expression. What about me? You arranged a private room for Zifa and a private room for Tina, but not for me. I traveled all the way from Marineford. Is this how you treat your guest? Ryan turned to look at Garp's face, which clearly read, if you don't arrange one for me, I'm not leaving. Remained silent for 2 seconds, then spoke in a calm tone. Vice Admiral Garp, the cooperative training plan from headquarters does not include you. Therefore, regarding the allocation of private rooms, there is indeed no reserved share for you. However, if you do need to use a private room in the gravity training room, there are 2 solutions. First, you can apply to Chief Instructor Zifa to borrow an idle time slot from his allocated rooms. Second, you can also pay to use an additional private room. The fee is not high, 10,000 berries per hour. Upon hearing this, Garp's mouth formed an O shape, and his expression shifted from dissatisfaction to disbelief. 10,000 per hour. Kapu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why don't you just rob me? Lion shrugged, his expression innocent. Market price, fair and square. If Vice Admiral Kapu finds the price unsuitable, you may also train in the main hall, which is free for all visitors provided you follow the queue regulations. Kapu roared with indignation, pointing at Lion's nose, then turned to Zfa and shouted. Look at that. Look at that. This kid is a downright profiteer. He's got his head stuck in a money pit. Zhangwa said he had promise. I say he's far too promising in the art of making money. Zaifa's mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing, merely casting Kapu a look that said, You're on. Lion, seeing Kapu's flustered rage, finally couldn't help but smile, then waved his hand. Just a joke, Vice Admiral Kapu, no need to take it seriously. A private room has been reserved for you on the 2nd floor, available for your use at any time during your stay at branch 187O, free of charge. Kapu's anger instantly froze, then melted visibly into a beaming smile. He strode forward and clapped Lion on the shoulder with such force that Lion's body swayed slightly. I knew you weren't that stingy. Good. This old man likes you. Lion rubbed his aching shoulder and shook his head helplessly, but a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Zfa watched this scene in silence for a moment, then spoke slowly, his voice carrying a rare warmth. Captain Lion, your arrangements are most thoughtful. On behalf of all the instructors and trainees of the elite training camp, I extend our gratitude. Lion turned and replied with a serious expression. You flatter me, Chief Instructor Zfa. I hope the gravity training room and the other facilities to come will help the trainees of the elite training camp grow stronger for. In the future, they will be the backbone of our Navy. Zfa nodded, saying nothing more, but the initial scrutiny and doubt in his gaze had been completely replaced by recognition and admiration. He turned and began to guide the trainees around the environment, explaining the training plan and precautions for the gravity training room. Kapu, meanwhile, had already eagerly headed for the stairs to the 2nd floor, muttering under his breath, tenfold gravity. This old man's going to try the max setting first. Lion stood in the center of the hall, watching these 2 naval legends immerse themselves in their own interests, then turned his gaze to Tina, who had come to his side, as if wanting to speak. Captain Tina, would you like to experience the trial hall? Hearing this, Tina's eyes lit up. Yes, Tina is very curious about the trial hall. Can we go now? Of course. Lion nodded with a smile. After settling Zfa, Kapu and the trainees of the elite training camp Lion led Tina out of the gravity training room. They walked toward the nearby building, modern and sleek in design, the trial hall. Tina's gaze fell upon the structure, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Though Lion had described the trial hall earlier, a simple description could never compare to seeing it firsthand. When she followed Lion through the door of the trial hall, she found its interior vastly different from the gravity. There was no open common hall. Instead, a quiet corridor stretched before them, lined with closed doors, each marked with a number. The entire space was so silent that hardly a sound could be heard, creating an atmosphere of seclusion. The 1st floor holds 10 individual training rooms. Lion explained as they walked. Each room is about 3.5 square meters, equipped with a training bed, a Neuralink helmet, and a touch control panel. The 2nd floor houses the system's main equipment responsible for computing and maintaining the virtual trial space, and also features an observation room, where you can watch battles in real time on a large screen. He stopped before a door marked 01, pushed it open, and stepped aside to let Tina see the interior. The room was small, just enough for a bed and a small console, but arranged simply and neatly. Above the headboard hung a uniquely shaped helmet, its surface covered in fine circuit patterns connected to a data cable at the bedside. "Want to give it a try?" Lion asked, his tone inviting. Tina did not hesitate and nodded. "Yes." Lion led Tina into the room and guided her on how to lie down on the training bed and properly wear the Neuralink helmet. The inner lining of the helmet was soft and fitted snugly, causing no noticeable discomfort. Following Lion's instructions, Tina placed her hands naturally at her sides and closed her eyes. "Relax, don't resist the feeling of being drawn." Lion's voice came from beside her. "Once you enter the virtual space, it'll establish a connection, and we can meet in the virtual battlefield." Tina felt a slight dizziness, as if her consciousness was being gently pulled from her body by a soft force passing through a warm white light, and then she opened her eyes. Now Tina stood on a beach. Beneath her feet were fine white sands, the touch so real, it was almost unbelievable. Before her stretched a vast azure sea, gentle waves lapping against the shore with a rhythmic swish. The sea breeze brushed her cheeks, carrying a salty damp scent tousling her hair. Above was a clear sky with a few white clouds drifting lazily by. Everything was so real. The warmth of the sun, the direction of the wind, the feel of the sand beneath her feet. She could not tell at all whether this was reality or illusion. Tina looked down at herself. Her body, her clothes were all identical to those in the real world. She tried moving her fingers, flexible and free. She attempted a jump, her body light and powerful. She even pinched her arm. There was a slight pain, but not as sharp as in reality. A moderated sensation filtered by some mechanism. "How do you feel?" Lion's voice came from behind her. Tina turned and saw him standing not far away, his white coat swaying gently in the sea breeze, yuan mo hanging at his waist, his demeanor relaxed and composed. He had also entered the virtual space and seemed already fully adapted to the environment. Tina was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "It's too real. Tina can't tell the difference between here and reality. That is precisely the core value of the trial hall." Lion walked up to her, his gaze sweeping over the virtual surroundings. Highly realistic sensory simulation allows users to experience a combat sensation almost identical to reality within the virtual space. Training here, you can go all out without fear of injury or death. Because here death is merely a reset. He paused, then drew yuan mo from his waist. The black blade gleamed with a steady luster under the virtual sunlight. "Care for a spar? For a long time to come, we'll be partners. We ought to get to know each other better, especially in terms of strength." A challenge to battle. Tina did not answer, but responded with action. She spread her arms slightly, and a metallic sheen glimmered on her deep purple gloves as the power of the cage fruit was already activated. Her body leaned forward slightly, and in the next instant, she shot toward Ryan like an arrow released from the bowstring, her right hand with 5 fingers pressed together, thrusting straight at Ryan's chest. This was the basic usage of the cage fruit. When Tina touched her opponent, she could leave iron bars at that spot. If this hand strike landed, iron bars would pierce and lock Ryan's chest. But an instant before being touched, Ryan's body transformed into a pale golden light, shifting sideways several meters, effortlessly evading Tina's thrust. Tina's strike missed, but without any pause, she swept her left hand sideways, fingers spread, trying to catch Ryan's clothes. Even a single thread would be enough to activate her ability. Ryan's body flickered again, retreating several steps to create distance from Tina. Watching her earnest and focused expression, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his tone carried a hint of admiration. Fast reflexes and fierce attacks, especially in physical combat. Much better than that guy Smoker. But being fast alone isn't enough. The moment he finished speaking, his body transformed into a golden light, once more launching an attack. In an instant, Ryan appeared beside Tina. The blade of Yuan Ma swept in a sharp arc from Tina's left side. Tina's pupils contracted slightly, and she crossed her arms in front of her, the metallic luster on her deep purple gloves blazing brightly. A shield woven from iron bars was conjured in an instant. Clang! The blade struck the iron bar shield, producing a crisp metallic clash and sparks flying. Tina's body was pushed back several meters by the impact, her feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the sand, but she successfully blocked the strike. Obviously, Ryan hadn't used his full power. Otherwise, given his speed and Tina's yet awakened Haki, she wouldn't have been able to react. But this was not a battle of life and death, but a spar to understand each other. Naturally, Ryan had no reason to go all out, and in the fight instantly. Good defensive awareness. Ryan's voice came from in front of her, but even as the sound reached her, his figure had already appeared behind her. The high-speed movement of the Aurora fruit made his actions faster than the transmission of sound. Tina's reaction was equally swift. Without turning, she spread her arms to both sides and shouted loudly. Gathered feather cage. A massive number of iron rods shot out from her arms, spreading outward like a peacock's tail, forming a circular iron bar enclosure that enveloped her in the center. The tips of those iron rods were as sharp as spears. If Ryan recklessly approached, he would be pierced or trapped. In the instant before the iron rods closed in, Ryan's body transformed into golden light, again retreating to a safe distance. He looked at the defensive posture like a steel hedgehog, admiration flickering in his eyes. Gathered feather cage. Offensive and defensive in one, indeed a good skill, but what if the opponent's speed is so fast that your iron rods can't close in time? Tina didn't answer because she knew he was right. In that moment, if Ryan's speed had been just a fraction of a second faster, she might not have completed the expansion of gathered feather cage before being struck by the blade. At the same time, she could tell that Ryan wasn't fighting at full strength. Though Tina didn't know how much of his power he was using, she could sense it was far from his maximum. Therefore, she decided to change tactics. Passive defense was clearly not the path to victory, as she had to take the initiative and use area attacks to restrict Ryan's movement space. Spear barrage. Tina thrust both arms forward and dozens of iron spears materialized in the air before her, each over 2 meters long, with razor-sharp tips gleaming coldly in the sunlight. With a violent swing of her arms, those iron spears shot toward Ryan, like a storm, covering a range of dozens of meters around him. They sealed off almost all of Ryan's evasive routes. This was her strategy against high-speed opponents. If single attacks can't keep up with your speed, then use area attacks to compress your dodging space. This was the same logic as the Marines' area-covering fire against fast enemies that Ryan had previously devised. Facing the overwhelming rain of iron spears, Ryan chose not to dodge. He stood still, a dazzling golden light gathering on the blade of UNMO. Then he swung the sword forward, unleashing a massive golden arc of sword energy. Aurora Arc Moon. Like the earlier Aurora 7 Flash, this was also a sword technique Ryan had created by combining the power of the Aurora fruit. The golden blade energy collided with the airborne iron spears in a thunderous crash. In the instant of contact, the iron spears created by the cage fruit were severed like rotten wood, and the broken fragments scattered in all directions, clattering to the ground. After cutting through all the spears, the golden energy still had enough momentum to fly forward for a short distance before slowly dissipating in the air. Tina's pupils contracted slightly. She knew there was a gap between her and Ryan, but she hadn't imagined it would be so vast. Her large-scale attack had been fully countered by a single sword strike. But she had no time to be disheartened, for Ryan's figure had already transformed into golden light again the moment the blade energy faded, appearing before her. This time the distance was too close for her to deploy gathered feather cage again. Tina gritted her teeth, and instead of retreating, she advanced her right hand with 5 fingers together, thrusting straight at Ryan's heart. Since defense was impossible, she would trade offense for offense. If her hand strike touched Ryan's body, even if it meant mutual destruction, her cage fruit could lock him down at the last moment. However, just as her fingertips were about to reach Ryan's chest, his body twisted at an impossible angle. Her fingers grazed past the edge of his clothes without touching his body. At the same time, Ryan raised his left hand, and his index and middle fingers pressed lightly on her wrist. The force was not strong, but the angle was extremely precise, striking exactly at the joint gap of her wrist. Tina felt a numbness in her right hand. The power in her arm instantly cut off, and her attack momentum collapsed. In that moment, when her old force was exhausted and new force not yet born, Ryan turned his right wrist, and the blade of Moss swept upward from below the tip, precisely cutting across Tina's collarbone, leaving a shallow, bloody mark on her neck. In the virtual space, this wound and its location represented a fatal injury. Tina's body stiffened. She felt a cool touch on her neck, followed by a slight sting. She looked down and saw a thin line of blood on her collarbone, with crimson slowly seeping out, staining the collar of her rosered professional suit. If this had been real, the strike would have severed her carotid artery. She was already dead. She was silent for a moment, then slowly withdrew her hands and stood upright. Under the virtual space's self-healing mechanism, the wound on her neck began to heal rapidly, and the bloodstains gradually faded away, but the icy sensation of the blade cutting across her throat was deeply etched into her memory. The next moment, Ryan's body dissolved into dust and scattered with the wind. Ryan sheathed his blade and nodded. Then he snapped his fingers. Ryan smiled, then snapped his fingers. The surrounding virtual environment began to fade: the deserted island, the beach, the waves, the sky. All the scenery blurred like ink washed, dissolving into a soft white light. Their consciousness was gently pulled by that force, slowly departing from the virtual space. Back in reality, Tina took off the virtual helmet, sat on the edge of the bed, and remained silent for a long time. Her breathing was slightly rapid, and a fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead. She raised her hand and gently touched her neck. It was intact, no wound at all, but the sensation of the blade cutting across her skin lingered vividly in her memory. Just then, Ryan pushed open the door of the single room and entered, seeing Tina sitting on the bed in a daze, her expression somewhat lost. He didn't rush her, just leaned against the doorframe and waited quietly. After a moment, Tina raised her head and looked at Ryan, her tone carrying a rare, uncertain quality. Just now, Tina really thought she was dead. Ryan nodded, his tone calm. This is the greatest value of the training hall, to let you experience the most realistic combat on the edge of life and death, but never truly die. Here you can go all out, challenge opponents far stronger than yourself, and try tactics and techniques you wouldn't dare use in reality, because the cost of failure is just a data reset. He paused, then added, only those who have walked on the edge of life and death countless times can remain calm and decisive on the true battlefield in the face of death's threat. And that is what the training hall can give you. Tina was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. She looked down at her hands, as if confirming they were still her own. Then she raised her head, the dazed look in her eyes gone, replaced by a bright and determined light. Tina understands. By the way, can I ask you a question? Ryan smiled faintly, signaling her to go ahead. Just now, how much of your strength did you actually use?